Chapter 166. What kind of sadness and despair make you lower your head? Fisher Tiger remained silent, listening intently as Cladius spoke. Your hatred can't change the past, and perhaps it can't change the future either. But I can, Cladius said with a calm smile. So, Fisher Tiger, would you be willing to help me? Fisher Tiger was quiet for a long moment before finally asking, Your Highness, are you asking me to help you manage the chaos of Fishman Street? To work for you? Cladius touched his chin thoughtfully before responding. Yes, it's for me, but it's also for Fishman Island and for yourself. Honestly, I'm not particularly interested in the people of Fishman Street. I don't intend to control you as subordinates in the strict sense. Think of it more as a labor contract or employment. Tiger didn't care much about the terms Cladius used, such as labor contract or employment. What struck a chord with him was the mention of working for Fishman Island and for himself. In the past, Fisher Tiger had been the leader of Fishman Street in name, but he hadn't thought much about Fishman Island's overall future. His focus had been on his personal journey. He wanted to see the wider world, driven by a desire to explore and perhaps even a faint echo of Fishman Island's age-old dream of freedom. But becoming a slave in Mariewa had changed him. Seeing the cruelty of humans and the suffering of his fellow fishmen and merfolk had sparked a transformation in his soul. For the first time, Tiger truly understood what he wanted, to free his people and make Fishman Island a better, safer place, free from oppression. And yet, for all his resolve, he didn't know where to start. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone others. You don't want to see Fishman Street continue as the cancer of Fishman Island, do you? Watching your fellow fishmen harm their own kind and drag the island down with them? Cladius asked with a knowing smile. Tiger nodded slowly. If Fishman Island is to change its fate and escape its current humiliation, it must first unite its people and grow stronger. Cleaning up Fishman Street wouldn't just restore order to the island, it would also reduce internal conflicts and allow us to focus on external threats. It would be a great benefit to both Fishman Island and Fishman Street. Cladius smiled approvingly. I'm glad you understand that. Fisher Tiger hesitated before continuing. Although I hate the world government, I have to admit objectively speaking that Fishman Island has no future without it. At least for now. Correct, Cladius replied, nodding. Meeting someone like you, a reasonable celestial dragon. Perhaps this is the best opportunity Fishman Island has had in centuries, Tiger said softly. Cladius raised an eyebrow, sensing there was more Tiger wanted to say. After a pause, Tiger continued, his voice firm. But it's not enough, Your Highness. What you've done so far, it's not enough. Cladius raised his teacup, took a small sip, and asked evenly, What's missing? Above Mariewa, there are thousands of my people still enslaved. Fishmen and merfolk alike are native to Fishman Island. If you, Your Highness Cladius, truly wish to unite the power of Fishman Street, then you must also extend your protection to them, Tiger said, his gaze locked onto Cladius. Cladius set his teacup down slowly, meeting Tiger's eyes. And what is it you want me to do? As you've done before, liberate my people. When there are no more Fishman or merfolk slaves in Mariewa, I, Fisher Tiger, will pledge myself to you, to work for you, for Fishman Island, and for our future. But if you can't do this, then even if it costs me my life, I will never let go of my hatred for humanity. I can't afford to trust anyone anymore, but this is the only time I'm willing to put my trust in someone. This is your one and only chance, Tiger said, his voice deep with conviction. Cladius stroked his chin thoughtfully, his expression unreadable as silence filled the room. The atmosphere grew heavier with each passing second. Just as Tiger began to wonder if he'd pushed too far, Cladius finally spoke. Are you threatening me? Tiger shook his head, his eyes filled with sincerity. As I said, I am deeply grateful for everything you've done so far. This is not a threat. If anything, think of it as a reminder. If you refuse, I'll use my death to make sure you remember this moment. Perhaps one day, in some quiet afternoon, you'll think of me, and that memory might soften your heart enough to act. That's all I can hope for. Cladius gazed out the window, lost in thought. The sunlight streaming into the room was warm but not harsh, illuminating his contemplative face. He had always understood that Fisher Tiger was a man of integrity and courage, but in this moment, he felt something deeper. The idea of using one's own death to make a statement was easy to talk about, but how many people could actually do it? Tiger wasn't asking for immediate change. He was gambling on the faint hope that Claudius might one day recall this conversation and honor his wish. The despair and determination behind such a gamble struck a chord in Claudius's heart. If you don't understand someone's pain, can you ever truly empathize with them? Claudius wondered to himself. Up until now, everything Claudius had done had been driven by practicality, by interests and goals. Even his actions on Fishman Island were calculated, aimed at building alliances and securing influence. But in this moment, he could feel the weight of Tiger's despair, a despair so profound it had driven the man to risk everything for even a glimmer of hope. He now understood why Tiger would one day scale the red line with his bare hands and burn Mariewa to the ground. It wasn't mere anger, it was a desperate cry for justice. "I have to admit I'm impressed, Tiger. Fisher Tiger," Claudius murmured, still staring out the window. The sound of movement behind him caught his attention. When he turned, he saw Fisher Tiger kneeling on the floor, his forehead pressed to the ground. "Thank you for your kindness," Tiger choked out, his voice thick with emotion as he repeatedly bowed his head. Claudius sighed softly as he watched the man before him. After a moment, he spoke with quiet resolve. "In the name of Donquixote, Claudius, I promise you, Fisher Tiger, I will do everything in my power to ensure there are no more fishman slaves in Mariewa." Tiger's eyes turned red, his restrained emotions bursting forth. His choking sobs became full-blown cries of anguish. Tears and mucus flowed freely as he pressed his head against the floor, repeating over and over, "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for your kindness." Claudius observed Tiger's raw, unfiltered display of emotion and couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. What kind of sorrow and despair must a man endure to reach such a breaking point? Claudius thought to himself. To be reduced to this, it only shows how deeply the world is broken, and seeing this, it only strengthens my resolve to change it. Chapter 167. Noble is the epitaph of the noble. After receiving Claudius's promise, Fisher Tiger accepted his offer. He agreed to work for Claudius, help restore order to Fishman Street, and assist in his plans. In essence, he would act as a labor leader, or more commonly, a contractor. Following this, Fisher Tiger was escorted by Naya, Claudius's butler, to rest. Once Claudius finished handling affairs in Mariewa, he would return to Fishman Island, accompanied by countless freed compatriots of Tiger. By all rights, Claudius could have taken a darker route. He could have entirely subjugated Fisher Tiger, branded him with the Donquixote family's celestial dragon hoof, and ensured his obedience through force. But Claudius didn't. Despicable is the pass of the despicable, noble is the epitaph of the noble, Claudius murmured to himself as he sipped his tea, gazing out the window. A self-deprecating laugh followed. He never considered himself noble. In truth, despicable might have suited him better, and he wasn't ashamed to admit it. But in the presence of someone like Fisher Tiger, a man of unshakable principles and a noble soul, he couldn't help but feel a bit unworthy. Perhaps that was why he held back. Although Claudius had already planned to liberate the fishman's slaves in Mariewa, that had been driven by practical interests. But this time, when he promised Fisher Tiger, there was no ulterior motive. He had been moved, and even if there was no benefit to be gained, he would still honor his word. For all his pragmatism, Claudius didn't want to appear petty in the presence of someone like Fisher Tiger. In that brief moment of self-reflection, he found himself striving, if only slightly, to rise above his baser instincts. As he stared out the window, deep in thought, the door to the study opened quietly. Stussy entered, her heels clicking softly on the polished floor. She observed Claudius's back for a moment, noting the unusual stillness in his demeanor. "Your Highness," Stussy said gently, breaking the silence. "Spandine is here with Rob Lucci. They're waiting in the living room. Do you wish to see them?" Claudius turned, his usual warm smile back on his face. "Yes, let's go." He followed Stussy toward the living room, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly paused. Stussy stopped as well, turning to him with a puzzled expression. Stussy, Claudius began, his tone lighter than before. If you had to choose one word to describe me, vile or noble, which would it be? Stussy blinked in surprise, momentarily caught off guard. After a brief pause, she scratched her head awkwardly. Your Highness, that's a difficult question. Ha 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 ha, you wound me, Stussy, Claudius laughed, though his tone carried a teasing edge. I thought you'd call me noble without a second thought. Stussy smiled, stepping closer and taking his arm in hers. Perhaps I can't speak for everyone, Your Highness, but to me, you are noble, and I believe Nia would say the same. Crocodile, Enel, even Doflamingo, they might all agree. Claudius's expression softened as he listened to her words. Really? He murmured. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to bask in the warmth of her affirmation. This is enough, he thought silently. This is enough. Claudius had asked the question on a whim, perhaps seeking a small measure of reassurance. But as the thought passed, he pushed the matter aside. Noble or despicable, he was Claudius, and he had no need to justify his actions to anyone. The noble is me, and the despicable is me. When they arrived in the living room, Claudius saw Spandine and a young Rob Lucci seated on the sofa. The moment Spandine noticed Claudius, he shot up from his seat, his face eager and respectful. Greetings, Your Highness, he said, his tone dripping with reverence. Lucci quickly followed suit, standing and bowing deeply. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Claudius. Lucci had been an orphan, recruited into the CP organization by the world government, and trained as a CP9 operative. While the Marine Corps preached the value of justice, often resulting in ideological divides and factions, the CP organization was different. The CP operatives were brainwashed from the start to be utterly loyal to the world government, and, by extension, the celestial dragons. For them, obedience wasn't just expected, it was ingrained. Lucci, however, had been pulled out of CP9 midway through his training and placed under Spandine's wing in CPX there. He'd met Claudius several times, and Spandine had begun grooming him to be loyal to Claudius specifically. Spandine himself was perhaps the most devoted subordinate Claudius had. His loyalty surpassed even that of Crocodile, whose pride often led him to challenge Claudius in subtle ways. Spandine, on the other hand, had fully committed himself to Claudius, prioritizing him above even the world government. Under such guidance, it was no surprise that Lucci had been molded into another staunch follower of Claudius. Claudius smiled as he approached the pair, taking a seat on the sofa. They didn't give you too much trouble, did they? He asked casually. Spandine immediately leapt to pour tea for Claudius, his ingratiating manner almost comical. Not at all, Your Highness. Just as you predicted, they treated Lucci like royalty once I brought your approval letter. It was like a vacation for him. This is all thanks to your unmatched prestige. Really? Claudius chuckled, turning his attention to Lucci. Good, I would have been upset if they'd made things difficult. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, Spandine said, never missing an opportunity to flatter. Claudius nodded, then leaned back slightly. It's good that you've returned. I have an important task for you too. It requires absolute loyalty and discretion. Your Highness, it's an honor to serve you. Isn't that right, Lucci? Spandine said, nudging the boy. Lucci, who looked no older than 13 or 14, nodded earnestly. Yes, Your Highness, it is our honor to serve you. Unlike Spandine, Lucci wasn't particularly skilled in flattery. His loyalty was straightforward and unembellished, which Claudius didn't mind. In fact, he found it refreshing. Very good, Claudius said with a small smile. This mission is highly classified. I need you both to handle it with care. What would you have us do, Your Highness? Spandine asked eagerly. Claudius's smile widened slightly. We're working in cooperation with Naval Headquarters on this one. The mission will take you to Skypia. Skypia? Spandine's eyes widened, and he visibly swallowed. The idea of traveling to the Sky Island clearly unsettled him. Your Highness, what business could we possibly have up there? It's just a place filled with poor, stubborn people. Claudius chuckled. Enel has found the legendary City of Gold. Your task will be to go there with the Marines, secure the gold, and ensure the operation remains completely confidential. Chapter 168, Claudius, Go and Grab the Gold from the Sky. The meeting with Lucci and Spandine didn't last long. Claudius outlined the mission to Sky Island, explained their cooperation with the Marines, and provided clear instructions. After that, there was little else to discuss. Before they left, Claudius encouraged Lucci, telling the boy to work hard, keep honing his skills, and never settle for mediocrity. As motivation, he handed them rewards, not ordinary berries, but treasures collected from other celestial dragons' homes. These treasures, though once simply decorative items in his residence, were now repurposed by Claudius. He had kept a few pieces he fancied for his personal collection and intended to use the rest as rewards for his subordinates. After all, handing out treasures like these carried far more prestige than simply giving money. Overjoyed with the gifts, Spandine left with Lucci to begin preparations for the Sky Island mission. As for the dangers of heading to such an unpredictable place, Spandine didn't dare complain. With Claudius backing the operation and Marine forces leading the charge, all he could do was grit his teeth and rise to the occasion. Sitting by the pool in his courtyard, Claudius found himself staring into the still water, his thoughts drifting. The absence of the mermaid sisters, who had once graced this pool, left a subtle pang of loneliness in his heart. He used to chat with them here, but now all that remained was the empty water. Cousin, why aren't you saying anything?" Doflamingo's voice cut through his thoughts, snapping Claudius back to the present. Claudius chuckled softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Ah, sorry about that. I got lost in thought for a moment. You know, age catches up to all of us." Furo, age. Cousin, you're what, still in your 20s? Doflamingo teased with a laugh. "Barely holding onto my 20s, Claudius replied with a grin. "I'm almost hitting my 30s. Unlike you young people, I'm getting up there." After exchanging some light-hearted banter, Claudius returned to the matter at hand. "By the way, what were you saying earlier?" "Figures you weren't listening." Furo, Doflamingo said, his tone amused. "I was saying I planted a nail in the Marines. Since they're not exactly friendly toward us, I thought it was only fair to play a little dirty in return." "Oh, and what's the situation?" Claudius asked with genuine curiosity. "Virgo," Doflamingo answered, his tone smug. "I placed him in the Marines as an undercover agent. If something happens with Rocinante, or if the Marines try anything funny, Virgo will keep me informed. It's always good to have a backup plan." Claudius chuckled. "You've got things well thought out, I see. But speaking of the Marines, I've managed to make some pretty big gains with them myself this time." He proceeded to explain the details of his recent cooperation with the Marines. Doflamingo, quick-witted as always, immediately grasped the significance. Furo, you're on a whole different level, cousin. I was over here patting myself on the back for planting a spy, and you've gone and shaken down the Marines for funding. Impressive." "Well, it's not every day the opportunity presents itself," Claudius said, smiling. "Speaking of which, I need your help with something connected to all this." "Let me guess," Doflamingo interrupted with a smirk. "Sky Island, the Golden Land." Claudius raised an eyebrow, impressed. "That's exactly it. Your abilities will be invaluable for the Sky Island mission. With you there, it'll be much safer and will avoid unnecessary losses." Doflamingo's devil fruit powers, particularly his ability to manipulate strings, made him an ideal candidate for the perilous journey to Sky Island. He had no objections, as his own curiosity about the legendary land of gold piqued his interest. "According to my intel, there's a poneglyph and a golden bell up there. Leave those to me," Claudius added. Doflamingo chuckled awkwardly. "What's that supposed to mean? Like I'd try to pocket the gold?" "Ha, wouldn't you?" Claudius teased. "Yes," Doflamingo replied without hesitation, prompting both men to burst into laughter. Claudius didn't mind. He trusted Doflamingo enough to let him take a cut of the loot. It was only fair to compensate him for his efforts. "Just don't touch the Marines 50%, all right?" "Of course, cousin, I wouldn't do anything to ruin your plans. You can count on me," Doflamingo said, nodding. Satisfied, Claudius continued, "You'll rendezvous with Spandine and the Marines at the top of the West Sky Peak. It's important that we use people we can trust for this mission." After wrapping up the details of the Sky Island operation, Doflamingo brought up another matter. "Cousin, any updates on the 7 warlords of the sea? I've been waiting impatiently." Claudius sighed, rubbing his temples. I'm swamped right now. With the World Summit just around the corner, Mariewa is in chaos. But don't worry, we'll create the perfect opportunity when the time comes. The year was 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, and the World Summit, a gathering of the world's leaders held every 4 years, was fast approaching. This event was one of the reasons the world government was so eager to resolve issues with Whitebeard and Fishman Island. It was also why Sengoku was currently overburdened, as the Marines had to escort royalty from various nations to the summit. When's the timing? Doflamingo asked, his voice laced with impatience. Right before the World Summit begins, Claudius explained. When this year's heavenly tribute is being delivered, I'll tip you off. You'll rob the shipment, and we'll use the incident as leverage to get you into the 7 warlords of the sea. The world government won't be able to refuse, and it'll all look perfectly natural. Doflamingo grinned. Hess, robbing the heavenly tribute? That's a pretty bold move, cousin. It'll definitely make waves. Exactly. The bolder the move, the less anyone will suspect it was orchestrated. The 5 elders are already on board, so there's nothing to worry about, Claudius assured him. Since you've given the green light, I'll handle it, Doflamingo replied confidently. The two exchanged a few more words before ending the call. World Summit, Claudius murmured, leaning back in his chair. This year's summit was significant for Claudius. For the first time, he would participate, as Fishman Island was expected to send representatives. While he wasn't overly concerned about the event itself, he recognized the importance of being prepared. There are some key points I'll need to raise carefully, Claudius thought to himself, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I may not have the luxury of acting recklessly. Chapter 169. Marine executives are shocked. After ending his call with Doflamingo, Claudius picked up his phone snail again, this time dialing a line to Water 7. Water 7 had flourished in recent years, thanks in no small part to the dominance of Tom's shipbuilding company. Without any anti-monopoly laws in this world, Tom's company had effectively monopolized the city's shipbuilding industry. Backed by Claudius, a celestial dragon, Tom's company grew wealthy and powerful. During the economic downturn that had gripped Water 7, Tom aggressively acquired smaller shipbuilding firms on the island. With Marine and CPX providing a steady stream of orders, business was booming. The city itself had become practically synonymous with Tom's shipbuilding company. When Tom answered the call, his voice was brimming with gratitude. He first thanked Claudius sincerely for everything he had done for Fishman Island and for liberating the Fishman slaves in Mariewa. Claudius accepted the thanks without reservation, then listened as Tom reported the company's latest financial figures. The company was raking in massive profits, and Tom detailed every aspect of their growth. Claudius listened politely, though not too attentively. Once Tom had finished his report, Claudius offered a few words of praise before cutting to the main topic. Tom, the World Summit is just a few months away, Claudius began. Tom, momentarily puzzled, asked, Your Highness, what does that have to do with us? Is Water 7 expected to participate? As you know, while our city is under the banner of the world government, we're not part of the system of franchise countries. We're classified as a municipality and don't meet the qualifications to attend, right? Tom was correct. Water 7 was under the world government's protection, but was not considered a franchise country. Unlike the 170 franchise nations, municipalities like Water 7 operated independently, electing their own leaders and governing themselves. Currently, Tom was the de facto leader of the city, as the shipbuilding industry was its lifeblood. Claudius chuckled. You're right, Master Tom. Under normal circumstances, Water 7 wouldn't qualify to attend the World Summit. However, you're one of my people now, and CPX does have the authority to participate. Tom's shipbuilding company had been fully acquired by Claudius and integrated into CPX's operations. While Tom himself hadn't officially joined CPX, he was essentially an employee of Claudius, serving as his chief shipwright. Tom didn't argue, though he remained curious. So, what does your Highness need from us? Is there something specific you'd like us to do at the summit? Exactly, Claudius replied with a nod. We're going to make some money and expand our business. I've heard the sea train technology has been successfully tested. Tom's eyes lit up at the mention of the sea train. Yes, it's in the trial stage. There are still some minor details that need adjustment, but overall, it's functioning well. In terms of safety and speed, the technology is reliable, Cladius asked. Absolutely, Tom said confidently. The system is both fast and safe. Just a few tweaks and it'll be perfect. Good. In that case, I'm placing an order on behalf of the world government, Cladius declared. I want you to use the sea train technology to connect Water 7 to Anai's lobby as quickly as possible. From there, the tracks should extend to Marine headquarters at Marineford, with the final stop being Mariewa. Can you handle this? As Cladius spoke, his tone was decisive. He didn't hesitate to exercise CPX's authority, which allowed him to act on behalf of the world government without seeking further approval. Tom was stunned for a moment before replying enthusiastically. Of course, Your Highness, we've already built the first-generation trains. All that remains is to lay the tracks. Construction should move quickly. I guarantee everything will be ready before the World Summit begins. Excellent, Cladius said. Once the tracks are finished, we'll present sea train technology at the World Summit and sell it to other countries. I have no doubt it'll bring us a lot of business. This project served multiple purposes for Cladius. On one hand, it was a lucrative opportunity. On the other, it was a practical advancement that could change the world's infrastructure. And finally, it gave him a chance to showcase his achievements at the World Summit, proving to the 5 elders that he was a capable and effective leader. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, a private meeting was underway in the office of Fleet Admiral Kong. The room was filled with Marine top brass, all gathered to discuss upcoming operations. The World Summit is fast approaching. The escort list for this year's attendees will be finalized in a few days, Kong said, addressing the group. Sengoku, I trust you'll handle the arrangements. Sengoku, who was busy scribbling in a notebook, replied without looking up, understood. Kong glanced curiously at Sengoku, wondering what had him so absorbed, but decided to let it go for the moment. He continued assigning tasks to the other officers in the room. Turning to Zephyr, Kong asked, "What's the status of the smoke fruit?" Zephyr smiled. The candidate hasn't been finalized yet, but I expect it'll go to the top recruit from this year's training camp. There's a young Marine named Smoker who shows a lot of promise. I'm keeping an eye on him. Good, Kong replied. If he can develop into someone like Sakazuki or Kyuzen, it'll be a great addition to our ranks. The conversation continued for a while, with Kong delegating responsibilities and finalizing plans. However, his curiosity eventually got the better of him. He turned back to Sengoku and asked, "Sengoku, what are you working on so seriously?" Without looking up, Sengoku replied, "I'm drafting plans to add 200 new warships to the fleet over the next 3 years. I also want to establish 7 new marine branches and repair 16 existing ones. I'm just finalizing the numbers." The room fell silent. Kong nearly spat out the tea he'd been drinking. 200 warships. Marine warships weren't just ordinary ships. They were massive, heavily fortified vessels equipped with advanced weaponry and coated with seastone. Each ship cost approximately 200 million berries, according to the current rates from Water 7. Sengoku's request for 200 new warships alone amounted to 40 billion berries. Adding 7 new marine branches and repairing 16 others would push the total cost well past 100 billion berries. Combined, Sengoku was effectively proposing nearly 200 billion berries in additional expenses. Even Kong, a seasoned leader, was left speechless. Around the room, the other officers were equally stunned. Garp, always one to break the tension, burst into laughter. "Sengoku, have you lost your mind? Do you think we've got a mountain of gold lying around? Where are we supposed to find that kind of money? Did someone promise you a massive budget increase or something?" Garp teased, slapping the table as he laughed. Sakazuki, Kyuzen, Borsellino, and even Jin were visibly shocked. Only Tsuru remained calm, clearly aware of the underlying details. Chapter 170. Sakazuki, collect black money. I fully support this kind of good thing. Sengoku paused and continued, his tone growing more serious. We all know that the world government cannot allocate more financial resources to support Marine headquarters. It's not that they don't want to, it's that they can't. Fleet Admiral Kong nodded in agreement. Exactly, Sengoku. Since you know that the world government is stretched thin and our military budget is far from sufficient, then what's with these grand plans of yours? Sengoku met Kong's gaze and replied confidently, the world government can't provide the funding, but someone else can. The room fell silent. Every Marine officer present, from Garp to Sakazuki, stared at Sengoku with puzzled and wary expressions. Only Tsuru, ever composed, calmly took a sip of tea, clearly already aware of where this was going. The idea of anyone else funding the Marines was unheard of. While some of the world government's franchise countries might occasionally offer additional resources for their protection, the Marines had never formally accepted such contributions. Opening this door was unprecedented. Sengoku, Kong's voice boomed with uncharacteristic sharpness. But then, softening slightly, he added, I understand the urgency. We're all struggling in this chaotic era, but we can't cross certain lines. The Marines stand for justice. How can we accept what is essentially black money? Hearing this, Sengoku sighed in exasperation. Black money? Do you really think I'd suggest something that undermines our integrity? I've walked the path of justice my entire career. Don't insult me, Kong. Before Sengoku could continue, Garp picked at his nose and chimed in, black money or not, as long as it's used to build warships and bases, what's the big deal? If it were up to me, I'd have taken it already and spared us the debate. Kyuzin glanced at Garp, clearly conflicted. He wanted to argue but found himself reluctantly agreeing with Garp's pragmatism. On the other hand, Sakazuki spoke without hesitation. I fully agree with Garp. If it's for the sake of justice and to strengthen our power, we should do whatever it takes. Justice must prevail at all costs. Sakazuki's view of justice was uncompromising, even extreme. He didn't care about optics or reputation. As long as the results aligned with his vision of justice, the methods were irrelevant. His unwavering belief in his cause often set him apart from more conflicted figures like Kyuzin. Borsellino, as usual, shrugged indifferently. Well, if it means my paycheck gets a little fatter or my pension gets a boost, I won't complain. You big shots can figure out the rest. Jin, meanwhile, glanced at her mentor, Tsuru. Seeing Tsuru's calm demeanor, she decided it was best to stay silent and let the senior officers hash things out. Kong frowned deeply, clearly torn. While he wanted to see the Marines grow stronger, he also understood the potential risks of stepping into such murky territory. After a long silence, he finally spoke. No, this crosses a line. If the world government finds out, there will be consequences. You know how strict they are when it comes to the Marines' autonomy. And if the CP agencies catch wind of this, we'll be the ones in hot water. Sengoku, unfazed, smiled faintly and said, Kong, let me ask you something. CPX's administrative level, it's technically higher than Marine headquarters, correct? Kong looked at Sengoku, puzzled by the sudden change in topic. In theory, yes. CPX operates directly under the 5 elders and doesn't answer to the commander of the army. So their administrative rank is, in a way, above ours. Why do you ask? Sengoku nodded, his smile widening. And the Marines were tasked with protecting the celestial dragons and ensuring their security, correct? Kong's confusion deepened, but he nodded again. That's correct. We're bound to protect the celestial dragons as part of our duties. Then, if we receive resources from a celestial dragon as part of a collaborative effort with CPX, it's perfectly legitimate, isn't it? Sengoku asked casually, his tone almost innocent. After all, we're just following orders from a higher authority. It's not black money, it's funding for research, development, and justice itself. Kong blinked, struggling to follow Sengoku's logic. What are you trying to say? Instead of answering directly, Sengoku closed his notebook and pulled out a stack of documents. He handed copies to everyone in the room. Take a look, Sengoku said simply. The room fell silent as the officers read through the documents. Kong's expression shifted from confusion to shock, while Garp, normally carefree, frowned deeply, as if trying to process what he was seeing. Even the usually unflappable Borsellino raised an eyebrow. When the room finally settled, Kong placed the documents back on the table and looked at Sengoku. "So, you've been working with Saint Claudius on this all along?" Sengoku nodded. "Yes, and in my opinion, this initiative is far more important than the World Summit or even dealing with Whitebeard. Don't you agree?" The room remained quiet for a moment before Zephyr broke the silence. "Compared to this, everything else feels trivial," he said with a smile. Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully, replaying Sengoku's earlier words in his mind. It was true, the Marines would merely be cooperating with a higher authority, fully within their jurisdiction. From a procedural standpoint, everything was airtight. Finally, Kong asked, "What do the rest of you think? Is this feasible?" Sakazuki was the first to respond, his voice firm. "Absolutely, I support it 100%. Garp leaned back with a grin. "For once, I agree with Sakazuki. Count me in." Zephyr chuckled. "As long as His Highness has our backs, I see no reason not to move forward." Sengoku's smile widened. "Trust me, St. Claudius will make sure we're covered." Seeing the growing consensus, Kong couldn't help but feel tempted. The proposal promised hundreds of billions of berries, a sum that could transform the Marines. After a long pause, Kong finally relented. "All right, if this funding is coming from a higher-level agency and is in line with our duties, there's no reason to object. However, there will be no written records of this arrangement. Keep everything discreet. Understand?" Sengoku nodded confidently. "Of course, I'll handle everything personally. You can count on me." With that, the Marine leadership reached a unanimous decision. They would proceed with the plan in collaboration with Claudius. Chapter 171. Think of a way to find the Mira fruit. After the senior officers of Marine Headquarters approved Sengoku's proposal and decided to collaborate with Claudius, Tsuru quickly mobilized a fleet of retired warships and set sail for the West Blue. According to the plan, the Marine fleet would rendezvous with Claudius and his CPX team in the West Blue before traveling together to the summit. From there, they would ascend to Sky Island, meet with Enel, and transport the treasures of the Golden Land back to Mariewa. With the World Summit fast approaching, the world government's various branches were operating at full capacity. Mariewa, in particular, was abuzz with activity. Once again, Claudius spearheaded a slave liberation movement, directing CPX to free fishman slaves from households across the Holy Land. Fisher Tiger personally oversaw these efforts and witnessed Claudius keeping his promise. In Claudius's palace, he sat in his study holding a document while speaking to one of his subordinates through a phone snail. "The first phase isn't enough. After this, we'll move into the second and third phases. Before the World Summit begins, all the Fishman slaves in Mariewa must be freed. This summit is the first time Fishman Island will participate officially. We need to make a good impression, understood?" Claudius said, his tone firm. "Yes, Your Highness," came the prompt reply through the den mushy. From his position within the world government, Claudius could see that the advent of the Great Pirate Era had forced even the most rigid institutions to adapt. Slowly, but surely, changes were being made to counter the escalating chaos of the times. For Claudius, the liberation of the fishman slaves was just the beginning. He could already foresee more significant reforms coming in the future. After ending the call, Claudius leaned back, but Nia immediately approached, handing him a new document. "Your Highness, Stussy sent over some information regarding the CP agency," Nia said. Claudius smiled wryly as he accepted the document. "It feels like I've been busier than ever lately." Opening the file, Claudius scanned through its contents, his lips curling into a smirk. "Oh, this isn't good news for them." "A colossal failure, it seems," Nia said with a slight chuckle. According to the report, the CP agency had initiated a large-scale operation in the New World, aiming to crush the Revolutionary Army in a decisive blow. However, the plan had somehow been leaked or derailed, resulting in the Revolutionary Army setting a trap. The CP agency suffered significant losses, both in manpower and elite operatives. Claudius couldn't help but laugh. "I'd bet anything that it was Dragon who orchestrated this. That guy has a knack for turning the tables." Of course, there was no concrete evidence to back this up, and Claudius didn't particularly care to verify it. It seems the world government was hoping to deliver a major blow to the Revolutionary Army before the summit, maybe even as a show of strength. Instead, it's backfired spectacularly. "What a mess," Claudius said, shaking his head. Nia chuckled lightly. "Your Highness, perhaps you shouldn't enjoy their misfortune too much." Claudius raised an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you suggesting this mess will somehow involve us? Don't worry. Even if someone tries to pin it on me, I've been kept completely out of the loop on this one." "That's not what I meant," Nia said, her smile widening. "But isn't CPX often called in to clean up after the CP agency's failures? If the higher-ups decide the CP agency isn't up to the task, they might hand the Revolutionary Army situation over to you. How would you handle it then?" Claudius paused, momentarily caught off guard. Then he laughed. "Do they think CPX is some kind of glorified janitorial service? Relax. Dismantling the Revolutionary Army is a long-term mission for the CP agency. They might stumble now and then, but they've also caused Dragon plenty of headaches. As long as they don't completely lose the trust of the 5 elders, we won't have to step in." "And if they do lose that trust?" Nia asked curiously. Claudius's grin turned mischievous. "Haven't you ever heard the saying, 'The thief cries thief'?" Before Nia could respond, Claudius leaned back in his chair, his tone playful yet calculating. "If it ever comes to that, I might just masquerade as the Revolutionary Army myself. Imagine it, me taking down their organization under the guise of being one of them. Wouldn't that be poetic justice?" Though Claudius was clearly joking, the glint in his eyes suggested he wasn't entirely dismissing the idea. Still, he doubted such a scenario would arise anytime soon. After a few more lighthearted exchanges, Claudius shifted the topic. "By the way, where's Ace? What's he up to?" "He's training in the 6 styles with Koala," Nia replied. "The young master has a remarkable aptitude for it, but surprisingly, Koala's performance isn't far behind." Claudius burst into laughter. "Is that so?" He wasn't entirely surprised. Claudius had suspected for some time that Koala was an exceptional talent. The fact that she could master Fishman karate as a human had already proven her potential. "Speaking of which, I asked you to find out if they were interested in eating devil fruits. What did they say?" Claudius asked. Nia chuckled. Koala declined. She didn't like the idea of losing the ability to swim. But the young master, he's very interested on one condition. He wants a Logia-type devil fruit, just like yours. Claudius nodded thoughtfully. "I see. Looks like I'll have to keep an eye out for something suitable." Of course, there were several powerful Logia fruits that Claudius could pursue, but when it came to Ace, one fruit immediately came to mind: the Mira Mira no Mi. In Claudius's opinion, Ace was practically born to wield the Mira Mira fruit. Though all devil fruits had their strengths and weaknesses, the flame-based Mira Mira fruit was undeniably formidable. While it was theoretically countered by Sakazuki's Magma Magma fruit, Claudius wasn't particularly worried. After all, if Ace was under his protection, not even someone as ruthless as Sakazuki would dare harm him. Furthermore, as long as Ace wasn't a pirate or in direct conflict with the Marines, there would be no reason for confrontation. Beyond its theoretical weaknesses, the Mira Mira fruit was immensely powerful. In terms of destructive capability, it could rival even Cuisin's Ice fruit. The key, of course, was matching the fruit's potential with the user's own strength and creativity. As Claudius thought about it, he grew increasingly convinced that finding the Mira Mira fruit for Ace wasn't just a good idea, it was the right idea. "All right then," Claudius said, his voice resolute. "It's settled. I'll start looking for the Mira Mira fruit. It's time to set Ace on the path he was meant for." Chapter 172. Sengoku, Your Highness, are you doing this on purpose? Finding a devil fruit, especially targeting a specific one, is not an easy task. While the world government has vast resources and a large inventory of devil fruits, it is still a challenging endeavor. For example, CP9 in the future can provide several devil fruits to its agents, and even the Marines have their stockpile. However, when it comes to the coveted Logia Devil Fruits, they remain highly sought after. But having an inventory is one thing, finding the right fruit is another challenge entirely. First, you need access to a Devil Fruit encyclopedia. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia is an incredibly rare and valuable resource. Only a handful of long-standing and powerful organizations across the seas possess it. This alone rules out most individuals and groups. In this regard, Cladius holds a natural advantage. Not only does he possess a Devil Fruit encyclopedia, but it's also the most comprehensive one available. On top of this, he has another edge. He has professionals working for him. One such person is his cousin, Doflamingo. Doflamingo has deep connections within the dark underworld and an uncanny talent for acquiring rare and powerful devil fruits. His track record speaks for itself. His subordinates, whom he trained personally, are all exceptional in their abilities, with not a single one being considered weak. Doflamingo's skills in locating devil fruits are well proven. For instance, he was responsible for finding the gold fruit, though it was later stolen by Tesaro. In the original story, he also managed to acquire the Mira fruit following Ace's death, even though it was eventually lost again. By that point, Doflamingo had gone beyond merely finding devil fruits. He had begun creating them, elevating himself to another level altogether. With the most complete devil fruit encyclopedia in hand, a resourceful ally like Doflamingo, and plenty of manpower at his disposal, Cladius was confident it wouldn't be too difficult to locate the Mira fruit for Ace ahead of time. "Once the World Summit is over, I'll start making arrangements for this," Cladius murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Before he could discuss the matter further with Nia, the phone snail in Cladius's hand rang again. Seeing the caller, Cladius smiled. "It's Sengoku." Understanding the need for privacy, Nia tactfully stepped aside and quietly poured tea for Cladius while he answered the call. "Sengoku, how's our little project coming along?" Cladius asked casually, his tone carrying a hint of humor. "Ha, don't worry, Your Highness," Sengoku replied with a laugh. "The Marine fleet has already set sail. Tsuru is leading the operation with 50 warships. That should be sufficient, right?" 50 warships sounded like a lot, but Cladius wasn't entirely sure. After all, he had no idea just how much gold was hidden in the Golden Land. Still, it seemed sufficient, especially considering that warships were quite large. Even the older ones in the fleet could carry a significant load. "It should be enough," Cladius replied with a smile. "And if it's not, that's good news for us. It means there's even more gold than we expected." "Exactly. If needed, we Marines don't mind making a second trip," Sengoku said, chuckling. "So I take it you managed to convince everyone?" Cladius asked, his tone turning curious. "Of course, who would say no to such a lucrative opportunity?" Sengoku replied confidently. After exchanging a few more words, Sengoku changed the topic. "The list of participating nations for the World Summit has been finalized. As usual, 50 countries will be attending. Your Highness, are you interested in participating? Think of it as a publicly funded vacation." Although the world government has over 170 allied nations, not all of them attend the World Summit. Each summit rotates the participating nations. For example, during the last summit, Alabasta was among the attendees, and they had proposed reducing the heavenly tribute, a motion that was swiftly rejected. This time, however, Alabasta wouldn't be attending. From the remaining nations, 50 new representatives had been selected to participate. Cladius stroked his chin thoughtfully but eventually smiled. "I'll pass on this so-called vacation. I've got too much on my plate. You enjoy it on my behalf, Sengoku." Sengoku laughed on the other end of the line. "Sounds like you're quite busy over there." "Of course I am," Cladius replied with a grin. "That's a shame. I was thinking of visiting Dressrosa afterward. It's your family's ancestral homeland, after all. If you're interested, you should come with me," Sengoku said, sounding a bit regretful. These days, Sengoku found himself enjoying Cladius's company more and more. Cladius had a way of noticing opportunities others overlooked, and these insights often led to significant gains. Even though the Marines were already benefiting from their ventures into the Golden Land and the Calm Belt, Sengoku believed there was always room for more. Cladius chuckled. "So Dressrosa is one of the representative nations this year?" "That's right," Sengoku confirmed. I'm curious about the place, but I'll have to pass this time, Claudius said. Dressrosa, the birthplace of the Donquixote family, certainly piqued Claudius's interest. However, he decided to let it go for now. After the World Summit, Doflamingo was set to officially become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a plan Claudius had orchestrated. Doflamingo was eager to secure his position among the warlords, as he lacked a proper base of operations in the New World. His eyes were set on Dressrosa, the family's ancestral land. Once established there, Doflamingo's influence and power would grow exponentially. With this in mind, Claudius suspected that this summit would likely be the last one attended by the Riku royal family of Dressrosa. He had no intention of letting his cousin's plans fall apart. It simply wouldn't benefit him. Pushing these thoughts aside, Claudius turned his attention back to Sengoku. By the way, Sengoku, there's a small favor I'd like to ask of the Marines. A favor? What do you need, Your Highness? Sengoku asked without hesitation. I need you to help me locate a Logia Devil Fruit, the Miramira fruit, Claudius said with a smile. At this request, Sengoku groaned in mock exasperation. Your Highness, you really know how to assign difficult tasks. Are you doing this on purpose? The Marines had been obsessively searching for powerful Logia Devil Fruits for years. Now Claudius was asking them to help him find one. It felt like he was rubbing salt in the wound. Ha ha ha, what can I say? My adopted son Ace has his heart set on the Miramira fruit. How can I refuse him? I'm counting on you, Claudius said, casually shifting the blame onto Ace. Sengoku laughed as well. To outsiders, Ace's existence remained a mystery, with only Garp knowing the full story. Rumors abounded, the most popular being that Ace was Claudius's illegitimate child. Sengoku didn't know if this was true, but Claudius had never denied the rumors, so perhaps there was some truth to them. Your Highness has made a request, so how can we refuse? All right, we'll keep an eye out for the Miramira fruit. Sengoku finally agreed, albeit reluctantly. Ha ha ha, I'll leave it to you then, Claudius said with a laugh. Chapter 173, Throne in the Void, Lord Emo. A few months passed quickly, and Mariewa, the Holy Land, became bustling with activity. Royal families from all over the world had begun arriving, gathering for the imminent World Summit. At the port below Mariewa, luxurious fleets frequently docked. While some royals preferred to travel aboard marine warships for safety, most arrived with their own grand fleets, escorted by their warships. For many, the World Summit wasn't just about diplomacy, it was also a stage to display their nation's strength and wealth. Their fleets reflected this, showcasing the most high-end ships to signify their power and prestige. The social square in Pangaea Castle was already teeming with royals, mingling and chatting with one another. The summit had essentially turned into a massive open-air aristocratic banquet. Even those nations with deep rivalries had representatives present, attempting to maintain decorum. As the gathering continued, the doors of the House of God swung open, and Claudius emerged with his entourage. Claudius was dressed impeccably, wearing an expensive white suit paired with a dark brown coat. His short blonde hair was neatly styled, and perched on the bridge of his nose were a pair of refined black-framed glasses. A pen clipped to his chest pocket added to his noble appearance, lending him an air of elegance that far exceeded the average celestial dragon. What drew even more attention, however, was the ornate cane he carried in his hand. While it wasn't necessary, the cane somehow enhanced his already sophisticated demeanor, making him appear even more dignified. By his side was Stussy, equally dressed to impress. She wore a white hat adorned with a blooming flower, a delicate white waistcoat draped over her shoulders, and a delicate orange dress that accentuated her figure. A string of green jade beads adorned her wrist, and she carried a small handbag in her hand. Her slender waist, complemented by her full curves and red high heels, radiated charm and elegance. Behind them was Nia, the ever-stoic butler, dressed in her usual maid outfit. Her cold expression showed no sign of emotion as she quietly followed Claudius. A group of guards and attendants dressed in black suits and sunglasses trailed behind them, completing the entourage. The social square, located within Pangaea Castle and directly opposite the House of God, buzzed with activity as Claudius and his party appeared. Claudius was headed toward the port, responding to a call from Vice Admiral Garp. Garp had informed him that he was escorting the royal family of Fishman Island and asked if Claudius had any plans regarding their arrival. After some thought, Claudius decided it was an opportunity to make a statement. The World Summit was a critical platform for Fishman Island to assert its standing among the nations. Claudius intended to publicly demonstrate his support for the island by personally welcoming King Neptune and his delegation. It was a calculated move to bolster their confidence and send a clear message to the other royal families. Fishman Island was under Claudius's protection. As Claudius entered the social square, the gathered royals fell silent. Claudius's presence carried an air of mystery. Few had ever seen him before, as no official portraits existed. Yet, his striking appearance and the sheer confidence of his entourage left no doubt that he was someone of extraordinary status. Before anyone could question his identity, one of the black-suited attendants stepped forward and loudly declared, "Presenting Saint Donquixote Claudius." The name sent ripples of shock through the crowd. In an instant, the square fell into complete silence as the royals parted to make way for Claudius, forming a clear path. Heads bowed, and no one dared to meet his gaze or look directly at him. As Claudius walked through the square, the royals on either side knelt in deference. Technically, during the World Summit, royal families weren't required to bow to the celestial dragons. However, the weight of Claudius's reputation was enough to make them cast aside protocol. Stories of the upheaval in Mariewa, during which Claudius had forced the celestial dragons to temporarily flee, had left a lasting impression. None of the royals were willing to take the risk of provoking him. Claudius adjusted his glasses with a calm motion and said softly, "There's no need for this. Please rise." Though his tone was composed, it carried an undeniable authority. The royals obeyed, standing cautiously but avoiding any movement that might seem disrespectful. They didn't even dare brush the dust from their knees, afraid that even the slightest disturbance might offend the infamous Demon King of Mariewa. "Welcome to Mariewa," Claudius said casually. "I hope this World Summit yields results that satisfy you all." His words were polite enough, but the tense atmosphere persisted. None of the royals dared to respond, so Claudius, finding it dull, decided to leave it at that. Holding his cane, he strolled through the square with a composed demeanor, exiting Pangaea Castle and heading for the port. Only after Claudius and his entourage had completely left their sight did the gathered royals relax. The square, once tense and silent, slowly returned to its former liveliness. That was Saint Claudius. He looks nothing like the other celestial dragons. Did you feel that aura? I could barely stand when he passed by. His presence is overwhelming. Such a high-ranking celestial dragon? His demeanor is extraordinary. I thought I was impressive, but standing near him made me feel insignificant. I heard he might participate in this year's World Summit as well. Of course, he's the leader of the legendary CPX. I've never seen him before today, but I've heard plenty of stories. What kind of person is he? From what I've heard, his temper is not the best. Otherwise, why would he have such a fearsome reputation? In that case, we should tread carefully and make sure not to offend him. Exactly. Rumor has it that when he's angry, even other celestial dragons fear him. If we offend him, we might not even leave Mariewa alive. Claudius, of course, was unaware of how intimidating his reputation was to the gathered royals. In his mind, he considered himself approachable, reasonable, even. Meanwhile, as Claudius headed to the port to personally welcome the delegation from Fishman Island, another scene unfolded elsewhere in Mariewa. Deep within the Holy Land, atop the Void Throne, a symbol of supposed equality among nations, a figure sat in silence. This figure, their face obscured, radiated an air of mystery and authority. Beneath the Void Throne knelt the 5 elders, the highest-ranking members of the world government. Despite their immense power and influence, they bowed low in submission, greeting the figure with the utmost reverence. "Lord Emu," they said in unison. Atop the throne, Emu rested languidly, a butterfly perched delicately on their fingertips. They appeared indifferent to the 5 elders, their attention fixed entirely on the tiny creature. The 5 elders, despite their usual air of authority, dared not speak further. They remained prostrate, silent, and unmoving, as though any disturbance might incur Imu's wrath. After what seemed like an eternity, the butterfly fluttered its wings and flew away. Only then did Imu withdraw their gaze and glance down at the 5 elders. "Has anything significant happened in the seas over the past few years?" Imu asked, their tone calm and devoid of emotion, making it impossible to discern their thoughts. One of the 5 elders immediately responded, "Nothing major, my lord, only minor disturbances. The seas grow more restless by the day." "I see," Imu replied indifferently, as though the chaos of the outside world held little interest for them. "Yes, my lord," the 5 elders said in unison, keeping their heads bowed. Rising from the void throne, Imu took a step forward, their movements deliberate. The 5 elders remained kneeling, not daring to lift their heads or move until their lord had fully departed. But after taking only a few steps, Imu paused and looked back at them. "How is Mariewa?" Chapter 174, Cladius, Sengoku, you've changed, you're no longer simple. 3 days after the Neptune family from Fishman Island arrived in Mariewa, Master Tom also made his appearance. The first generation of sea trains had already been completed, with a route that connected Mariewa to several key locations. Starting from Water 7, the train traveled to Anai's lobby, then to Marine headquarters in Marineford, and finally reached the holy land of Mariewa. Though the route itself wasn't overly complex, its significance was immense. The sea train symbolized a new era for the world government, representing another major step toward dominating the seas. Previously, a journey from Water 7 to Mariewa by ship could take up to 2 months of non-stop sailing at full speed. With the sea train, that same journey could now be completed in just 3 to 5 days. The implications were extraordinary. The transportation of goods, resources, and even troops would become far more efficient. Should this technology become widely adopted, it was clear it would drastically reshape the world. In the Grand Conference Hall, the 50 kings of the participating nations were seated alongside representatives from the world government and marine headquarters. 5 seats at the front of the room remained empty, reserved for the 5 elders, who had yet to arrive. Claudius sat comfortably in his chair, leaning back lazily and yawning every now and then. Unlike the other royals, who appeared stiff and on edge, Claudius showed no concern for decorum. After all, until the 5 elders arrived, he held the highest rank in the room. Even if he had fallen asleep, no one would have dared to say anything. Beside him was Stussy, her posture poised and elegant. Nearby sat the representatives of Fishman Island, including King Neptune and his family. Tom, representing Water 7, technically didn't qualify for a seat at the table, but his association with Claudius and his ties to Fishman Island earned him a spot alongside Neptune. On Claudius's other side sat Sengoku, the marine representative. With Fleet Admiral Kong nearing retirement, Sengoku had already begun taking over most of the responsibilities of the position. It was clear he would officially assume the role of Fleet Admiral soon. Claudius stretched lazily, smacked his lips, and muttered, "Why are those 5 old men taking so long to get here?" Sengoku chuckled at the question. "Your Highness, it's your first time participating in the World Summit, so you might not be familiar with the process. Before the meeting begins, each participating nation submits its intentions in written form. The 5 elders review these documents beforehand, which is why they're usually late." Claudius blinked in surprise and asked, "Wait, do I need to submit one of those too?" "Of course," Sengoku replied matter-of-factly. "Seriously, no one told me about this. I didn't submit anything," Claudius exclaimed, clearly caught off guard. Sengoku froze for a moment, then asked, "Your Highness, you actually have something to propose?" Claudius shot Sengoku a sharp look and said, "Why else would I bother attending this dull meeting? You think I'm here for fun." In truth, the 5 elders hadn't expected Claudius to participate seriously. Most of CPX's affairs were reported directly to them, making the World Summit largely irrelevant to Claudius's work. They had assumed he was attending merely for appearances, so no one had thought to inform him about the submission process. Claudius, however, had a specific agenda. He intended to pitch the sea train technology. Now, faced with the unexpected oversight, Claudius felt mildly annoyed. Sengoku, for his part, couldn't help but feel exasperated. For such a critical event, Claudius's lack of preparation was baffling. Surely, a few questions in advance could have avoided this. "Does this mean I've missed my chance to speak?" Claudius asked, scratching his head. Sengoku smiled wryly and replied, "Your Highness, if you want to speak, who's going to stop you?" "Fair point," Claudius said, laughing as his irritation faded. Waving it off, he added, "Forget it then, it's no big deal." After a brief pause, Sengoku leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "By the way, Your Highness, we've had a very successful haul from Sky Island." Claudius raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I heard the news. A whole city's worth of gold, impressive." "The loading process is still underway," Sengoku said. "I'm not sure if 50 warships will be enough. Do you think we should send more?" "Relax, there's no rush. Take your time," Claudius replied. He then added, "Oh, by the way, the poneglyphs and the golden bell, leave those to me." Sengoku looked puzzled. "I understand the poneglyphs since you already have a collection, but what do you want the golden bell for?" Claudius cleared his throat and replied nonchalantly, "Prometheus is missing something, namely, a clock. I figured I'd take care of it in style." Sengoku wanted to laugh at the absurdity of using a historic artifact as a clock, but he wisely held his tongue. Instead, he said with a smile, "Your Highness is certainly thorough." Claudius glanced at Sengoku and smirked. "You've changed, Sengoku. You're not the simple marine admiral you used to be, you've learned how to flatter me." "If I can earn this much gold by flattering you, I'll head back to Marineford and establish a dedicated flattery unit to follow you around," Sengoku joked, laughing. "If it were that profitable, do you think I'd let anyone else take the job? I'd be doing it myself," Claudius quipped, grinning. Their light-hearted exchange continued until Sengoku shifted the conversation. "By the way, Your Highness, what about our Calm Belt project?" "Don't worry," Claudius assured him. "I've already handled everything. As of this World Summit, I can say confidently that there are no more fishman slaves in Mariewa." He added, "I discussed it with King Neptune and Queen Ottoheim a couple of days ago. We've assigned someone to oversee the cleanup of Fishman Street. Once the summit ends, we should be ready to move forward. When the time comes, we'll begin the experiments in the Calm Belt." "Good, we'll do the experiments," Sengoku said with visible excitement. As their conversation wrapped up, the 5 elders finally entered the conference hall. The sight of the 5 elders immediately silenced the room. Claudius and Sengoku ended their discussion, and the other royals quickly ceased their chatter. The grand hall became utterly still. In Claudius's memory, the World Summit wasn't usually presided over by the 5 elders. Typically, the host duties rotated among the 50 participating nations. However, Claudius wasn't entirely sure of the details, nor did he particularly care. As the 5 elders took their seats, one of them glanced in Claudius's direction and offered him a slight smile. Claudius nodded politely in return, but couldn't help feeling that there was something oddly meaningful about the gesture. What Claudius didn't know was that, just a few days earlier, the 5 elders had met with Imu. During that meeting, Imu had inquired about Mariewa, and Claudius had been mentioned. Although Claudius was nothing more than a small figure in Imu's eyes, the praise he received for his actions had pleased the 5 elders, as they had been responsible for cultivating his talents. This approval from Imu left them viewing Claudius in a more favorable light. As Claudius pondered the smile, the 5 elders began speaking. Their opening remarks were the usual pleasantries, welcoming the royal families and expressing hope for a productive summit. With the formalities complete, the World Summit officially began. Chapter 175, World Summit of Chaos. The World Summit continued for several days, and for Claudius, most of it was mind-numbingly dull. Nothing significant had happened during the sessions. It was mostly a group of kings pushing their own agendas, occasionally descending into arguments and petty disputes. The world government, with its vast system of more than 100 member nations, naturally harbored old grudges among its ranks. That being said, a few noteworthy events managed to catch Claudius's attention. For example, North Blue had sent representatives from 4 newly crowned kings this year. The reason? The kingdom of Germa had stirred up a storm. listening to the details nearly made Claudius laugh out loud. It seemed that Vinsmoke Judge, leader of Germa 66, had finally snapped. After years of feeling slighted by the world government, whose demands he felt were never met, Judge went on a rampage in North Blue. With Germa 66's floating kingdom, which wasn't even tied to land, Judge had attacked 4 neighboring kingdoms, killed their kings, and sent their decapitated heads as a gruesome message ahead of the World Summit. The incident was a clear embarrassment for the world government, as these 4 countries were allied nations. Complaints from the newly crowned rulers of these kingdoms had been presented at the summit. The 5 elders issued a statement promising strict measures to reprimand the Kingdom of Germa, as well as assurances that such acts would not happen again. However, anyone who looked closely could tell that the world government itself had mistreated Germa for years. While all member nations were theoretically equals, Germa had long been treated as an outlier, excluded from many benefits granted to others. Judge's actions, while brutal, stemmed from years of frustration. This wasn't news to Claudius, who could see why Judge would grow disillusioned. Even so, turning to pirates for support, as Judge eventually did with the Big Mom pirates, was sheer lunacy. While the world government might be corrupt, they still maintained some level of accountability. Pirates, on the other hand, operated purely on treachery and greed. In aligning with Big Mom, Judge had effectively placed Germa 66 at her mercy. Unsurprisingly, Judge's gamble ended in disaster. Not only did Big Mom betray him, but his alliance with pirates also resulted in Germa losing its status as a member nation of the world government. In the end, Judge was left without support, hounded by the world government and betrayed by the pirates. A classic case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. Meanwhile, Dressrosa had stepped forward with its own set of grievances, taking up the mantle once held by Alabasta. King Rikudold III openly criticized the world government for failing to maintain order in the New World, citing Dressrosa's declining economy as evidence. He proposed a reduction in the heavenly tribute and other taxes imposed by the world government. From Dressrosa's perspective, the request was entirely reasonable. King Riku was a benevolent ruler, prioritizing his people's welfare. However, from the world government's point of view, the proposal was entirely unacceptable. If taxes were reduced for Dressrosa, other member nations would undoubtedly demand the same treatment. With declining revenue, the world government would be forced to cut expenditures, including funding for the Marines. This would weaken Marine influence and further destabilize the New World, creating a vicious cycle. It was a classic example of clashing priorities. From King Riku's perspective, the world government was exploiting Dressrosa. From the 5 elders' perspective, Dressrosa was acting irresponsibly by prioritizing its own needs at the expense of global stability. Claudius, observing the dispute, couldn't help but think of Doflamingo. During Doflamingo's rule, Dressrosa's economy had flourished, albeit through morally questionable means. War profiteering and underground dealings had funded Dressrosa's prosperity. Regardless of the methods, the results couldn't be denied. Now that King Riku's family had regained control, they seemed determined to uphold their moral values, even at the expense of the kingdom's economy. And now they were begging the world government for relief. Claudius could understand why the world government had been willing to install Doflamingo as Dressrosa's ruler. While his status as a former celestial dragon may have been a factor, it was clear that the Riku family's inability to govern effectively also played a role. As these petty issues dragged on, the final days of the World Summit shifted focus to a more serious matter: the Revolutionary Army. Many member nations expressed their frustration with Monkey D. Dragon, accusing him of inciting rebellions and destabilizing their governments. Dragon's revolutionary efforts had left these nations in turmoil, and his movement had become a constant thorn in the side of the world government. That being said, Dragon's revolutions were far from universally successful. While he had successfully overthrown several regimes, many of his attempts ended in failure. With over 170 member nations in the world government, even a lifetime wouldn't be enough for Dragon to dismantle the entire system. Additionally, the number of member nations fluctuated each year, as new nations joined and others were expelled. On average, the total hovered between 170 and 200, with minor variations. As discussions about the Revolutionary Army heated up, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. The 5 elders, in particular, looked displeased, though they refrained from speaking much. Then, just as the tension reached its peak, Claudius suddenly slammed his hand on the table with a resounding bang. The entire room fell silent. Even the 5 elders flinched in surprise, startled by the unexpected outburst. All eyes turned to Claudius, who leaned back in his chair, exuding his usual calm yet commanding presence. His gaze swept across the room before he took a sip from his teacup and spoke. "I have a proposal regarding the Revolutionary Army," Claudius announced, "something that might actually mitigate their impact." The 5 elders exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. They hadn't expected Claudius to contribute to this discussion, but now their interest was piqued. No one interrupted, so Claudius continued. "Stussy," he said, addressing the queen seated beside him, "distribute the documents we prepared to everyone present." For the past few days, Stussy had remained quiet and seemingly ornamental. Now, with a graceful smile, she rose from her seat. "Of course, Your Highness," she replied. She began handing out stacks of documents to each attendee, including the 5 elders, as well as King Neptune of Fishman Island. While Neptune barely glanced at the papers, finding the subject irrelevant to his kingdom, the other royals read them carefully, though many seemed confused. The 5 elders, too, examined the documents with curiosity. While the materials outlined advanced technological concepts, it wasn't immediately clear how they connected to the Revolutionary Army. After a moment, one of the 5 elders, the bald one, spoke up. "Claudius, this is intriguing, but the connection isn't obvious. Care to explain how this technology addresses the Revolutionary Army problem?" Claudius smiled faintly, as if he had been waiting for this question. "On the surface," he said, "it may seem unrelated, but in reality, the connection runs deep." Chapter 176. I act for the benefit of the world. If you dare to oppose me, you are unworthy of the Revolutionary Army. The sea train technology is now fully operational on its first track, Claudius began, his voice calm but commanding. Starting from Water 7, it connects to Anai's lobby, continues to naval headquarters in Marineford, and ends here in Mariewa. Now, I want to ask all of you, how long do you think it takes for this train to complete its route? Claudius's questions sparked murmurs among the gathered royals, and even piqued the curiosity of the 5 elders. One thoughtful king from a member nation ventured an answer. "Saint Claudius, based on traditional sea routes, this journey would normally take about 2 months. Could the sea train technology cut this time in half?" Another king chimed in, "A month would already be incredibly fast if that were the case. Achieving such speeds would be remarkable." The discussion grew louder as more royals shared their opinions, their interest clearly growing. Claudius smiled, letting them speculate for a moment before continuing. "I'm not the best person to answer this question, as I'm not the expert, so let me invite the designer of the sea train, Tom from Water 7, to explain the advantages of this technology." Tom, who had been seated quietly, stood up nervously. Although he had experience dealing with important figures, standing before kings, celestial dragons, and even the 5 elders was a daunting prospect. Sensing his unease, Claudius gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Tom, I'll back you up." Encouraged, Tom took a deep breath, calmed his nerves, and began his presentation. "Thank you, Your Highness. Let me introduce you all to the advantages of the sea train. I truly believe this is a groundbreaking, era-defining invention." Despite his initial nervousness, Tom managed to deliver a clear explanation. He highlighted the sea train's enormous cargo capacity, which could far exceed that of conventional ships, up to 10 times more, depending on the number of train cars and power adjustments. More importantly, Tom emphasized the train's speed. Many in the audience had assumed it would merely cut travel time in half, but they were shocked to learn the train could complete the entire route in just 3 to 5 days. "This isn't just a modest improvement," Tom explained, his voice growing steadier. "This is a leap forward in transportation technology. It has the potential to reshape economies, nations, and even the world." As Tom spoke, one of the kings suddenly realized the implications. "If that's the case," he murmured, "our country's fruit exports could reach markets far beyond our usual trade zones. Right now, we're limited to selling to nearby islands because anything farther would spoil. But with the sea train..." The realization rippled through the room. Several other leaders began to imagine how their own economies could thrive with such a transportation network. Even the 5 elders, who had remained silent thus far, were visibly intrigued. To them, the sea train represented more than just economic potential. It could significantly enhance the world government's control over its member nations, allowing for faster deployment of resources, troops, and intelligence. Claudius tapped the table lightly, drawing everyone's attention back to him. "As I mentioned earlier, the first track is already operational. For those interested, you're welcome to inspect it yourselves. This isn't just theoretical, it's already a reality." Heads nodded across the room. Claudius's confidence in the technology was evident, and the existence of a functional prototype only reinforced its credibility. "Now," Claudius continued, "let's tie this back to the issue of the Revolutionary Army." The room grew quiet again, and all eyes focused on him. "As we all know," Claudius began, "one of the key factors fueling the Revolutionary Army's influence is the economic decline brought about by the Great Pirate Era. Countries grow poorer, standards of living fall, and their citizens become easy targets for revolutionary propaganda. Am I wrong?" Many kings nodded solemnly, though a few wore guilty expressions, knowing their own neglect and corruption had contributed to their people's dissatisfaction. Claudius, however, paid them no mind. "Here's my proposal," Claudius continued. "By leveraging sea train technology, we can stimulate economic growth, improve national prosperity, and raise the standard of living for ordinary citizens. When people have enough to eat, stable incomes, and hope for the future, they won't be as easily swayed by revolutionary rhetoric. In essence, we eliminate the Revolutionary Army's breeding ground. That's the first point." Although Claudius had some connections with Dragon and the Revolutionary Army, he had no qualms about making this proposal. His goals aligned with neither the revolutionaries nor the world government entirely. He simply sought to maintain control and balance. Claudius thought to himself, "Dragon won't have any grounds to oppose me here. After all, if I'm proposing measures to improve the lives of people, then opposing me would make him a hypocrite unworthy of being a revolutionary leader." And as an added bonus, Claudius knew that even the Revolutionary Army itself would likely benefit from the sea train system. While his main goal was to strengthen the world government's position, the technology's global reach meant that even pirates and revolutionaries might indirectly gain advantages. "But that's just one aspect," Claudius continued, giving his audience a moment to process. "Now, let's talk about the strategic potential of the sea train." He leaned forward slightly, his tone growing more serious. "We all know the Revolutionary Army thrives on timing. They strike fast, and by the time help arrives, the damage is already done. How many times has a rebellion succeeded simply because Marine or CP reinforcements couldn't arrive in time?" Several heads nodded in agreement. "With sea train technology," Claudius said, "we can cut response times drastically. Instead of waiting 10 or 20 days for reinforcements to arrive, we're talking about 3 to 5 days. This could completely change the game when dealing with rebellions or uprisings." Of course, Claudius was aware of potential risks. The Revolutionary Army could attempt to sabotage the train routes, rendering them useless in a crisis. But he chose not to dwell on such scenarios during his presentation. His goal was to sell the technology's potential benefits. He spent the next few minutes extolling the train's virtues, emphasizing how it could revolutionize both economic development and military logistics. By the time he finished, it was clear that the room had been swayed. "As I said," Claudius concluded with a smile, "this technology isn't a quick fix. It's a massive project that will take decades to fully implement, perhaps 10, 20, or even 30 years. However, today you all have a unique opportunity." He gestured around the room. "This summit marks the first step. Those of you here today have the chance to become the first beneficiaries of this groundbreaking technology. If you're interested, come see me after the meeting to reserve your place in history." Claudius leaned back in his chair, his smile calm but self-assured. By the time he finished speaking, nearly everyone in the room was already considering how to secure their piece of this new future. Chapter 177, Dragon, I Almost Got Killed Because of You. In the headquarters of the world government, the 5 elders were gathered around a table in their office, laughing and discussing the events of the World Summit. The nearly week-long summit had taken its toll, even on these experienced statesmen. As the discussions drew to a close, the elders allowed themselves a rare moment of relaxation, reflecting on the overall success of the conference. The myriad issues presented by the various nations, both large and small, hardly merited further mention. But the summit had undeniably produced some positive outcomes. For example, the problem of the Revolutionary Army, a persistent thorn in the side of the world government, had no clear resolution at the outset. However, Claudius had unexpectedly intervened with an intriguing suggestion. Whether or not his proposed solution would effectively weaken the Revolutionary Army was uncertain, but at least it provided the affected nations with a measure of hope, a far better outcome than simply admitting helplessness. Then there was the matter of Fishman Island. Claudius had addressed this issue in detail during the summit, laying the groundwork for the island to be fully integrated into the world government as a member nation. As a result, Fishman Island would begin to enjoy the full benefits afforded to member states. Claudius's CPX unit would spearhead collaborations with the island, and even the Marines had pledged support, promising further cooperation in the near future. The 5 elders weren't particularly concerned with the details. Claudius had been granted full authority over matters related to Fishman Island from the outset, and they trusted him to handle the situation. "Ha ha ha, see train technology," the bald elder chuckled. "What started as a world summit turned into a trade fair thanks to that kid Claudius." The elder with blonde hair nodded, a wry smile on his face. "Still, you have to admit, he has a knack for delivering surprises when it matters most. His idea about the sea train technology actually makes sense. It might even help curb the Revolutionary Army's influence to some extent." They weren't deluded enough to think the sea train would destroy the Revolutionary Army outright. It wasn't realistic. But even reducing their momentum and putting pressure on their activities would be a significant step forward. "If the sea train network can be expanded quickly," the bald elder added, "the world government's finances might stabilize over the next few years. We wouldn't have to stretch ourselves so thin." The elder with a beard stroked his chin thoughtfully. "True. When you think about it, most of these struggles, whether with pirates or the Revolutionary Army, boil down to economic issues. As long as we maintain financial strength, we can bolster our forces and remain in control. Without that, everything crumbles." "That settles it," the bald elder said. "This technology is worth fully supporting. Production might be limited right now, but if it proves effective, we'll push Claudius to ramp up investment in this area." The elder with curly hair interjected, "Should we report this matter to Lord Emo?" At this, the room fell silent. The 5 elders exchanged glances, weighing their options. Finally, the bearded elder spoke, "Not yet. Let's wait until we have tangible results. Once we do, we'll bring it to Lord Emu and present it as a polished achievement." Despite their outward authority, the 5 elders held a deep-seated fear and reverence for Emu. They avoided contact unless absolutely necessary, preferring to stay out of his gaze. The thought of someone being above them, someone who wielded true control, was an unspoken tension among the 5. Back at Claudius's palace, the man in question was sitting comfortably, speaking with someone over the phone snail. He was in high spirits, having secured significant progress during the summit. Tom had been busy organizing everything, ensuring the kings of the 50 participating nations were properly attended to. None of them seemed eager to leave, whether out of genuine interest in the sea train technology or a desire to curry favor with Claudius. Their motivations didn't matter. What mattered was their willingness to invest. For Claudius, this wasn't just a business venture. It was part of his larger plan to consolidate power within the world government. If he intended to take control one day, the organization couldn't be in ruins. It needed to retain enough value to be worth governing, and the Sea Train project was a step in that direction. As Nia, his ever-efficient butler, placed a glass of juice on the table beside him, she couldn't help but smile at the voice emanating from the Den Mushy. The caller was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army. Having read the recent news, Dragon had wasted no time in reaching out. "My situation is already difficult enough," Dragon complained. "And now you're making it worse for me, Cladius. By the way, those books you sent me last time were useless. Don't you have anything better? Aren't we supposed to be allies? Why are you sabotaging me like this?" Cladius leaned back with a grin. "Oh, come on, Dragon. Didn't you just mess with one of the CP agencies recently? What's wrong with me having a little fun too? Besides, once the Sea Train system is up and running, your Revolutionary Army will benefit from it as much as anyone else. Surely you'll make good use of it." "Benefit?" Dragon shot back, exasperated. "This project of yours is going to make my life infinitely harder. You call that a benefit?" Cladius chuckled. "What can I say? I'm doing this for the greater good. There are so many people suffering on the seas, struggling to survive. If I have a way to improve their lives, are you really going to stand in my way? That wouldn't look good for a revolutionary, would it?" Dragon fell silent, knowing Cladius had a point. Their revolution was supposed to be about creating a better future, not hindering progress. Opposing the Sea Train system would not only contradict their principles, but also risk alienating their supporters. Still, the practical difficulties this project would create for the Revolutionary Army couldn't be ignored. Dragon felt as if Cladius was deliberately making his life harder. "As for the Poneglyphs," Cladius added with a smirk, "why not stage a daring rescue? I hear Nico Alvia is still locked up in Impel Down." "You'll be the death of me, Cladius," Dragon muttered, exasperated. After a pause, Dragon shifted the topic. "Let's set that aside for now. What about the 7 warlords of the sea? Are you making any progress there?" "Why are you in such a rush?" Cladius replied, feigning helplessness. "Because I don't have the luxury of lounging around like you do. Do you have any idea how hard it is to build a movement from scratch?" Dragon's frustration poured out in a flurry of words. Yes, I hear you," Cladius said dismissively, his tone deliberately nonchalant. "You're insufferable," Dragon grumbled. "And don't think I didn't notice, you're setting something up, aren't you? Some grand plan." Cladius chuckled again. "Let's just say I have a few moves in mind. Don't worry, Dragon. When I finalize the next batch of the 7 warlords, you'll get 3 spots. Consider it a gift." "3 spots," Dragon repeated, surprised. "You're making big moves, aren't you?" "Of course," Cladius said smoothly. "Trust me, it'll all come together. Just be patient." Chapter 178, Prelude to Expansion. Before the start of this year's World Summit, over 170 participating nations, along with smaller member regions like Water 7, had begun their delivery of the heavenly tribute. For nations unable to meet their tribute obligations, expulsion from the world government awaited. Meanwhile, numerous other nations, waving their treasures in hand, were eagerly trying to join the system, seeking the benefits of membership. Unlike the 50 countries officially attending the World Summit, the collection of heavenly tribute began earlier and extended much longer, sometimes spanning up to half a year. About a month after the World Summit concluded, the joint operation between Marine Headquarters and Cladius, dubbed the Sky Island Gold Expedition, finally came to an end. All the gold from Sky Island had been transported down to sea level. When its total value was finally assessed, it far exceeded the initial estimates of Cladius and Sengoku. At first, the two had estimated that the treasure of the Golden City on Sky Island would be worth at least 50 billion berries. Both felt this was a conservative, yet satisfying number. However, once the gold had been delivered, CPX and Marine Headquarters organized an expert team to evaluate the treasure over 2 weeks. Their conclusion? The total value of the haul reached a staggering 500 billion berries, 10 times the initial estimate. To be fair, it wasn't entirely Cladius and Sengoku's fault for underestimating the value. Based solely on the weight and purity of the gold, the treasure was worth approximately 300 billion berries. But much of the gold wasn't just raw material, It was crafted into intricate artifacts with over 400 years of history. Items like crowns, jewelry, and scepters carried immense historical and cultural value. The legendary reputation of the Golden Land only added to their worth. Still, much of the gold had been used as simple building material, bricks, walls, and decorations which lacked significant historical value. Otherwise, the Golden Land's total value could have easily exceeded 1,000,000,000,000 berries. This realization left both Sengoku and Claudius feeling a tinge of regret. The treasure, valued at 500 billion berries, was split evenly between Marine headquarters and Claudius. Each party walked away with 250 billion berries worth of gold. At Marineford, in a secret harbor used by the scientific division, 25 old warships sat docked. On the decks of these ships, large piles of gold lay under canvas covers, awaiting distribution. Inside the harbor, Marine leaders led by Sengoku inspected one of the warships. When the canvas was pulled back, the dazzling brilliance of the gold beneath lit up the surroundings, leaving the group momentarily stunned. "This," Fleet Admiral Kong murmured, his expression betraying his astonishment. After a moment of composure, he gestured to the other warships in the harbor and asked, "Are all 25 of these warships filled with gold?" Sengoku grinned, his excitement barely contained. "Yes, Fleet Admiral. Every single one of the 25 warships is loaded with gold, both on the deck and in the cargo hold." Garp stepped forward, reaching into the pile and pulling out a handful of gold nuggets. Smacking his lips, he said, "Even though our annual military budget is worth more than this, it's no wonder people lose their minds over gold when they see it in person." Marine military expenditures reached hundreds of billions of berries annually, so these leaders were used to hearing such figures. But seeing a literal mountain of gold in front of them was something else entirely. "With this amount of gold," Sakazuki muttered, his gaze intense, 100 new warships would no longer just be a dream. Tsuru, the chief staff officer, remained composed, though her calm demeanor now was in stark contrast to her reaction when she first saw the Golden Land on Sky Island. "Having the gold is one thing," she said, "but the question remains, how do we liquidate it? We don't exactly have an abundance of accessible channels for cashing this out." Jin, toying with a gold bracelet she had picked up, nodded. "She's right. We can't move too much gold at once without drawing attention, and finding the right buyers will be a challenge." Kong turned to Sengoku. "What did you and His Highness discuss about this?" Sengoku's grin widened. "It's actually quite simple. For the warships we need, we can trade directly with gold nuggets. The Tom Shipbuilding Company in Water 7, owned by His Highness, can handle the transactions. That alone will take care of a large portion of the gold. As for the rest, well, we can use it as wages for Marine personnel or exchange it for military expenses in smaller amounts, ensuring it doesn't attract too much attention." Zephyr nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. With an organization as large as ours, digesting the gold internally shouldn't be too difficult, as long as we're cautious." "Then let's start with the warships," Kong concluded. "The rest can be dealt with later as needed." The conversation shifted to the topic of developing the comm belt. The preliminary plan had been finalized, with both Claudius and Sengoku agreeing to use Amazon Lily as the focal point of operations. From there, the Marines would begin expanding their influence across the comm belt. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, Claudius was lounging in his courtyard, holding a phone snail as he spoke with Doflamingo. "So, cousin, how do you like the gift I sent you?" Doflamingo's voice came through the snail, laced with amusement. Claudius's gaze rested on the golden clock now adorning his courtyard. With a chuckle, he replied, "It's excellent, but tell me, why are 2 of my ships missing?" The truth was that the Marines' share of 25 old warships had been handed over to Claudius without hesitation. Since these ships were slated for decommissioning and destruction to protect their technology, gifting them to a celestial dragon like Claudius posed no risk. Furu, 2 ships missing. Oh, that. If I recall, they seem to have sunk halfway during transport, Doflamingo teased, his tone dripping with mock innocence. Claudius smirked but didn't press the issue. "Fine, just don't draw too much attention when you're spending. I need to keep things low-key on my end. You understand." Relax, cousin, Doflamingo assured him. In the underworld, no one's going to question the origins of gold. Satisfied, Claudius shifted the topic. Picking up a piece of paper from his table, he lowered his voice. By the way, take note of this. The last batch of heavenly tribute will be transported from. He whispered the details to Doflamingo, who quickly jotted them down. Fu. Cousin, after this job, I should finally become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, right? Doflamingo asked with anticipation. Of course, Claudius replied with a grin. And after that, you can head to Dressrosa. The world government will tacitly approve your claim, provided you handle everything cleanly. Don't worry, Doflamingo said confidently. I'll make sure it's flawless. After wrapping up the conversation with Doflamingo, Claudius turned his attention to Tesoro, who approached him respectfully. Your Highness, you wanted to see me? Tesoro asked. Yes, Tesoro, Claudius said with a smile. How's your training coming along? Tesoro's eyes gleamed with confidence. I think I really have a knack for this, just as you said, Your Highness. Ha, good, I like confident people, Claudius said. In that case, it's about time I send you out to handle something important. Chapter 179. The Disaster of North Blue, the Outbreak of Amberlead Disease. Tesoro truly seemed to have a talent for finance. While his initial progress was slow due to his lack of a foundation, once he grasped the basics, his growth became rapid. Over the past 2 years, he had absorbed knowledge that even skilled teachers might struggle to impart. With a significant amount of spare gold in his possession, Claudius decided it was time to expand. On one hand, he planned to strengthen CPX. On the other, he was preparing to entrust a portion of his wealth to Tesoro. I have a large amount of gold in my possession, Claudius said, his tone calm yet encouraging. I'm going to hand it over to you, Tesoro. This world is vast, you should go out and see it for yourself. Tesoro didn't hesitate, responding with conviction. Your Highness, I promise you won't regret this. Claudius smiled. Good, what you choose to do with it is entirely up to you. Just remember, don't disappoint me. Claudius's confidence in Tesoro wasn't unfounded. After years of mentoring and training, he had every reason to believe in him. Tesoro wasn't stepping out into the world empty-handed. With Claudius's backing, both financial and in terms of connections, failure seemed highly unlikely. Of the 23 ships laden with gold under Claudius's control, 5 were assigned to Tesoro. Another 5 were handed to Stussy to further expand operations on Happy Street. 3 ships were allocated to Enel to help with his development, and 2 were given to Crocodile to aid his continued operations in Alabasta. Out of the remaining 8 ships, 3 were earmarked for Spandine to strengthen CPX's secret service network and further infiltrate the world news. The last 5 ships were set aside as reserves for emergencies and for the planned joint development of the comm belt with the Marines. After receiving his assignment, Tesoro left Mariewa with his wife, Stella, as well as a team of CPX personnel. What he intended to do with the resources, Claudius left entirely up to him. In the courtyard of his palace, Claudius sat by the pool, watching the water ripple. Without turning around, he said, "What are you staring at me for?" Behind him stood Hancock, silent and pensive. After a moment, she asked, "What you said earlier, was it true?" "What did I say?" Claudius replied with a faint smile. "That you'd help Nine Snake Island's development," Hancock asked, her voice soft but serious. "Ah, that," Claudius said with a small laugh. "Yes, the plan is to include Nine Snake Island in the comm belt development. But it's not purely an act of help, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. We need a foothold in the comm belt, and Nine Snake Island is an ideal location. Plus, having allies like you makes the partnership natural." "Why did you choose Nine Snake Island?" Hancock asked, her voice quieter now. Claudius turned to look at her, his gaze warm as he smiled. "Because of you." Hancock's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing slightly. Before she could say anything, Claudius continued, "Don't overthink it. The truth is, I don't know of any other inhabited islands in the comm belt. Of course, your presence played a role too. Because of you, Nine Snake Island and I are natural allies." "Do you think I'll help you?" Hancock asked sharply, her voice rising. "Of course," Claudius said casually. "Won't you?" Hancock's gaze wavered, and though she seemed flustered, she eventually nodded. I will. A moment later, she added in her usual haughty tone, but don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for Nine Snake Island. As its crown princess and first in line to the throne, I have a duty to ensure its prosperity. Ahahaha, then I owe my thanks to Nine Snake Island, Claudius said with a hearty laugh. Hancock scowled at his teasing tone but said nothing. Over the time she had spent with him, she had realized that Claudius loved to poke fun at her. Yet, despite his jokes, she knew he was someone she could rely on. After a moment of silence, Hancock asked quietly, like Miro and Lenny, will it be time for me and my sisters to regain our freedom when you enter the calm belt? Claudius looked at her in surprise. Why would you think that? Haven't I already told you? Told me what? Hancock asked, her brow furrowing. She searched her memory for any mention of her freedom but came up empty. Didn't I say you'd never escape from the clutches of this great demon? Ha ha ha, don't you remember? Claudius laughed, clearly enjoying himself. Hancock's expression froze before her face twisted in frustration. Claudius, with words like that, I won't help you anymore. But you'll still help Nine Snake Island, Claudius said with a knowing smile. Hancock opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss. Her face flushed with anger, or perhaps embarrassment, and she stormed off, her long black hair swishing behind her. Claudius chuckled as he watched her go. You didn't say you wanted to leave me specifically, though, he murmured to himself. After Hancock left, Claudius remained by the pool, gazing at the swimming fish with a faintly melancholic expression. One by one, those close to him were leaving. He had already sent Lenny and Miro away, Tesoro and Stella had departed, and soon, Hancock and her sisters would leave as well. The circle around him was growing smaller. As he lingered in this introspective mood, the phone snail in his hand suddenly rang. Glancing down, Claudius frowned slightly before picking it up. Spandine, what is it? He asked. Your Highness, Spandine greeted, his tone respectful. I wanted to consult you about something before proceeding. Claudius's brow furrowed. What's the issue? There's been an incident in North Blue, Spandine began. The Amberlead disease in White Town, Flevance, has finally been exposed. A large-scale epidemic has broken out, and the situation has spiraled into riots. The CP agency has been tasked with handling the matter and has requested CPX's assistance. Should we get involved? Claudius was silent for a moment before responding in a low voice. If it's not absolutely necessary, don't involve yourself. Focus your efforts on finding the Mira fruit instead. Understood, Your Highness, Spandine replied immediately. I'll decline the request. Chapter 180. Should we send Whitebeard back to the west soon? 2 months passed quickly, and by now, Claudius had made his way to the Prometheus, currently anchored in East Blue. Stussy lately had grown increasingly restless. While she continued to manage operations on Happy Street, most of her work had shifted to remote control, allowing her to remain by Claudius's side almost constantly. Like a devoted companion, she rarely left him, the dynamic between them increasingly intimate. Their relationship had already reached its natural peak, and Claudius, who always held the upper hand, made sure Stussy was fully obedient to him. On the deck of the Prometheus, Stussy was lounging in a bikini, relaxing in the swimming pool and playfully splashing water with Nia. Nearby, Ace was engaged in a spirited game of badminton with Koala. The two had grown close over time, their bond resembling that of childhood friends. Although Claudius had previously arranged for several other companions to accompany Ace, the boy showed little interest in them. Ace seemed to only enjoy spending time with Koala, who, as a genius in her own right, could match Ace's energy and intelligence. Their connection seemed to come from mutual understanding, making them the perfect pair of companions. Seeing Ace's indifference toward his other friends, Claudius had those children sent home. Before arriving in East Blue, he even arranged for Koala and Ace to visit Foolshout Island to reconnect with Koala's family. When Koala's parents learned that their daughter was now friends with the son of a celestial dragon, their emotions were a whirlwind of pride and anxiety. They urged Koala repeatedly to take good care of Ace and maintain their relationship. Meanwhile, Claudius was reclining on a sun lounger on the deck, dressed casually in black sunglasses, a cigar in one hand, and a glass of juice resting on the small table beside him. A phone snail sat nearby as he chatted with someone on the line. "I saw the report," Claudius said with a smile. "The world government is condemning you fiercely for this rebellious act. But don't worry, they won't take any serious action against you. Just hold on to the heavenly tribute for now. You need to act convincingly, after all. Once the timing is right, I'll send Spandane to wrap things up, and then you'll officially become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." On the other end of the line, Doflamingo was in North Blue, having successfully intercepted the final shipment of heavenly tribute. While the world government was, of course, aware of what had happened, they also knew it was part of Claudius's arrangements. Given the potential benefits, they had no reason to object. "North Blue is in chaos right now, cousin," Doflamingo said with a chuckle. "You're ruthless. Did you really have to destroy Flevence in one stroke?" "Flevence," Claudius murmured, touching his chin thoughtfully. His tone carried a tinge of emotion. The disaster at Flevence, caused by the outbreak of amber-lead disease, was a stain that the world government could not escape. The government had been complicit from the start, profiting massively from the platinum lead trade. For over a century, the rare and luxurious material had been a highly lucrative business. The world government had made more than 100 billion berries from the venture, all while concealing the hidden dangers of platinum lead mining. The material, harmless in its processed form, became deadly during mining as it released harmful radiation into the air. Over time, this radiation caused the devastating and hereditary illness known as amber-lead disease. In the end, it was this disease that led to Flevence's destruction. "Brutal as it may seem, I didn't have a hand in this one," Claudius said with a smile. "Don't pin blame on me for no reason." "Even if you didn't, you're complicit," Doflamingo said with a sly laugh. "If that's the case, then everyone is an accomplice," Claudius muttered. "Greed is what caused this mess in the first place." He paused, his thoughts drifting. Now that Doflamingo was operating in North Blue, there was a chance Trafalgar Law might cross paths with him. If so, Law might seek to join the Donquixote family. Claudius couldn't help but think of the larger implications of this scenario, the involvement of Rocinante, the tragic fallout, and the looming significance of the O-Pope fruit. The O-Pope fruit was a dangerous wildcard. While it held immense potential, Claudius had no desire to handle something so volatile while being a member of the world government. It was a fruit that couldn't be ignored, yet couldn't be kept without inviting immense risk. As for Trafalgar Law, Claudius considered him a talented individual, but one whose presence might bring unnecessary complications. He decided it would be best to keep his distance from Law for now. Perhaps the boy could be used as a pawn in the future, but for now, he could play freely without interference. The situation with Rocinante also concerned him. Claudius realized that Rocinante's actions would likely cause significant problems for Sengoku and the world government. If Rocinante truly cut ties with Doflamingo, the entire situation might serve as an opportunity to remove this nail from Doflamingo's organization. "By the way, cousin," Doflamingo said, interrupting Claudius's thoughts, "what's your business in East Blue? Did something catch your eye, or is this really just a vacation?" "Vacation?" Claudius chuckled. "You know me too well. Everyone always teases me about that. Every time I take a vacation, it seems to bring trouble." "So it's not a vacation?" Doflamingo asked with a grin. "No, I'm here for business," Claudius said. "I told you before to help me keep an eye on the Mira fruit, but you didn't find much. Spandane, however, did. He tracked its presence to East Blue, so I'm here to look for it myself." "Ah, you've got the advantage, cousin," Doflamingo said with a laugh. "You've got an entire organization working for you, while I have to handle everything on my own." "Ha ha ha, well, you're doing fine," Claudius replied. "Just remember, while I'm handling the Mira fruit, you'd better not drop the ball on the gold fruit. That one is critical for us." "I'll do my best, but what if someone else claims it first?" Doflamingo asked. "Whoever gets it, I'll take it from them," Claudius said firmly. "That fruit is non-negotiable." "What if it's Whitebeard?" Doflamingo teased. "Then I'll make plans to send him to the west sooner than expected," Claudius said, laughing. The gold fruit was too important to Claudius's plans. It was essential for Tesoro's development, which in turn was vital to Claudius's future economic framework. Allowing it to fall into the wrong hands would be a disaster. After exchanging a few more words with Doflamingo, Claudius ended the call. His gaze shifted to the two women in the pool, a faint smile of amusement tugging at his lips. "Your Highness," Stussy called, waving at him, "why don't you come join us?" Claudius raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to provoke me, Stussy? You know I'm a devil fruit user." "If you come down, I'll show you this," Stussy teased, tugging at her bikini for a split second, offering the barest hint of skin. Claudius nearly choked on his cigar, coughing in disbelief. Shaking his head, he replied, "No thanks. Besides, if I'm right, it should be about time now." "Time for what?" Stussy asked, feigning disinterest. "Are you afraid I'll get even with you in the water for last night?" Claudius smirked. "After the way I treated you last night, who knows what kind of revenge you'd have planned?" Stussy blushed but huffed in protest. "Your Highness, how can you say such things out loud?" "You've been far bolder than me," Claudius retorted with a grin. Scoffing, Stussy turned back to Nia, dismissing him with a flick of her hand. Turning to the map of East Blue spread out on his table, Claudius's smile faded into a more focused expression. His next destination was Shimitsuki Village. Chapter 181, Mihawk. As the Prometheus steadily approached the island, Claudius stood on the deck, gazing toward the distant landmass. Shimitsuki Village. What a coincidence, Claudius thought. He had always intended to visit Shimitsuki Village someday to meet Kashiro, the mysterious swordsman, and see if there was a chance to take Kuina away from the Isshin dojo. It was the end of C-Circle calendar 1508. By Claudius's calculations, Zoro should already be at the dojo in Shimitsuki Village. After all, Claudius remembered that by the time Zoro was 9, he was already defeating adults in the dojo, while Kuina was 11 during the same period. Thinking back, Zoro should have just recently joined the dojo by now. As Claudius pondered, a sudden, powerful slash erupted from the forest on the island, shattering his train of thought. The slash collided with another in midair, the two forces canceling each other out. However, one of the slashes deviated from its original trajectory and hurtled toward the Prometheus. The slash tore across the calm sea, its residual power still fierce. Even as an aftershock, it carried an aura of strength that clearly indicated the swordsman behind it was no amateur. "Seriously, what did I do to deserve this stray attack?" Claudius muttered, scowling at the incoming slash. Despite his annoyance, he didn't move to intercept it. Instead, Stussy, who had been lounging in the pool, reacted swiftly. With a practiced moonwalk, she leapt into the air, stepping lightly across the surface of the pool before propelling herself toward the oncoming slash. Her movements were graceful yet precise, her long legs glinting with the dark sheen of armament haki. "Tempest kick," Stussy called out, her voice sharp. Rather than sending out a counterslash, she delivered a precise kick directly to the incoming attack. The clash sent a ripple through the air before the slash was shattered into fragments of dissipating energy. Using the momentum, Stussy landed lightly back on the deck, flexing her legs slightly as she assessed the attack. "That was quite strong," she remarked, her tone casual. Even as an aftershock, the slash carried a lot of power. "It seems two rather skilled swordsmen are having a duel on the island," Claudius murmured thoughtfully. One of them was undoubtedly Kashiro, but who was the other? That was the question. As he contemplated, a smile crept across Claudius's face. Loosening the demon blade shinda from his waist, he said, "Well, unintentional or not, it'd be rude not to return the favor." In truth, Claudius welcomed the opportunity. While he didn't devote all his training to swordsmanship, his natural talent had earned him quite a reputation as a skilled swordsman. Some on the seas had even compared his abilities to those of the legendary Golden Lion. Coming to Shimitsuki Village, Claudius had toyed with the idea of sparring with Kashiro. But knowing Kashiro's temperament, Claudius doubted the reclusive swordsman would willingly engage him. Now, however, with this invitation delivered straight to his doorstep, Claudius saw no reason not to respond in kind. Clutching the demon blade shinda, he raised his arm back, the hilt pressed near his ear. The blade was quickly enveloped in armament haki, its edge gleaming with dark energy. One sword style Uranus storm slash, Cladius roared. With a powerful swing, the blade unleashed a storm-like slash, tearing through the ocean's surface. The attack solidified into a razor-sharp arc of energy that barreled toward the island, cutting apart everything in its path. Meanwhile, deep in the dense forest on the island, two swordsmen were locked in fierce combat. Their blades clashed repeatedly, sending waves of energy rippling through the surrounding area. When Claudius's slash approached, the two combatants instinctively paused, sensing its immense power. Stepping back, they created some distance between themselves as they turned their attention toward the oncoming storm-like energy. It seems that the aftermath of our fight has attracted a dangerous individual, Kashiro said, his voice calm despite the situation. In his hands, Kashiro held the Wado Ikemanji, one of the 21 great grade swords. Across from him stood a man dressed like a noble, his sharp eyes resembling those of a hawk. In his hand was a massive black blade, the legendary Yaru, one of the 12 supreme grade swords. This man was none other than Dracul Mihawk, a swordsman who had spent years challenging the greatest swordsmen across the seas. So far, no one had managed to defeat him. Mihawk's reputation had grown to the point that he was being hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, though the title had not yet been officially claimed. For now, he was content to let his blade speak for itself. Recently, Mihawk had bested nearly every notable swordsman on the seas, his reputation soaring to incredible heights. His rise was so meteoric that it reminded some of Claudius's own sudden emergence years ago. Mihawk glanced at the incoming slash, his golden eyes narrowing as he assessed its power. "A formidable swordsman, it seems," he remarked, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. "Just what I've been searching for." With a flick of his wrist, Mihawk raised Yaru and sent out a pale green slash to intercept Claudius's attack. The two slashes collided violently, tearing through the forest before dissipating in a burst of raw energy. "Not bad," Mihawk said simply. "He's strong, though not quite as strong as me." Kashiro, standing off to the side, chuckled lightly. "Perhaps, but are you certain he was using his full strength?" Mihawk frowned slightly at that, then smirked. "You're right. If that wasn't his best, then this is even better." As if on cue, another slash tore through the air, this one carrying an icy chill. Frost spread along its path, turning everything it touched into glistening white frost. Chapter 182. You Can't Afford It. Mihawk's brows furrowed slightly as he faced the icy slash heading his way. Raising the black blade Yaru, he held it horizontally in front of his chest to block the oncoming attack. The ground beneath him froze solid, and frost spread to the surrounding vegetation. The immense power of the slash transferred through the black blade into Mihawk's body, causing the earth beneath his feet to sink slightly. Yet, he stood firm, successfully halting the attack without retreating. When the clash ended, Mihawk glanced at his blade, now covered in a thin layer of frost. Fortunately, Yaru was sturdy enough to withstand the attack without suffering any damage. "Ice-based slashes, huh? That's rare," Mihawk murmured, a hint of regret in his tone. "A devil fruit ability, perhaps." The previous slash, ferocious and storm-like, hadn't surprised Mihawk. Many swordsmen favored techniques associated with wind, and unleashing a storm through swordsmanship wasn't unheard of. It was powerful, yes, but not shocking. However, an ice-imbued slash was different. For a swordsman to produce such a technique required either a unique blade or a devil fruit ability. While special blades did exist, like the flame-emitting sword of Foxfire Kinnaman, Mihawk couldn't recall any weapon capable of producing frost. This led him to conclude that the mysterious swordsman wielding this power was likely a devil fruit user. That realization brought him a pang of disappointment. While there were skilled devil fruit users who were also swordsmen, Golden Lion Shiki and Marine Vice Admiral Jin came to mind. None of them specialized in pure swordsmanship. And Mihawk, being a purist, sought rivals who focused solely on the art of the blade. Lowering Yaru, Mihawk ceased his clash with Kashiro. The swordsman from Shimitsuki village, who had only been fighting out of necessity, was visibly relieved. Kashiro, after all, preferred to treat swordsmanship as a philosophy and culture rather than a tool of conflict. Both men stayed in the forest, sensing that the source of the icy slash was approaching. Not long after, a figure emerged from the frost-ravaged path. The man was taller than either Mihawk or Kashiro, but his appearance failed to alarm them. As swordsmen who had traveled the world, neither was easily surprised. Mihawk's sharp golden eyes studied the newcomer. He was unfamiliar, and Mihawk couldn't recall having seen or heard of him before. Judging by the noble air and expensive attire, the man seemed aristocratic, oddly similar to Mihawk himself. What stood out the most were the two swords hanging at his waist, which Mihawk surmised meant he was a dual-wielding swordsman. "Interesting," Mihawk murmured. "First, Mr. Kashiro, and now another hidden talent in the so-called weakest sea, East Blue. Forgive me for my ignorance, Mr. Kashiro. Do you know this gentleman?" Kashiro, ever calm and humble, chuckled softly and shook his head. "Unfortunately, I do not. This is our first meeting." It was no surprise that neither Mihawk nor Kashiro recognized Cladius. Cladius had maintained an air of mystery for years, keeping himself out of public view except when necessary. Cladius, however, immediately recognized both men. His gaze lingered on Mihawk with particular interest. "Dracul Mihawk," Cladius muttered, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Initially, Cladius had assumed Kashiro's opponent might be some wandering swordsman from Wano. He hadn't expected to stumble upon Mihawk, the man currently making waves across the seas as a swordsman of unparalleled skill. Mihawk, noticing the recognition in Claudius's eyes, wasn't surprised. He had grown accustomed to being recognized thanks to his rising fame and his bounty poster. "And you are?" Mihawk asked politely, his respect for Claudius already earned by the strength of the slashes he had sent earlier. Claudius smiled faintly. "Cladius, Donquixote Cladius." Mihawk's expression shifted as he connected the name to its reputation. His eyes widened slightly. "The Claudius who captured Golden Lion Shiki." "That's me," Claudius replied casually. Mihawk smiled slightly. "So you're a swordsman after all. Interesting." Ignoring Claudius's other identities, Mihawk focused solely on the fact that Claudius wielded a sword. Without wasting time, Mihawk raised Yoru and unleashed another slash. Claudius reacted instantly, drawing the demon blade Shinda from its sheath. Without even bothering to counter with a slash, he wrapped his hand in armament haki and batted Mihawk's attack aside with raw force. "Do you always attack without warning? My ship almost got wrecked by you earlier," Claudius said, his tone equal parts irritation and amusement. "Do you have any idea how much that ship is worth? Can you even afford to compensate me?" Kashiro, standing quietly to the side, nodded in agreement, silently endorsing Claudius's complaint. Mihawk, however, remained unmoved, his expression stoic. "It's just a ship. I'm sure I can afford it." Claudius scoffed. "My ship is filled with treasures worth more than most people's lives. Even if I sold you and that sword of yours, it wouldn't cover the cost." Mihawk's sharp gaze locked onto Claudius. "There's no use in arguing. Swordsmen speak through their blades." "You shouldn't assume I'm a pure swordsman," Claudius shot back, sighing in frustration. Still, Mihawk charged forward, his black blade swinging with precision. Claudius had no choice but to respond, drawing Shinda fully from its sheath. Armament haki surged around the blade as Claudius deflected Mihawk's strike, the clash of their weapons creating a powerful shockwave that tore through the forest. The force of the collision sent debris flying, their combined auras pressing against each other. Mihawk's hat was blown off, and Claudius's golden hair was whipped into a frenzy by the wind. "For swordsmen, actions speak louder than words," Mihawk said in a low, commanding tone. Claudius let out a tired sigh. "I already told you, I'm not just a swordsman." Activating his devil fruit powers, Claudius released a burst of pressurized air from his elbows, amplifying his strength. The sudden surge of force pushed Mihawk back, breaking the stalemate. Mihawk landed gracefully, adjusting his grip on Yoru. His piercing gaze locked onto Claudius. "So, you really are a devil fruit user," he remarked, his tone neutral. "That shouldn't be a secret," Claudius said with a smirk. "I rarely bother with things unrelated to the sword," Mihawk replied. Despite his calm demeanor, Mihawk's mind was racing. The airflow ability didn't seem to match the icy slash from earlier. Could the sword itself be imbued with a unique power? Mihawk couldn't help but feel curious. Before he could dwell further, Mihawk charged again, his blade slicing through the air. Cladius, however, was growing annoyed. This guy just doesn't know when to stop, he thought. Channeling his strength, Cladius formed an invisible barrier of compressed air, intercepting Mihawk's strike. The barrier only lasted a second before Mihawk's blade shattered it, but that brief pause was all Cladius needed. He sidestepped Mihawk's attack, swinging Shinda in return. Mihawk's reflexes were sharp. He immediately withdrew his blade, deflecting Cladius's counterattack with ease. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed, neither swordsman giving an inch. Just as Mihawk prepared for his next move, a sudden sense of danger prickled at the back of his mind. Before he could react, a burst of compressed air slammed into his chest, sending him flying backward. Cladius exhaled sharply, his stance relaxed but his gaze unwavering. In swordsmanship, you may have the edge, Cladius thought to himself, but in overall strength, I'm confident I stand above you. Chapter 183, Defeating Mihawk Without Injury. The moment Mihawk hit the ground, Cladius was already upon him. Without hesitation, Cladius raised his fist, putting his full strength behind the blow aimed at Mihawk's chest. Pinned to the ground with no room to maneuver, Mihawk was forced to execute a desperate roll to the side, narrowly dodging the devastating strike. Looks like you're no stranger to life-saving techniques, Cladius murmured to himself, watching Mihawk avoid his punch. Without turning his head, Cladius called out in a low voice, "Binding of the wind." The instant his words fell, Mihawk, who had just pushed himself off the ground, felt an invisible force press against him. It was as though unseen restraints were tightening around his body, and his breathing became noticeably quicker. Still, Mihawk ignored the growing discomfort. Seeing that Cladius's arm was momentarily stuck in the ground from his missed punch, Mihawk capitalized on the opening. Without hesitation, he unleashed another slash. "Shave!" Cladius's voice rang out, and his figure disappeared from sight in an instant, leaving behind only a plume of dirt and debris still lingering in the air. This time, Mihawk's sharp eyes tracked Cladius's trajectory. With precision, he swung Yoru toward the empty space beside him, anticipating Cladius's next move. Sure enough, Cladius reappeared at that exact spot, mid-motion to deliver a powerful kick. Seeing Mihawk's counterattack coming, Cladius adjusted instantly, pulling back his kick and leaning his torso back. Mihawk's black blade narrowly grazed the tip of Cladius's nose as it slashed through the air. In a fluid motion, Cladius activated his Devil Fruit ability. Jets of air erupted from his shoulders, propelling him upright with incredible speed. Before Mihawk could recover his stance, Cladius struck out with his leg. "Didn't expect that, did you?" Cladius joked, delivering a solid kick to Mihawk's chest. The blow sent Mihawk flying backward. Pain radiated through his torso, and he felt the strain on his ribs. A faint line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but Mihawk stood firm, gripping his blade tightly. Cladius didn't let up. "One sword style, Uranus slash," he shouted, his voice low and commanding. He stepped forward, his palm striking downward as his blade unleashed a fierce, high-pitched whistle. Still airborne from the previous attack, Mihawk had no choice but to defend. He raised Yoru, placing the blade in front of his chest, just in time to block Cladius's strike. The force behind the attack sent Mihawk hurtling through the air, crashing through two large trees before landing heavily on the ground. His legs trembled slightly, but Mihawk refused to fall. Stabbing his black blade into the dirt for balance, he steadied himself. When he looked up, Cladius was already preparing another strike, his fist cocked and ready to unleash. Mihawk didn't hesitate. Pushing off the ground with all his strength, he dodged to the side just as Cladius's attack shattered a large boulder into dust. "Black blade, nothingness," Mihawk shouted, counter-attacking with precision. As he swung Yoru, an eerie slash formed but quickly dissipated as though it had been an illusion. Cladius immediately felt the danger. Trusting his instincts, he raised Shinda to block, and sure enough, an invisible force struck the blade with immense power. The sharp, unseen energy swept past him, causing his blonde hair to fly upward as though caught in a violent wind. Invisible blade, Cladius thought to himself, his mind analyzing Mihawk's technique. This attack marked the start of Mihawk's counteroffensive. Now gripping Yoru with both hands, Mihawk launched a flurry of calculated slashes. "Black Blade Knight," Mihawk whispered as he swung. The moment the slash left his blade, the world seemed to dim. Claudius's vision was consumed by an oppressive darkness, and for a brief moment, he felt disoriented. "What the hell is this?" Claudius muttered, activating observation haki to make sense of the situation. Slowly, he pieced together the trajectory of Mihawk's attack. To his surprise, the slash carried no armament haki. Realization struck. "Ah, I see. He's using pure swordsmanship for these techniques. If he added haki, it would be easier to trace the attack's path." Clever, Claudius thought. But his confidence didn't waver. Is this guy serious? Does he really not know my abilities? Indeed, Mihawk had no knowledge of Claudius's status as a Logia Devil Fruit user. While Claudius had shown hints of his power earlier, Mihawk had assumed it to be some kind of paramecia ability, perhaps tied to jet propulsion or something similar. "Guess he's gonna find out the hard way," Claudius thought, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. As the dark slash hurtled toward him, Claudius didn't bother dodging. He stood firm, allowing the attack to pass through his body. As expected, the attack had no effect, it carried no haki and could not harm a Logia user. Claudius's body shimmered briefly, dissolving into vapor before reforming in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was directly in front of Mihawk. "You lose," Claudius said coolly, gripping Mihawk by the throat before the swordsman could react. Mihawk instinctively swung Yoru, aiming for Claudius's arm. But when the blade made contact, it bounced off as though it had struck solid steel. Claudius grinned. "You don't honestly think you can cut through my nitrogen armor, do you? Maybe you could in 10 years, but not today." The nitrogen armor was a defensive technique Claudius had developed, using compressed nitrogen to form an invisible, impenetrable layer around his body. It was capable of withstanding powerful strikes, including Mihawk's. Though Mihawk struggled, he quickly realized the futility of resistance. His swordsmanship was unmatched, but in a battle of raw power and abilities, Claudius held the upper hand. "I've been telling you from the start, I'm not a pure swordsman. Do you see the difference now?" Claudius said, loosening his grip and releasing Mihawk. Mihawk stepped back, his hand moving instinctively to rub his throat. "Your ability, Logia?" he asked. "Correct, Logia-type nitrogen fruit," Claudius replied, his tone light. "I've never heard of it. What's nitrogen?" Mihawk asked, his brows furrowing in confusion. Claudius chuckled. "Do you really think I'm going to explain my abilities to you? Do I look stupid?" Mihawk seemed embarrassed by his question, but didn't press further. After a moment, he asked, "If I'd known you were a Logia, would I still have lost?" Claudius tilted his head slightly, a sly smile on his lips. "You tell me, didn't you notice your breathing getting heavier during the fight?" Mihawk froze for a moment, replaying the events in his mind. He vaguely recalled feeling out of breath, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Claudius smirked. "My abilities may not seem impressive at first, but they have their quirks. Against someone who doesn't understand them, I'll always have the upper hand." Though Mihawk was clearly frustrated by the loss, he couldn't deny the truth. The gap in information had cost him dearly. Still, as he wiped the blood from his mouth, Mihawk's sharp gaze remained undeterred. "I'll remember this fight, Claudius. Next time, it won't end the same way." Chapter 184, That Easy. In the Isshin dojo, Claudius and Kashiro sat opposite each other, a tea tray with an elegant tea set placed between them. Kashiro was demonstrating his tea-making skills. Meanwhile, Mihawk sat in a dark corner of the dojo, his black sword resting by his side. The faint light of the evening illuminated his face as he appeared deep in thought, occasionally frowning and making slight gestures with his hands, as if trying to grasp something intangible. To be honest, after Claudius fought Mihawk, his impression of the man took a bit of a hit. Perhaps it was because Mihawk had yet to earn the title of the world's greatest swordsman, and therefore lacked the sharp aura and dominant presence that came with such a title. At the moment, Mihawk seemed more like a sword-obsessed man than a true master. While he possessed an aristocratic bearing, it wasn't the kind of grandeur Claudius had expected. Especially after their battle, Claudius felt that Mihawk hadn't yet achieved the level of mastery that would command the utmost respect. Perhaps, in a few years, when Mihawk truly became the strongest swordsman in the world, Claudius would see him in a different light. Claudius had originally planned to recruit Mihawk into the 7 Warlords of the Sea program, but Mihawk's elusive nature had always made him difficult to track down. This encounter in Shimitsuki village had been entirely coincidental. However, since fate had brought them together, Claudius intended to bring up the idea, though it didn't feel like the right time just yet. Mihawk, after their duel, seemed to have gained some new insight and needed time to process it. Claudius decided not to disturb him for now. Kashiro elegantly performed a series of moves as he brewed the tea. Finally, he poured a cup for Claudius and smiled. "Your Highness, would you care to taste it?" Claudius picked up the teacup, his curiosity piqued. He took a sip, expecting something remarkable, but found it to be quite ordinary. He frowned slightly and took another sip, trying to discern any hidden depth in the flavor, but it was still just average. After a moment of silence, Claudius put the teacup down and said sincerely, "I must admit, Mr. Kashiro, perhaps because I lack a refined palate, I don't taste anything special in this tea." Kashiro froze for a moment, then scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. "Hee, well, the truth is, Your Highness, I only started learning tea-making 2 days ago." Claudius blinked in surprise, stunned by the revelation. He thought to himself, "Are you seriously showing off your tea-making skills after just 2 days of practice? Do you think I, as a celestial dragon, am this easily impressed?" The two of them exchanged awkward glances, neither knowing what to say. Finally, Claudius cleared his throat and broke the silence. Let's forget about that. Speaking of which, I've heard of you, Mr. Kashiro." Kashiro quickly seized the opportunity to move past the embarrassing moment. "And I've heard of you, Your Highness. A friend of mine often mentions you, though I didn't recognize you at first." "Ha, really? Then we must be talking about the same friend," Claudius said with a laugh. Though Claudius had known of Kashiro's existence for a while, it was Dragon who had mentioned him during a conversation over the den mushi. Similarly, Kashiro had heard of Claudius, albeit through Dragon's stories about the unusual celestial dragon. Thanks to their mutual connection with Dragon, the conversation flowed more naturally. They began discussing kendo. Claudius, however, wasn't particularly invested in the topic. His swordsmanship was largely self-taught, with the basics learned from the sword-wielding slaves under his command. After that, his progress was fueled by natural talent and a unique fighting style that incorporated his devil fruit abilities. He was far from a pure swordsman. He listened to Kashiro's theories about concepts like cutting iron and cutting paper, but couldn't relate much. However, he did admire the passion Kashiro showed as he explained these ideas. At the same time, Claudius couldn't help but acknowledge Mihawk's potential. Despite their earlier duel, Mihawk's single-minded dedication to kendo was something Claudius lacked. It was no wonder Mihawk would one day claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. After some more discussion, Kashiro asked with a smile, "By the way, Your Highness, what brings you to East Blue this time?" That was a good question. Claudius couldn't help but want to give Kashiro a thumbs up for his timing. Nothing too pressing," Claudius replied casually. "Perhaps you've heard about the 7 Warlords of the Sea program. It's been in effect for a while now. So far, we've only managed to recruit 1 member, Crocodile, the sand crocodile, but that's not nearly enough." "I see," Kashiro said, nodding. "And do you have anyone else in mind?" "Actually, yes," Claudius replied. "One of them is Bartholomew Kuma. I believe his strength and reputation make him an excellent fit." Kashiro poured another cup of tea for Claudius and asked, "And the second?" Claudius glanced toward Mihawk, who was still sitting in the corner, and said, "I hadn't thought of 2 before, but now that you mention it, what do you think of Mihawk?" Kashiro raised his eyebrows in surprise but nodded. He's an excellent choice." Hearing his name, Mihawk looked up, frowning slightly. "What are you two talking about? Is it something about me?" "It's nothing, just keep working on your kendo," Claudius said, waving him off. "I'll talk to you privately later." Though curious, Mihawk didn't press further. He went back to his thoughts, still immersed in his world of swords. Claudius turned back to Kashiro and changed the subject. Actually, I'm also looking for a devil fruit, a Logia fruit, the Mira Mira no Mi. I heard it might be in East Blue. As the local authority, do you have any leads on its whereabouts? Kashiro's expression turned thoughtful. As the de facto leader of Shimitsuki village, he was well-connected and had the resources to assist the Revolutionary Army discreetly. After a moment, he nodded. Yes, I do know where it is. Claudius was pleasantly surprised. Really? That's fantastic. Mr. Kashiro, could you tell me where it is? I'd owe you a great debt of gratitude. Kashiro hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, it's actually in my storeroom. Claudius was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Kashiro. It took him a moment to process the information. The Mira Mira no Mi was just sitting in Kashiro's storeroom? How did that even happen? But Claudius quickly recovered and said, would you be willing to part with it? I'd be happy to pay handsomely for it. Kashiro smiled. As it happens, I was already planning to sell it. There's no market for it here in East Blue, and I'd been thinking of giving it to a friend. In the original timeline, without Claudius, Kashiro would indeed have sold the fruit to support the Revolutionary Army or fund the expansion of the Isshin Dojo. Though not a revolutionary himself, Kashiro was a close ally of Dragon and supported his ideals. Haha, what great luck for me, Claudius exclaimed. Name your price, Mr. Kashiro. Let's strike a deal, money for the fruit. We'll do business the proper way. Kashiro named a price of 300 million berries. Claudius, however, didn't want to shortchange him. The Mira Mira no Mi was worth far more, especially in the New World, where it could fetch 1 billion berries if sold to the Marines. After some negotiation, they settled on 500 million berries, a fair price for both sides. Claudius paid without hesitation and successfully acquired the Mira Mira no Mi. The transaction had been so smooth it felt almost surreal to him. Was it really this easy? Claudius thought to himself, still a little incredulous. But after considering the circumstances, he realized it truly had been that simple. Chapter 185, Pretend. Sitting in the courtyard of the Isshin Dojo, Claudius toyed with an orange-colored devil fruit in his hand. The fruit's surface was adorned with a flame-like pattern, unmistakably the Logia-class Mira Mira no Mi. From his spot, Claudius could observe the dojo's courtyard, where Kashiro's apprentices were practicing kendo. There were quite a few apprentices training here, but Claudius noticed an interesting trend. Kashiro didn't seem to prioritize talent when accepting students. Among them were both highly skilled individuals and others who were clearly less gifted. To Claudius, it felt like Kashiro wasn't just teaching swordsmanship, but spreading a philosophy or culture. His gaze fell on 2 young figures in the group of apprentices. Leading the pack was a girl with a heroic and determined air, Kuina, Kashiro's daughter. Behind her was a boy with green hair wielding 2 swords, practicing diligently. That kid was Rorinoa Zoro. At this stage, it seemed he hadn't yet developed his iconic 3-sword style and was still working hard on mastering the 2-sword technique. Zoro's eyes burned with competitive energy as he stared at Kuina, clearly itching to challenge her. Claudius, however, knew how this rivalry played out. Zoro never once managed to defeat Kuina. Interesting, Claudius murmured to himself with a faint smile. As Claudius sat enjoying the scene, Mihawk approached him, his massive black sword strapped to his back. He glanced at the group of apprentices before turning to Claudius and asked, "Did you notice it too?" Claudius blinked in confusion. "Notice what?" Mihawk nodded toward the group of students and said in a cold tone, "In Kashiro's dojo, the disparity among the apprentices is stark. Some are exceptionally talented, while others are hopelessly mediocre. I don't understand why he wastes his time on the incompetent ones." Mihawk's perspective was unsurprising. He had always carried this belief. Perhaps that was why, despite being the world's greatest swordsman in the future, he never took on apprentices or built a faction. He lived a solitary life, spending his days among a handful of wild monkeys until Zoro came to train under him. Claudius chuckled at Mihawk's words and replied, "What's the issue? The man runs a dojo, accepts students, shares his philosophy, and earns some money along the way. Why should he care if some are untalented? In my opinion, wielding a sword doesn't need to be reserved for the gifted. Everyone has their own path, and whether or not they succeed in the end is up to them. Pointless effort, Mihawk replied flatly. He then shifted his gaze to the devil fruit in Claudius's hand. That's the Logia class Mira Mira no Mi, isn't it? Claudius laughed and looked at Mihawk with a mischievous grin. That's right, it's a devil fruit with the power of flames, so what do you think, want to eat it? Mihawk frowned and shook his head. No, I've never seen a Logia class fruit before, so I was just curious. I'm not interested in it. I've already decided to dedicate my life to kendo. Dedicate your life to kendo, huh? Claudius tilted his head and smirked. So, you're not planning to settle down, get married, and have kids either. Mihawk hesitated for a moment before replying, what does that have to do with kendo? Claudius laughed. Oh, come on, deep down, you must know you're not fooling anyone with that excuse. I mean that I won't rely on external tools or powers to strengthen myself, Mihawk clarified, his tone steady. Claudius raised the devil fruit and said, still, think about it. If you ate the Mira Mira no Mi, every slash you made could be wreathed in flames. Picture this. You unsheathe your sword, murmur something dramatic like Ryujin Jaka, scorching ashes, and then casually put your sword back into its sheath. Behind you, there's nothing but scorched earth and rising embers. How cool would that be? For a brief moment, Mihawk's expression flickered with interest as he imagined the scene Claudius described. The thought of combining fiery power with his swordsmanship sounded undeniably stylish. Claudius noticed the subtle change in Mihawk's expression and smirked. He was about to spin an even more elaborate fantasy to tempt Mihawk, only to stop himself when Mihawk snapped back to reality. It's a tempting image, Mihawk admitted, but it's not what I want. I refuse to rely on anything that detracts from the purity of kendo. Mihawk paused for a moment, touching the cross pendant on his chest, before continuing in a calm yet resolute tone, the most refined and pure blade can cut through anything. That is the essence of true swordsmanship. Seeing the sincerity in Mihawk's eyes, Claudius chuckled and decided against further teasing. Fair enough. Stick to your ideals. In my opinion, you'll definitely become the strongest swordsman in the world someday. That's a given, Mihawk replied coolly, his tone neither arrogant nor humble. It was simply a statement of fact, brimming with unshakable confidence. Claudius laughed and shook his head. I pay you a compliment, and you immediately start boasting. Don't forget you lost to me yesterday. In terms of overall strength, I'll admit I'm not your equal, Mihawk said after a brief pause. But in pure kendo, I surpass you by far. Claudius raised an eyebrow, amused by Mihawk's boldness. Wow, that level of confidence, I have to respect it. Fine, I'll give you a thumbs up. Mihawk continued, undeterred by Claudius's teasing. My discussions with you and Kashiro have already given me a lot to think about. Soon, my swordsmanship will reach an even higher level. When that happens, I'll be able to defeat you with kendo alone. Claudius stared at Mihawk, genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Mihawk to keep pushing the conversation like this. Man, you're relentless. I just wanted to compliment you a little, and now you're ready to challenge the heavens. Don't think for a second that you saw my full strength yesterday, Claudius added with a grin. I didn't even use my second gear. Mihawk frowned slightly. Second gear, what are you talking about? You wouldn't get it even if I explained. Just know that I wasn't fighting seriously, and you still lost, Claudius said, waving dismissively. Mihawk looked like he wanted to press further, but Claudius cut him off. Anyway, enough about that. I actually have something important I want to ask you. Mihawk stopped his questioning and asked, what is it? You've heard of the 7 warlords of the sea, haven't you? Claudius asked. Mihawk gave him a blank stare. Does it have anything to do with kendo? Claudius paused, momentarily thrown off. Not exactly. Then why would I know about it? Mihawk asked, completely straight-faced. Claudius rubbed his temples in exasperation. You mean to tell me you don't pay attention to anything happening in the world? Why would I? It has nothing to do with me, Mihawk replied casually. Claudius thought about it and realized Mihawk had a point. As a lone wanderer who spent his time honing his craft and seeking worthy opponents, Mihawk truly had no reason to care about the state of the world. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Claudius said, Fine. The 7 warlords of the sea is a group of pirates. You know you're considered a pirate, right? The world government even put a 200 million berry bounty on your head. Mihawk nodded. I've heard about the bounty, though I don't think I've ever done anything particularly pirate-like. Claudius resisted the urge to call Mihawk out, thinking, you drew your sword on someone just because you were bored, how is that not pirate behavior? Instead, he continued, as long as you know you're considered a pirate, we can move on to the 7 warlords. Chapter 186, Limitless. Claudius explained the 7 warlords of the sea program to Mihawk in detail, laying out the benefits and purpose behind it. Mihawk listened, his expression neutral, but it was clear he understood. So, in short, Mihawk said, frowning slightly, your world government wants me to become one of these 7 warlords of the sea and, in exchange, work for you. To fight pirates. Before Claudius could respond, Mihawk shook his head and said firmly, not interested. Claudius didn't look discouraged. Instead, he smiled and said, don't be so quick to refuse. Isn't it a good deal? It might be good for your world government, but what's in it for me? Mihawk asked, his frown deepening. The first benefit, Claudius said with a grin, is that you won't end up in Impel Down. Mihawk froze for a moment before narrowing his eyes. Why would I end up there in the first place? Come on, don't tell me you think you're a model citizen. Let me remind you, in addition to being a celestial dragon, I'm also part of CPX. It's literally my job to catch pirates. You've got a bounty of 200 million berries on your head. If it weren't for the fact that you're more of a sword fanatic than a real threat, I might have taken you down yesterday. Claudius said all this with a casual smile, but Mihawk's eyes sharpened as he regarded him warily. Before he could respond, Claudius continued, that's just the first point. The second is this, if you agree to join the 7 warlords of the sea, no one from the world government will bother you again. No marines chasing you down, no more annoying interruptions when you're busy challenging swordsmen. Wherever you go, whatever you do, the world government's protection will cover you. Mihawk leaned back slightly, his expression thoughtful. While he was confident the Marines couldn't capture him, he couldn't deny they were a constant nuisance. Every time he docked somewhere, someone would inevitably call the authorities, leading to Marines showing up to bother him, sometimes even trying to fight him. It was exhausting. In truth, this alone was enough to pique Mihawk's interest. Without Claudius, Mihawk likely would have joined the 7 warlords eventually, simply out of frustration with the Marines. And the third point, Claudius said, leaning forward slightly, is that the 7 warlords of the sea is an organization. Working with us gives you access to something you don't currently have, information. You have no way of knowing how many hidden master swordsmen there are out there, people like Kashiro, living in seclusion. But the world government's intelligence network is unmatched. If you become a warlord, you can use that power to find more swordsmen to challenge, to sharpen your skills. Doesn't that sound like it's worth considering? Mihawk's eyes flickered, betraying a hint of interest. After a long pause, he asked, are you serious about that? Of course, Claudius replied confidently. Mihawk fell silent again, his gaze distant as he weighed the proposition. It does sound like a good arrangement, he said at last. Unlike many other pirates, Mihawk wasn't particularly concerned with morality or the idea of becoming a dog of the world government. His alignment was neutral at best, and he killed or spared people as he saw fit. Joining the 7 warlords held no stigma for him. His earlier refusal was mostly due to the hassle of having to fulfill certain obligations. But if the benefits outweighed the inconveniences, Mihawk had no reason to refuse. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be bothered. The world government would only summon the 7 warlords during major crises. Aside from that, you'd be free to do as you please, including keeping a share of whatever bounty or loot you acquire, Claudius explained, pausing for a moment before adding, and let's be real. With the seas crawling with pirates these days, you're bound to encounter them when you're out looking for worthy opponents. Take them down with a single slash, keep whatever you want, and it still counts as fulfilling your duties. Not a bad deal, right? Mihawk mulled it over before saying, that does sound reasonable. I was already thinking about challenging some of the strong Marines. I've heard there's a woman among them, Jin, who's supposed to be a formidable swordsman. If I join the 7 warlords, will I be able to challenge Marine swordsmen legally? Claudius didn't hesitate. He immediately nodded and said, Of course. If you want, I can even drop you off at Marineford myself. Mihawk's eyes lit up slightly at the suggestion. In that case, we have a deal. Well then, I look forward to working with you, Mr. Seven Warlords of the Sea, Dracul Mihawk, Cladius said with a smile. Likewise, Mihawk replied, giving a small nod. Cladius felt satisfied. The negotiation had gone almost exactly as he'd expected. Mihawk had no strong feelings against joining, and as long as the benefits were clear, there was little reason for him to refuse. With this matter resolved, Cladius turned his attention to the last loose end in East Blue, Kuina. He still needed to convince the girl to leave with him, but first, he had to speak with Kashiro again. Cladius had already brought up the idea to Kashiro before, and though the man had been hesitant, he hadn't outright refused. As much as Kashiro believed that Kuina, as a girl, couldn't reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, she was still his only child. Beyond his traditional mindset, he also deeply cared for her. The fact that he had passed on the treasured sword Wado Ikamanji to Kuina showed how much he valued her. Kashiro had even decided that Kuina would inherit the Isshin dojo after his death, despite his reservations about her potential. It was a conflicted position. While he claimed girls couldn't reach the top in kendo, he still poured his teachings into her. Cladius had made his case, promising to train Kuina and prove to Kashiro that she could become one of the greatest swordsmen in the world. Deep down, Cladius suspected Kashiro wanted to see Kuina succeed, but was held back by his own beliefs. After much discussion and reassurances, Kashiro finally agreed, though reluctantly. Cladius had also promised that he wouldn't restrict Kuina's freedom. If she ever wanted to return to Shimitsuki village, she would be free to do so. This promise had been easy for Cladius to make, as he didn't plan to keep her against her will. Now, all that remained was to convince Kuina herself to leave. That part, Cladius thought, wouldn't be too hard. Kuina had always wanted to prove herself to her father and show that girls could become top-tier swordsmen. By appealing to that desire, Cladius was confident he could persuade her to come with him. "What are you looking at?" Mihawk asked curiously, noticing Claudius's thoughtful expression. Cladius smiled. "I'm looking at the future of female swordsmanship." Mihawk followed his gaze toward Kuina. "Kashiro's daughter?" he murmured. After a moment of observation, he nodded and said, "Indeed, she's very talented. Her future is limitless." Chapter 187. Mihawk, sooner or later, I will cut the poneglyph. At the Isshin dojo, Rorinoa Zoro was training harder than anyone else. His dedication and effort surpassed all the other apprentices combined. Recently, he'd been pushing himself so hard that every day he practiced until he could no longer move and had to be carried back to his room. Now he lay in his room, his body aching and immobile, staring at the ceiling as though lost in thought. The door suddenly opened, and Kashiro entered. "Master," Zoro called out upon seeing him, struggling to get up. "There's no need to get up. Just lie down, Zoro," Kashiro said kindly, smiling as he gently pressed Zoro's shoulders back down to the bed. "You've done this to yourself again. Haven't I told you? Even during training, you need to know when to relax. If you push too hard, you'll harm your body," Kashiro said softly. Zoro nodded but said with determination, "I can handle it, master. Every day I feel myself getting just a little bit stronger." Kashiro nodded but didn't press further. Instead, he asked, "Why are you so desperate to push yourself this hard?" "Isn't it obvious? I need to surpass Kuina," Zoro said without hesitation. Kashiro smiled faintly and replied, "Kuina is gone now. There's no one left in the dojo who can challenge you." "She didn't leave," Zoro said stubbornly. "She just followed those people to the sea. Sooner or later, I'll go to the sea and find her. She defeated me 1,250 times and then just left. How could I accept that? I'll make sure I beat her, fair and square." Indeed, Claudius and his group had left Shimitsuki village some time ago, and Kuina had been persuaded to leave with them. This had left Zoro behind, frustrated and alone, with a burning determination to one day surpass his rival. It wasn't that Claudius had dismissed Zoro's potential. On the contrary, he'd briefly considered taking the boy along as well. But Kashiro had already been hesitant about letting Kuina go, and Claudius felt it would be unfair to take away both of Kashiro's most talented apprentices. even I have my limits, Claudius had thought at the time, deciding to leave Zorro behind. Besides, Cuina needs guidance to avoid a tragic fate, but Zorro, that kid is tougher than steel. He'll be fine on his own. Meanwhile, somewhere in the waters of East Blue, Claudius's ship, Prometheus, drifted leisurely. With both of his primary goals accomplished, recruiting Mihawk into the 7 warlords of the sea and securing Cuina, Claudius had no immediate plans. The operations of CPX were running smoothly, the world government was advancing its agenda, and the seas were momentarily calm. Crocodile and Doflamingo had already joined the 7 warlords of the sea, and Bartholomew Kuma would soon follow. With Mihawk on board, that made 4 warlords, leaving just 3 spots to fill. Once the lineup was finalized, the announcement would undoubtedly cause waves across the seas. For now, though, there was little else for Claudius to do. He decided to linger in East Blue for a while, taking in the beauty of the so-called Sea of Peace. Holding a den mushy in one hand, Claudius was speaking in a calm tone, giving orders. "Is everything confirmed?" Claudius asked. "Yes, Your Highness," Spandine reported. "As you suspected, East Blue's marine presence has decayed significantly. The long period of peace here has led to complacency, and as a result, corruption has taken root among the ranks." Although Spandine wasn't physically present in East Blue, CPX had agents stationed throughout the region. At Claudius's casual suggestion, Spandine had already investigated the situation and confirmed the state of decay. "As I thought," Claudius muttered. "Inform the Marines that they'll be conducting a joint operation with us. We're going to clean house in East Blue. I want every corrupt official and unfit Marine rooted out. We cannot allow the people of East Blue to suffer at the hands of pirates and Marines. If word gets out about this kind of negligence, it'll be the world government's reputation that suffers." "Understood, Your Highness. Your compassion for the people is truly inspiring. If the citizens of East Blue knew of your efforts, they would sing your praises," Spandine said with a sycophantic tone. Claudius chuckled, "Perhaps." Hearing this, Spandine resolved to carry out the operation to the best of his ability. Ensuring Claudius's name became synonymous with justice in East Blue could only benefit his career. Fortunately, East Blue wasn't plagued by many powerful pirates. The Buggy Pirates and the Black Cat Pirates were the most notable threats, and even they were minor compared to crews in the Grand Line. Shanks's Red Hair Pirates occasionally passed through, but they never caused trouble, treating the region more like a vacation spot. As for Arlong, he hadn't yet made his way to East Blue, and it seemed likely he never would. Like Fisher Tiger, Arlong was now working as forced labor in the Calm Belt mines, courtesy of the Marines and Claudius's initiative. With most of East Blue's threats neutralized, the region was peaceful, but the real problem lay with the Marines stationed there. From the corrupt Captain Nezumi to the delusional axe-hand Morgan, the damage caused by these so-called protectors far outweighed any harm inflicted by the pirates. After finishing the call, Claudius grabbed an orange from the table, peeling and eating it. Smiling, he muttered, "Sweet, East Blue oranges. I've cleared the path for you, so just grow them in peace, Belmare and Nami." Claudius had recently visited Kakasi village, where he'd met the young Nami, her sister Najiko, and their adoptive mother Belmare, a former Marine. At the moment, the 3 were living happily in their quiet village. However, Captain Nezumi occasionally harassed them, though nothing serious had happened, yet. Remembering this, Claudius decided to take action, which was why he'd instructed Spandine to clean up East Blue's Marines. While it was partly out of sympathy for the villagers, it was also out of respect for Belmare, a strong woman who had fought for her family. By doing so, Claudius hoped to alter Kakasi village's future. Perhaps this would prevent Nami from becoming a pirate, allowing her to stay in the village and focus on growing oranges. Of course, Claudius had overlooked one key detail. Nami's dream was far bigger than her village. She wanted to map the entire world. Even if she didn't become a pirate, she would undoubtedly find her way to the sea. "Your Highness," Robin's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The young girl came running from the deck, looking alarmed. "What's wrong?" Claudius asked, surprised by her panic. "It's Mihawk," Robin said, her tone urgent. "He's in the library trying to slash the poneglyph." Claudius froze for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. That bastard. Before Claudius could even move, Mihawk came strolling down the stairs, his usual stoic expression intact. "What the hell were you doing?" Claudius demanded angrily. "Nothing," Mihawk replied calmly. "I went to explore your library and the girl told me the stone tablet couldn't be destroyed. I was curious, so I tested it. Don't worry, I didn't damage anything." "And?" Claudius asked, his tone still sharp. "It's true, I couldn't cut it. Not with my current strength," Mihawk admitted. Then, with a serious expression, he added, "But one day I will. Sooner or later I'll cut through that stone." "You're delusional," Claudius snapped. "That's part of my collection and you think I'll let you destroy it." Chapter 188. The Development and Change of the Situation on the Sea. After spending several months in East Blue, Claudius had managed to oversee a significant shift in the region. With Marines deploying numerous inspectors and CPX conducting sweeps across every branch base in East Blue, the overall atmosphere within the Marines had shifted toward a sense of justice and discipline. By now, the calendar had reached Sea Circle year 1509, and Claudius decided it was time to return to the first half of the Grand Line. Over the past few months, the ongoing development of the 7 Warlords of the Sea program had caused noticeable ripples in the world of piracy, just as Claudius had anticipated. Dividing pirate factions into opposing camps proved effective, creating a new dynamic across the seas. In the New World, it seemed as though the formation of the 7 Warlords had acted as a catalyst. Big Mom's crew and Kaido's Beasts pirates were gradually following in Whitebeard's footsteps, each paving their own path toward becoming a pirate emperor. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's crew, despite losing face in Fishman Island, solidified their position as the first true pirate emperor crew. This marked the beginning of the Four Emperors era, with 3 of the groups already establishing themselves as dominant forces. However, the situation with Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates was puzzling. Unlike the other would-be emperors, Shanks's crew still behaved more like a low-profile band of nobodies, spending most of their time in East Blue, far from the action. If not for the occasional reports of their activity in the New World, I'd think Shanks and his crew were planning to stay in East Blue forever, Claudius muttered to himself. "The people's hero of Alabasta, Crocodile," Claudius read aloud, holding a newspaper and laughing. "Ha ha ha, this guy really pulled it off. He's actually become a national hero in Alabasta." Sitting comfortably on Claudius's lap, Stussy peeled a banana and smiled. "Crocodile was the first 7 warlord you recruited. The image he's built in Alabasta is making people rethink the value of the 7 Warlords program. I'd say your strategy is working." "Bartholomew Kuma isn't moving too slowly, either," Claudius replied. "I heard he's already reached an agreement with the Marines, but I've made it clear to Sengoku that both Kuma and Mihawk are true, independent warlords not directly tied to me. If anything goes wrong with them in the future, it's not my responsibility." Stussy chuckled and added, "Kuma's reputation isn't bad, but Doflamingo's been making quite the stir with his hunt for a kingdom. Things are getting lively over there." She took a bite of her banana, found it sweet, and offered it to Claudius with a teasing grin. Claudius took a bite without hesitation and responded with a smirk. That's just how pirates operate. It's very fitting for his style. Compared to the others, Doflamingo is probably the most typical pirate among the warlords. After all, he got his position by stealing the celestial tribute. Following his induction as a warlord, Doflamingo had wasted no time returning to the New World from North Blue. Within 2 weeks, he successfully claimed the kingdom of Dressrosa as his own, solidifying his status. However, his long-standing reputation and recent ascension to the 7 warlords led to rumors of underhanded tactics. Despite being hailed as a hero by some in Dressrosa, many outsiders derided him as a mad king who had seized power through despicable means. Not that it mattered to Doflamingo or to Claudius, for that matter. The world government certainly didn't care either, having disliked Dressrosa's former regime. As Claudius had predicted, Trafalgar Law had indeed found his way into Doflamingo's crew in North Blue and now served as one of his subordinates. Doflamingo seemed quite fond of Law, mentioning him enthusiastically in a recent conversation with Claudius. He's a lot like me when I was younger, Doflamingo had said. That same crazed look in his eyes, full of destruction. Claudius hadn't commented much at the time. Doflamingo had been influenced by Claudius and avoided completely succumbing to the darkness. But Trafalgar Law, with his burning desire for revenge, he seemed hell-bent on tearing the world apart. Everyone had their own destiny, Claudius thought. Doflamingo's fate had changed after meeting him, while Law's path remained bound to the loss of his savior, Corazon. Claudius swallowed another bite of banana and smiled. "This is pretty good. Let me have another bite." Stussy frowned playfully. "Your Highness, this is my banana. Be grateful I let you have 2 bites. If you want more, peel one yourself." "Stingy," Claudius teased. "Fine, I'll make it up to you tonight by helping you peel your exclusive big banana." Stussy flushed, feeling Claudius's hand squeeze her thigh. Just as she was about to retort, the sound of the den mushy interrupted them. Claudius set her aside gently and answered the call, smiling as he spoke. "Sengoku, I hear you're about to get a promotion. Congratulations in advance." The rumor that Kong was set to be promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the Army had been circulating for some time. Naturally, this meant Sengoku would ascend to the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. Although officially unconfirmed, the 5 elders themselves had quietly leaked the information to prepare everyone for the upcoming changes. "Heh, don't tease me, Your Highness," Sengoku said, though the excitement in his voice was unmistakable. "It doesn't sound like a baseless rumor to me. I think it's happening sooner than you think," Claudius said with a chuckle. After exchanging a few lighthearted remarks, Sengoku shifted to the main topic. "Your Highness, the marine base on Fishman Island is fully operational, and CPX has settled in as well. The preliminary conditions we agreed upon with Fishman Island have all been met. I've just received word that everything is ready. Can we begin the calm belt experiments?" Claudius nodded as he listened, a smile playing on his lips. "Of course, since everything is in place, let's proceed with the calm belt operations. Stussy, where are we right now?" "We're nearing the island of Spring Queens," Stussy replied promptly. "Perfect," Claudius said. "I was planning to check out that island anyway. Once I'm done here, I'll head back to Mariewa. After that, I'll deal with some matters in the calm belt." "Are you talking about Amazon Lily?" Sengoku asked. "Yes, the island of the Kuja. Why, is there a problem?" Claudius inquired. "Amazon Lily is technically a pirate nation," Sengoku said gravely. Claudius chuckled and replied, "Perhaps, but in my vision, they'll be our allies within the next 3 to 5 years. I've already set aside a position in the 7 warlords of the sea for them. They can be trusted." Sengoku paused before responding with a smile. "It sounds like you've got a plan for the calm belt." "I do," Claudius confirmed. "Once I secure things with Amazon Lily, we can begin operations. Let's stay coordinated." "Understood. Marine forces will be ready to act once we receive your signal," Sengoku said. Chapter 189, White Master Rayleigh, Why Are You So Proficient? On the Sabyati archipelago, a small boat quietly approached the shore. On board was none other than Claudius and his group, their movements shrouded in a deliberate air of mystery. "Listen up," Claudius said with a mischievous grin, addressing the others. "This time, we're staging a surprise attack. That old guy is ridiculously sharp. If he senses something's up, he'll bolt before we can blink. And this time, the stakes are too important, we can't let him escape." Stussy, standing nearby, suppressed a laugh as she watched Claudius. To her, it was obvious he was just having fun with this role-playing scenario. The target of their operation? None other than Silvers Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Roger Pirates. However, Claudius wasn't here to arrest him. He had something important to ask for Rayleigh's help with. The calm belt development plan that Claudius and the Marines were working on required integrating Amazon Lily as a key transit point. While this was only the beginning, the significance of securing 9 Snake Island as an ally couldn't be overstated. Amazon Lily's combat strength was formidable. Though its warriors were exclusively women, they were all highly trained fighters skilled in haki. According to Hancock, the island had over 50,000 combat-ready Amazons, not including other civilians who were also capable of battle. This power, Claudius reasoned, was too valuable to ignore. His ultimate goal was to bring Snake Island fully under his influence. But how to establish initial contact? For one, Claudius had the 3 Hancock sisters, all of whom were the royal family of Amazon Lily, with Hancock herself being the first in line to inherit the throne. The timing was perfect, as the previous Empress of Amazon Lily had mysteriously passed away a couple of years ago, likely from the infamous lovesickness that often plagued past rulers. Currently, the island was being managed by Elder Nyan, also known as Gloriosa, a former empress herself. With no new empress officially crowned, the throne was vacant. By returning Hancock and her sisters to Amazon Lily, Claudius could solidify a strong relationship with the island's leadership. Over the years, he had already built trust between the two sides, making this an ideal time to establish Amazon Lily as a reliable ally. A stable foothold in the Calm Belt would not only benefit the Marines, but also give Claudius a strategic advantage in the region. However, contacting Snake Island wasn't so simple. Marine presence on the island would spark immediate conflict, as it was still technically a pirate territory. Even the Hancock sisters had no means of directly reaching out to the island. This was where Rayleigh came in. Claudius recalled that the old man had a good relationship with Snake Island, and more importantly, had a way to contact Elder Nyan via Den Mushi. In the past, when the 3 Hancock sisters escaped during Fisher Tiger's raid on Mariewa, it was Rayleigh who arranged for their safe return to Snake Island. Gloriosa had even personally come to Sabyati Archipelago to retrieve them. With this in mind, Claudius devised a plan to track Rayleigh down and convince him to assist in contacting Amazon Lily, thereby kickstarting the Calm Belt Development Project. Claudius and his group disembarked on the archipelago, dressed according to Claudius's questionable sense of style. He'd insisted they all wear what he called stealth attire, which amounted to black suits reminiscent of cartoonish spies. "All right, let's move," Claudius said with a smirk as they headed toward their target, Shacky's Ripoff Bar. At the bar, business had just wrapped up for the day. Shacky was tidying up the empty bottles and glasses while Rayleigh lounged on the sofa, sipping from his flask. His posture exuded the relaxed confidence of a man with nothing to worry about. "You're back already, out of money again," Shacky teased as she wiped down the bar. Rayleigh grinned and patted his pocket. "Out of money? Do you see this? This is wealth, the kind of wealth only Silver's Rayleigh can manage." Shacky rolled her eyes, smiling knowingly. "What do you do this time? Sell yourself to another rich woman?" Rayleigh winced at her teasing but waved dismissively. Hey, don't make it sound so bad. I didn't really sell myself, just borrowed a little, that's all." To be fair, Rayleigh's rugged charm and manly aura made him irresistible to wealthy women. Whenever he was low on funds, he could always sell his services as a gentleman companion, earning himself a tidy sum. "If not for Roger dragging me into the pirate life, I'd be running the underworld's equivalent of a host club by now," Rayleigh joked. "Stussy could have made me the star of Happy Street." Shacky laughed and shook her head. "You'd better thank Claudius for not shutting down all the slave markets. Otherwise, how would you survive?" "Please," Rayleigh replied with a grin. "I'm just a humble man trying to make his way in the world." Shacky shot him a skeptical look. "When are you going to do something serious with your life?" "When the money runs out, I'll get back to coating ships," Rayleigh said shamelessly, taking another sip from his flask. Shacky sighed and finished cleaning the bar. "You know, you should stop running. I don't think that Prince of Theirs is actually trying to catch you. If he really wanted to, you wouldn't stand a chance." Rayleigh laughed. "Me, get caught by Claudius? Please, I'm Silver's Rayleigh the Dark King. It's not fear, I just prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sure, he might not be here to catch me, but what if? Better safe than sorry, don't you think?" Before Shacky could respond, the door to the bar suddenly swung open. "We're closed, come back tomorrow," Rayleigh called out without looking up. But the voice that answered him was all too familiar. "Ahahaha, finally, I caught you, Rayleigh. It's been too long, I've missed you." Claudius's unmistakable laughter filled the room as he strode inside. Rayleigh froze, his flask halfway to his lips. Turning his head, he saw Claudius walking in with a wide grin. Without a moment's hesitation, Rayleigh bolted for the window, intending to make his escape. Unfortunately for him, the moment he opened the window, a fist met his face, landing squarely on his eye socket. "Gah!" Rayleigh yelped, stumbling back onto the sofa. From outside the window, Stussie's voice came, sounding panicked. "I didn't mean to. You opened the window so suddenly, you scared me." Claudius laughed as he watched Rayleigh nursing his face. "What happened to the guy who once grabbed my shinsaw bare-handed? You can't even dodge a punch now." Rayleigh shot him a glare but didn't reply, pointing instead to the empty wine bottles on the table as if to say, "I'm drunk, you idiot." Claudius chuckled and turned to Shacky. "Seems like my dramatic entrance didn't go as planned." Shacky smirked. "Want a drink to cheer yourself up?" "I thought you were closed," Claudius teased. "For you, your highness. My little bar is always open," Shacky replied with a sly grin. Claudius nodded. "The usual then." Rayleigh, still holding his eye, watched the exchange in disbelief. Shacky's casual ease with Claudius was unsettling. "Why are you two so familiar?" he muttered. "You've been drinking together behind my back, haven't you?" Ignoring him, Claudius took the drink Shacky handed him and sat on the sofa across from Rayleigh. "Relax," Claudius said with a smile. "You're retired now. As long as you stay out of trouble, no one's coming after you. I'm not here to arrest you, I just need your help with something." Chapter 190. Rayleigh, "I'm a pirate, why do I need dignity?" Hearing Claudius's request, Rayleigh smirked and leaned back casually. "This is really something. If I'm not mistaken, you're a celestial dragon, aren't you? Not just that, you're the leader of CPX, someone capable of taking down the likes of Golden Lion and Redfield. You even managed to catch him. And now you're here asking me, a pirate who's been retired for years, to help you? You think I have that kind of ability?" Claudius chuckled, clearly amused. "Forget about Golden Lion and Redfield. You of all people should know what the deal was with Roger. Do you really think anyone could catch him?" Rayleigh's expression shifted slightly at the mention of his captain, and for a moment he seemed to be reminiscing. He let out a soft sigh. "So it's true, then?" "Take it however you want," Claudius replied. After a moment of silence, Rayleigh shook his head and said, "Even so, I don't have much of a relationship with you. Let's not forget, you're part of the world government and I was part of Roger's crew. We're enemies by nature. What makes you think I'd ever help you?" Rayleigh's reasoning was sound. Even though he'd been retired for years, his disdain for the world government hadn't diminished. A pirate's mindset doesn't simply fade with time, it stays with them until the end of their days. Sure, he could sit here and have a drink with Claudius, but helping him, that was a different story. Claudius, however, wasn't discouraged. "Really? You're that cold? After all, we do share some common interests," he said with a grin. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. "Common interests? What are you talking about?" "Don't play dumb. Booze, for one thing. Or are you getting old and forgetful? Look at this." Claudius patted the hilt of Shinda at his side. "Surely this rings a bell." Rayleigh's gaze fell on the sword, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Then it dawned on him, Claudius was talking about that common interest. Rayleigh had once had his eye on that sword, only for it to end up in Claudius's hands. "Of all things, you bring up that damn sword. Calling that a common interest feels more like rubbing salt in the wound," Rayleigh muttered, shaking his head. "Well, since you remember it, I'll take that as confirmation that we share a connection," Claudius said with a laugh. "But seriously, hear me out. It's not a big deal. If it bothers you so much, think of it as business. I'm willing to pay you." Rayleigh hesitated at the mention of money, his expression briefly conflicted. However, he patted his pockets and seemed to remember he wasn't exactly broke at the moment. His pride won out, and he shook his head. "No deal. Rayleigh is a pirate, and I won't compromise on that," he said firmly. "You're retired, though. Why cling to these absolutes?" Claudius asked with a smirk. "Retired or not, I'm still a pirate. Even if you kill me, drown me, or drag me to the ends of the earth, I won't help you," Rayleigh declared with conviction. Claudius tilted his head, a bemused smile on his face. He felt like he'd heard similar dramatic words before but couldn't quite place where. Still, despite Rayleigh's adamant refusal, Claudius didn't seem worried in the slightest. "Is that so? That's a shame," Claudius said nonchalantly. Looks like Amazon Lily's crown princesses won't be making it back home after all. Rayleigh's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his tone turned cautious. What's that supposed to mean? What does this have to do with Amazon Lily? Oh, didn't I mention it? Claudius said, feigning surprise. The 3 girls I've been looking after, they're the royal family of Amazon Lily. The idea was to send them back home, but well, I don't have any way to contact the island. Then I remembered you were familiar with the place and might be able to help. But hey, if you're so intent on holding onto your pirate ethics, I won't force you. I wouldn't want people saying Claudius bullied an old man. Rayleigh's jaw tightened as Claudius spoke. Of course, Rayleigh was aware of the importance of the 3 sisters to Amazon Lily. Gloriosa, the island's elder, had personally asked him to keep an eye out for them after they disappeared years ago. Whenever Rayleigh went out to sea, he'd kept an eye open for any clues about their whereabouts. And now Claudius had them. Rayleigh had initially refused Claudius's request because he assumed it would involve divulging sensitive information about Roger's crew or other pirates. But now Claudius was asking for something entirely unrelated, and Rayleigh couldn't dismiss it as easily. Still, his distrust of Claudius lingered. Was this really about Amazon Lily, or was Claudius playing some deeper game? While Rayleigh was lost in thought, Claudius stood up, brushing off his coat. Well, I suppose that's that. If you're not willing, I won't waste any more of your time. I'll find another way. Claudius made his way to the door, his casual demeanor masking the subtle smirk on his lips. Rayleigh watched him go, conflicted. As much as he wanted to stick to his pirate principles, the mention of Amazon Lily gnawed at him. He hesitated, torn between his pride and the sense of responsibility Gloriosa had entrusted to him. As Claudius reached the door, he paused, turning back with an almost mischievous glint in his eye. By the way, Rayleigh, do you happen to know a woman named Portgas de Rouge? The question hit Rayleigh like a thunderclap. His expression faltered for the briefest of moments before he recovered, forcing a calm tone. Never heard of her. Why? Oh, it's nothing, Claudius said, shrugging. I just figured I'd ask. I've been looking into family connections for my son, Ace. Thought she might have been someone important. Guess I was wrong. Claudius turned back to the door, leaving Rayleigh frozen in place. Ace, Rayleigh repeated quietly, the name ringing in his mind. He'd heard it before, rumors from Mariewa about Claudius's supposed illegitimate child. But something about the way Claudius spoke didn't add up. Could it be? Rayleigh's mind raced, piecing together fragments of information. If Claudius knew about Rouge, then... Damn it, Roger, Rayleigh cursed inwardly. You told me there wouldn't be any kids. You said you'd be a free pirate till the end. He clenched his fist, a mix of frustration and disbelief washing over him. All these years, Rayleigh had taken Roger at his word. Now it seemed his old friend had been hiding something monumental. Just as Claudius reached for the door, Rayleigh shot to his feet. Wait. Claudius turned, raising an eyebrow. What is it? Did you change your mind? Rayleigh sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. I thought about it. Helping others is what good people do, right? You can't do good deeds every day without racking up some goodwill. I'll help you with this. Claudius crossed his arms, pretending to be skeptical. Are you sure? I wouldn't want you to compromise your pirate integrity. Rayleigh growled, slamming his hand on the table. Don't test me, Claudius. If I say I'll help, I'll help. Now sit down and let's figure this out. Claudius hid his grin as he returned to his seat, thinking to himself, old man, you're too easy to read. With an air of victory, Claudius sat back and prepared to explain his plan. Meanwhile, Rayleigh couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he'd just walked into a carefully laid trap. Chapter 191, Claudius You Beast. This time, Rayleigh didn't waste words on unnecessary topics. After confirming the identities of the 3 Hancock sisters, he immediately used a den mushy to contact Gloriosa. At first, Gloriosa, who was preparing to settle in for the night, grumbled at being disturbed so late. But the moment she heard the news about the Hancock sisters, her attitude changed completely. She became energized, and the 2 old acquaintances quickly settled the matter. Gloriosa promised to set out immediately and head to the Sabyati archipelago, as quickly as possible, to secretly bring the 3 sisters back to Amazon Lily. The Hancock sisters were ecstatic. For the first time in years, they saw hope of returning home. However, Hancock herself couldn't help but glance at Claudius, who was casually sipping from his wine glass. A complicated emotion flickered in her heart. Even though he's a celestial dragon, unexpectedly, he's a good person, Hancock thought to herself. She wanted to thank him, or perhaps say a few words, but Claudius was engrossed in conversation with Rayleigh. Not wanting to interrupt, she swallowed her thoughts and stood quietly with her sisters. Satisfied with how things had turned out, Claudius nodded and smiled. They say you, Rayleigh, are chivalrous and righteous. Turns out that's true. Thank you for this. Don't worry, I'll give you my word, stay out of trouble, and you can live on Sabyati Archipelago without anyone bothering you. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Standing up, he added, all right, it's getting late. Thanks again for your help. I won't disturb your evening any longer. I'll be on my way. With that, Claudius moved toward the door. But Rayleigh wasn't about to let him leave just yet. There was still something that had been bothering him. Hey, it's late. Why don't you stay the night? No rush to leave. I see we get along well, let's have another drink before you go, Rayleigh said, stepping forward to block his path. Claudius raised an eyebrow. Get along, we've known each other for years now, haven't we? Funny how you weren't this enthusiastic earlier. Outwardly, however, he waved his hands dismissively. No need. You've got a business to run tomorrow, and we're a big group, it'd be too much trouble. Maybe next time. Rayleigh squinted at him. That next time had a distinctly mocking tone, but he let it slide. Come on, it's just a drink, we've still got plenty to talk about. Talk about what? I'm a celestial dragon, you're a retired pirate. What's there to discuss? Besides, if I stick around too long, I might overhear something interesting. Next thing you know, I'll be dragging you back in chains, Claudius teased, his tone light but his grin sharp. Rayleigh waved him off. Nonsense. My lips are sealed tighter than a vault. Besides, conversation doesn't need a pretext. It starts wherever it starts. Let's talk about something simple. How about this Rouge and Ace business? What's the deal there? He asked, his wrinkled face twisting into a sly grin. Claudius smirked. Ace is my godson, why so curious? And don't act so familiar, her name is Portgas de Rouge, not just Rouge. Rayleigh leaned back slightly, unfazed. Fine. I'm just trying to make conversation, show a little interest in your family. No need to be so uptight. No need for your interest. Thanks, but no thanks. Goodbye, Claudius said, shutting down the topic with exaggerated finality. Rayleigh, growing more impatient, slapped the table. Claudius. Startled, Claudius paused. What's with the shouting? I'm not deaf, old man. Rayleigh softened his tone and leaned forward. All right, enough jokes. Let's get serious. What's the deal with Ace? And what about you and Rouge? What's really going on here? Claudius smiled but didn't answer immediately. He took a sip from his glass, savoring the tension in the room. You're awfully curious for someone who claimed not to know anything a moment ago. Call it a test, Rayleigh replied smoothly, returning the grin. Exactly what you think it is, Claudius finally said, his voice calm. Rayleigh's eyes widened slightly. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he blurted out, You bastard, you put a hat on Roger. Claudius, mid-sip, choked on his drink. He coughed violently, barely managing to avoid spraying Rayleigh in the face. Slamming his glass down, he glared at the older man. Are you insane? What kind of lunatic are you to think of something so ridiculous? Rayleigh, undeterred, pressed on. Answer me straight, Ace is really Rouge's child, isn't he? Of course he is, Claudius snapped. Why would I lie about that? Rayleigh leaned back, his expression darkening as he processed the implications. After a moment, he muttered, You really did it. Roger, you bastard, what have you done? I said you're mistaken, Claudius barked, but Rayleigh wasn't listening anymore. Rayleigh was now spiraling into a series of increasingly absurd conclusions. He recalled Rouge's beauty and temperament, then combined that with Ace's rumored origins. The timeline didn't match for Roger to be Ace's father, so what other explanation was there? In his mind, a twisted narrative began to form. After Roger's death, Claudius, ever the opportunistic celestial dragon, must have taken advantage of Rouge, forcing himself on her. Rouge, carrying Roger's child, had endured the humiliation to protect her unborn baby, only to succumb to despair after Ace was born. The more he thought about it, the angrier Rayleigh became. His breathing grew heavier and his face darkened. Finally, unable to hold it in any longer, he roared, "Claudius, you beast, I'll kill you." Rayleigh grabbed the sword resting by the sofa and lunged at Claudius with unexpected speed. Caught off guard, Claudius barely had time to react. His instincts kicked in, and he drew Shinsaw from his waist just in time to block Rayleigh's blade. The two weapons clashed, a burst of armament haki sparking at the impact. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Claudius shouted, bracing against Rayleigh's strength. "You monster, you betrayed Roger, forced yourself on Rouge, and then drove her to death. I'll avenge her," Rayleigh roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Claudius's patience snapped. "Show some respect, you senile old fool. Insult me all you want, but don't you dare slander my character. If I don't put you in your place today, you'll think you can get away with anything." With a surge of strength, Claudius pushed Rayleigh's blade back, forcing the older man to stumble. Both men locked eyes, their haki flaring in the room. "Are you out of your mind?" Claudius yelled again, readying himself for whatever came next. Rayleigh, however, showed no signs of stopping. "You crossed the line, Claudius. Today you pay." "Fine," Claudius muttered under his breath, his grip tightening on his blade. "If you want a fight, I'll give you one, but don't cry when you lose, old man." Chapter 192, Vegetative Shiki Awakened. After their heated dispute, Shaki stepped in to mediate, while Stussy offered explanations to clarify the situation. Only then did Rayleigh finally figure out the truth he had completely misunderstood. Realizing his error, Rayleigh came to an uncomfortable conclusion. Not only had Claudius not insulted Captain Roger's memory, but he had even been his captain's gift in a strange sense of fate. "You old fool," Claudius muttered irritably. "One drink, and you can't even keep your head on straight, ready to challenge a celestial dragon and punch your ticket to heaven." Rayleigh scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, stammering out apologies. At his age, dignity was more of an option than a necessity. Seeing how awkward the old man looked, Claudius frowned but let it slide. "Once the people from Amazon Lily arrive, contact me. There's a signal linked to the Den Mushy. Shaki has it." With that, Claudius stood, dusted himself off, and gestured to his entourage. Without wasting any more time, they all departed from Shaki's ripoff bar. After the group had left, Shaki turned to Rayleigh with an amused look. "Feeling a bit impulsive, were we?" Rayleigh let out a sheepish laugh. How was I supposed to know it was like that? He fell silent for a moment, his expression softening. 20 months of pregnancy to bring Ace into the world. Rouge really was. His voice trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. For a moment, a heavy sentiment settled between them, but Rayleigh wasn't one to dwell too long on such emotions. Cracking his neck, he broke the silence. "Still, I'll admit that Claudius surprised me." Shaki glanced at him while cleaning up the glasses left behind by Claudius and his group. "What do you mean?" Rayleigh's tone turned thoughtful. "That guy is really strong." "Obviously," Shaki said casually. "How else do you think he's managed to capture so many of the world's top pirates?" Rayleigh shook his head. "No, it's more than that. Even though I'd had a bit to drink, my reflexes are still sharp. When I attacked him earlier, my speed and timing were perfect, completely unexpected. And yet, he managed to block me without missing a beat." Shaki smirked as she poured herself a drink. "Or maybe you're just getting old. At your age, you should stop swinging swords around like you're still in your prime." Rayleigh burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're probably right." It would take several days for Gloriosa and her group to arrive at the Sabyati archipelago from Amazon Lily. In the meantime, Claudius decided to stay put. He wasn't in a rush, there wasn't much pressing on his schedule anyway. Over the past few days, the Sabyati archipelago had started to change. Bold merfolk and fishmen had begun to appear on the island, mingling with the human population. Interactions between the two races were still tentative, but the initial fear and mistrust were slowly dissolving. Meanwhile, the slave traders on the island had become eerily quiet. This shift was largely due to Claudius's earlier actions. His ruthless crackdown on the island's underground trade had struck fear into the hearts of those who thrived on oppression. No one in their right mind would dare touch anyone from Fishman Island now, Claudius mused to himself as he wandered through the archipelago. unless they have a death wish. While Claudius was leisurely strolling through the area, his den mushy suddenly rang. Recognizing the tone, he picked it up, smirking slightly. Sengoku, you're calling again? Don't tell me you're so impatient that you can't wait a few more days for the calm belt operation. The voice on the other end was calm but firm. Your Highness, this isn't about the calm belt, Sengoku said gravely. Claudius's expression shifted, his tone becoming serious. Oh, then what is it? I thought you'd want to be informed. After all, this matter directly involves you. Or rather, something you were involved in, Sengoku replied cryptically. Just spit it out, Claudius said, now curious. Sengoku's next words were measured. Golden Lion Shiki woke up this morning. For a moment, Claudius was stunned. Shiki? He hadn't thought about that name in years. The memory of their last encounter was distant, almost buried beneath the chaos of more recent events. It had been during Claudius's descent from Sky Island that he'd accidentally stumbled into the Battle of Ed War. In a twist of fate, he had crossed paths with Shiki, a clash that ended with the infamous pirate being captured and rendered comatose. Since then, Shiki had been held at Marineford, cared for under strict watch. Out of humanitarian duty, or perhaps just for observation, he had received top-notch medical care, even though many thought he would remain a vegetable for the rest of his life. And now he was awake. Well, that's unexpected, Claudius murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Exactly my reaction, Sengoku said. When I got the news this morning, I was stunned. Honestly, I'd almost forgotten he was still alive. Claudius chuckled lightly. Same here. What's the plan now? What's Marine going to do with him? Sengoku's tone grew somber. Shiki is in a weakened state. While he's conscious, years of lying comatose have left him frail. His injuries, particularly the brain damage, have also taken their toll. The rudder embedded in his head, that's not going anywhere. According to the medical staff who have been taking care of him, he's unlikely to regain his former strength. He can't even use haki anymore. In short, he's no longer the man he once was. Claudius sighed, leaning back slightly. Talk about tragic. Shiki really is the poster child for wasted ambition. Once the terror of the seas, now he's just a shadow of himself, Sengoku finished. Exactly. Once he's had a few days to recover, we'll conduct some final evaluations. After that, he'll be sent to Impel Down, Eternal Hell. Claudius nodded, unsurprised. Exactly what I expected. Still, he couldn't help but pity the man. Shiki's life had been one of highs and lows, but this seemed like a cruel end. Waking up after years of oblivion, only to be thrown into the darkest depths of Impel Down. I wonder, Claudius mused, will he try to escape again? Break his legs a second time for the sake of freedom? But the odds weren't in Shiki's favor this time. With his haki gone, his chances of escaping Impel Down were slim to none. Breaking his legs now would likely mean his death. In a quiet cell at Marineford, Shiki stared at the ceiling, his face expressionless. He'd been awake for only a short time, but it was enough to grasp the bleak reality of his situation. He muttered softly to himself, his voice heavy with resignation. How many years? How many years was I out? The world's changed, hasn't it? Roger is gone, I've been forgotten, and the sea, it belongs to Whitebeard now. His words trailed off, replaced by silence. The weight of his circumstances pressed down on him like an anchor, and for the first time in his life, Shiki felt the sharp sting of irrelevance. Maybe it would have been better if I'd never woken up, Shiki whispered. His tone carried the sorrow of a once great figure who had been left behind by time itself. Slowly, he closed his eyes, retreating into his thoughts. The news of Shiki's awakening was kept strictly confidential. For years, the world government and Marine had worked to erase the Golden Lion's presence from public memory. His exploits, once legendary, were now little more than whispers in old pirate tales. Even now, as Shiki prepared to be sent to Eternal Hell, the Marine's strategy remained the same: erase his existence. Perhaps in another decade, no one among the new generation of pirates would even remember his name. Chapter 193. CPX's business empire system takes shape. At the bustling port of the Sabyati archipelago, a large, grand ship docked. The ship's flag bore the symbol of a peel coin, a clear sign of a merchant vessel. Its imposing size and polished appearance gave off an air of wealth and prosperity. As the gangplank was lowered, a man with a striking presence disembarked. He wore an ostentatious pink suit, a bold statement in itself. His slicked-back hair shone under the sunlight, and a pair of black sunglasses hid his eyes. Gold adorned him from head to toe, every finger had a ring, and a massive chain hung heavily around his neck. He exuded the unmistakable aura of wealth, though it teetered on the edge of being overdone. This man was none other than Guild Tesoro. Since parting ways with Cladius, Tesoro had fully embraced the opportunities presented to him. He understood Claudius's subtle directives and plunged headfirst into the shipping business, quickly mastering its intricacies. But shipping was just the beginning. He expanded his ventures, establishing casinos on various islands. One of his proudest achievements was a partnership with Crocodile. Together, they had invested in Alabasta's Rainland, constructing the massive and opulent casino city, Rain Dinners. Additionally, Tesoro had forged an alliance with Doflamingo, becoming a key player in the latter's dark world operations by acting as a freight contractor. Despite having less than a year to work with, Tesoro's rapid success spoke volumes about his business acumen. His ventures flourished, exceeding all expectations. Now, with his sights set even higher, Tesoro dreamed of creating the world's largest entertainment hub. It would be an all-encompassing city with a casino at its core, surrounded by various entertainment and leisure facilities. Originally, Tesoro had planned to head to the New World to further expand his reach. However, when he received Claudius's summons, he immediately set aside his plans and rushed to the Sabyati archipelago. Luckily, he was already in the vicinity, so Claudius didn't have to wait long. At the marine outpost on Sabyati archipelago, Claudius was inspecting the area while enjoying a cup of tea. The moment Tesoro saw Claudius, he didn't hesitate to rush forward. In a dramatic display of loyalty, he dropped to his knees before Claudius and said respectfully, "Your Highness, it's been far too long. Your most loyal servant, Tesoro, is here to pay his respects." Claudius raised an eyebrow, smirking at the display. "Looks like you've been spending too much time with Spandine. Not bad, you've managed to pick up his flair for flattery. Get up already." Tesoro stood up with a wide grin. Spandine is a vital part of CPX. His spy network spans the world, and many of his operatives hold important positions. Maintaining a good relationship with him has proven invaluable for my business dealings, as I'm sure your Highness has noticed. Claudius chuckled. "I've heard about your exploits. You've done well, Tesoro, better than I expected. Keep it up." Tesoro's face lit up with joy at the compliment. "Thank you, your Highness. I'll make sure to live up to your expectations." Claudius nodded, setting his teacup down. "I didn't call you here just for pleasantries. I've got something for you to handle." "Whatever your Highness commands," Tesoro replied without hesitation. "Well," Claudius began, leaning back slightly, "it's business-related. Since I intend for you to oversee CPX's financial operations in the future, why don't you guess what I'm about to ask of you?" Tesoro fell silent, his brow furrowing in thought. He had been pondering this very question on his journey here. After a moment, he ventured a guess. "Is it about Umit, the so-called shipping king? The wolf who doesn't know how to show gratitude? Are you planning to deal with him and have me take over his operations?" Claudius laughed heartily. "Smart guess." Tesoro grinned. "I recall your Highness mentioning Umit before. That's why I initially focused on the shipping industry. It seemed like the logical step. I've already gained some experience in the field, and I'm prepared to take over whenever you see fit." Claudius's expression turned approving. Umit had been on his radar for a long time. While the man had initially been respectful, his growing influence and arrogance had begun to show cracks in his loyalty. Claudius had tolerated him, biding his time and letting Umit's business flourish under his shadow. But now that Tesoro had proven himself a capable successor, the time had come to cut Umit loose. "Exactly," Claudius said. "It's time for you to replace Umit. This will allow you to consolidate your position and give you the resources you need to pursue your ambitions. But that's just one part of the plan. Care to take another guess?" Tesoro smirked, realizing that Claudius wouldn't summon him for something as straightforward as taking over Umit's business. There had to be more to it. After some thought, he said, Perhaps it's about the business opportunities on Fishman Island? Your Highness has invested a lot there recently. It seems like you're laying the groundwork for something big. Fishman Island has enormous potential. If its wealth can be tapped, the returns will be limitless. Claudius's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Very good, Tesoro, you're right. Fishman Island represents a gold mine of untapped potential, and with the groundwork we've laid, it's time to turn that potential into profit. I'll leave the management of Fishman Island's commercial ventures to you. Tesoro straightened, determination shining in his eyes. I won't let you down, Your Highness. Claudius nodded. But there's one more task, one even bigger than the first two. Can you guess? This time, Tesoro hesitated. He scratched his head, trying to think of what could be larger than taking over Yumit's shipping empire or managing Fishman Island's wealth. After a while, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I can't figure it out. Claudius smiled knowingly. That's no surprise, it's a classified matter. Few people know about it, but if we succeed, it will lay the foundation for something that could last a century or even a millennium. Pay close attention, Tesoro. Tesoro's breath hitched, excitement flickering in his eyes. He could feel the weight of the trust Claudius was placing in him. Your Highness, I'm listening, Tesoro said solemnly. Claudius's tone became serious. Marine scientists have developed a new technology that allows safe passage through the calm belt, reducing much of the associated risk. Using Amazon Lily as a central hub, we plan to expand operations throughout the calm belt. With the labor force from Fishman Island, we'll extract resources from the seafloor, minerals, rare materials, and more. He continued, your job will be to oversee the development of this project and ensure the resources are sold efficiently. Combine this with Yumit's shipping network, and the possibilities are endless. The calm belt is a treasure trove waiting to be unlocked. Do you understand the importance of this mission? Tesoro's voice was steady, filled with resolve. I understand perfectly, Your Highness. I'll give it everything I have. Claudius smiled warmly. Good, but don't overburden yourself. Let me know if you need support. Tesoro grinned. There's no such thing as too much work when it comes to serving you, Your Highness. Besides, I've already started assembling a team. When the time is right, I'll introduce them to you. Claudius leaned back, satisfied. The foundation of CPX's business empire was solidifying, and with talents like Tesoro at the helm, the future looked brighter than ever. Chapter 194. Hancock, I will become the Pirate Empress. At the illegal port of the Sabyati archipelago, Claudius stood near the docks, speaking with Hancock. Gloriosa had already arrived, and upon reuniting with the three sisters, her face lit up with joy. Sandersonia and Marigold had already boarded Gloriosa's ship. Rayleigh, true to his word, had decided to accompany them on their journey back to Amazon Lily. His presence was reassuring, ensuring the sisters' safe return to their homeland. Watching them prepare to leave, Claudius couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance. The 16-year-old Hancock, no longer a child, had grown into a young woman. Though still blossoming, her extraordinary beauty and regal air were already beginning to shine through. As he prepared to send her off, Claudius felt a complicated mix of emotions. This departure, he knew, might mean it would be a long time before they crossed paths again. Well, Claudius began, his voice soft, every banquet must come to an end. You've finally gotten what you wanted, you're going home, you must be thrilled. He reached out, gently brushing his hand over Hancock's smooth black hair. Hancock didn't flinch at the gesture, but instead nodded slightly. When I return, I will become the Empress. It's better than being a slave here with you, isn't it? She said, her tone laced with her usual haughtiness. Claudius chuckled at her response. You make it sound like I've mistreated you. That hurts, you know. Here I am, feeling reluctant to see you go, and yet you seem so eager to leave. Hancock paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face before she murmured, I feel conflicted too. There are things I'll miss. Hearing that, Claudius laughed. That's more like it. At least I know I didn't completely mess up raising you. I suppose I can understand why Miro and Lenny stayed loyal to you. Hancock admitted quietly, her tone softening. Claudius nodded and smiled. When you get back, you must work hard to become a good ruler. And don't forget what we discussed. This isn't just about you, it's about securing Amazon Lily's future. The calm belt development will benefit your people as much as it benefits me. Together, we'll ensure Kuja Island becomes stronger than ever. You don't need to remind me, Hancock replied with a hint of her usual arrogance. Claudius grinned at her tsundere demeanor and turned his gaze toward the calm sea. It's a good day to set sail, clear skies, calm waters. We might not see each other for a while, so let me wish you a safe journey, Boa Hancock. Hancock didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned to walk toward Gloriosa's ship. But just as she was about to board, she stopped abruptly. Without warning, she turned around and rushed back to Claudius. Claudius was caught off guard. What's this? He wondered. Is she coming to yell at me? Or maybe slap me? His mind raced briefly, recalling past moments where he might have inadvertently upset her, including that one awkward bath incident at Mariewa. That was just bad timing. How was I supposed to know she'd be there without putting up a sign? But before he could dwell on it further, Hancock threw herself into his arms, wrapping her slender arms around his waist. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Claudius? Thank you. Thank you for everything. I'll never forget your kindness." For a moment, Claudius was stunned. Then his expression softened. He gently patted her on the shoulder, speaking in a calm, reassuring tone. "Take care of yourself out there. The sea breeze is cold, don't catch a cold. I know you like incense, so I'll send some your way." Hancock nodded silently, her face pressed against his chest. "The nightmare is over," Claudius continued softly. "From now on, you'll be free to live as you choose. You'll grow to become the most dazzling woman in the world, so don't dwell on the past. Look forward and face the future with courage. And remember this, no matter what, you bear my mark. You're under my protection. Anyone who dares to harm you will have me to answer to." Hancock tightened her grip slightly, her voice a near whisper. "I will become Amazon Lily's empress, and the pirate empress too." Claudius smiled, stroking her hair. "I've already thought of your title. How does Pirate Empress Boa Hancock sound? Perfect, isn't it?" Hancock buried her face deeper into his chest, her voice filled with determination. "I will become the Pirate Empress and the 7 warlords of the sea. Give me 2 years, I'll make it happen." "I believe you," Claudius replied sincerely. Hancock hesitated for a moment before asking, "You never told me, but you're going to change the world, aren't you?" Claudius's smile faded into something more serious. "Yes, I will." "I hate Mariewa," Hancock said softly. "I hate the celestial dragons, but because of you, I might also." Her voice trailed off, her words too faint for Claudius to catch. "What was that?" Claudius asked, tilting his head. "It's nothing," Hancock said quickly, pushing herself away from him. She wiped her eyes and smiled, a radiant, tearful smile that seemed to brighten the entire world around her. Claudius found himself momentarily stunned by the sight. "Goodbye, Your Highness," Hancock said, waving at him before running back to the boat. Gloriosa and Rayleigh didn't delay their departure. The ship set sail swiftly, carrying the 3 sisters away. Standing on the deck, Hancock looked back at the shrinking figure of Claudius. She whispered softly to herself, "But because of you, I might even like a celestial dragon." Claudius remained on the docks, watching the ship fade into the horizon. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he murmured, "Was that the first time she called me, Your Highness? She usually just calls me by name." With the Hancock sisters gone, everything regarding Amazon Lily had been settled. The agreements were in place, and Claudius's plans for the calm belt could proceed without issue. Although Claudius and Sengoku were spearheading the calm belt project, neither of them planned to be directly involved in its execution. Their high profiles would only draw unnecessary attention. For now, it was best to keep the development low-key to avoid the world government catching on and interfering. After the sisters left, Claudius found himself with fewer companions by his side. Fortunately, Kuina had joined him recently, though she wasn't at Sabyati Archipelago at the moment. She had gone to naval headquarters with Mihawk. Mihawk, who had taken a liking to Kuina, often gave her pointers on swordsmanship during their journey. Their relationship had grown close, almost like mentor and student. When Mihawk decided to head to naval headquarters to challenge swordsmen, Kuina had eagerly followed him. Claudius wasn't worried. With naval headquarters practically aligned with him these days, the two of them were in safe hands. Standing alone on the beach, staring at the endless sea, Claudius felt an unusual emptiness. For years, he had been meticulously building his foundation, but now that it was solid, he wasn't sure what his next step should be. Maybe it's time for something big, Claudius mused, but what's the next move? A sudden thought struck him, and he chuckled. Should I head to Little Garden and resume my dinosaur hunting adventure? Before he could entertain the idea further, Nia approached with a den mushy. Your Highness, Nia said, a major announcement has just been made. The 5 elders have issued an order. Claudius raised an eyebrow. Oh. 1 week from now, Nia continued, Marine's current fleet admiral, Kong, will be promoted to commander-in-chief of the military. Naval headquarters will undergo a major restructuring. Chapter 195, on how to kill Kaido. At Naval Headquarters, Marineford, the Prometheus had docked once again, bringing Claudius to witness a major transition in Marine's leadership. Marshal Kong had already departed for Mariewa to assume his new role, while Sengoku was set to officially become the new Marine Fleet Admiral. Today was a historic moment, not only because of Sengoku's promotion, but also due to the reorganization of Marine's highest combat force. For the first time in years, the long vacant positions of the 3 admirals were about to be filled. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Claudius sat casually, sipping tea as he spoke with Sengoku. Ha, congratulations, Sengoku. Or should I say, Fleet Admiral Sengoku now? Claudius said with a hearty laugh. Sengoku chuckled, his tone relaxed but filled with pride. Not quite yet. The inauguration ceremony still needs to be completed. Once that's done, then I'll truly hold the title of Fleet Admiral. After all these years of hard work, you finally made it, Claudius said, smiling warmly. Sengoku nodded, a trace of nostalgia crossing his face. Yes, it's been a long road, but I've finally reached the top. And the 3 admirals, has the selection been finalized? Claudius asked. Sengoku's expression softened further. Yes, it's all set. With my promotion, the admiral ranks were left vacant, so we're replenishing all 3 positions at once. Fortunately, Marine has no shortage of talent. We've been preparing for this moment for years. That's true. Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kyuzan, right? Claudius inquired knowingly. Sengoku nodded, his tone proud. Exactly. All 3 are Logia users, and their strength is top tier even by the standards of this sea. Over the years, we've focused heavily on developing their abilities. Now, they're more than qualified to serve as the face of Marine's highest combat power. With a new fleet admiral and a fully replenished 3 admirals, Marine must be eager to make a statement and establish its authority, Claudius remarked. You're not wrong, Sengoku admitted, but we're still figuring out where to start. Do you have any suggestions, Your Highness? Claudius smirked. What do you want me to say? Go take down Whitebeard. Sengoku's expression turned wry. Starting with something that big would be ambitious. If you're not aiming high, how are you supposed to demonstrate your prowess as Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Claudius teased. Your Highness, please don't mock me. The Whitebeard pirates are a serious matter, and we're not ready to take them on yet. The timing just isn't right, Sengoku said, shaking his head. Timing, huh? Claudius murmured thoughtfully. Marine was clearly biding its time, waiting to consolidate its strength under Sengoku's leadership. With the new 3 admirals in place and ongoing collaboration with CPX, it was clear that Marine was laying the groundwork for future action. You're waiting, but so are the pirates in the New World. Doesn't that make the situation worse? Claudius asked. Sengoku sighed. You're right. The Big Mom pirates and Kaido's Beasts pirates are growing rapidly. They're inching closer to Whitebeard's level, almost like rival emperors. Initially, we thought Whitebeard would suppress them, that the New World wouldn't tolerate more than 1 ruler. But Newgate hasn't reacted at all. It seems as long as they don't provoke him, he has no intention of taking action. Interesting and frustrating, Claudius mused. He raised an eyebrow and asked, what about CPX? You've been rather quiet lately. Do you have any plans for the New World? If you do, perhaps we could collaborate on something. Claudius smiled faintly. We've been busy enough working alongside Marine lately. As for new plans, I've been a bit aimless lately. I'm not quite sure what I want to do next. Sengoku chuckled. Your Highness aimless, that's a rare sight. I thought you were the type who always had a plan. Come now, who isn't a little lost in this chaotic world every now and then? Claudius replied with a shrug. Fair enough, Sengoku said, nodding in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Claudius suddenly asked, What about Kaido? Should we go after him? Sengoku blinked, surprised by the suggestion. His brow furrowed as he considered the idea. Kaido? He's troublesome. Honestly, Kaido is one of the easiest targets to capture. Marine has arrested him numerous times before. The problem is, he's almost impossible to kill and equally impossible to keep locked up. Immortal, huh? Claudius mused, his curiosity piqued. Just how strong is he anyway? In terms of strength, he's formidable. Very formidable, Sengoku admitted. Although Kaido has lost to Whitebeard several times, there are persistent rumors that Kaido is the strongest in single combat. Whitebeard has beaten him multiple times and still gets called the strongest man alive. Are those rumors just pirate nonsense, or is Kaido relying on gang fights to get his reputation? Claudius asked skeptically. Sengoku chuckled. When Whitebeard was in his prime, there was no question he was stronger, but now he's in his 60s. He's aging and his health is declining. Kaido, on the other hand, is still in his prime, his peak, really. As for the rumors, let me ask you this. Do pirates care about how they win or lose? The Whitebeard pirates are famous for their unity. It's practically their trademark. A group fight is nothing unusual for them. Claudius smirked. That doesn't sound great for Newgate's reputation. Sengoku shrugged. It's not as bad as you think. Kaido often resorts to sneak attacks, and many of his defeats against Whitebeard started that way. Let me ask you this. If someone launched a sneak attack on you, would you insist on a fair one-on-one fight? I'm not that foolish. If I had the opportunity, I'd crush Kaido in the quickest, most efficient way possible, Claudius said, grinning without a hint of shame. Sengoku nodded approvingly. Exactly, and that's why Kaido remains a mystery. Even if we capture him, we don't know how to kill him. If we did, we'd have done it already. His immortality is the real problem. What about devil fruits? Claudius suggested. Couldn't you force him to eat a second one and have him explode? That's supposed to kill anyone, right? Sengoku's expression turned thoughtful. We tried that the first time we captured him, but it didn't work. Why not? Are you telling me no one in Marine was strong enough to force him to eat one? Claudius asked, amused by the thought. Sengoku shook his head. It's not that. Kaido's body is different. His internal organs are structured in a way that allows him to resist. If he doesn't want to eat something, his body won't digest it. It's like the devil fruit was placed in a sealed container inside him, it doesn't activate. Claudius stared at Sengoku, dumbfounded. That's ridiculous. There's actually a defense like that. Chapter 196. Charlotte Linlin fell in love with Tesoro. Hearing Claudius's tone of surprise, Sengoku nodded helplessly and said, As unbelievable as it sounds, there's truth to it. This is precisely why we don't categorize Kaido as simply a human being. We call him the strongest creature because we still don't understand what's going on with his body. So, is he a devil fruit user? Or, as the rumors suggest, is he actually a dragon? Claudius asked. Sengoku shook his head this time and replied, It's true that some animals have mistakenly consumed devil fruits, gaining special abilities and becoming intelligent, but Kaido is not one of them. So, what you're saying is that he's likely an Eudemons-type devil fruit user, Claudius pressed. Presumably, Sengoku admitted, nodding slightly. Claudius felt a twinge of confusion. Why is this still just a presumption? Couldn't they test it by submerging Kaido in water? But figuring there must be some kind of unusual complication, Claudius decided not to dwell on the matter. So, to sum up, Kaido is incredibly strong, impossible to kill, and impossible to detain for long, Claudius asked. Precisely, Sengoku affirmed. Seems like you Marines are just letting him run amok, Claudius said with a teasing smile. We're not turning a blind eye, Sengoku said seriously. Marine's long-term strategy with Kaido has always been to limit his power. No matter how strong his personal abilities are, no matter how unique his body may be, as long as we dismantle his forces, time will take care of the rest. Brilliant, Claudius quipped sarcastically, though there was a playful smirk on his face. Sengoku gave a helpless smile before adding, "So, Your Highness, do you have any ideas for how to handle him?" Claudius leaned back, contemplating the question, but even he couldn't think of an immediate solution. "I suppose all we can do is wait for time to provide an answer. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow or decades from now, we'll suddenly figure out a way to kill him." "Exactly," Sengoku replied with a shrug. "For now, let's leave Kaido alone. There's no point stressing over the unkillable." "Fine, let's drop it. Talking about him is giving me a headache anyway," Claudius said, waving his hand dismissively. Sengoku, however, seemed reluctant to let the topic of powerful pirates rest. "If we're not talking about Kaido, Your Highness, perhaps we could discuss Charlotte Linlin. If you're interested, there's a possibility we could act against her." Claudius raised an eyebrow, a sly grin forming on his face. "I knew it. You're itching to make a move, aren't you? After all, it's a new era for you as Fleet Admiral. You need to build a legacy." Sengoku chuckled. "It's not about making a move for the sake of it. It's more about taking advantage of the opportunities available. With Marine's current strength, I feel we might have the leverage to act boldly." "I have to admit, I'm a little surprised. Marine has always had a reputation for playing it safe," Claudius remarked, though his tone carried a note of approval. "If not for the Calm Belt Development Plan and the 250 billion berry reserve we've secured, I wouldn't even consider it," Sengoku admitted. "So, I've been the one boosting your confidence, huh?" Claudius said with a laugh. "You could say that. Having deeper pockets gives you the courage to act decisively," Sengoku replied without hesitation. Claudius went quiet for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considered the implications. "So, Marine really is thinking about targeting the Big Mom pirates?" Sengoku hesitated briefly before answering. "It's just a preliminary idea. No decisions have been made yet, but if CPX were willing to collaborate." "If it's feasible, we'll cooperate," Claudius said, his grin growing wider. For weeks, Claudius had been feeling restless. The foundation he had worked so hard to build, money, influence, and a well-oiled organization was firmly in place. But something was missing, something vital. "The sea has become too quiet for me. Step by step, I've achieved my goals. On paper, it all sounds great. But when was the last time I felt that thrill? When did I stop being myself?" Claudius thought to himself, his grin fading momentarily. But then something clicked. Sengoku's proposal stirred something inside him. The thought of action, chaos, and shaking the sea once again. "This is what I've been missing," Claudius murmured internally. "The sea needs some waves, and I'm just the one to stir them up." Sengoku noticed the subtle shift in Claudius's demeanor. Though he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed, his instincts told him that Claudius's mindset had shifted. Before Sengoku could say anything, Claudius suddenly leaned forward, his tone brimming with energy. "Sengoku, you have my full support. If you want to take action against the Big Mom pirates, CPX will back you all the way. This sea has been plagued by scum like Charlotte Linlin for too long." Sengoku was briefly taken aback by Claudius's sudden enthusiasm, but quickly composed himself. "Your Highness, I don't mean to rush things. As I said, this is just an idea for now. It's not set in stone." Claudius waved him off. "Come on now, Sengoku, don't be so reserved. Tell me what sparked this idea of yours. What's changed?" Sengoku hesitated for a moment, then said, "Well, the idea is partly tied to your man Tesoro." "Tesoro, what's he got to do with this?" Claudius asked, his curiosity piqued. "Didn't he tell you about the Big Mom Pirates Tea Party invitation?" Sengoku asked, raising an eyebrow. "No," Claudius replied, genuinely surprised. "He mentioned heading to the New World for business, but he didn't say anything about a tea party." "Well, that explains it," Sengoku said thoughtfully. "Tesoro has only been active at sea for about half a year, hasn't he? It's possible he doesn't fully grasp what a tea party invitation from Charlotte Linlin entails." Claudius's eyes narrowed as the pieces began to fall into place. "So that's it. Tesoro probably thinks it's just a routine business event. He has no idea what he's walking into." "That seems likely. Tesoro's rise has been nothing short of remarkable, especially in the dark world. He's demonstrated exceptional business acumen and built strong connections with figures like Crocodile and Doflamingo. Naturally, someone like Charlotte Linlin would take notice, Sengoku explained. And now she wants to recruit him, Claudius concluded. Exactly. Given how rapidly the so-called Tato land is expanding, Charlotte Linlin would undoubtedly see someone like Tesoro as a valuable asset, Sengoku said. Chapter 197. Sengoku, I'm just spitballing, would you please listen? It wasn't just Marine, the world government, or Claudius working tirelessly to develop their influence and recruit talents. Every major faction was doing the same. The Revolutionary Army was moving in silence, and of course, the pirates were constantly expanding their ranks. Among the pirates, the ones developing their operations most aggressively were Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Doflamingo, and Crocodile. Even Enel could be counted in this group. Having ventured into the New World, he was carving a name for himself. Given 2 more years, he could likely take up the mantle of a 7 warlords of the sea without much difficulty. As for Whitebeard, Newgate's faction wasn't showing the same explosive growth. The Whitebeard pirates felt like they were on the defensive, lacking the same aggressive expansion seen with others. What set Linlin apart from the rest, though, was her methodology. While Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Kaido pursued power by seeking a kingdom, carving out territories like Dressrosa, Alabasta, and Wano, Linlin's approach was entirely different. Rather than seeking a kingdom, she had built one. The whole Cake Island, region of Tato Land, was the largest pirate nation in the New World. Comprising dozens of islands spread across an entire sea, it had developed rapidly, though it hadn't yet reached its peak. Even now, its strength was undeniable. Normally, forming a pirate nation of this scale would require hundreds of years of accumulation. But Linlin managed it in mere decades, and she used the most unconventional methods to do so. By ensuring her personal strength remained unmatched and tirelessly expanding her family through relentless childbearing, 10 or more children at a time, Linlin rapidly grew her influence. Adding to this, her frequent marriages and alliances brought in talent and power, further solidifying her empire. Through these political marriages, Linlin recruited skilled individuals from across the sea, strengthening the foundation of Tato Land. And now, her sights had fallen on Guild Tesoro, a rising star in the Dark World. Tesoro's background was clean, supported by CPX and the world government, so much so that even the renowned intelligence network of the Big Mom pirates couldn't uncover any skeletons in his closet. As a ruler of such an expansive system, Linlin was constantly in need of money. After all, any major power seeking to grow required massive financial resources to sustain their operations. Naturally, when a financial genius like Tesoro emerged, Linlin's interest was piqued. I didn't expect this, Claudius murmured as he rubbed his chin, his tone contemplative. It hadn't occurred to him that Tesoro would catch the attention of the Big Mom pirates. Yet now, it seemed like an opportunity worth seizing. After thinking for a moment, Claudius asked, "So what's Marine planning to do about this?" Sengoku smiled knowingly. "For the 3rd time, Your Highness, I must stress this is only an idea. We've been busy with internal restructuring over the past week and haven't formalized anything yet." "Well, even if it's just an idea, let me hear it. I'm curious," Claudius replied with a smirk. "Why else would I bring CPX into this? Without your assistance, any plan we make is doomed to fail," Sengoku admitted openly. Claudius raised an eyebrow, leaning forward slightly. "So, we're talking about a decapitation strike, aren't we?" "Exactly. I knew you'd get it, Your Highness," Sengoku said, his tone a mix of relief and anticipation. Before Claudius could respond, Sengoku continued, "As I said, this is only a concept right now. A large-scale war is off the table, it's neither practical nor timely. But if we rule out open warfare, the best option is a surgical strike. If we can eliminate the head of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Linlin herself, the entire Tato land system would collapse. We wouldn't even need to intervene further. The sea's hungry wolves would descend and devour what's left." "Sounds ambitious," Claudius remarked, though his expression didn't betray his thoughts. "To pull it off, we need the right timing and the right tools. Linlin's tea party provides the perfect opportunity, and CPX is the perfect tool, Sengoku said firmly. Claudius stared at Sengoku with a peculiar expression. Moments ago, the fleet admiral had claimed this was just an idea, yet now he was outlining the plan in meticulous detail. Clearly, Sengoku had thought this through. Sengoku ignored Claudius's skeptical look and pressed on. The tea party will gather the upper echelon of the Big Mom pirates, leaders who are usually spread across Tato land. On any other day, it's impossible to target them all effectively. But at the tea party, they'll all be in one place. A decisive strike could capture or eliminate a significant portion of their leadership. Wait a second, Claudius interjected. You're talking about capturing them all? Don't you think that's a bit overambitious? Sengoku chuckled sheepishly. It's not about capturing everyone just as much as we can. The more, the better. Claudius leaned back, crossing his arms. And you're confident you can handle that? What if the tables turn? Who's the hunter and who's the prey in this scenario? With CPX on board, I believe we can control the situation, Sengoku replied confidently. Are you sure? Claudius pressed, narrowing his eyes. Sengoku hesitated briefly, but then nodded. If you commit your resources fully, I'd say it's a solid bet. Claudius rolled his eyes. I knew it, you're just trying to drag me into this mess. Come now, Your Highness, Sengoku said with a grin. Punishing evil and promoting good, it's our shared responsibility, isn't it? You're not afraid of a little pirate, are you? Though Claudius saw through the provocation, he couldn't help but smirk. A little pirate? You're underestimating Linlin. But fine, I'll bite. I've never been one to back down from a challenge. Sengoku's grin widened. Exactly. With Marine's top-tier forces and CPX's expertise, we can strike a devastating blow. We've done it before, Byandy World, Douglas Bullet. This is no different. Claudius mulled it over. It was true, Marine and CPX had successfully collaborated on high-profile takedowns before. And yet, something about this plan seemed overly ambitious. Before he could voice his doubts, the door to the office opened and Vice Admiral Jin entered. Her sharp gaze immediately locked onto Claudius, her expression cold. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the venue is ready. The inaugural speech can begin, Jin said crisply. Sengoku nodded, understood. Jin turned to leave, but not before giving Claudius another piercing glare. What was that about? Claudius asked, genuinely puzzled. Sengoku chuckled. Your Highness, you really don't remember. You arranged for Mihawk to challenge our swordsmen at naval headquarters. Jin was one of his opponents. Oh, I see, Claudius said, scratching his head. Let me guess, she lost. In terms of pure swordsmanship, yes. But in overall strength, it was more of a draw, Sengoku explained. No wonder she's glaring at me, Claudius said with a shrug. Sengoku stood, gesturing toward the door. Care to join me for the speech? Claudius waved him off. I'll pass. Global live broadcasts aren't my thing. I'll just offer my congratulations in advance. Chapter 198. The 7 Warlords of the Sea Summoning Order. In the holy land of Mariewa, within the headquarters of the world government, the 5 elders were gathered, deep in discussion. Sengoku is making an effort to establish himself, said the bald elder softly. The plan he presented does seem feasible, added the elder with a long mustache. After a brief exchange of opinions, the blonde elder concluded, let them meet and refine the proposal further. If it holds up, we'll approve it. This could open a pathway for us into the new world. With that, the 5 elders gave preliminary approval to Sengoku's plan to strengthen marine operations. They also instructed Claudius to cooperate with the Marines when appropriate. The aim was to organize joint missions to counterbalance the growing chaos after the fall of Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom pirates. Following the directive from the 5 elders, Claudius issued the 7 warlords of the Sea Summoning Order for the first time. This was an unprecedented move, calling together Doflamingo, Crocodile, Bartholomew Kuma, and Dracul Mihawk. Additionally, Enel and Tesaro were included as unofficial participants. Though Charlotte Linlin's tea party invitations had already been sent out, the event itself was still months away, scheduled for the latter half of the year. Claudius understood the importance of such events. The Big Mom pirates weren't just inviting Tesaro, Many influential figures in the underworld had also been called. Allowing enough time for everyone to prepare was both strategic and a show of respect. It was impossible to expect such prominent figures to drop everything and show up within days of receiving an invitation. By giving everyone 6 months' notice, Charlotte Linlin was allowing them to adjust their schedules accordingly while also asserting her own influence. For Cladius and Sengoku, this delay was advantageous. It gave them ample time to develop a comprehensive plan before making their move against Charlotte Linlin and her territories. As the preparations continued, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and others began to arrive at Mariewa. Mihawk, who was already nearby, was the first to appear. Kuma didn't need to travel as he was stationed at Marineford. Enel's involvement was voluntary, as he wasn't officially part of the 7 Warlords system, but he chose to join the group for this mission. The only one feeling awkward was Tesaro. His recent interactions with Claudius had been tense due to a misunderstanding. Tesaro, uncomfortable with some rumors, had repeatedly clarified to Claudius that he had no intention of becoming Charlotte Linlin's ally or potential son-in-law. Claudius, amused by the situation, assured Tesaro that he had never doubted him in the first place. With the group assembled, Claudius led them, including Mihawk and Tesaro, to Marineford. Over the past months, Claudius had frequently traveled there and had grown accustomed to the route. Instead of taking a ship, they boarded the sea train, which was both faster and more efficient. At this moment, Claudius stood outside a private compartment of the train, smiling as he spoke into a den mushy. Inside the compartment, Doflamingo and Crocodile sat across from each other, playing chess. Although they didn't particularly like each other, their hostility hadn't reached the point of open conflict. Their chess game was evenly matched, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. Mihawk, sitting nearby, occasionally offered unsolicited advice, much to the irritation of both players. "If you're not playing, then stay quiet," they snapped at him. Stussy, seated gracefully by the window, observed the lively scene with a faint smile. Peeling an orange, she handed the slices to Claudius while casually discussing underworld affairs with Tesaro. "You're asking me what this is about. Didn't Kuma tell you?" Claudius asked over the den mushy, a playful tone in his voice. "You know how difficult it is for him to contact me from Marineford," came the reply. "He only managed to inform me that you've activated the 7 Warlords summoning order. So, what's the plan?" Claudius chuckled. "Of course, it's a major operation." On the other end of the line, Dragon sighed in frustration. "No kidding. The 7 Warlords, CPX, and Naval Headquarters all involved, this is obviously something huge. What exactly are you up to?" Claudius smirked. "Relax, it has nothing to do with your revolutionary army. For now, your issues fall under the jurisdiction of the CP organization. Neither CPX nor Naval Headquarters is currently concerned with you. Go about your business." Dragon remained skeptical. "Should I be relieved by that?" "Of course, just pray this assignment doesn't land in my lap, otherwise you'll be in trouble," Claudius teased, laughing. Dragon, unimpressed, asked directly, "Is there anything in this for the Revolutionary Army?" Claudius raised an eyebrow. "You've got guts, trying to profit off this situation when Naval Headquarters is involved. Aren't you afraid of getting caught in the crossfire?" Dragon replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that what you're here for, to make sure we don't get burned?" Claudius muttered under his breath, "You really do trust me, don't you?" Returning to the topic, he added, "All right, here's the deal. We're planning a strike against the Big Mom pirates. Whether or not we manage to take out that old witch, we'll definitely hit her hard. Tato Land might collapse in the aftermath. If your revolutionary army is interested, you can swoop in and take advantage of the chaos." Dragon clicked his tongue. "So, you want us to act as cannon fodder?" Claudius laughed. "You're the one offering. I'm just giving you the opportunity. Take it or leave it." "I'll think about it," Dragon replied cautiously, ending the conversation on a vague note. Switching gears, Claudius asked, "Has Kuma provided any updates on the research?" Dragon sighed, "Not much yet. Isn't it still too early to expect results? Be patient." "You never know. If I don't ask, you might assume I've forgotten and leave me in the dark," Claudius said casually. "Am I that unreliable?" Dragon retorted, clearly annoyed. "A little," Claudius replied with a grin. Dragon, ignoring the jab, shared what he knew. Apparently, Marine's scientific division is working on some kind of advanced war weapon. I don't have the specifics yet. Give me more time. Weapons of mass destruction, Claudius murmured, deep in thought. It doesn't sound very humane. You're not actually planning to use something like that, are you? Show some restraint, Dragon advised cautiously. Claudius scoffed. Restraint? If this kind of weapon is used against pirates, who cares about humanity? Dragon hesitated. What exactly do you mean? I'll be in Marineford soon. Once I meet with Sengoku, I'll dig a little deeper. If the Marines really have developed something like that, I'll make sure Charlotte Linlin is the first to feel its effects, Claudius said with a cold smile. Chapter 199, Claudius, are there any weapons of mass destruction? In the large combat conference room at Marineford, the key players from the Marines sat on one side, while Claudius and his group sat opposite them. It was an unusual gathering, the Marines and pirates facing each other without hostility or conflict. Doflamingo, sitting comfortably, occasionally glanced at Marine Marshal Sengoku through his orange-tinted sunglasses, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked smile. His expression suggested a shared history, perhaps even a sense of irony. After all, they had once operated like chess pieces in a game of espionage, each aware of the other's covert dealings. Crocodile, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair with a cigar between his lips, looking completely at ease. His frequent visits to Marine headquarters alongside Claudius had long since made him familiar with the high-ranking officers, and he exuded an air of indifference. Bartholomew Kuma, massive and silent, sat rigidly in his seat, a Bible in his hands. He paid no attention to anyone in the room, engrossed in his reading. Mihawk rested his famed black blade, Yaru, against the back of his chair. His demeanor was as relaxed as ever, one leg crossed over the other. Having been to Marine headquarters before for discussions about swordsmanship, he was neither nervous nor unfamiliar with the surroundings. Seated beside Claudius were Tesaro and Stussy. Tesaro, despite his wealth and status, was visibly tense. As one of the focal points of this operation, he couldn't help but feel the weight of the moment, fidgeting in his chair. Stussy, on the other hand, appeared perfectly composed. She had visited Marine headquarters countless times and was well acquainted with its officers. Her close friendship with Jin, the Marine swordswoman, made her interactions with the Marine higher-ups natural and easy. She smiled and chatted as though this were any other day. On the Marine side, most of the officers maintained their usual demeanor. Only Sakazuki sat stiffly, his expression as hard as stone. Even so, the tension was more subdued than usual. Despite the 7 warlords' reputation as pirates, Doflamingo and Crocodile were known to have connections with the Marines through their undercover roles. Mihawk, though officially classified as a pirate, was widely recognized as a neutral figure whose sole interest lay in the pursuit of swordsmanship. Bartholomew Kuma was an even stranger case. Although technically a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, he had a unique and secretive arrangement with the Marines. Claudius, as a representative of CPX, had vouched for Kuma's loyalty, ensuring that he rarely left Marineford after joining. The complex relationships between the individuals present explained why even Sakazuki managed to restrain his temper. He sat in silence, his rigid expression betraying his discomfort, but refrained from any outbursts or sharp remarks. Sitting across from Claudius, Jin maintained a frosty demeanor, her expression making it clear she was still annoyed by his previous antics. Meanwhile, Garp, the ever-relaxed Marine hero, happily munched on donuts, casually chatting with Zephyr in between bites. His carefree attitude stood in stark contrast to the seriousness of the meeting. Tsuru reviewed the documents in her hands with sharp focus, meticulously checking for any details that might need adjustment. Borsellino, true to form, leaned back with his legs crossed, leisurely trimming his nails with a clipper. Kyuzin took his indifference to another level, reclining in his chair with a blindfold over his eyes, snoring softly as if he were napping. The sight of such a casual and disorganized Marine delegation amused Claudius. "This is supposed to be a major combat meeting? It hardly looks the part," he said, his tone laced with humor. Sengoku's face reddened slightly at the jab. Clearing his throat, he knocked on the table and said firmly, "Everyone focus. The meeting is starting." Sengoku's authoritative tone carried enough weight to stir some of the officers. Kizaru reluctantly put away his nail clippers, and Kyuzin pulled off his blindfold, though he didn't look particularly enthusiastic. Garp, however, continued eating his donuts unabated, prompting Sengoku to glare at him in frustration. Knowing Garp's stubborn nature, Sengoku wisely chose to let it slide. "Ahem," Sengoku began. "This meeting will address the joint operation between the 7 warlords of the sea, naval headquarters, and CPX to target the Big Mom pirates." This marked Sengoku's first large-scale combat meeting since assuming the role of Marine Marshal, and it was a significant one. The collaboration of 3 major factions gave the operation a unique weight. Notably absent was the CP organization, which Sengoku and Cladius had deliberately excluded due to mutual dislike. Sengoku proceeded to outline the background, motivations, and key objectives of the operation, laying the groundwork for the detailed discussions that followed. "Our preliminary plan is a decapitation strike," Sengoku announced. "Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, please explain." Tsuru nodded and stood to address the room. "The first step is infiltration. Fortunately, this is straightforward for us, as we already have 3 invitations to Big Mom's tea party. These will serve as our tickets to enter Tato land undetected." The others nodded in agreement. Doflamingo, as a key middleman in the underworld, naturally received an invitation. Stussy, as the Queen of Happy Street, had connections with Charlotte Linlin. Finally, Tesaro, the target of Linlin's latest schemes, had also been invited. Using these invitations, we'll infiltrate Tato land in small groups, disguised as servants aboard the ships of Tesaro, Doflamingo, and Stussy, Tsuru continued. This will allow us to reach the heart of Tato land, Whole Cake Island. The plan was met with nods of approval. It was a logical and reliable approach. Tsuru then moved on to discuss the timing, signals, and contingency plans for potential complications. The primary objective was clear. When Charlotte Linlin and her top lieutenants gathered, the decapitation strike would commence, aiming to cripple the Big Mom pirates by eliminating as many high-ranking members as possible. As for Charlotte Linlin herself, Tsuru added, capture her if possible. If not, she must be neutralized on the spot. With the briefing complete, Sengoku asked, does anyone have suggestions or concerns? Most of the Marines remained silent, having already discussed the plan extensively. Sengoku's question was primarily directed at Cladius and his group. Cladius nodded thoughtfully before speaking. I have a question. Go ahead, Your Highness, Sengoku replied. What contingencies have we prepared in case the operation fails? Cladius asked calmly. Sengoku blinked, momentarily caught off guard. While the possibility of failure had been considered, the assumption was that the participants, elite combatants, would be able to retreat safely. If the operation fails, everyone will evacuate, Sengoku replied. We'll scatter if necessary. With the caliber of individuals involved, retreat shouldn't be an issue. Cladius chuckled. You misunderstand me. I'm not worried about whether we can retreat. My concern is this. Even if the operation fails, we should aim to leave a lasting mark. Otherwise, all this effort will have been for nothing. Sengoku frowned. What do you suggest? Cladius leaned forward, a hint of mischief in his eyes. We should establish a secondary objective. For example, if the plan fails, we should destroy Whole Cake Island, the heart of Tato land. Sengoku's gaze shifted to the 3 admirals, Kyuzin, Sakazuki, and Borsellino. With their devastating Logia powers, leveling Whole Cake Island wouldn't be an issue. Cladius, noticing Sengoku's glance, shook his head. No. The admirals will likely be occupied during the battle. Their powers might not be available for such a task. That's why I propose a backup plan. He smiled darkly. Do we have any? Superweapons, something like a massive bomb or a large-scale destructive device. Such a weapon could serve multiple purposes, buying time, covering our retreat, or delivering a decisive blow. Chapter 200, The Careful Thought of Jin. In a certain sea area of the New World, a flamingo pirate ship sailed through calm waters. This was Doflamingo's flagship, not the largest vessel, but unmistakably flamboyant in design. the Jolly Roger of the Donquixote pirates fluttered proudly on the mast. As one of the major players in the New World, few dared to provoke Doflamingo, ensuring their journey was uneventful and devoid of conflict. Inside the ship's cabin, Claudius sat with Stussy, engaged in a conversation that he now somewhat regretted starting. "It's disappointing," Claudius muttered, irritation evident in his tone. "Dragon said the Marines had weapons of mass destruction, but it turns out all they've got is a bomb. I thought it would be something more innovative, like a gas weapon or something." The Marine Scientific Division was indeed developing new weapons, but the project was still in its early stages. Their approach leaned more toward conventional methods, refining artillery and explosives rather than venturing into ethically questionable areas like chemical weapons. While there had been some breakthroughs, it wasn't enough to satisfy Claudius's expectations. At the meeting, Claudius had learned about the existence of Dr. Vegapunk, who led the development of these weapons. The mention of his name had sparked a realization. "Vegapunk," Claudius mused. "That guy is probably still holding back. He hasn't fully unleashed his potential yet." He knew that one day Vegapunk's experiments would escalate to an entirely different level, culminating in catastrophes like the destruction of Punk Hazard, the secret research base of the Marines Science Division. When that happened, true weapons of mass destruction would likely emerge. Stussy, sitting gracefully nearby, smiled at Claudius. "It's better than nothing, Your Highness," she said lightly. Claudius sighed and shook his head, deciding to let the matter drop. Truthfully, he hadn't been overly obsessed with obtaining such weapons. His inquiries had been more about testing the Marines' capabilities rather than a genuine desire to use them against Charlotte Linlin. Turning his attention back to Stussy, Claudius asked with a playful smile, "By the way, Stussy, you're one of the few people with an invitation to Big Mom's tea party. Are you sure it's appropriate for you to stick with me? Doesn't this mess up our plan?" Stussy gave him a mock glare, clearly unimpressed by his teasing. "What, am I not allowed to spend more time with Your Highness?" she said with feigned indignation. "This mission is dangerous. We're dealing with Charlotte Linlin herself. Who knows what could happen? If I'm putting my life on the line, I might as well enjoy your company while I can." She paused, her tone softening as she continued, "Besides, we'll regroup before entering Tato Land. When the time comes, I'll join the others. For now, let me stay here." Claudius chuckled and tapped her lightly on the forehead. "What's this nonsense about not coming back? Don't worry, I'm here, aren't I?" This operation had been carefully planned, but not everyone was participating directly. Sengoku, as the Marine Marshal, had to remain at Marineford to oversee operations. Similarly, the three admirals, Kyuzen, Sakazuki, and Borsalino, had been deployed together, leaving the headquarters vulnerable if they all left. To ensure stability, Garp and Suru stayed behind as well, ready to handle any emergencies that might arise. Zephyr, long retired, was involved only in an advisory role. His focus remained on training the next generation of Marines rather than joining frontline missions. As a result, only 4 Marines were dispatched for this mission, the 3 admirals and Jin. Despite their small number, their collective strength made them a formidable force. The group was divided strategically across different ships. Sakazuki and the other admirals traveled on Tesoro's ship, while Jin joined Claudius aboard Doflamingo's vessel. Mihawk and Crocodile were assigned to Stussy's ship, and Enel would rendezvous with them before entering Tato Land. Stussy would then leave to join the other infiltrators. Bartholomew Kuma, due to his distinct appearance, acted independently. His unique abilities made it easy for him to infiltrate Tato Land on his own, as long as he wasn't late. Claudius trusted him to handle this part of the mission without issue. As the de facto leader of the operation, Claudius held the highest authority. However, aware of his limited experience in military tactics, he deferred to the plans meticulously crafted by Sengoku and Suru. He would only take command if unexpected circumstances arose. In essence, this operation brought together an overwhelming force, with high odds of success against Big Mom's pirate crew. As they sailed, a thought struck Claudius, and he turned to Stussy. "I heard you were friends with Charlotte Linlin back in the day. Is that true?" Stussy froze for a moment before leaning against Claudius, her expression wistful. It's true, in a way. We were close when we were kids, but you probably don't know the full story, Your Highness. A long, long time ago, Linlin and I were orphans, taken in by a nun. She paused, her gaze distant as she delved into the past. That nun? She wasn't what she seemed. She was actually a human trafficker working under the world government. But she dealt in premium goods, exceptional children with potential. That's how I met Charlotte Linlin. Claudius nodded, finding her explanation unsurprising. And then, I was sold to the world government early on and trained to become an agent for the CP organizations. As for Linlin, Stussy trailed off, a hint of regret in her voice. If things had gone differently, she might have followed a similar path. She could have become a Marine or a CP agent instead of a pirate. The nun planned to sell her to the world government too. But something happened, didn't it? Claudius prompted. Stussy nodded. Yes, I don't know all the details, but the nun vanished and the world government lost contact with her. Linlin disappeared as well. When she resurfaced, she was already a pirate. She joined the Rocks Pirates, rose to power, and eventually formed the Big Mom Pirates after the defeat at God Valley. Her voice softened as she added, when we were kids, Linlin was kind and gentle. She wasn't the monster everyone sees now. It's sad how much she's changed. Claudia sighed. It is sad. If things had gone differently, she could have been a powerful ally for the world government instead of one of its greatest threats. The mood was briefly somber, but it was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Jen. The swordswoman pushed open the cabin door, her expression immediately souring as she saw Stussy sitting on Claudius's lap, leaning against his chest. Stussy smirked at Jen, her gaze playful and teasing. Jen ignored her and addressed Claudius with a deliberately flat tone. There's news from Crocodile. Enel has joined them ahead of schedule. Claudius barely registered the update, brushing it aside with a sheepish smile. Ah, Jen, don't be mad. Actually, I didn't expect you to lose to Mihawk, you know? Would you believe me if I said that? Jen glared at him, her irritation barely concealed. Lose to Mihawk? She thought. Does he really think that's what's bothering me? Swordsmanship wasn't the issue. She had no problem admitting Mihawk's superiority. What truly annoyed her was Claudius's apparent indifference. They had been working so closely with CPX lately, yet he hadn't taken the time to visit her. Of course, Jen couldn't bring herself to say any of this aloud. Instead, she huffed coldly, "Don't try to make this about me. I'm not that petty." With that, she turned and left, her steps brisk and resolute. Claudius scratched his head, puzzled. What was that about? Stussy laughed, cupping his chin playfully. Sometimes, Your Highness, you really are clueless. Chapter 201. Finally learned to walk like Doflamingo. The entirety of Tato Land sea territory was under constant surveillance by sea slugs, making it impossible to approach undetected. Knowing this, Stussy had already left to avoid suspicion. The infiltration plan proceeded in stages. Doflamingo was the first to enter Tato Land, followed by Stussy and Crocodile a few days later, and finally, Tesoro arrived with the 3 Marine admirals in tow. While Doflamingo held a prominent name as one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a king in the New World, his status was nowhere near Charlotte Linlin's in terms of power and influence. As such, he didn't receive any special treatment at Big Mom's tea party. In fact, this marked the first time Doflamingo had direct dealings with the Big Mom pirates. Without the chaotic inventions of Dr. Vegapunk coming into play just yet, there hadn't been any opportunities for collaboration. His relationship with Charlotte Linlin remained distant, with no significant business ties to speak of. However, as a middleman in the underworld, a warlord of the sea, and the king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo had been invited to the tea party. Big Mom clearly saw value in building connections, aiming to establish a rapport with him for potential mutual benefits in the future. Cake Island, true to its name, resembled a massive layered birthday cake. Its whimsical design gave it the feel of a fairy tale world, with animated homies, living objects created by Big Mom's powers, adding to its surreal atmosphere. Doflamingo, dressed in his signature flamboyant pink feather coat, orange-tinted sunglasses, and tight-fitting clothing, strode confidently onto the island. His pointed shoes clicked against the ground, exuding an air of arrogance that matched his reputation as the king of Dressrosa. For this occasion, Doflamingo chose not to bring any subordinates along. They would have been a hindrance in such a high-stakes situation, unable to contribute meaningfully to a confrontation at this level. Even Doflamingo himself felt a certain pressure as he approached the heart of Big Mom's territory. Trailing behind Doflamingo was Cladius, disguised as his younger brother Rocinante. Cladius had donned a black feather coat similar to Doflamingo's, along with matching sunglasses and colorful face paint. Mimicking Doflamingo's cocky swagger, Cladius walked with exaggerated steps, clearly enjoying himself. "That's right," Cladius thought to himself with amusement. "In my last life, I always wanted to try walking like this with my cousin, but I was afraid someone would break my legs for it, so I never dared. Now, I finally get to live the dream." He had to admit, there was something satisfying about the exaggerated strut. It almost felt like he radiated an aura of authority and arrogance. Walking just behind Cladius was Jin, dressed in a modest maid outfit. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment as she kept her head down, clearly uncomfortable with the attention her attire drew. Doflamingo glanced back at Cladius, his expression one of bemused disbelief. Corazon, do you really need to copy my walk?" Cladius waved dismissively. "You wouldn't understand, I've always wanted to do this, I have to savor the moment." Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. "Always wanted to do this. What's stopping you? You could walk like this any time, and no one would dare say a word." Cladius chuckled internally, thinking to himself, it's not just about the walk. I'd also love to mimic Kizaru's lazy drawl, Whitebeard's catchphrase about making people his sons, and Shank's casual plea for favors. But if I tried all that, I'd probably end up as public enemy number 1. Led by the guards stationed on Cake Island, the group made their way toward the central area. They stopped before a massive gate that marked the entrance to the island's core. Sitting in front of the gate was a towering figure whose presence was impossible to ignore. Cladius and Doflamingo, both standing over 3 meters tall, were accustomed to towering over others. Yet the man before them, even seated, was still taller than either of them. His imposing presence exuded a quiet but undeniable strength. This man was Charlotte Katakuri, Big Mom's second son and one of the Sweet Commanders. Katakuri sat calmly, his half-covered face giving him an air of mystery. While his haki mastery wasn't yet perfected, Cladius knew that Katakuri's observation haki would one day allow him to foresee the future with terrifying precision. However, it was clear he hadn't reached that level yet. Doflamingo approached with a smile, while Katakuri, understanding the importance of hospitality, stood to greet him. At over 5 meters tall, Katakuri loomed over the pair, his sheer size creating an intimidating aura. However, neither Doflamingo nor Cladius was affected, both being seasoned veterans accustomed to such pressure. "Lord Doflamingo, welcome to Cake Island," Katakuri said politely. "We've been expecting you." Doflamingo chuckled, his signature laugh echoing. "Phew, the honor is mine. I'm grateful for the Big Mom Pirate's invitation to the tea party." Katakuri nodded, "Thank you for coming." His gaze shifted to Cladius, his expression briefly puzzled. "And this is?" Doflamingo answered smoothly. "This is my younger brother, Rocinante. I brought him along to broaden his horizons." Despite Claudius's eccentric makeup and flamboyant outfit, there was a familial resemblance between him and Doflamingo. Katakuri accepted the explanation without suspicion. After all, who would imagine that Doflamingo's younger brother was actually a celestial dragon? Katakuri gave Claudius a curt nod, but didn't engage further. His attention instead drifted to Jin. Though her maid costume and makeup were designed to make her blend in, something about her seemed vaguely familiar to Katakuri. However, he couldn't place where he might have seen her before. Noticing Katakuri's lingering gaze, Claudius decided to divert his attention. Wrapping an arm around Jin's shoulders, he deliberately let his hand drop to her chest, grabbing hold in an exaggerated display. With a sly grin, Claudius turned to Katakuri. "Is there a problem? Have we kept you waiting too long, or do you find something wrong with my maid?" Jin's face turned scarlet, and her fists clenched in rage. If they weren't in enemy territory, she might have kicked Claudius into the sea on the spot. Doflamingo quickly stepped in, playing along with the act. Corazon, watch your manners, this isn't Dressrosa, he scolded before turning to Katakuri. My apologies, my brother can be impulsive. Katakuri raised a hand, shaking his head. It's fine, I was the one at fault for being impolite. He retracted his gaze from Jin, his suspicions dissipating. Chapter 202, Cladius, Jin, let's sleep together today. With some time left before the tea party officially began, Doflamingo and his group had arrived early. Katakuri had personally arranged accommodations for them on Cake Island. However, there was a minor twist. Jin, for reasons unknown, didn't have a separate room. Instead, she was assigned to Claudius's quarters, possibly due to her role as a maid. Doflamingo, on the other hand, was given his own room, as befitting his status. Claudius, of course, had no objections to the arrangement, but Jin was far from comfortable with the situation. The moment they entered the room, Claudius turned around to shut the door. Jin, whose face was already slightly flushed, was filled with conflicting emotions. Her mind kept replaying the scene earlier when Claudius had blatantly grabbed her chest, and now, sharing a room with him only heightened her unease. Her first instinct was to warn Claudius not to try anything inappropriate, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted. Just as Jin began angrily, Claudius's expression shifted sharply. Without warning, he grabbed her wrist, pulled her close, and covered her mouth. The next thing she knew, his lips were pressed firmly against hers. Jin froze, her eyes wide with shock. What is happening, she thought. This is my first kiss. Her brain short-circuited as she struggled to process the situation. Claudius's sudden, forceful action caught her completely off guard, leaving her stunned and momentarily unable to resist. Unbeknownst to her, Claudius wasn't acting out of romantic impulse. His sudden move was born out of caution. This room had been prepared by the Big Mom pirates, and Claudius didn't trust them not to have planted surveillance devices. Charlotte Linlin was infamous for her cunning, and Claudius wasn't willing to take any chances. When Jin opened her mouth earlier, she was dangerously close to blurting out something that could jeopardize their mission. To prevent any slip-ups, Claudius had taken the most drastic and opportunistic measure available. Of course, he could have simply covered her mouth with his hand. But when presented with an opportunity like this, who in their right mind would pass it up? Initially, Claudius had intended to stop the kiss after a brief moment and explain the situation to Jin. However, to his surprise, she didn't struggle. Instead, she seemed completely dazed, as if caught up in the moment. Realizing this, Claudius quickly adjusted his mindset. If she's going to let this happen, why not make the most of it? He thought. He put all his effort into the kiss, determined to make it a moment Jin wouldn't forget. Despite being a vice admiral, Jin was still a woman. And for all her toughness, she couldn't deny that Claudius was handsome, powerful, and charismatic. Over time, she had developed a faint fondness for him, though she would never admit it aloud. It wasn't long before Jin snapped back to reality. Feeling the warmth of Claudius's lips, she panicked, her expression shifting to one of alarm. She quickly pushed him away with both hands, her voice trembling as she tried to speak. But Claudius was faster. This time, he clamped a hand over her mouth and gestured for her to be quiet, pointing around the room to emphasize his caution. Jin, though flustered, wasn't foolish. She immediately understood the unspoken warning. Of course, she thought, this room could be bugged. How could I be so careless? She nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that she understood. Only then did Claudius release her, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Feigning nonchalance, Claudius said, "That guy earlier was too rude, staring at you like that. He should have realized you're my woman." Jin's face turned beet red at his bold statement, but she played along, her voice soft and slightly shaky. "Your Highness, this is Cake Island. Even Master Doflamingo wouldn't dare act presumptuously here. Shouldn't you restrain yourself as well?" Doflamingo's status as the King of Dressrosa made it reasonable for Jin to address Claudius as Your Highness, while maintaining her cover. Claudius nodded, casually continuing the conversation while extending his observation haki throughout the room. He carefully searched for any hidden surveillance equipment, using the opportunity to tease Jin relentlessly. "Maybe we should strike a few poses," he suggested with a smirk, "or take a bath together, just to make it convincing." Jin glared at him, her face practically glowing red, but she had no choice but to endure his antics. Her embarrassment deepened as Claudius continued making outrageous suggestions, each one more shameless than the last. Though his search revealed no signs of monitoring devices, Claudius seemed to enjoy himself too much to stop. He combed through the room 3 or 4 times, all while finding new ways to fluster Jin. Eventually, Jin couldn't take it anymore. Claudius's ridiculous comments, such as, "Why don't I put you in a marine uniform and see how it feels to conquer the Navy?" were the final straw. Without warning, she delivered a swift kick to his backside, sending him sprawling onto the bed. "What are you doing? Do you really think of yourself as a Marine?" Claudius asked, feigning surprise. "I am a Marine," Jin snapped, her voice filled with frustration. This is all for safety, you know," Claudius replied, rubbing his backside. He quickly dropped the teasing tone, seeing that Jin was genuinely annoyed. "Safety, huh?" Jin muttered, her cheeks still flushed. "I think you just enjoy messing with me." Realizing she had spoken too bluntly, she quickly changed the subject. "Listen, Claudius, I'm an admiral candidate, and while I understand the necessity of this mission, let me warn you, if you try anything inappropriate, I won't hesitate to make you regret it." Claudius chuckled and rolled onto his side. "Relax, we're on a mission, remember? Besides, there's a bed right here. You can sleep there if you want. There's also a bathroom. You can use it if you like. Suit yourself." Jin frowned. "Shouldn't you be a gentleman and let me take the bed?" "And where am I supposed to sleep?" Claudius asked, raising an eyebrow. "On the floor," Jin replied hesitantly. Claudius snorted. "The floor? Jin, have some perspective. I'm celestial dragon royalty. Do you really think I'd stoop so low as to sleep on the floor?" Jin rolled her eyes. "What? Did someone bring you a bed when you were stranded on a desert island?" The jab hit its mark, and Claudius coughed awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Without bothering to respond, he began unbuttoning his shirt. "What are you doing?" Jin exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. "I'm taking a bath," Claudius replied matter-of-factly. "I've been wearing this face paint all day. It's uncomfortable, and I can't sleep like this. Surely even you can't object to me washing up." Before Jin could argue further, Claudius removed his shirt, revealing his toned upper body. He tossed the garment aside and made his way to the bathroom, wearing nothing but his boxers. Jin stood frozen, unsure whether to be flustered, annoyed, or both. Is this man completely shameless? She wondered. Chapter 203, Really Living. Claudius was in the bathroom, humming a tune as he leisurely showered. Meanwhile, Jin sat uncomfortably outside, fidgeting on the bed. The maid outfit she was wearing was beginning to bother her. As a dignified admiral candidate of Marine headquarters, playing the role of a maid felt degrading. How did I end up like this? Jin thought bitterly. While she understood the necessity of maintaining their cover, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. Trying to distract herself, Jin lay down on the bed with a huff. "If I take over this bed, let's see how you'll manage, Claudius," she thought defiantly. She rolled around for a while, but no position felt comfortable. Every now and then, she glanced toward the bathroom, wondering when Claudius would finish. But he didn't seem to be in any rush, and the sound of running water suggested he would take a while longer. Why am I lying on a bed in a maid costume while that idiot takes a leisurely bath? Something about this situation feels so wrong. Jin thought, her face turning red as the absurdity of it all hit her. Finally, she climbed off the bed and opened her small suitcase. Pulling out a set of modest but comfortable pajamas, she quickly got back into bed and slipped under the covers to change. Once she had switched into her pajamas, Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Her maid outfit was stuffed back into the suitcase, and she lay down again. The pajamas were more comfortable, but her unease didn't completely disappear. Wait, isn't it even more inappropriate for me to be wearing pajamas while sharing a room with Claudius? She thought, her anxiety flaring again. What if he gets the wrong idea and thinks I'm trying to? Flustered, Jin decided to change again, this time into a formal suit. But just as she sat up to move, the bathroom door swung open. Claudius emerged, casually drying his damp hair with a towel. Wearing nothing but boxers, his muscular physique was on full display. Jin let out an involuntary squeal before diving back under the quilt, pulling it over her head like a shield. "What are you screaming for?" "It's not like I'm doing anything to you," Claudius said, his tone slightly annoyed. "It's not the first time we've stayed in the same place, you know." Beneath the covers, Jin silently cursed at him. "What do you mean it's not the first time?" she thought. Then a memory surfaced. Years ago, when Claudius was recovering in Marineford, they had shared accommodations in the senior ward. But that had been a completely different situation, and Dragon had been there too. There had been no awkwardness back then, and certainly no shameless behavior like this. Determined not to respond, Jin stayed silent, pretending to be asleep. Claudius finished drying his hair and glanced at the bed. The sight of the lump under the covers made him grin mischievously. Instead of changing into pajamas, he simply climbed into bed as he was. The mattress dipped as he settled in, and Jin's body tensed. "Are you serious?" she thought. Her mind raced, ready to deliver a swift kick if he dared to make a move. But to her surprise, Claudius didn't try anything. He simply lay there, quiet and still. Curious, Jin cautiously peeked out from under the quilt. The bed was large, easily big enough for 3 or 4 people, so there was a decent amount of space between them. Claudius had already closed his eyes, his breathing steady and relaxed. Is he asleep already? Jin wondered, her initial anger softening. She studied his face in the dim light. It was the same face she had seen on the day they descended from Sky Island, after Claudius had defeated the Golden Lion, Shiki. That day, exhausted from battle, he had fallen asleep leaning against the mast of their storm-tossed ship. The memory was vivid in her mind. The storm clouds parting, the sunlight breaking through, and Claudius sitting amidst the wreckage with a quiet strength that had left an indelible impression on her. Maybe that's when it started, Jin thought. Maybe that's when I started seeing him differently. Her gaze lingered on his features, his tousled golden hair, the gentle curve of his jaw, the faint traces of exhaustion that softened his usual sharpness. "Sure enough, you're only tolerable when you're asleep," Jin whispered with a faint smile. For a while, she simply watched him, her initial irritation fading. Eventually, she decided to take a quick shower herself. Clad in her rabbit print pajamas, she tiptoed toward the bathroom, careful not to wake him. Meanwhile, Claudius stirred in his sleep, drifting into a strange dream. He found himself wandering through a labyrinth, the walls invisible yet unyielding. Frustrated, he slammed a hand against one of the walls, only to feel a soft, familiar sensation beneath his palm. Before he could make sense of it, he jolted awake. Blinking groggily, Claudius took a moment to orient himself. "Where am I? Oh, right, Cake Island." Turning his head slightly, his eyes widened in surprise. Just inches away was Jin's sleeping face, serene and peaceful. Somehow, during the night, Jin had ended up tangled with him. One of her arms rested across his chest, while her long, perfectly shaped leg was draped over his. Her pink pajama top had shifted slightly, revealing a hint of skin beneath the rumpled fabric. The soft rhythm of her breathing carried a faint floral scent that seemed to linger in the air. Claudius couldn't help but smile. What kind of lucky start to the day is this, he thought. Maybe Cake Island isn't so bad after all. Katakuri, I owe you one. Resisting the urge to move, Claudius simply lay there, enjoying the moment. After a while, he closed his eyes again, content to drift back to sleep. What he didn't realize was that Jin was already awake. Her face burned with embarrassment as she pieced together what had happened. Did I use him as a pillow while I was sleeping? She thought, horrified. Noticing that Claudius's eyes were closed, she hesitated. She considered shifting away, but as she moved, his hand fell onto her leg, pinning her in place. Why does this keep happening to me? Jin fumed silently. But as she watched him sleep, her irritation softened once more. With a soft sigh, she relaxed, leaning into him slightly. What am I doing? She wondered. This is so unlike me. And yet, she made no effort to move away. Instead, she closed her eyes again, letting herself drift back into a quiet slumber. Chapter 204, Admiral and 4 Emperors, Who is Stronger? In the restaurant, Claudius and Jin sat across from each other. Jin, once again dressed in her maid costume, silently picked at her lunch. Claudius, too, ate quietly. The air between them was awkward and heavy, as neither seemed willing to break the silence. This had been the atmosphere for the past 2 days. Claudius wanted to say something to ease the tension, but every time he opened his mouth, the words just wouldn't come. As Claudius cut into his steak, preparing to take a bite, Doflamingo's unmistakable figure strolled into the room, his signature swagger and flamboyant grin lighting up the space. "Phew phew foo foo, you've already started eating, huh?" Doflamingo greeted with a laugh. Claudius smiled as he looked up, relieved at the interruption. At least the awkwardness was broken. "Doffy, it seems you've already met Charlotte Linlin?" he asked casually. Doflamingo pulled out a chair and sat beside Claudius. "That's right," he said with a nod, reaching for a dessert on the table. He took a few bites before continuing. "It's the first time I've seen her in person, despite hearing about her for so many years." "And?" Claudius asked, raising an eyebrow. Doflamingo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "She's terrifyingly powerful," he admitted after a moment. "Ahahaha, did she scare you?" Claudius teased, clearly amused. "Phew phew foo foo, not quite," Doflamingo replied with a smirk. "But she's certainly intimidating. Even though nothing happened between us, the sheer pressure she exudes, it's like being constantly watched by a predator. It felt as if she might eat me alive at any moment." Claudius laughed. "Maybe she's into you. Fell for that handsome face of yours, huh?" Doflamingo rolled his eyes. "Not that kind of eating," he retorted. "It's more like the appetite of a predator sizing up its prey. Her aura is suffocating, unlike anything I've ever felt. It's not just strength, it's the way she projects it as if everyone is beneath her. It's unsettling." Claudius nodded thoughtfully. He had heard before that Charlotte Linlin's presence alone was enough to cow even the boldest individuals. Unlike Garp or Sengoku, who could suppress their power and seem approachable, Linlin's aura was overwhelming, constantly asserting her dominance. "So what do you think? Can you handle her?" Claudius asked with a sly grin. Doflamingo snorted. "Corazon, you're joking, right? One-on-one? Absolutely not. If I could handle her alone, she wouldn't still be ruling Tato land, would she? But if we're talking about our collective firepower in this operation, well, I think we stand a decent chance. With the right strategy, we can suppress her and maybe even kill her." Claudius leaned back in his chair, clearly pleased with Doflamingo's confidence. "How does she compare to the admirals, in your opinion?" he asked. Doflamingo hesitated, giving the question some serious thought. "They're probably on the same level," he finally said. "I'd say Sakazuki could potentially pose a significant threat to her, but it wouldn't be easy. Kyuzen? He's strong, but he might be a little outmatched. As for Borsalino, well, that guy's a mystery. Who knows what he's truly capable of?" Claudius chuckled, nodding in agreement. Sakazuki's strength was widely regarded as the most formidable among the current admirals. Kyuzen, while immensely powerful, had always seemed just a hair weaker. The fact that he had lost his leg in his duel with Sakazuki only cemented that perception. But Kizaru was an enigma. His laid-back demeanor masked an unpredictable and devastating power. His speed and laser-based attacks made him a wildcard in any fight. Even Sakazuki tended to avoid provoking him unnecessarily. "No one's ever seen Borsalino truly push to his limits," Claudius mused aloud. "If he ever decided to go all out, I wouldn't be surprised if he could match, or even surpass, Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. Of course, that's just speculation. He'd never outright dominate them, but he could certainly hold his own." Doflamingo nodded. "That's what makes him so dangerous. You can't predict what he's capable of." Claudius smirked. "And what about me? Where do you think I stand?" Doflamingo tilted his head, studying Claudius carefully. "Honestly, I can't say for sure," he admitted. "You're definitely stronger than me, that much is obvious, but whether you're at the level of the admirals, it's hard to tell. You've never had a proper fight to show your full strength. The only time I've seen you in action was against the Red Count, and even then, I don't think you were trying your hardest." Claudius grinned, clearly enjoying the flattery. "A top-tier fighter for sure," he said confidently. "No question about that." Then, turning to Jin, who had been silently eating her meal throughout the conversation, Claudius added with a mischievous smile, "After all, I've already conquered a Marine admiral, haven't I?" Jin froze mid-bite, her fork hovering in the air as her face turned crimson. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, a grin creeping across his face. "Phew phew foo foo. Are you serious, Corazon? Conquering a Marine admiral? That's a bold claim." "Too bold, if you ask me. Jin muttered, glaring at Claudius. Claudius leaned back, clearly unbothered. Oh, come on, Daffy. You know I'm not one to exaggerate. If I say I can handle a marine admiral, I mean it. Doflamingo chuckled. Handle, sure, but you're talking about outright domination. Crushing someone like Kyuzin or Sakazuki, that's a stretch even for you. Claudius smirked. You're still young, Daffy. You'll understand someday. Doflamingo's grin faltered as he glanced between Claudius and Jin. Something about their dynamic felt off. The awkwardness in the air, the tension over the past 2 days, it suddenly clicked. Phew, I was going to ask yesterday, Doflamingo said, his tone playful. But I guess now's as good a time as any. What's going on between the two of you? The knife and fork in Jin's hands clattered onto the plate as she shot Doflamingo a withering glare. Do you think you can beat me? She asked coldly. Doflamingo froze, the sharpness in her voice sending a chill down his spine. Probably not, he thought grimly. While Jin wasn't quite on the level of the admirals, she was still an admiral candidate, a powerhouse in her own right. Claudius, meanwhile, simply grinned, enjoying the exchange far too much. Realizing he'd hit a nerve, Doflamingo raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, I get it. No need to get worked up. We're all family here, aren't we? Jin opened her mouth to retort but stopped herself. She wanted to say, whose family? But the words wouldn't come. Instead, she glanced at Claudius, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. The truth was, despite the distance they maintained during the day, things were different at night. Without fail, they ended up sharing the same bed, a tacit agreement neither of them addressed. And every morning, Jin woke up to find herself tangled with Claudius, her head on his chest or her arm draped over him. This unspoken intimacy lingered between them, leaving Jin flustered and confused. She didn't know how to interpret it or how to stop it. Meanwhile, Claudius leaned back in his chair, clearly pleased with himself. Chapter 205, the prologue of the Cake Island event. After several days on Cake Island, Stussy's ship finally arrived. Somehow, Stussy managed to bring Crocodile, Enel, and Mihawk with her. Claudius wasn't entirely sure how they got in, but they had succeeded without raising suspicion. Crocodile didn't bother hiding his identity. He showed up as himself, explaining that he was already working on something with Stussy, and upon hearing about the tea party, decided to join in the fun. Although Crocodile had been stirring up the first half of the Grand Line in recent years, going as far as earning the title of national hero in Alabasta, his influence in the New World wasn't particularly strong. That explained why Big Mom's tea party had not included an invitation for him. However, as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile still had enough status to justify his appearance, especially when accompanied by Stussy, who had some rapport with Charlotte Linlin. Under such circumstances, Big Mom's crew didn't turn him away. Enel, on the other hand, was disguised by Stussy. Wearing a sharp black suit and carrying Stussy's bag like an attendant, he blended in well enough to avoid suspicion. His usual arrogance was hidden beneath the facade, allowing him to enter Cake Island quietly. As for Mihawk, his situation was similar. Initially, he had been reluctant to go undercover, arguing that if Crocodile could enter openly as a warlord, he should be able to do the same. But whatever Stussy said to him must have worked, as Mihawk eventually relented, though not without some visible discomfort. Now, in Doflamingo's room, the group gathered to discuss the situation. It's easy enough for pirates or people from the underworld to slip in, Claudius began, leaning back in his chair. But when Tesaro and the others arrive, things will get more complicated. Sakazuki, Kyuzin, and Borsalene aren't exactly the type to blend in. Their distinct temperaments and imposing presences would make it nearly impossible for them to move unnoticed. Stussy, sitting elegantly nearby, smiled. Your Highness, there's been a slight adjustment to the plan. Since you've already made it onto Cake Island, there was no need for Tesaro to bring them in. Sakazuki, Kyuzin, and Borsalino will be arriving with Bartholomew Kuma. Tesaro will come alone. Claudius nodded at the explanation. A good change. It'll make things smoother. Stussy's gaze shifted to Jin, a knowing look in her eyes. Having heard from Doflamingo that Jin and Claudius had been sharing a room for the past few days, she was intrigued. Though she had a close relationship with Claudius, Stussy never saw herself as someone who could, or should control him. He was a celestial dragon after all. But her attention lingered on Jin for a moment longer, her sharp instincts picking up on something. Despite their time together, Stussy could tell that Jin was still inexperienced. Interesting, she thought. His Highness hasn't made his move yet. Her observation left her mildly surprised. How strange. His Highness hasn't taken the meat that's been offered to him, she muttered under her breath, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. What was that? Cladius asked, oblivious to the context of her remark. Stussy waved it off. Nothing, Your Highness, I was just thinking aloud. Doflamingo, meanwhile, leaned back with a grin. It's going to be quite a show when Sakazuki and the others drop in. A sudden entrance from the sky, I like it. Cladius chuckled. It's a solid plan. We'll keep the pressure on from within while they launch their assault from above. That kind of inside-out attack should throw the Big Mom pirates into chaos. Mihawk, sitting nearby, crossed his arms, looking annoyed. Had I known this was the plan, I would have chosen to join them instead. You, traveling with 3 admirals, Doflamingo laughed. That would have been awkward for everyone involved. Mihawk ignored the remark, though his expression soured further. Crocodile took a drag from his cigar, exhaling a thin plume of smoke. You've been here a few days already, he said, turning to Cladius. What have you learned? How strong is the security here? Jin answered before Cladius could. Big Mom seems to be taking this tea party very seriously. There are plenty of guests from the underworld, and most of her high-ranking officers are present as well. Katakuri, Smoothie, and Cracker, the 3 sweet commanders, are all here. Crocodile nodded thoughtfully. And our objectives? Cladius smiled, leaning forward. First and foremost, Charlotte Linlin, if we can capture her, we will. If not, we kill her, or at the very least, leave her severely injured. Ideally, we'll cripple her entirely. After that, Katakuri, Smoothie, and Cracker are our next targets. If we can capture them, great. If not, they need to be eliminated. Beyond that, any other Big Mom pirates we can take down are just a bonus. But don't expend unnecessary energy on them if it compromises the mission. Crocodile smirked, simple enough. He paused for a moment, then asked, and what about Cake Island itself? The place is heavily guarded. We can't exactly smuggle in explosives, can we? Cladius chuckled. Who needs bombs when we've got 6 Logia users? Crocodile blinked, then counted on his fingers. Let's see. You, me, Enel, and the 3 admirals, that makes 6. Exactly, Cladius said. The bombs are just a nice bonus, but they're not essential. When the 6 of us get to work, we'll wreak more havoc than any bomb ever could. Enel, visibly excited, raised his hand. Your Highness, I've developed a new move. It's powerful enough to destroy all of Cake Island. Crocodile sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. And no doubt destroy us along with it. Enel scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Well, maybe. Cladius laughed, waving off the concern. Don't worry, Enel. I've got another task for you. When the time comes, I want you to intercept all external communication from Cake Island. Cut off their phone bug signals and make sure they can't call for reinforcements. Enel perked up at the assignment, eager to prove himself. Cladius continued, if we can disrupt their communication, it'll throw their forces into disarray. The more chaotic things get, the better it is for us. The group spent the next hour exchanging information, carefully planning their strategy. They discussed how to pair up against their opponents based on abilities and weaknesses, aiming to maximize their efficiency in the upcoming battle. Finally, Cladius clapped his hands. All right, everyone. For the next few days, stay vigilant and avoid acting alone. Big Mom has plenty of strange abilities, and we don't want anyone getting caught off guard. Be especially wary of mirrors. Don't gather in large groups either. We don't want to draw unnecessary attention. For now, let's disperse and wait for the tea party to begin. Chapter 206, Charlotte Linlin. In the castle on Cake Island, a massive and intimidating figure sat on a throne made entirely of desserts. The woman wore a pink dress, but rather than looking charming, her appearance was grotesque and terrifying. Cladius had never actually seen Charlotte Linlin in person before, but the woman before him was slightly different from what he'd imagined. She looked younger than expected. It was said that Charlotte Linlin had been quite beautiful in her youth, despite her considerable size. Perhaps her peak was during the Battle of the Gods Valley, but years of constant childbirth, as well as excessive eating and drinking, had quickly taken their toll on her appearance, leaving her as the notorious Big Mom of today. At the moment, Charlotte Linlin was devouring a massive donut, her expression fierce. Between bites, she asked, "Katakuri, is everyone here?" "Tesoro has arrived, Mother, but there's still someone missing," Katakuri replied softly. Charlotte Linlin frowned at this. She stuffed the rest of the donut into her mouth, chewing twice before swallowing it whole. Then, in a displeased tone, she asked, "If I remember correctly, today marks the final deadline for my tea party invitations, doesn't it?" "Yes, Mother," Katakuri answered calmly. Charlotte Linlin's fury was a terrifying thing, but Katakuri remained composed. He was confident in his position as her most valued child and the head of her suite commanders, second only to her in the Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Linlin's expression darkened. She had her own rules, after all. If someone received an invitation to her tea party, they were given ample time to prepare and attend. But once the invitation was accepted, they had to show up. There had been instances in the past where guests had failed to attend, and the consequences were dire. Families had been wiped out, lives taken. No one who crossed Charlotte Linlin had ever met a good end. Still, this did not mean that no one dared to defy her in the vast seas. In truth, she picked her battles wisely. Traditionally, invitations to her tea parties were carefully screened by the Big Mom Pirates. They ensured that only those who had a favorable relationship with Charlotte Linlin, or those they could easily crush, were invited. This careful curation created the impression that refusing to attend her tea party was tantamount to a death sentence. But if Charlotte Linlin had dared to send such invitations to figures like Kaido or Whitebeard, she would be completely ignored and powerless to do anything about it. Could she realistically destroy Whitebeard's entire crew in retaliation? It was laughable. Similarly, the Marines never received such invitations. It wasn't as if Fleet Admiral Sengoku had ever been asked to attend one of her tea parties. Charlotte Linlin knew better than to court humiliation by inviting those who would inevitably refuse her. In short, her tea party invitations were nothing more than a form of selective intimidation, targeted bullying disguised as formality. Because of this, Charlotte Linlin was certain that anyone she invited was someone who couldn't afford to ignore her. Yet now, someone had dared to disregard her. Who would insult her like this? "Who is it?" she demanded sharply. "Who dares to disrespect me, Charlotte Linlin, and belittle my tea party?" Katakuri remained calm as ever. "It's someone you know, Mother, Yumit, the shipping magnate." Yumit? Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened slightly. She did have some history with Yumit, and even with Stussy. They were all orphans who had grown up under the same nun's care. This revelation left her somewhat surprised. In her mind, she had always considered Yumit a close ally. Every year on her birthday, Yumit would send a lavish gift, and in return, she allowed him to conduct his shipping business within her territory. There was also the bond of their shared past. It didn't make sense. Why would someone like Yumit, with their long-standing relationship, fail to attend her tea party without so much as a word of explanation? In truth, Yumit had dared to be dismissive of Cladius previously because he believed he still had options. He could always rely on the Big Mom Pirates for support in the new world. "What's he doing? Why hasn't he come?" Charlotte Linlin asked. Katakuri shook his head. "I've already sent someone to investigate. We should have an answer soon." As if on cue, the image of a figure appeared in the mirror within the room. It was Brella, Katakuri's younger sister and someone he held dear. She bore a terrible scar across her face, giving her a witch-like appearance. Yet in truth, Brella was a gentle and meticulous individual. "Mother, Brother Katakuri," Brella greeted softly, "we've uncovered the details about Yumit." The Big Mom Pirates prided themselves on having the best intelligence network in the pirate world, and that reputation was well-earned, even if it only applied within the pirate sphere. Katakuri glanced at her and asked calmly, "What's the reason? Why would Yumit dare to miss the tea party?" Charlotte Linlin's gaze was inquisitive, but Brella seemed hesitant, looking slightly awkward before she spoke. "I don't think he didn't want to come. In fact, he probably intended to. It's just that." Just what? Charlotte Linlin pressed. Just 3 days ago, while he was traveling in our territory in the New World, Umit was captured by a mysterious agency under the world government, Brella explained. He was accused of smuggling contraband in massive quantities and was executed in secret this morning. Charlotte Linlin and Katakuri froze for a moment. What? Wasn't Umit supposed to be the king of shipping? Didn't he have connections in Mariewa? How could he have been taken down by the world government so suddenly? And for smuggling of all things. Umit's entire empire had been built on smuggling. If the world government had wanted to take action, they could have done so years ago. Why now? Katakuri frowned and asked, what kind of agency was it? We're not certain, but we suspect it was one of the Cipher Paul units, Brele replied thoughtfully. Suspect, Katakuri murmured. He seemed to consider something before adding, could it have been the legendary CPX? There's a possibility, Brele agreed. Charlotte Linlin's confusion only deepened. What's this all about? She asked. Mother, CPX is an extremely secretive agency, Katakuri explained. While their lower-level operatives occasionally surface, their true core remains hidden. Whenever CPX takes significant action, it often leads to major upheaval in the seas. Umit's execution might just be the prelude to something much larger. Brele, ever perceptive, chimed in with a sly smile. Perhaps something's happened in Mariewa. Maybe Umit's benefactor lost power and he was caught in the fallout. It wasn't impossible. CPX operated under the world government, and if there was instability in Mariewa, they would undoubtedly act to address it. For them, such matters would be of utmost importance. Katakuri considered this and relaxed slightly. Perhaps you're right. Regardless, it seemed to have no immediate impact on them. Charlotte Linlin quickly lost interest in the matter and waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. If Umit's already dead, there's no point in pursuing this. Had Umit missed the tea party for any other reason, Charlotte Linlin would have been compelled to retaliate. But since the man was already dead, she saw no value in dwelling on it further. Chapter 207, Big Mom's Tea Party begins. In a room overlooking the island, Cladius stood by the window, a cigar clenched between his teeth. He wore a black coat made of flamingo feathers, his expression calm yet slightly amused. Unlike his usual flamboyant style, there was no paint or makeup on his face today. His real appearance was on full display. He wasn't worried about being recognized. Both CP and the ultra-secretive CPX had gone to great lengths to keep Claudius's image a closely guarded secret. As long as he didn't want to reveal himself, no photograph of him existed in circulation. As such, he didn't feel threatened by being on Cake Island. Unless he ran into someone who already knew him, there was no chance of being exposed. And since he'd never had any dealings with Charlotte Linlin, the likelihood of running into such a person was slim. He was, after all, a figure who operated from the shadows. "What are you staring at?" asked Jin, seated not far away. Dressed in a maid's outfit, she sipped juice from a glass and looked at him inquisitively. Without turning to her, Claudius chuckled and said, "I'm looking at Cake Island scenery. After today, it's likely this place won't exist anymore. Might as well take it all in while I can." "What's there to see in a pirate's lair?" Jin said dismissively, her tone laced with disdain. "No matter how dreamy it looks, it's still a cesspool of filth and corruption." "Oh, forgive me," Claudius replied, feigning regret. Jin froze for a moment before asking, "What's with the regret? Don't tell me you've grown sentimental about Charlotte Linlin. That's not like you." Claudius smirked and said, "Sentimental about that old hag? Not a chance. What I regret is that the mission is about to officially begin." "Didn't it already begin when we infiltrated Cake Island?" Jin asked, confused. Claudius shook his head, still smirking. "I mean the part where we actually take action. This peaceful lull will be over soon. Who knows when I'll next have a chance to sleep soundly with you by my side? That's what I regret." Hearing this, Jin's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, "Stop spouting nonsense. This is just part of the mission. It's not like I had a choice." Claudius turned and gave her an amused look. "And that's why I regret it. If I'd known, I would have come here a month or two earlier. We could have spent some quality time together before all this." "Rogue," Jin muttered, her voice low but filled with indignation. Now hold on, Claudius teased. You're the one who insisted on cuddling up every night. And now I'm the rogue? Don't you think that's a bit harsh? You seemed pretty comfortable sleeping in my arms. Jen huffed, choosing to ignore him. Just as Claudius opened his mouth to tease her further, there was a light knock at the door. Stussy entered the room, her expression calm but slightly amused. The moment she stepped in, her eyes caught the faint blush lingering on Jen's face. Smiling knowingly, she said, "Your Highness, you're in remarkably good spirits." Without a hint of concern for decorum, Claudius tapped the ash from his cigar and let it fall outside the window. "What's the situation?" he asked, his tone casual. "Tesaro has already met Charlotte Linlin," Stussy replied with a smirk. "Everything's going according to plan. He accepted her invitation. Should we congratulate him on becoming the Pirate Queen's son-in-law?" Claudius burst into laughter. "Ahahaha, I hope I'm not ruining his big day. Who's the lucky bride? Which one of the old hag's daughters did she pair him with?" "It's Charlotte Galette," Stussy said, her smile widening. "I hear she's quite the beauty." "That's a shame," Claudius said with mock regret. "Maybe Tesaro is mourning the timing too. If only we could have delayed things a couple of days, let him enjoy his wedding night first." "Tesaro's been grumbling nonstop," Stussy continued with a chuckle. "He says there's only one woman in his heart, Stella. If it weren't for you, he'd have never agreed to come here, much less attend this tea party. Besides, this is just an engagement. The actual marriage would take some time to arrange." The three of them laughed briefly, exchanging a few more jokes about Tesaro's predicament. Then Claudius got back to business. "The tea party is this afternoon, right?" he asked. "Yes, it'll last 3 days," Stussy confirmed with a nod. "Good, let Enel know it's time to send the signal to Sakazuki and the others," Claudius instructed, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Cake Island was crawling with surveillance. Charlotte Linlin's homies were everywhere, acting as her eyes and ears. Add to that the countless hidden den mushy, monitoring bugs and even audio surveillance equipment, and the place was practically a fortress. Claudius sometimes wondered if the old hag suffered from paranoia. He'd never seen another pirate captain go to such lengths to monitor their territory. Even Marineford wasn't this obsessive, and that was the Navy's headquarters. Fortunately, Claudius had brought Enel along. With his ability to manipulate electromagnetic waves, he was perfect for handling communication in such a heavily monitored environment. Without him, getting a signal out to Sakazuki and the others would have been a nightmare. "Understood, Your Highness," Stussy said with a nod. At this point, Jen chimed in, "When do we act?" "No rush," Claudius replied with a sly grin. "We'll hit Charlotte Linlin when she least expects it. The key is timing. Once Sakazuki and the others strike from above and take her by surprise, we'll move from the inside. Stick to the plan. We don't want to expose ourselves too early." Stussy smiled. "By the way, Your Highness, Umit is dead." "Oh," Claudius raised an eyebrow. "That was quick." Originally, Spandine planned to wait until after Tesalo completed his task, but he got word that Umit was on his way to the tea party. Worried that Umit might recognize you and jeopardize the mission, he acted ahead of schedule. Umit was intercepted mid-journey and executed in secret, Stussy explained with a smirk. Claudius nodded, satisfied. "Efficient, but how did you get the news so quickly? Aren't you also on Cake Island?" Stussy gave a proud smile. "Your Highness, don't underestimate me. No matter where I am, I always get the information I need." "Impressive," Claudius said, though his tone carried a hint of playful sarcasm. At that moment, another knock came at the door. Doflamingo walked in, his grin as wide and unsettling as ever. "Corazon," he said, "get ready. The tea party is about to begin." Claudius flicked his cigar out the window, adjusted his black feathered coat, and gave a devilish smile. "Is it time already? Let's go." Stussy left first to gather Mihawk, Enel, and Crocodile for the event. Jin stood from the sofa and approached Claudius, who promptly grabbed her wrist and led her out with Doflamingo. Jin hesitated, her instinct telling her to pull away, but ultimately she didn't resist. Claudius couldn't help but feel a pang of amusement and perhaps a touch of regret. Over the past few days, Jin had been sleeping soundly at night, her head resting against his shoulder. It was proof enough that, despite her protests, she found comfort in his presence. "Your Highness," Jin suddenly said, her voice soft. Claudius stopped and turned to her, curiosity in his eyes. What is it? After this mission, she hesitated, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. I have 3 months of vacation saved up. Never mind, it's nothing, she said, shaking her head quickly. Claudius laughed, his grin widening. Oh, would I have the honor of inviting you to my home? Or maybe we could meet somewhere else. How about Little Garden? I hear it's a fascinating place. Though she didn't look up, Jin's response was barely audible. All right. Chapter 208. The 3 Marine Admirals Descend from the Sky. The tea party was held in the massive open-air plaza of Cake Island. The Big Mom pirates had spared no effort in creating a grand and luxurious atmosphere. Dozens of tables were set up across the plaza, accommodating hundreds of attendees, including members of the pirate crew and their honored guests. Maids and waiters moved briskly between the tables, constantly replenishing the desserts and snacks. Claudius sat at a table alongside Doflamingo, Jin, and Crocodile. At a nearby table, Stussy was seated with Enel and Mihawk, their presence drawing occasional glances from others in the crowd. I have to admit, Claudius said, stuffing a small cake into his mouth, this Charlotte Linlin knows how to put together a proper tea party. The desserts are excellent. But seriously, can we get to the main course already? This endless stream of sweets is going to give me a sugar coma. There was still a smudge of cream on the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Crocodile, puffing on his cigar and looking unimpressed, mocked, This is a tea party, not a banquet. Did you seriously think there'd be a proper meal? This is a place for tea and desserts, not a feast. If anyone here looks tired of the food, it's you. But clearly, you're still going strong. Claudius ignored the jab. He was used to Crocodile's prickly nature and didn't take his comments seriously. Claudius simply shrugged and replied, What can I say? You need energy to work. Speaking of which, aren't you going to eat anything? He picked up a slice of bread and waved it teasingly in front of Crocodile. Crocodile shot him a disgusted glare. Don't treat me like a stray dog or cat. Keep your bread to yourself. Phew, 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 foo, foo, Doflamingo chuckled at their banter. He reached over, grabbed the slice of bread from Claudius's hand, and took a bite. It's actually pretty good. You sure you don't want to try it, Crocodile? Crocodile hesitated, eyeing the desserts on the table with mild suspicion. Finally, he shook his head and said, What if it's poisoned? I'll pass. If something does happen, at least I'll be the one collecting your corpses. Hearing this, Jin, who had been about to take a bite of a small cake, paused mid-motion. She frowned at the dessert, suddenly uncertain. Before she could decide what to do, Claudius snatched the cake from her hand and popped it into his mouth. Stop listening to Crocodile's nonsense, Claudius said between bites. Why would it be poisoned? That was mine, Jin exclaimed in irritation, glaring at him. I'm just testing it for you, Claudius said shamelessly. While Claudius and the others were busy eating and chatting, Charlotte Linlin was on stage, addressing the gathered crowd. She was introducing her new son-in-law, Tesoro, with an exaggerated sense of pride. Tesoro, tall by most standards, looked absolutely diminutive next to Charlotte Linlin. He barely came up to her knees, and the sheer difference in presence between the two was overwhelming. While Tesoro wasn't particularly strong, being only proficient in basic armament hacky, his true talents lay in his exceptional business acumen. That was what made him valuable enough to be here. As Charlotte Linlin spoke, the crowd suddenly broke into applause, following her lead. This left Jin somewhat dumbfounded, unsure of what exactly was being celebrated. Claudius, meanwhile, wiped his hands on a napkin and quietly reached under the table. From a small swamp wallet hidden in his coat, he retrieved his prized weapon, the demon blade, Shinda. The seemingly harmless short sword remained sheathed, giving it the appearance of a simple accessory, but Claudius never went anywhere without it. He handed the wallet to Jin and said, Here, get ready. Take out Kanpira and pass this to Mihawk. His black blade, Yoru, is already here. Jin nodded, retrieving Kanpira from the wallet and placing it under the table. She wiped her mouth, took the small wallet, and casually walked over to Mihawk's table. Her movements weren't suspicious. This was a tea party, after all, and people were frequently getting up to mingle and chat. A few minutes later, she returned to her seat and tossed the wallet back to Claudius. You're surprisingly prepared, she commented. Of course, Claudius replied smugly. This wallet has everything, Logia Devil Fruits, weapons, you name it. Meanwhile, from the back of the plaza, a massive cake was being wheeled out. Towering like a small mountain, it was clearly meant for Charlotte Linlin. Teselo stood nervously by her side, preparing to taste the enormous confection. Doflamingo glanced at his pocket watch and said, "If my timing's right, they should be arriving soon." "Maybe they got stuck in traffic," Claudius said dismissively, grabbing another biscuit and taking a bite. Almost immediately after the words left his mouth, a sharp whistling noise pierced the sky. It sounded like something breaking through the air at an incredible speed. "They're here," Crocodile murmured, his eyes narrowing. The crowd collectively turned their gaze upward. In the distance, 4 indistinct shapes were descending rapidly toward the plaza. At first, no one thought much of it. Some assumed it was part of the entertainment, perhaps some spectacle Charlotte Linlin had arranged. After all, the tea party was a time of celebration, and no one dared provoke Charlotte Linlin during such an occasion. Few in the world could challenge her authority, and even fewer would dare try. But then, one of the shapes burst apart in midair, revealing a figure surrounded by a massive torrent of molten lava. The fiery mass hurtled toward the ground, obliterating the enormous cake that had just been brought out. Chaos erupted as the ground shook, and molten rock splattered across the plaza, sending guests scrambling for cover. "Who dares?" Charlotte Linlin roared, her voice echoing across the plaza. Before anyone could respond, another massive magma fist descended from the sky, aimed directly at Charlotte Linlin. "Like the candles on your cake, Big Mom," bellowed Sakazuki's voice as he appeared high above. The crowd collectively gasped in recognition. That voice, that fiery figure, it was Akinu, the new admiral of the Marines. Charlotte Linlin didn't hesitate. Wrapping her fist in haki, she punched upward, meeting the molten fist head-on. The collision sent a violent explosion of magma into the air, scattering flaming debris across the plaza like fireworks. The festive atmosphere was gone in an instant, replaced by sheer panic. Screams and cries filled the air as the once celebratory plaza descended into chaos. Guests fled in all directions, desperate to escape the carnage. Claudius, unfazed, looked down at the table in front of him, which had been partially melted by a stray glob of magma. Glancing at the half-burned plate of biscuits in his hand, he muttered in irritation, "Seriously, I wasn't even done eating yet." Jin stared at him in disbelief, then handed him the demon blade, Shinda. "You're unbelievable," she said. "In a situation like this, any normal person would grab their weapon first. But no, you saved your biscuits. Are you even human?" "You just don't get it," Claudius retorted. "The biscuits would have been burned to ash. Shinda, on the other hand, isn't going anywhere. Priorities, Jin, priorities." Before Jin could reply, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky. A massive explosion engulfed Charlotte Linlin's position, and a moment later, the elegant yet casual figure of Borsellino landed lightly on the ground. "So strange," Borsellino drawled, his hands in his pockets. "I kicked her, but it didn't feel like I broke through." Moments later, Kyuzin descended from above, landing coolly beside him. Sakazuki joined them soon after. The 3 Marine admirals now stood together, their combined presence radiating overwhelming power. Charlotte Linlin's massive figure was obscured by the dense smoke from the explosion, leaving her current condition unclear. Where's Bartholomew Kuma?" Crocodile asked suddenly, frowning. "There were 4 figures earlier. Where did he go?" Claudius smirked knowingly. "Doesn't matter. As long as the plan proceeds, it's fine." Chapter 209. The 3 admirals fiercely battle Charlotte Linlin. The tea party plaza was in complete chaos. Guests fled in all directions, screams filling the air. Claudius and his group pretended to be caught up in the commotion, running around to avoid suspicion. However, their eyes darted around, carefully observing and clearly waiting for the right moment to act. Through the thick smoke, Charlotte Linlin's massive, muscular arms suddenly burst outward, scattering the black haze. Her enormous figure emerged, towering and unyielding. She roared furiously, her terrifying presence undiminished. Though her appearance was slightly disheveled, and she bore some superficial marks from the attacks, she remained completely unscathed. You bastards, how dare you disrupt my tea party? Charlotte Linlin bellowed, her voice booming across the battlefield. Tea party? Let's call it a funeral instead, Sakazuki shot back coldly. Today is your death day, Charlotte Linlin. Without waiting for a reply, Sakazuki's body radiated intense heat, the ground beneath him melting from the sheer temperature. His arms morphed into molten magma as he launched himself forward, his stride leaving scorched craters in its wake. He raised his magma-coated fist, roaring, Dark Hound. This was one of Sakazuki's most devastating attacks, infused with the explosive power of a volcanic eruption and carrying the heat to incinerate anything in its path. Charlotte Linlin's body, famed for its near invincibility, was often compared to a steel balloon or unbreakable diamond. Yet, as Sakazuki charged toward her, she felt an unfamiliar sense of danger. Unlike earlier, she didn't dare take the blow head-on. Her instincts screamed at her to act. In an instant, her pirate captain's hat, Napoleon, transformed into a massive sword, landing in her hands just as Sakazuki's fist hurtled toward her. Die, Sakazuki! Charlotte Linlin screamed, slashing at the incoming attack with all her strength. But before her blade could connect, a wave of freezing cold air rushed in. Faster than Sakazuki's strike, the icy blast engulfed her, and in the blink of an eye, her enormous frame was encased in solid ice. The source of the attack stood calmly nearby, Marine Admiral Cusin. A light puff of icy vapor escaped his mouth as he muttered, "Ice time capsule." Cusin's freezing abilities were exceptional, but against a monster like Charlotte Linlin, such control could only buy a brief moment. She immediately began to shatter the ice with her overwhelming brute strength. However, that moment was all Sakazuki needed. As the ice cracked and fell away, his Dark Hound smashed into her. Her sword, Napoleon, had lost its target and hung mid-swing. Charlotte Linlin's reflexes saved her from a direct hit. She swiftly cloaked her chest in a thick layer of armament haki and altered Napoleon's shape. The blade curved and contorted, placing itself between her and the magma just in time. Even so, the impact was devastating. Sakazuki's magma fist exploded as it struck, the force sending Charlotte Linlin's massive body hurtling backward. She tore through the ground, uprooting flowers and shrubs, her landing carving deep trenches into the earth. Despite the sheer power of the attack, Charlotte Linlin managed to steady herself quickly, landing on her feet. Her chest smoked from the heat, and her clothes were singed, but her injuries were superficial. Her skin was merely scorched black in places, with no significant damage. Gripping Napoleon tightly, she roared, her eyes blazing with fury. Sakazuki clicked his tongue in irritation. "If you'd pitched in earlier, Borsellino, we could have landed a clean hit," he said, his tone full of annoyance. But instead of looking at Borsellino, Sakazuki's gaze shifted toward another figure nearby, Katakuri. Holding his trident, Katakuri stood with unshakable resolve, his glare filled with fury as he watched the admirals who dared to invade his mother's territory. Borsellino, hands raised in mock surrender, yawned lazily. "Look, even if I'd done something, it wouldn't have mattered. I'd have been stopped anyway, right?" The moment he spoke, Katakuri's arm shot upward, his trident flying toward Borsellino with lightning speed. But if there was one thing Borsellino was known for, it was speed. With a flash of golden light, his figure disappeared, reappearing far off in a relaxed stance, his hands casually resting in his pants pockets. He ignored Katakuri entirely and raised his leg, firing a laser beam straight at Charlotte Linlin's already scorched chest. Charlotte Linlin didn't flinch. With a snarl, she raised her fist, unleashing her lightning fire crit. Sparks of electricity and flames danced along her arm as she punched the incoming laser, causing it to explode midair in a burst of smoke and light. Meanwhile, Katakuri moved to attack. His arms expanded, turning into enormous spiked weapons coated in armament haki. He charged toward both Sakazuki and Cusin, his voice low as he growled, "Chikara Machi." Katakuri's powerful strike was aimed at Sakazuki first, but the Marine Admiral didn't even glance at him. To Sakazuki, Katakuri was merely a secondary threat. His true target was, and always had been, Charlotte Linlin. Cusin, however, reacted immediately. With a single stomp, an icy wall rose to intercept Katakuri's attack. The force of Katakuri's mace-like arms smashed into the wall, shattering parts of it, but the structure held firm. A chilling frost spread from the ice wall, creeping up Katakuri's arms. Realizing the danger, he quickly shattered the frozen parts of his limbs, retreating to a safer distance. Katakuri's machi-machi abilities, though technically paramecia, gave him a physique and adaptability similar to a Logia. The lost portions of his arms could easily be replenished, a distinct advantage in battle. Just as Kyuzin prepared to follow up with another attack, Charlotte Linlin's enraged scream echoed across the plaza. Leaping into the air with surprising speed for her size, she raised her flaming sword high. "Emperor's sword, cognac!" she roared, bringing the blade down with earth-shattering force. Neither Sakazuki nor Kyuzin dared to block the attack head-on. They retreated simultaneously, while even Katakuri stepped back to avoid being caught in the blast. The blade slammed into the ground, sending flames and shockwaves across the plaza. The earth cracked violently, trembling as if struck by an earthquake. But Charlotte Linlin wasn't finished. Abandoning her embedded sword, she rushed forward, her enormous fist crackling with a mix of electricity and malice. Her target was Sakazuki, and she closed the distance with terrifying speed. Sakazuki met her head-on, his own arm transforming into a gigantic magma fist. With a defiant roar, he swung at her incoming blow. The two fists collided with cataclysmic force. The sheer energy of the clash sent shockwaves rippling outward, leveling everything around them. In her furious state, Charlotte Linlin unleashed the full brunt of her monstrous power, overpowering Sakazuki. Her fist smashed into him, driving him into the ground with enough force to leave a massive crater. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring Sakazuki's form as the ground seemed to collapse under the weight of the blow. The plaza fell silent, the tension thick in the air as everyone strained to see the aftermath of Charlotte Linlin's devastating strike. Chapter 210. The 7 warlords of the sea join the battle. Though the outside world couldn't see what had just transpired, Linlin knew all too well that the punch she delivered didn't land solidly. The ground erupted beneath her, and her massive figure was sent flying into the air. From below, Sakazuki emerged, his form climbing out of the molten earth. A moment earlier, he had realized he couldn't directly withstand Linlin's furious strike. Instead, he had burned through the ground, sinking into the magma to evade the blow entirely. Now, he retaliated with a burst of molten fury, the ground erupting with volcanic force. While Charlotte Linlin was still airborne, Borsellino appeared above her in a flash of golden light. His legs gleamed as he descended with a powerful axe kick. "Speed of light kick," Borsellino announced softly, his voice calm but tinged with menace. Linlin barely had time to cross her arms to shield her head. A moment later, a tremendous force slammed into her arms, sending a searing wave of pain coursing through her body. The power behind the kick was staggering. Borsellino's speed translated directly into devastating force, leaving Linlin's arms numb. Unable to resist the impact, her massive body plummeted like a cannonball. She crashed into Sakazuki's magma field, the force creating a massive crater as she struck the ground. Despite her formidable strength, Linlin was struggling. Facing the combined might of 2 Marine admirals was proving to be an uphill battle. From the very start, she had been unable to gain the upper hand and had been repelled repeatedly. It was clear that the admirals, representing the world government's highest combat power, were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Kyuzin had chosen not to coordinate with Sakazuki. He understood that their abilities countered each other, and without a strong sense of teamwork, their cooperation might hinder more than help. Turning his attention to Katakuri, Kyuzin decided to focus on him instead. With his ice powers, he believed he could exploit the weaknesses in Katakuri's fluid-like devil fruit ability. However, while Kyuzin's ability restrained Katakuri to some extent, the latter was no novice. Though there was a gap in their strength, Katakuri's experience and composure allowed him to hold his own for now. The two gradually moved away from the main battlefield. Meanwhile, Borsellino and Sakazuki pressed their advantage against Linlin. At a distance, Cladius and the others stood watching the spectacle unfold. As expected, 2 admirals working together are more than enough to keep her on the defensive, Cladius remarked, a faint smile playing on his lips. She's holding on thanks to her unusual body structure and incredible endurance, but she's clearly at a disadvantage, Jin added with a nod. Is it time for reinforcements? Crocodile asked, biting down on his cigar with a calm expression. As if on cue, a water-infused slash streaked through the air, slicing toward Sakazuki's back. They're here, Doflamingo muttered, an evil grin spreading across his face. Charlotte Smoothie, one of Linlin's sweet commanders, Claudius said with a smirk. Indeed, the slash had come from Smoothie, whose devil fruit powers made her a dangerous adversary. Sakazuki, who had been preparing to deliver a blow to Linlin, was forced to react. Pushing off the ground with immense force, his burly form twisted midair with surprising agility, allowing him to avoid the attack. He landed firmly, his feet bracing against the scorched earth. Linlin seized the opening to launch a counterattack. Soul Strike, she roared, her fist hurtling toward Sakazuki. Sakazuki instinctively raised his arms to block, but the moment their eyes met, he felt a strange sensation. His soul seemed to tremble, as if trying to escape his body. Thanks to his sheer willpower, he quickly overcame the effect. But even that brief moment of hesitation created a gap in his defenses. Linlin's massive fist slammed into his arms, the force transferring into his chest. Blood spurted from his mouth as his feet left the ground, his body sent flying. At the same time, Borsellino aimed a precise kick at the charred wound on Linlin's chest. Golden light erupted as the kick connected, causing Linlin to wail in pain. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she was blasted backward by the powerful strike. For a moment, both sides had suffered losses. Sakazuki crashed to the ground, clutching his chest. His arms throbbed with pain, and he realized 2 of his ribs were likely broken from Linlin's earlier attack. Yet, true to his nature, Sakazuki forced himself back to his feet, enduring the agony. Suddenly, another slash infused with armament, Haki came slicing through the air, carving into the spot where Sakazuki had just been. Why is this marine mutt still here? Smoothie yelled angrily, her frustration evident. Sakazuki ignored her words entirely. Without hesitation, he launched himself toward Linlin again, determined to press the attack. Smoothie, enraged at being disregarded, shouted, "Do you think I'm insignificant?" She swung her massive blade, ready to unleash another strike, but before she could, a swirl of yellow sand flew toward her. In an instant, the moisture on her blade evaporated, leaving it bone dry. Smoothie's eyes widened in shock. She quickly propelled herself backward with an explosive leap, narrowly avoiding a sand blade that stabbed into the ground where she had just stood. The area around it dried and crumbled, the earth turning into lifeless desert. "Crocodile," Smoothie hissed, recognizing the culprit without needing to see him. The swirling yellow sand was unmistakable. Only the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, wielded such power. From the sand, Crocodile's figure gradually emerged, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His brown-black coat flared slightly as he stood, his gaze full of disdain. "Why are you attacking me?" Smoothie demanded, her blade raised in defense. Crocodile chuckled coldly. "What a foolish question. Don't forget who I am. The admirals are here, and you really thought I'd sit this one out." "Is this all part of your conspiracy?" Smoothie asked, her expression turning grim. "Conspiracy? Call it what you want. I don't owe you an explanation," Crocodile said, his voice dripping with mockery. He raised his hand, summoning another swirling blade of sand. "I heard you can drain moisture. Let's see if you can wring some juice from my sand." Without giving her time to respond, Crocodile unleashed his attack. "Crescent sand dunes." Smoothie coated her sword in armament haki, cleaving through the sand blade with a swift slash. "Not bad," Crocodile sneered, his figure emerging from the broken sand. He reached out, aiming to grab Smoothie's arm. Smoothie reacted instinctively, kicking at Crocodile's body. But he had already turned into sand, dodging her strike with ease. After breaking free, Smoothie inspected her arm, noting how dry it had become. Quickly activating her powers, she restored the moisture, though her expression remained tense. Chapter 211, Jin's Power. As Crocodile and Smoothie clashed, Claudius took this as the signal to act. No one had caught on yet, but he knew it wouldn't take long for suspicions to arise. Especially with Doflamingo, a 7 Warlords of the Sea member notorious for stirring trouble, present. And Claudius himself, coming along as Doflamingo's so-called brother. There was no way they'd escape suspicion for long. "Split up, don't linger here," Claudius ordered quietly. Doflamingo nodded, his gaze shifting to the approaching army of cookie soldiers. A sinister smile curled on his lips. "Toy soldiers, huh? That's just my style. I can control them easily." It was clear he intended to target Cracker, another of Linlin's sweet commanders. Claudius didn't concern himself with Doflamingo's plans, his own goal remained fixed. This operation wasn't about killing Charlotte Linlin, it was about capturing her. That objective required careful timing. Claudius's eyes remained locked on her towering figure. "Jin, you take the first move. I'll wait for the right moment to strike and see if I can take down this stubborn old hag in one blow," Claudius said calmly. As he spoke, his form shimmered, becoming translucent before dispersing completely with the wind. Meanwhile, the battle between Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Charlotte Linlin raged on. Despite Linlin's immense strength, her supporting forces, various powerful homies, proved ineffective against the admirals. Sakazuki and Borsellino easily smashed through these animated objects, which were reduced to little more than sacrifices, blocking attacks meant for Linlin. At one point, a large tree homie managed to block Sakazuki's magma fist, giving Linlin an opening. She took a deep breath, bracing against Borsellino's incoming kick, and unleashed a piercing scream. "Aahhh," Linlin roared, her voice reverberating like a shockwave. The sound stunned both Sakazuki and Borsellino momentarily, their movements faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Linlin swung the massive Emperor's sword in her hand. "The Spear of Elbaf, prestige!" she bellowed, slashing downward with terrifying force. A shockwave erupted from the blade, tearing through the ground and consuming everything in its path. Sakazuki was caught in the onslaught, his figure battered and engulfed by the sheer force of the attack. For the first time in the battle, Linlin seemed to gain the upper hand. With Sakazuki momentarily taken out of the fight, Borsellino was left exposed. A wicked grin spread across Linlin's face. She raised her arm, and lightning crackled ominously in the sky. With a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning struck down, targeting Borsellino with blinding speed. Borsellino's eyes widened in alarm. Although he doubted Sakazuki was dead from a single attack, it would likely take him time to recover. Now, with the thunder bearing down on him, Borsellino prepared to retreat. But before the bolt could reach him, another streak of lightning struck from the side, intercepting it midair. The two bolts collided and dissipated into nothingness. Floating above was none other than Enel, now clad in his iconic God of Skypia attire. Holding a long golden staff, he grinned arrogantly. "My speed isn't too shabby either, is it, Admiral Borsellino?" Enel remarked smugly. Borsellino raised a brow, his voice calm but tinged with irritation. "Took you long enough. I've been stalling her for ages." Despite his annoyance, Borsellino didn't push the issue. He knew better than to offend Enel, especially since the man was Claudius's subordinate. "Well, better late than never. Your timing is appreciated," he added neutrally. Charlotte Linlin, on the other hand, was momentarily caught off guard. She didn't immediately recognize Enel, whose reputation wasn't as widespread as Crocodile's. Before she could react, a sharp slash flew toward her. With quick reflexes, Linlin blocked the strike using the Emperor's sword. Her gaze shifted to the source of the attack, though the figure remained obscured for a moment. But what she didn't anticipate was the sudden force that struck her chest. A figure clad in a bunny-themed maid outfit appeared in front of her. With astonishing speed and precision, the figure delivered a powerful kick directly to Linlin's wound. "Peach Blossom Bunny strike," the figure shouted. The impact bent Linlin's massive body forward, and the sheer force sent her sprawling backward. It was Jin. Her earlier slash had been a feint, allowing her to close the distance and strike Linlin with her Zoan-enhanced abilities. Jin's speed was extraordinary, her devil fruit power granting her the form of the mythical moon rabbit. In terms of speed, she was second only to Borsellino among the Marines. As Linlin staggered from the blow, Jin's body began to transform further. Her shoulders tensed, as if a limiter had been released. Her eyes turned crimson, and the rabbit ears atop her head grew longer. Wasting no time, Jin launched herself forward with explosive force. The ground beneath her shattered, rocks and debris flying in all directions. Her speed was incredible, a blur that closed the distance between her and Linlin in an instant. Sensing the imminent danger, Linlin slammed her hand into the ground, using the force to stabilize herself and hurl a massive rock upward. With the momentum, she managed to stop her retreat and regain her footing. But as she steadied herself, Jin was already closing in, her red eyes blazing with intensity. "You're the Marine Admiral candidate, Mamausagi Jin," Linlin exclaimed, a mix of anger and disbelief in her voice. One admiral was already troublesome enough, not to mention Crocodile and Enel. But now, an admiral candidate. Linlin knew Jin's reputation well. Despite the candidate title, her strength was on par with a full-fledged admiral. Jin didn't respond. Her focus was absolute. Her fist, now covered in white fur resembling the moon rabbit's, shot forward. Though it looked soft and fluffy, the sonic boom that followed the punch was anything but gentle. The strike was devastating, delivering a thunderous impact as it collided with Linlin's massive fist. To the shock of onlookers, Jin's punch forced Linlin to stumble back, her footing briefly unstable. Though Linlin's retaliatory strike had been hasty, her monstrous strength was well known across the seas. For Jin to push her back at all was an astonishing feat. At the same time, both Borsellino and Enel launched their attacks. A crackling dragon of lightning shot toward Linlin, striking her body and leaving her hair frizzed in an explosive mess. Before she could recover, Borsellino followed up with a laser beam. However, Linlin managed to cut the attack out of the air with her Emperor's sword. As the battle intensified, Jin moved in once more. Her next kick targeted Linlin's flank, but this time, Linlin caught the attack with her hand. Even so, fending off attacks from three high-speed, high-power combatants was taking its toll on Linlin. She had started to show openings, her defenses slipping. And then, as if on cue, a familiar voice echoed through the battlefield. "Shoot her, Shinsa." Chapter 212. Sakazuki, Your Majesty, don't worry, I can stand it. Claudius's figure appeared in front of Linlin at some point, his legs seemingly non-existent as he floated midair like a ghost. The Shinsa blade in his hand gleamed ominously, and as the words left his mouth, the blade extended, shooting out with incredible speed. Linlin's face twisted in alarm. Without hesitation, she released her grip on her sword. Her observation haki, honed to the utmost, guided her movements. Tilting her head just in time, she managed to catch the trajectory of Shinsa. Even so, the razor-sharp tip of the blade stopped mere millimeters from her left eye, its icy energy radiating so intensely that beads of cold sweat formed on her skin. If she had been just a fraction slower, her left eye would have been pierced clean through. What a fast blade, Linlin thought to herself, a rare twinge of fear flashing in her heart. Her remaining eye darted toward the figure holding the weapon. She didn't recognize him. The golden hair, the strong build, the black-feathered coat, there was something about him that vaguely resembled Doflamingo, but this man was no one she had encountered before. From the moment Claudius unleashed Shinsa, only the span of a single breath had passed. Though Linlin's observation haki allowed her to react, everything still happened so quickly it felt like an illusion. Linlin's gaze locked onto Claudius's face, noticing the confident, almost smug smile tugging at his lips. Her heart sank further. She had caught the blade, so why did he look so self-assured? What had she missed? Her thoughts were interrupted by an ominous chill spreading through her hand. A moment later, an icy mist erupted from the tip of Shinsa, enveloping her left eye in a burst of freezing energy. Linlin's senses dulled, and within moments, her left eye lost all sensation. "Frost breath," Claudius murmured quietly. The blade retracted back into its original short sword form, the icy vapor dissipating as Shinsa returned to its scabbard. Only then did Linlin unleash a pained scream, her voice echoing across the battlefield. When she lowered the fist that had shielded her face, The extent of the damage became apparent to all. Borsellino and the others glanced toward her, their expressions shifting as they saw her left eye. It was completely frozen. The eye, locked wide open, was encased in frost, unable to close. As Linlin thrashed and wailed, the frozen eyeball began to crack, fragments falling away like shattered glass. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, had been blinded in one eye. Overwhelmed with fury and pain, Linlin slammed her massive fist into the ground. The force of the blow shattered the terrain, sending a powerful shockwave outward that forced Claudius, Borsellino, Enel, and Jin to retreat. Claudius landed lightly, brushing dust off his coat. With a smirk, he said mockingly, "It's just one eye. If I had driven the blade deeper and unleashed more frost, your brains might have frozen solid. Look at the bright side, now with a blindfold, you'll look even more like a proper pirate." Borsellino landed nearby, his usual nonchalant expression briefly giving way to surprise as he glanced at Claudius. The attack had been undeniably effective, but also undeniably underhanded. As the smoke cleared, Linlin clutched her ruined eye with one hand, glaring at Claudius with her remaining eye. The fury in her gaze was almost palpable. "You bastard," she roared, "who the hell are you?" For someone who had spent decades ruling the seas, Linlin could accept defeat or even injuries, though not easily, but to lose an eye to someone she didn't even recognize. That stung her pride more than anything else. Claudius calmly shrugged off his black feather coat, rolling his neck as he offered a faint smile. "First time meeting, isn't it? Charlotte Linlin, allow me to introduce myself. Claudius, of the world government. Leader of CPX, I'm here to bring you to justice." Linlin's eye widened in shock, then her expression twisted into rage. "Claudius? You mean that Claudius, the celestial dragon?" "Ah, yes, that's me," Claudius replied with an easy nod. Though she didn't recognize his face, his name sent alarm bells ringing in Linlin's mind. The man before her was no unknown upstart. He was a legend in his own right. Back in her days with the Rocks Pirates, Linlin had rubbed shoulders with some of the era's most powerful figures: Achoku, Captain John, Golden Lion Shiki, and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Among them, she had been far from the most remarkable. But over the years, most of those giants had fallen. Captain John was arrested in an operation led by Claudius. Shiki, the Golden Lion, had also been taken down by him. Even the Red Count Redfield and the Pirate King himself, Gall D. Roger, had been captured or killed, with Claudius playing a significant role. In the eyes of the world's greatest pirates, Claudius's name carried immense weight. And now, with her eye gone and his abilities on full display, Linlin dared not underestimate the man standing before her. "CPX," Linlin murmured, her observation hacky spreading outward as she tried to grasp the situation across Tado land. Sure enough, she realized Doflamingo and Crocodile had blocked her sweet commanders, Smoothie and Cracker. Her reinforcements wouldn't be coming. "All of this was your scheme, wasn't it?" Linlin growled. Claudius casually touched his chin, glancing toward Borsellino. The admiral caught his look and shook his head slightly, silently signaling that Sakazuki had yet to rejoin the fight. Claudius sighed inwardly. He had been hoping for Sakazuki to step in as the vanguard. Between Jin and himself, both capable of holding their own, Claudius was inclined to let Sakazuki bear the brunt of the battle. After all, wasn't that what naval headquarters was for? Though he was perfectly capable of fighting, Claudius saw no reason to exhaust himself unnecessarily when someone else could do it instead. "Well," he thought with a wry smile, "I suppose I'll need to stall her a little longer." Out loud, he said, "Yes, Charlotte Linlin, everything you see here has been meticulously planned by CPX. Welcome to your own funeral." Linlin's fury reached its peak. Raising her arms, she growled, "Soul absorption." With her command, an overwhelming pull emanated from her body. The homies surrounding her crumbled, their essence drained as she absorbed their life force. The power of souls surged into her body, amplifying her strength further. Claudius's expression turned grim as he quickly drew his blade. Frost-coated energy surged along the blade's edge as he unleashed a slash, aiming to disrupt her. Before the attack could land, the ground beneath Linlin exploded, molten magma erupting violently and throwing her into the air. Sakazuki's imposing figure emerged from the molten pit. "Great eruption," he bellowed, his voice filled with fury. A massive magma fist launched upward, striking Linlin and sending her hurtling high into the sky. Moments later, the fiery fist erupted like a volcanic explosion, briefly lighting up the battlefield. When the flames subsided, Sakazuki stood breathing heavily, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His injuries from earlier were evident, his movements slightly strained. Cladius regarded him with mock concern. "Sakazuki, are you all right? Need to take a break." Despite his exhaustion, Sakazuki's fiery will remained unshaken. He waved Cladius off, his voice resolute. "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I can handle it." Cladius smirked inwardly. "That's perfect. As long as he's willing to keep fighting, I don't need to step in." Outwardly, he nodded and said, "Very well, but be careful. Don't push yourself too hard." Chapter 213, Your Highness has a big tone. At the same time, Borsellino made his move. Folding his hands across his chest, his index fingers and thumbs formed a rectangle. Golden light began to gather within the frame, and Borsellino spoke softly. "Light prism, prismatic strike." As soon as the words left his mouth, a rectangular beam of light shot out, blazing toward Linlin with incredible speed. But Linlin had already escaped the aftermath of Sakazuki's great eruption. Tumbling midair, she landed steadily atop Zeus, her thundercloud homie. The prism of light roared toward her, but just before it could strike, Linlin raised her left arm. A burst of soul energy flared out, forming a translucent protective barrier in front of her. The light prism collided with the shield, but Linlin's sheer brute force stopped it in its tracks, preventing it from breaking through. Then, as if to retaliate, a sphere of fire resembling a miniature sun formed beside her. Linlin grabbed the blazing orb with her hand, molding it into a fiery fist. Now armed with flames in one hand and Napoleon in the other, with Zeus hovering beneath her feet, Charlotte Linlin exuded a terrifying aura. Her soul energy surged wildly, radiating a palpable pressure as if she were entering a fully unleashed state. Without hesitation, Linlin counterattacked. Wielding Napoleon with both immense strength and soul energy, she unleashed a powerful strike. "The Spear of Elbaf, Hakoku!" she roared, her voice shaking the battlefield. She channeled the flames from her left hand into the slash, creating a fiery tornado that raged toward Sakazuki, Cladius, and the others. Cladius instinctively raised his hand, ready to unleash his own power. But before he could act, a dark green slash tore through the sky, intercepting Linlin's fiery tornado midair. The collision erupted in a burst of flames and energy, scattering into nothingness. Both attacks had been neutralized. Everyone turned to see the source of the unexpected slash. Walking toward the battlefield, calmly wielding the black blade Yoru, was none other than Dracul Mihawk. Dressed in his signature noble attire, his eagle-like eyes gleamed with excitement as he approached. "Looks like the battle at East Blue helped him take another step forward in his swordsmanship," Cladius thought, a flicker of admiration crossing his face. Mihawk's gaze locked onto Charlotte Linlin, his intent clear. The reason for Mihawk's appearance wasn't complicated. Having been recently persuaded, perhaps tricked, by Cladius to join the 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk felt it necessary to respond to this summons. Ignoring such a call would be disgraceful. But beyond formalities, Mihawk had his own reasons. Linlin was a top-tier pirate of the New World, known for her unparalleled physical resilience. For Mihawk, cutting her down was an irresistible challenge. It was a test of his blade, his ultimate pursuit. Mihawk had always been obsessed with cutting. Others sought to cut steel or diamonds, but Mihawk's ambitions went beyond. He dreamed of cutting even indestructible objects, from historical texts to mythical legends. Linlin, with her monstrous durability, was simply the next step in his relentless quest. "You," Linlin muttered, narrowing her remaining eye as recognition dawned. Mihawk's reputation as the world's greatest swordsman preceded him. His name alone struck a chord, as tales of his undefeated streak against countless swordsmen were legendary. However, Mihawk didn't respond to her words. Instead, his every step seemed to build momentum, his aura intensifying. As Linlin's voice broke the silence, Mihawk reached his peak. The energy and strength he had been gathering erupted in one decisive strike. With a flick of his wrist, the massive black blade Yoru slashed forward. "Black blade flash," Mihawk whispered. The slash tore through the air, its sharp edge carrying an almost tangible force. Even though Mihawk's focus was solely on Linlin, Cladius, and the others could feel the suffocating pressure of the strike from where they stood. The blade's aura seemed to pierce the heavens, leaving no doubt as to its lethality. Linlin recognized the danger immediately. Wielding the Emperor's sword, she unleashed a powerful counterslash. The two attacks collided midair. But her retaliation barely slowed Mihawk's attack. His slash crushed her defense, reaching her sword with unrelenting force. Zeus trembled beneath her feet as Linlin struggled to remain standing. The Emperor's sword, Napoleon, let out an anguished cry. "Mamma!" Napoleon wailed in distress. The black blade's aura overwhelmed Napoleon, slicing cleanly through it. The once mighty weapon was severed in two with a single strike. Though the slash had weakened after cutting Napoleon, its remaining power surged toward Linlin. Covering her arm with armament haki, she crossed it in front of her chest, bracing for impact. The slash struck her, forcing her backward. She punched forward with her flaming left hand, targeting Mihawk directly. However, Mihawk's energy seemed drained. His single slash had been his peak strike, and his stamina waned. He couldn't evade Linlin's fiery attack in time. Cladius, observing the scene, couldn't help but groan inwardly. "You've got to be kidding me, Mihawk. After that incredible display, you're out of energy already." Moments ago, when Mihawk severed Napoleon, Cladius had thought him invincible. But now, it seemed Mihawk had put everything into one move without considering what would come next. Still, Cladius couldn't afford to let Linlin's fiery punch burn Mihawk to ash. Though Mihawk's durability was far above that of ordinary humans, he was no match for Linlin's monstrous strength and devil fruit powers. Taking a deep breath, Cladius expanded his chest before exhaling sharply. "Breath of the mountain!" Cladius shouted, releasing an invisible stream of nitrogen that spiraled toward the incoming flame. The wind-like current wasn't ordinary air, it was nitrogen, a non-flammable gas. The cold stream engulfed Linlin's flame, extinguishing it instantly. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent as everyone, including Linlin, stared in shock. Linlin's powerful flame, unleashed in a fit of rage, had been snuffed out in a single breath. "What the?" Linlin muttered in disbelief. Cladius stood calmly, though inwardly he cursed Mihawk's recklessness. "Was that really your plan, Mihawk? A 5-second display of brilliance and then nothing? How irresponsible can you be in a fight like this?" Still, he wouldn't let Linlin's wrath destroy one of his carefully recruited warlords. At this moment, Linlin's bloodied arm caught everyone's attention. A deep wound marred her skin, evidence of Mihawk's earlier slash. Blood dripped freely from the injury, staining Zeus beneath her feet. But before Cladius could strike again, a figure suddenly rushed in, blocking his next frost-infused attack. The wave of ice power hit the newcomer, but it seemed to dissipate almost immediately, as though neutralized by some natural resistance. "Oven," Linlin called out in surprise as her son, Charlotte Oven, stood before her. Chapter 214, King Engine, Furious Hammer on Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Oven, the fourth son of the Charlotte family, and a triplet alongside Katakuri, possessed the paramecia-type heat fruit. His power was undeniable. Cladius had always thought that Oven's strength was sufficient to earn him the position of Sweet Commander. He might even surpass Cracker, though Smoothie's ranking was harder to gauge. As for Snack, the last Sweet Commander, while competent, he wasn't on Oven's level. Perhaps Oven's lack of promotion was out of respect for his brother Katakuri. Regardless, his heat fruit was immensely dangerous, a devil fruit of the rule type. If developed deeply enough, there was theoretically no upper limit to the heat he could generate. In the future, Oven would even gain the ability to instantly boil the sea, a testament to the frightening potential of his power. Now, Oven stood before Cladius, catching his frost-infused slash head-on. The chilling effects of Claudius's liquid nitrogen-based attack seemed to have no effect on him. Oven's sudden arrival gave Linlin the reprieve she desperately needed. It wasn't just Oven. Many of Linlin's other children were beginning to join the fray. Though some were visibly hesitant in the face of the powerful foes before them, their unique devil fruit abilities and combined numbers turned the battlefield into utter chaos. While their combat prowess couldn't match Cladius or the others individually, they could still create enough interference to stall and disrupt. The scene grew chaotic as the Charlotte family rallied together. Charlotte Deifuku, the third son of the family, summoned his genie homie with a wave of his hand. The massive, otherworldly figure moved in perfect coordination with Deifuku, their attacks well-practiced and seamless. Oven, Deifuku, and the other siblings launched a counterattack against Claudius's forces. Oven specifically targeted Sakazuki, whose earlier ferocity in the battle had left him heavily injured. Having acted as the proverbial shield, or MT, throughout the fight, Sakazuki was in no condition to fight at full strength. Oven, armed with his heat fruit, seemed to hold the upper hand, his abilities even managing to suppress some of Sakazuki's magma-based attacks. The two clashed repeatedly, volcanic eruptions wreaking havoc across the battlefield and leaving much of Cake Island in ruins. Elsewhere, Enel's lightning raged in the skies, toppling tall buildings as he fought Deifuku and his genie homie. Though Enel's Thunder fruit was clearly superior in raw destructive potential, Deifuku's hard-hitting tactics, combined with the genie's flawless support, managed to hold Enel at bay for the time being. Mihawk, meanwhile, was regaining his composure after his earlier all-out attack. He brandished his black blade Yoru, engaging in a fierce battle with Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family. While Perospero's abilities and strength were no match for Mihawk's swordsmanship, he was supported by several of his siblings. Together, they managed to keep Mihawk tied up, though just barely. Amidst the chaos, Charlotte Linlin found herself once again facing a 3-on-1 situation. Only Claudius, Jin, and Borsellino remained unoccupied by Linlin's children. Claudius scanned the battlefield, evaluating the situation. Borsellino, true to form, was content to remain at a distance, firing precision attacks like a proper long-range specialist. Close combat wasn't exactly his forte, and Linlin's brute strength wasn't something that played to his advantage. As for Jin, while her Zoan-type mythical moon rabbit fruit gave her exceptional physical resilience and strength, perhaps even awakening her full potential, Claudius wasn't about to let her lead the charge. After all, Claudius had a personal connection with Jin. He couldn't treat her like Sakazuki, whom he had no problem watching endure the brunt of the enemy's wrath. Jin, on the other hand, was practically family. Though their relationship hadn't reached its final stages, they had lived, dined, and even slept under the same roof. How could he let her take unnecessary risks? That left Claudius himself. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. "So, it's come to this after all." Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin, holding her broken emperor's sword and standing atop Zeus, seemed to take command of the counteroffensive. From the skies, she descended with ferocious momentum, signaling the charge of her big mom pirates. "I'll hold her off, you two strike back when you can," Claudius yelled. As his voice echoed, the demon sword Shinsa in his hand slashed out, colliding with Linlin's broken blade midair. The sheer force of Linlin's strike sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, causing it to crack beneath Claudius's feet. His legs sank slightly into the earth, a testament to her overwhelming power. His arms trembled under the strain, but Claudius gritted his teeth, his muscles swelling as he stabilized himself. He wasn't going to back down. "All right, Linlin," he growled, a grin spreading across his face. "If you're going all out, then I guess it's time for me to get serious too." As Linlin began to press her advantage, the sound of a deep, rhythmic heartbeat suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Badum, badum. The sound grew louder, each beat resonating with power. Claudius's momentum surged as the king engine, the unmistakable mark of his full combat state, roared to life. His trembling arms steadied, and he began to push back against Linlin's overwhelming strength. Borsellino, watching from a distance, raised an eyebrow in surprise. But he didn't hesitate, flashing forward in a burst of golden light. Appearing above Linlin, he lashed out with a glowing kick aimed squarely at her head. But Linlin was unrelenting. Armament Haki instantly coated her head as she surged forward, meeting Borsellino's attack head-on with a brutal headbutt. The impact sent Borsellino flying, a faint trail of blood trickling from Linlin's scalp. Before Linlin could recover, Jin appeared in front of her with blinding speed. "Moon Rabbit, pound the medicine," Jin cried, delivering a thunderous punch to Linlin's chest. Zeus reacted immediately, unleashing a massive burst of lightning that struck Jin mid-attack. Even so, Jin's fist landed squarely, forcing Linlin to stagger backward. The moment Linlin's focus wavered, Cladius seized the opportunity. With his king engine in full throttle, he deflected Linlin's broken sword and landed a direct hit with Shinsa. The impact left a dark purple bruise on Linlin's body, eliciting a pained scream as she was sent crashing to the ground. Wasting no time, Cladius used a combination of shave and an airburst from his feet to propel himself toward Linlin's fallen form. As she struggled to react, Claudius's fist slammed into her face with devastating force. Jets of compressed air from his elbows and shoulders amplified the blow, driving Linlin's head into the ground. The satisfying crunch of her nose breaking reverberated through his arm. But before Claudius could press the advantage, Linlin's massive hand swiped at him instinctively. Chapter 215. The strongest creature, Kaido crashes into Cake Island. Linlin felt a sharp, searing pain in her nose. It was clear that Claudius's heavy punch had broken the bridge of her nose. Blood flowed back into her mouth, carrying a metallic tang she couldn't ignore. Unable to hold it in, Linlin spat out a mouthful of blood. As she struggled to pull her head from the ground and rise, a powerful golden laser shot toward her at blinding speed. Paluzolino's precision attack was about to strike. Just then, Charlotte Brule appeared out of nowhere, throwing a mirror into the laser's path. "Reflection," Brule called out sharply. The laser, which should have caused a massive explosion, was reflected back by the mirror. However, the angle wasn't perfect, and the beam shot skyward instead of returning directly to Paluzolino. Not that it would have mattered much. His glint fruit powers meant he could likely shrug off his own attack. The reflected laser streaked into the sky, piercing the thick clouds and vanishing into the distance. Meanwhile, far out at sea near Cake Island, dark storm clouds gathered ominously. A massive figure twisted through the air, its serpentine body coiling between the clouds. Suddenly, the reflected laser struck the enormous figure square on the head, causing a violent explosion that dispersed the surrounding storm. The revealed creature's head was unmistakable, an enormous dragon with wicked, fearsome eyes. "What the hell was that?" the dragon muttered irritably. Though the attack left him slightly shaken, it hadn't caused any real harm. "Boss, I think it was a laser. Probably from Marine's new admiral, Kizaru Borsellino," said a stocky, broad man perched on the dragon's back. It was Kaido's subordinate, Plague Queen. Indeed, this monstrous dragon was none other than Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. Kaido grunted in annoyance, his deep voice rumbling. "Borsellino? Impossible. Why would a marine admiral be near Cake Island? You think that old hag Linlin's letting marines stroll into her territory for free." Queen chuckled nervously. "Fair point, boss, doesn't really add up." The two had not come to Cake Island for a leisurely visit. Kaido, in his dragon form, had flown to Tado Land with Queen riding on his back. Their mission was simple: sabotage Linlin's infamous tea party. Thanks to the surveillance Den Mushi scattered across Tado Land's perimeter, approaching by ship would have been impossible. But flying undetected was a different story. Kaido's motivations for causing chaos at the tea party were personal. When news broke that Linlin planned to make Tezulo her son-in-law, Kaido had been infuriated. Though both Kaido and Linlin were once members of the Rocks Pirates, their current relationship was far from friendly. Rivals in the New World, both sought to cement their place as the top pirate in the world. Linlin's Tado Land had grown rapidly, and if she gained control of Tezulo, a financial juggernaut, her influence would skyrocket. Kaido couldn't allow that. He couldn't stand the thought of being outpaced by Linlin, nor the possibility of her ridiculing him for being left behind. Additionally, Kaido's operations in Wano required significant funding. Tesoro's resources would be just as valuable to him. And so, Kaido had decided to disrupt the tea party and snatch Tesoro away for himself. However, before they even reached Cake Island, they were unexpectedly struck by a laser, one that had nothing to do with their plans. "Damn it," Kaido growled, shaking his massive head. "What kind of omen is this? I didn't sign up to get blasted out of the sky." As they drew closer to Cake Island, the scene that unfolded before them left both Kaido and Queen stunned. The island was in utter chaos. Volcanic eruptions sent streams of lava soaring through the sky. Golden lasers streaked across the clouds, and part of the eastern sea had frozen into a solid glacier. Lightning bolts rained down incessantly, accompanied by whirling gusts of wind. From a distance, the destruction resembled a cataclysmic natural disaster. "What the hell's going on over there?" Kaido muttered, narrowing his eyes. Queen, equally baffled, scratched his head. "Is this some sort of Logia user party? Looks like 5 different elemental powers tearing up the place at once." Kaido snorted. "Don't be stupid. What are the chances 5 Logia users are all fighting on Cake Island at the same time? It's probably some trick of Linlin's. Her powers are weird enough to pull off something like this." Indeed, given enough time, Linlin's soul fruit could create homies that mimicked such destructive capabilities. "Boss, what about that slash?" Queen asked, pointing toward a faint green arc cutting through the sky. Kaido's eyes followed the trajectory, and just as he registered it, the slash veered dangerously close to him. "Damn it," Kaido cursed, swiping at the slash with his massive claw. The strike missed him by inches, but the close call left him fuming. "What the hell is that old hag doing?" Kaido roared, his deep voice shaking the air. Queen, meanwhile, began piecing things together. "Boss, frozen seas, lava, lasers. Isn't this the power of Marine's new admirals? Could Cake Island really be under attack by the Marines?" Kaido paused, his dragon head furrowing into a scowl. "Marine admirals? Here, damn it, maybe you're right." His demeanor shifted as he considered the implications. Though Kaido had come to Cake Island to pick a fight with Linlin, things changed if the Marines were involved. Pirate rivalries were one thing, but if the Marines managed to take down Linlin and her crew, the balance of power in the New World would collapse. Linlin's downfall would leave a gaping power vacuum, one that the Marines could exploit to tighten their grip on the seas. And after Linlin, Kaido knew he would be their next target. Grumbling in frustration, Kaido muttered, "Damn it. If the Marines are here, I can't just sit back. Looks like I'll have to give that old hag a hand, whether I like it or not." As Kaido approached Cake Island, his massive dragon form emerged from the clouds. Below, he spotted Linlin being overwhelmed by a group of attackers led by Cladius. Taking a deep breath, Kaido unleashed a stream of superheated air from his mouth. The heat breath attack engulfed Linlin and her opponents in a fiery explosion, reducing much of the surrounding area to rubble. Borsalino reacted instantly, using his lightspeed mobility to escape the blast zone. Jin also used her agility to leap away, narrowly avoiding the flames. Claudius, on the other hand, made no attempt to dodge. Dragging Linlin with him, he allowed the flames to engulf them both. The resulting explosion rocked the island, leaving a massive crater where they had stood. Hovering above the carnage, Kaido's enormous head emerged from the smoke. "You still alive, Linlin?" Kaido called out mockingly, his voice booming across the battlefield. The fighting on Cake Island ground to a halt as combatants on all sides turned to face the imposing figure of the strongest creature in the world. "Damn it, why is he here?" Kyuzin muttered from atop the frozen seas, frowning as he glanced at the towering dragon. Kyuzin had thoroughly suppressed Katakuri in their fight and was confident in his ability to capture the sweet commander alive. But Kaido's sudden appearance had thrown a wrench into his plans. "Of all times, why now?" Kyuzin grumbled, his irritation plain. Chapter 216, Laughable. From within the thick smoke and dust of the explosion, Linlin's voice echoed, carrying both fury and defiance. "Kaido, why are you here?" "Well, since you're here, let's join forces and wipe these bastards out." Linlin roared as she waved her arm, dispersing the lingering smoke to reveal her massive figure. She looked utterly battered. After enduring Kaido's heat breath, her body was scorched. Though the damage wasn't severe, her pink pajamas were now tattered, barely covering what they needed to. Kaido turned his gaze toward her, his sharp dragon eyes taking in her state. Now that he could see clearly, even he was surprised by her appearance. Linlin's chest bore a large, charred black mark where her wound had reopened, blood flowing freely. Her arm was slashed, dripping crimson, and her face was a mess. Her broken nose had caved in, her hairline was streaked with blood, and half her face was dyed red. What caught Kaido's attention the most, however, was her left eye, or rather, the empty, frozen socket where her eye had once been. Kaido stared for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, his deep voice booming. "Ahahaha, Linlin, what the hell happened to you? Aren't you the one who claims to be invincible? Diamond is unbreakable or some nonsense. And now you've lost an eye?" Kaido jeered, his tone filled with mockery. Linlin gritted her teeth in anger, the veins on her forehead bulging. Easy for him to talk. Marine's 3 admirals, CPX, and the 7 warlords of the sea, so many top-tier combatants had attacked her all at once. That she was still standing was proof of her monstrous durability. Even the so-called strongest creature in the world wouldn't come out unscathed under such conditions. But Linlin didn't waste her breath responding to Kaido's ridicule. Her gaze locked onto the ruins ahead where she sensed movement. Claudius's figure slowly emerged, his body reforming from a hazy mist before becoming fully solid. Unlike Linlin, Claudius appeared largely unharmed. As a Logia user, most physical attacks had little effect on him unless imbued with armament haki or other countermeasures like Seastone. His nitrogen fruit abilities made him nearly untouchable under normal circumstances. However, Claudius's expression was dark, his irritation evident. He had been so close to defeating Linlin when Kaido decided to interfere. Now, it seemed the 2 emperors of the New World were prepared to join forces. This is bad, Claudius thought. While he had confidence in his ability to hold off Kaido for a time, capturing or killing Linlin under these conditions had just become nearly impossible. Kaido, noticing Linlin's glare directed at the unfamiliar man, turned his gaze to Claudius and asked gruffly, "Who the hell are you?" Claudius didn't respond, too preoccupied with evaluating the new situation. Linlin, however, answered for him, her voice heavy with contempt. "He's Cladius, the man from CPX." Kaido raised an eyebrow. "CPX?" he repeated, rolling the name over in his mind. He wasn't familiar with the specifics of the organization, but its association with the world government made it clear that they were dangerous. It didn't take much imagination to understand the gravity of the situation. If Kaido hadn't shown up, Linlin might very well have fallen to this mysterious group. Kaido grinned wickedly, the realization filling him with a sense of smug superiority. "So this is the big bad CPX guess I showed up just in time to save your sorry ass, Linlin." Turning to her, he added, "If I help you this time, we're even, got it." "Fine by me," Linlin agreed, her mouth twisting into a menacing smile. Watching the 2 emperors prepare to work together, Claudius's gaze darkened further. It was clear that this battle was about to escalate. "Borsellino," Claudius shouted sharply. On the other side of the battlefield, Borsellino's usual laid-back demeanor was replaced with a rare seriousness. "Yes, Your Highness," he replied. "Kaido is yours, buy us some time, can you handle it?" Claudius asked quickly. Borsellino sighed internally. He was strong, yes, but fighting Kaido was an entirely different matter. Still, as a Marine admiral, retreating wasn't an option. "I'll do my best," he said in a low voice, his golden light beginning to shimmer. Without waiting for further orders, Borsellino transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky. Kaido's eyes narrowed, sensing the sudden movement. In the next moment, Kaido tilted his massive dragon head, coating his horns in armament haki just in time to intercept Borsellino's kick, which came crashing down from above. The force of the kick jarred Kaido, making his neck twist slightly. The dragon's enormous body swayed, but Kaido quickly regained his balance, hurling Borsellino away with a powerful swing of his head. As Borsellino engaged Kaido, Claudius launched his own attack. His feet pressed into the ground, and his body emitted dense, frost-filled smoke as he propelled himself toward Linlin. The air around him froze with each step. Claudius's arm transformed into a giant fist, liquid nitrogen swirling around it. Linlin responded by coating her arm in thick armament haki, sparks of lightning and fire dancing along its surface as she punched forward to meet his strike. The two fists collided with a deafening crash, releasing a shockwave that rattled the battlefield. Sparks flew, and the space around them seemed to warp under the sheer intensity of their clash. Badum, badum, badum. The sound of Claudius's king engine reverberated through the air, his heartbeat growing louder and faster. With each beat, his muscles swelled, veins bulging under his skin. His face flushed as his body surged with renewed strength. The power of his heart pushed him to his peak, erasing the exhaustion from earlier. Linlin, feeling the weight of Claudius's strength matching her own, let out a furious scream. Her soul fruit powers flared, mixing with her conqueror's haki to create an overwhelming presence. The sheer force of her aura caused Claudius to momentarily feel small, as if Linlin's massive frame had grown even larger. But he quickly crushed the thought. A fiery surge of willpower erupted from deep within him, pushing back against Linlin's dominance. In that moment, Claudius's own conqueror's haki exploded outward, clashing with Linlin's in a battle of sheer will. From a distance, Jin watched in awe. So it's true, Claudius also possesses conqueror's haki, she murmured. Strangely, she wasn't surprised by this revelation. Claudius's voice roared across the battlefield, his words filled with unshakable conviction. I am Cladius, a descendant of the 20 kings, a god walking among mortals. Pirates like you think you can intimidate me with mere presence? How laughable. With his declaration, Claudius's strength surged once more. His fist slammed into Linlin with explosive force, sending her massive body flying backward. Frost spread across her arm from the impact, rapidly encasing it in ice. Chapter 217. Exploding with full strength, crushing the terrifying power of Charlotte Linlin. Just as Jin was about to step in to support Claudius and press the advantage against Linlin, a massive figure loomed behind her. In an instant, the enormous weight of Queen came crashing down toward her. However, Jin wasn't fazed in the slightest. While the three calamities of Kaido's crew were undoubtedly strong, she knew she was stronger. Spinning on her heel, Jin raised her long leg in a powerful arc and delivered a devastating kick to Queen's head, her voice low but resolute. Peach Blossom Kick. The impact of her kick sent Queen staggering, the massive beast wobbling on his four legs. Pain shot through his skull as he reeled from the blow. Meanwhile, Jin stood firmly in place, though her supporting foot sank into the ground from the sheer force of the strike. Though Queen lacked the strength to overpower Jin outright, he was more than capable of stalling her. Jin grit her teeth, realizing she couldn't break away to assist Claudius. For now, Linlin was entirely in his hands. At this moment, Claudius's state was unusual. He felt as though something deep within him had surged forth, a latent strength that had been dormant until now. The sensation was overwhelming, as though all the power he'd accumulated was demanding release. For years, Claudius had rarely fought opponents of Charlotte Linlin's caliber head-on. Battles against legends like the Golden Lion Shiki or the Red Count Redfield had often involved calculated strategies or clever tactics. This, however, was a raw, brutal fight against one of the four emperors, a true test of his strength. And now, with this rush of energy coursing through him, Claudius felt unstoppable. Liquid nitrogen encased Linlin's arm, freezing it solid. Claudius followed up with a crushing punch that shattered the frozen skin, revealing raw, mangled flesh beneath. The strike sent Linlin staggering, and the sheer pain made her howl. As Linlin flew through the air from the force of his punch, Claudius felt the surge of power within him screaming for release. Throwing his head back, he let out a primal roar, the sound echoing across the battlefield and shaking the very foundations of Cake Island. The powerful heartbeat of the king engine roared louder, its rhythmic pounding resonating within 3 to 5 meters of Claudius. The vibrations were so intense that even the dust in the air began to move in sync with his pulse. With a mighty push of his legs, Claudius shattered the ground beneath him and launched himself after Linlin. Catching up to her midair, he delivered a thunderous punch to her bloated stomach. Linlin's body folded under the impact, and blood spewed from her mouth as she was sent hurtling back down to the ground. crashing into the earth with a deafening boom that left a massive crater in her wake. Still, Cladius wasn't finished. His body burned with energy that demanded to be spent. Another roar tore from his throat as Conqueror's haki erupted around him, surging outward in uncontrollable waves. His golden hair whipped wildly in the wind, and his once noble aura had been replaced with a raw, feral intensity. "Die!" Cladius roared, his voice shaking the air as he descended from the sky, his fist aimed directly at Linlin's head. Linlin, dazed and battered, felt a flicker of fear in her heart. For the first time, her monstrous strength wasn't enough to stop someone. This man's power only seemed to grow stronger with every blow, as if there was no limit to what he could unleash. Her instincts screamed at her to protect herself. Unable to rise, Linlin crossed her injured arms in front of her face, desperate to block the incoming strike. Claudius's fist smashed into her arms with devastating force. The muscles in her arm compressed, and the sound of bones snapping filled the air. Linlin's infamous iron-like body, said to be nearly indestructible, had been broken. Frost quickly spread across her skin, encasing the injured arm in a layer of ice. The force of Claudius's blow shattered the frozen skin into icy shards, exposing bloodied flesh and bone underneath. Linlin cried out in agony as the impact pushed her injured arm against her own face, aggravating her already broken nose. Before she could retaliate, Cladius was already on top of her. His foot stomped down on her massive frame, pinning her in place. With his waist bent low and his fists raised high, Cladius unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. The sound of fists slamming into flesh echoed across the battlefield, the sheer ferocity of his attack leaving Linlin with no chance to fight back. Blood splattered from Claudius's fists as he struck with such force that even his armament haki couldn't fully protect him. The skin and flesh of his knuckles were torn away, revealing raw bone beneath. But Claudius didn't stop. His bloodshot eyes glared down at Linlin, his mind consumed by the need to release the overwhelming energy within him. His entire body had turned a deep crimson, blood seeping from his pores as his blood vessels strained under immense pressure. His skin glistened with sweat and blood, and faint wisps of steam rose from his overheated body. Linlin, unable to fight back, could only shield her head as best she could while Claudius's fists continued to hammer her abdomen. She could feel her ribs breaking, her internal organs tearing, and blood pooling in her mouth. Bits of her ruptured organs spilled from her lips as she struggled to breathe. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Claudius's sudden burst of power began to wane. The king engine's deafening rhythm slowed, and his conqueror's haki began to dissipate. Around the battlefield, those who witnessed the scene were left speechless. Claudius, in his berserk state, had single-handedly overwhelmed Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. Linlin, barely clinging to consciousness, tried to retaliate one last time. With a surge of effort, she slammed her arms outward and delivered a headbutt to Claudius, sending him flying backward. Even as Linlin attempted to rise, her injuries proved too severe. Her arms hung limp, one of them clearly broken, and her body trembled from exhaustion and pain. Claudius, meanwhile, staggered to his feet. He didn't charge forward this time, his breathing labored and his arms trembling from overuse. His fists were torn to shreds, blood dripping freely from his exposed bones. Despite his injuries, Claudius's spirit remained unbroken. His conqueror's haki still radiated from his body, and a savage grin spread across his bloodied face. Taking a shaky step forward, he locked eyes with Linlin. A cold sweat ran down her back as an unfamiliar feeling gripped her, a feeling she hadn't experienced in decades. Fear. "Are you scared?" Claudius asked, his voice low and taunting. He took another step forward, his body still trembling but his resolve unshaken. "Ha ha ha! Are you scared of me, Linlin? Is the great big mom finally afraid?" Chapter 218, in seconds. Claudius straightened his waist as he took a few more steps forward. His once trembling arms steadied, and his aura grew increasingly fierce and unyielding. Linlin, despite her massive stature several times larger than Claudius, managed to stand as well, albeit with visible difficulty. Yet, for reasons she couldn't comprehend, when she looked at Claudius, she felt as though she was staring at a giant towering dozens of times higher than herself. Each step Cladius took filled her heart with dread, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Yes, Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, the infamous pirate who had rampaged across the seas, was afraid. She was terrified of Cladius. Her pride wouldn't allow her to fully succumb to this fear. A top-tier fighter like Linlin understood all too well that once fear gripped her heart, it was over. She would be utterly defeated. Suppressing the invisible pressure and terror that bore down on her, Linlin bit her tongue fiercely, the sharp pain dragging her mind back to clarity. She forced her willpower to dominate the fear that threatened to overtake her. She then let out a defiant roar, unwilling to concede. "Cladius!" With the shout, Linlin charged at him. Despite her injuries, she summoned every ounce of courage, planting her enormous feet into the ground as she rushed forward. Raising her remaining arm, now wrapped in a potent layer of armament haki, she unleashed a punch with all the power she could muster, aiming squarely at Cladius. Cladius roared back in excitement, meeting her fury head-on. "Have you made peace with your death, Charlotte Linlin?" As if to match her resolve, the steady rhythm of Cladius's King engine reignited, its previous chaotic pulse now condensed into a single, deep and resonant beat. It seemed to echo not just in the air, but in the very souls of those who heard it. He lunged forward, his arm swelling grotesquely large as his nitrogen fruit powers activated, extending his reach. His enormous fist bypassed Linlin's strike entirely and slammed directly into her head. A sickening thud reverberated through the battlefield. Linlin's pupils rolled back as her neck twisted unnaturally. A fountain of blood erupted from her mouth before her towering figure crashed to the ground. Cladius had driven her headfirst into the dirt, creating a crater beneath her massive frame. "Ugh," Linlin groaned weakly, her voice full of confusion and disorientation. Her massive body then collapsed in a heap, drool and blood dripping from the corners of her mouth as she lost consciousness. For a brief moment, the battlefield was silent. Then, from the center of the crater, a bloodied arm reached out. The hand was mangled, with exposed finger bones visible through the shredded flesh. Yet, it gripped the edge of the crater firmly. Moments later, Cladius, equally battered and drenched in blood, dragged himself out of the pit. He looked like a man who had walked through hell but somehow came out alive. "It's my victory," Cladius declared with a grim smile, his voice hoarse. He braced himself against the ground, breathing heavily as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. But before he could catch his breath, Kaido emerged. Despite having just tanked Borsellino's devastating kick, Kaido barely faltered. A thin trail of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he leveraged the impact to propel himself toward Cladius with startling speed. Now, in his human form, Kaido wielded his massive spiked kanabo. He didn't waste time with threats or boasts, swinging the mace directly at Claudius's head with murderous intent. "Your Highness," Borsellino shouted, panic flashing across his face. Big Mom had already been defeated by Cladius. At this point, their mission was essentially complete. As long as they could leave the battlefield with Linlin, they had achieved a resounding success. But if Cladius were to fall to Kaido's surprise attack, no matter how victorious their mission seemed, the consequences would be disastrous. "Cladius!" Jin screamed in alarm, her voice filled with urgency. Cladius, though completely drained from his battle with Linlin, was keenly aware of the danger bearing down on him. But his body couldn't move fast enough to dodge. His energy was spent, leaving him vulnerable. "Damn it, Kaido, you sneaky bastard," Cladius cursed, his voice tinged with frustration and helplessness. He understood, though. In the life-and-death chaos of battle, no one would hold back, and he wouldn't have hesitated to take advantage of a weakened opponent either. But knowing that didn't stop him from swearing. "Shit, is this how I die?" Cladius thought bitterly, fully expecting Kaido's kanabo to crush him. "Thunder Bagua," Kaido roared, his voice filled with murderous resolve. Kaido had watched Claudius's battle with Linlin closely. The man's power was terrifying, undeniably so. Even though Cladius couldn't maintain that peak state for long, Kaido could tell that his opponent had undergone a breakthrough. If Cladius survived this fight, his strength would undoubtedly reach even more monstrous levels. And Kaido had no intention of letting that happen. The fact that Cladius was a celestial dragon meant nothing to a monster like Kaido. Titles and status carried no weight in the face of absolute power. As Kaido's mace closed in, the air itself seemed to distort from the sheer force. But before the weapon could land, another figure suddenly appeared behind Cladius, massive and imposing. The newcomer moved with blinding speed, intercepting Kaido's strike. A palm, wide and calloused, met the mace head-on. The collision created a deafening shockwave, but the palm absorbed the full force of Kaido's Thunder Bagua, rendering it useless. The recoil even sent Kaido's weapon flying out of his grasp. "Your Highness Cladius," came the quiet, calm voice of Bartholomew Kuma. The towering figure of Kuma had arrived, seemingly out of nowhere. Having disappeared at the start of the battle, the enigmatic warrior returned at the perfect moment. Kaido, though momentarily stunned, quickly tried to retaliate, but Kuma wasted no time. He placed his paw-like hand against Kaido's chest and activated his ability. A brief distortion rippled through the air, and Kaido's massive frame suddenly vanished, disappearing from the battlefield entirely. Did you just kill him?" Cladius asked in disbelief, his voice tinged with shock. Kuma's expression remained serious as he replied, "No, at most I've bought us 3 to 5 minutes. With his strength, Kaido will break free and return soon." Indeed, Kuma's devil fruit powers were incredibly versatile and formidable, but they had their limits. Against someone as powerful as Kaido, the effects wouldn't last long. Borsellino appeared next to Cladius, gently supporting him. "Your Highness, we've achieved our mission objective. Let's retreat now before Kaido comes back. It'll be troublesome if we linger." Cladius knew Borsellino was sparing his dignity with those words. The trouble wasn't Kaido himself, but the fact that Cladius was now a liability. If something happened to him, the entire operation would be considered a failure, regardless of their earlier success. Nodding, Cladius made the call. Kaido could wait for another day. "Signal the retreat. Everyone fall back. Take Charlotte Linlin with us. The mission is complete," Cladius commanded firmly. As the commanding officer of the operation, his orders were absolute. Borsellino immediately fired a flare into the sky, signaling their forces to withdraw. He then turned to Kuma. "Charlotte Linlin is yours. Can you handle her?" "No problem," Kuma replied calmly. Chapter 219, Destroy the Big Mom Pirates. Before leaving, Borsellino unleashed a devastating attack, his Yasakani no Magatama raining destruction down upon the port of Whole Cake Island. The attack reduced the harbor to ruins. Meanwhile, Kyuzen froze the surrounding seas, cutting off any chance of pursuit by the Big Mom Pirates. As for Kaido, he could still fly, of course. But by the time he returned, Cladius and his team had already regrouped, with all the heavy hitters gathered together, making any retaliation futile. Kaido's massive frame stood amidst the wreckage of the harbor. His expression was one of fury at first, but after a few moments, his anger gave way to thoughtfulness. "Queen, what's the situation here now?" Kaido asked in a deep voice. "Boss," Queen began, his usual grin slightly strained. "Linlin was taken away, and Katakuri's been captured as well. Most of the remaining Big Mom pirates avoided being captured, but they're all injured to some degree. Smoothie's injuries are the most serious. She's still being treated." Kaido's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a mutter. "So the old hag's gone, Katakuri too, Smoothie's out of commission. In other words, the Big Mom pirates are headless now." "Perospero's still alive," Queen added thoughtfully. Kaido suddenly burst into laughter, his booming voice echoing across the destroyed harbor. "Ahahaha, Perospero, huh? That candy maniac is smart enough." Quinn tilted his head, already suspecting what Kaido was plotting. "Boss, what exactly are you planning?" Kaido grinned maliciously. "Without that old hag, the Big Mom pirates are nothing but a scattered mess. As her former crewmate, it's only right for me to extend a helping hand, for the sake of old friendships, of course." He laughed again before declaring, "We'll absorb the Big Mom pirates into our ranks. With them under me, neither Whitebeard nor the Marines will stand a chance. Just wait, when my ultimate army is complete, who in the world could possibly stop me?" Kaido's crazed laughter filled the air as his intentions became clear: to consume the remnants of the Big Mom pirates and strengthen his forces. While Kaido schemed, Claudius and his group were already en route back to safety, their mission deemed a resounding success. Claudius lay on a bed in the ship's cabin, his face thoughtful as he touched his chin. "Now that I think about it, maybe we shouldn't have retreated so soon," he mused. Borsalino, sitting nearby, raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness, you and Sakazuki were both seriously injured. Staying any longer would have put you in unnecessary danger." It was true, both Claudius and Sakazuki had sustained significant injuries during the operation. Claudius's wounds, however, were largely self-inflicted due to the extreme strain he'd placed on his body during his final clash with Big Mom. Sakazuki's injuries, on the other hand, came from direct combat. At the start of the battle, when both sides were at their peak, he had faced Linlin head-on. Sakazuki fought recklessly, trading blows and sustaining heavy damage. Thanks to the combined efforts of the team, including Sakazuki's earlier battle with Linlin and support from other masters, Claudius had been able to end their fight more quickly. Later, Sakazuki faced Oven, severely wounding him, but the injuries Sakazuki accumulated prevented him from killing or capturing Oven before the operation ended. At the moment, Sakazuki's condition was more critical than Claudius's, and he was undergoing treatment elsewhere on the ship. Claudius waved off Borsalino's explanation, turning his attention to Bartholomew Kuma. "Kuma, your ability lets you expel injuries and fatigue from the body, doesn't it? Can't you use it to restore me to full strength?" Kuma hesitated, then shook his head. "Your Highness, my ability doesn't work that way." After a brief pause, Kuma added thoughtfully, "Though, it's an interesting idea. Perhaps it's a direction I could explore further as I develop my abilities." Claudius blinked in surprise. He had been convinced that Kuma's powers could perform such feats. Wasn't there something called the paw healing in his memory? If that had been possible, he could have restored himself mid-battle and perhaps even taken down Kaido. But now it seemed he'd overestimated Kuma's current abilities. Shaking off the thought, Claudius asked, "What about the rest of the team? Any notable gains?" Stussy, who was sitting nearby peeling an orange for him, spoke up with a look of concern. "Your Highness, Kyuzen managed to capture Katakuri as well." Claudius chuckled at the news. That perfect man Katakuri, reduced to this, completely countered and captured alive by Kyuzen, huh? Impel Down is waiting for him, no doubt. Adding Linlin to the mix, who was already on her way to Marineford thanks to Kuma's ability and Jin's escort, the operation's results were undeniable. While they hadn't achieved absolute perfection, taking down the 2 leaders of the Big Mom pirates was still a monumental success. "Kaido, that bastard," Claudius muttered, his tone low. "If he hadn't shown up, we might have wiped out the Big Mom pirates completely. But now, things might get complicated." Borsalino nodded in agreement. Kaido isn't one to let an opportunity like this go to waste. The balance of power on the seas is about to shift again. Claudius exhaled deeply before speaking. "Still, the world government isn't walking away empty-handed. Have you reported the situation to Sengoku? He'll need to prepare for the fallout." "Kyuzen's on it," Borsalino replied. Just as he spoke, Kyuzen entered the room, holding a den mushi in his hand. "Your Highness, I've already passed all the relevant details to Fleet Admiral Sengoku." At Marineford, Sengoku was walking toward the port alongside Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru. Garp, donut in hand, glanced over at Sengoku. "What's the rush? Are we heading out on a mission? And how's Claudius holding up?" Sengoku smiled, clearly pleased. "I've got to say, this CPX unit is far more reliable than the rest of the Cypherpol groups we've dealt with in the past. Every mission with them ends in success." Garp blinked in surprise. "It's done already. I figured it'd take at least 3 to 5 days." Zephyr chuckled. "It wasn't a one-on-one fight. With the amount of firepower we deployed, it was bound to wrap up quickly." Sengoku nodded but added, "Still, there were complications. Kaido showed up out of nowhere." He quickly relayed the report he'd received, outlining how Kaido's interference had prevented a total annihilation of the Big Mom pirates. Garp clenched his fists, his voice rising. So you're saying if that lunatic Kaido hadn't barged in, Claudius might have completely destroyed the Big Mom pirates? That's right, Sengoku confirmed, his tone tinged with regret. Kyuzin mentioned that Claudius managed to defeat Charlotte Linlin almost entirely on his own. With Bartholomew Kuma's assistance, it could have been the turning point for the Big Mom pirates' collapse, if not for Kaido. Zephyr sighed. Still, capturing Charlotte Linlin and Katakuri is a massive victory in itself. Tsuru looked over at Sengoku. So why are we heading to the port? Sengoku smiled again. We're here to receive express delivery. Thanks to Kuma's ability, Jin and Charlotte Linlin are en route to Marineford as we speak. We need to secure her as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. The group reached the port and stood watching the horizon, waiting for Kuma's arrival. The sky was overcast, the sun sinking halfway into the sea, but there was no sign of their express delivery. How long does it take for Kuma to send someone from Tato Land to Marineford? Garp asked suddenly. 2 days at most, Zephyr guessed. Garp groaned. Then what are we doing standing here like idiots? He turned to leave, muttering angrily. Sengoku scratched his head awkwardly before offering, my mistake. Why don't I treat you all to dinner instead? Garp immediately stopped in his tracks, his mood brightening. I know just the place. Chapter 220, Betrayal, Furious Doflamingo. In the New World, within the opulent halls of Doflamingo's palace atop King's Heights in Dressrosa, the flamboyant pirate had returned from his latest endeavor. After parting ways with Claudius and the others following their mission in Tato Land, Doflamingo had wasted no time and made his way back to Dressrosa. Seated comfortably on his throne, he lazily asked, "Where's Rocinante?" Standing beside him was Treball, his ever-loyal subordinate, leaning on his cane. "Corazon, he left with Law not long ago," Treball replied, his nasally voice ever present. "Left again, he still hasn't given up," Doflamingo murmured, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Rocinante was, without a doubt, a peculiar presence in Doflamingo's life. Despite the cruel and ruthless environment he'd grown up in, Rocinante was a fundamentally kind soul, an embodiment of compassion. Upon learning about Trafalgar Law's terminal illness, Rocinante had devoted himself to finding a cure. He had spent the past 2 years traveling the seas with the young boy, seeking out renowned doctors to treat his lead poisoning. But their efforts had borne little fruit so far. As he spoke, Doflamingo reached out and picked up a stack of documents on the table before him. These were records of various matters that had accumulated during his absence. Though he was a pirate, Doflamingo took his responsibilities as the ruler of Dressrosa seriously, or at least, he managed his affairs with precision. Under his leadership, Dressrosa had become a vital hub for the underground world, functioning as both a transit station and a processing center. The influx of wealth had revitalized the once impoverished nation, transforming it into a thriving economy. But Doflamingo's methods were anything but benevolent. Dissenters were ruthlessly silenced, many of them transformed into toys via the power of the hobai fruit. In the current Dressrosa, the happiness index was extraordinarily high, not because everyone was genuinely content, but because those who weren't could no longer express their dissatisfaction. With flourishing gladiatorial arenas, picturesque flower fields, and the capital of toys attracting visitors, Dressrosa was a spectacle of prosperity. As Doflamingo skimmed through one of the documents, he asked casually, "Any updates on the whereabouts of the gold fruit?" "Not yet," Treball replied with a smile. "But we've deployed a lot of manpower to search for it. Plus, there's a 2 billion berry bounty out in the underground world for any leads." "Good, my cousin is eager to get his hands on it," Doflamingo said, leaning back. "Tesoro is a valuable asset, ambitious, talented. I know both Big Mom and Kaido are eyeing him as well. If we can secure the gold fruit for him, it'll be a massive advantage for us." Treball's expression shifted slightly as he asked curiously, "Speaking of which, Doffy, is it true? Did you really capture Charlotte Linlin?" "Of course," Doflamingo replied smoothly. "But the world government hasn't announced it officially yet. I imagine they'll wait until my cousin returns to consolidate everything before making the news public. That said, there are likely already rumors circulating. Kaido might try to suppress the information, though." Knowing him, he'll want to move on the Big Mom pirates first and claim their forces for himself. After a brief pause, he added with a grin, "But give it a few days, it'll be all over the headlines. If that happens, the prestige of the Donquixote family will soar even higher," Treball said, his voice tinged with excitement. "It'll also strengthen the influence of the 7 warlords of the sea, maybe even rival the Yonko." Doflamingo nodded confidently. "That's the plan. According to my cousin, the 7 warlords of the sea are meant to stand as equals to the Yonko. Otherwise, how could they represent one of the 2 major factions in the pirate world? This operation, he knew, would elevate not just the world government's prestige, but also that of Marine Headquarters, CPX, and the warlords. It was a clear demonstration that the greatest power in the world wasn't any pirate emperor, but the world government itself. And as one of the key players in this mission, Doflamingo was poised to reap significant rewards. As for the Big Mom pirates' remnants, while he was tempted to seize some of their spoils, he knew better than to challenge Kaido or the world government for them. There would be little left over anyway. Instead, Doflamingo chose to focus on more strategic matters, such as securing the gold fruit. With the financial system that CPX was building, Doflamingo and his Donquixote family would be firmly integrated into the global economy, ensuring their long-term power and influence. But as he flipped through another document, his expression darkened. "Where exactly did Rocinante take law?" he asked suddenly, his tone sharp. Treball hesitated. I'm not sure, but I think it was North Blue." The moment the words left Treball's mouth, Doflamingo's face twisted with rage. He slammed the document onto the table, his voice thunderous. "That bastard, how dare he betray me like this?" Treball flinched, startled by the sudden outburst. "Young master, what happened?" He quickly picked up the document that had enraged Doflamingo, scanning its contents. His eyes widened as realization dawned. The document was a request for a transaction in the underground world. As a broker, Doflamingo frequently facilitated such deals, but this one was different. The item in question was the Opope fruit. The request came from a former Marine named Barrels, now a pirate, who sought to sell the Opope fruit at a high price in the underground market. The location of the transaction? North Blue. For most, the Opope fruit was known as a powerful devil fruit that could transform its user into a world-class doctor. But Doflamingo knew the truth: the fruit's ultimate ability was the power to grant immortality. He had long coveted the Opope fruit, recognizing its unparalleled value. Now, with Rocinante and Law heading to North Blue, it was clear to Doflamingo that they had discovered this deal and were intent on securing the fruit to cure Law's illness. To Doflamingo, this wasn't just a betrayal, it was a direct challenge to his plans. "Doffy, maybe it's just a coincidence. Corazon wouldn't," Treball began, attempting to calm him down. But Doflamingo cut him off. "No, the document was opened. I have my ways of knowing. None of you would dare open my files without permission. Only Rocinante could have done this, him and that brat." His voice was cold, filled with venom. "He's been defying me from the start. I should have dealt with him a long time ago. Brother, he's not even worth a fraction of what my cousin is to me." Treball fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Doflamingo clenched his fists, his mind racing. He felt utterly betrayed, his trust shattered. After a moment, Treball asked cautiously, "What's the plan, Doffy?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Doflamingo's rage subsided into a chilling determination. "Call Rocinante, tell him to return immediately," he ordered, "and prepare the ship we're heading to North Blue." Chapter 221, 2 billion. In the holy land of Mariewa, Cladius sat leisurely by the lake. Miro and Lenny, having returned from Fishman Island, were joyfully splashing around in the water after a long absence. Watching the 2 mermaids play, Cladius felt his mood brighten. A glass of juice in hand, he sipped through a straw as a den mushy sat on the table before him. Its voice buzzed faintly as Cladius engaged in a casual conversation. "I already said it's useless to you. Make a copy if you like, but send me the original," Cladius said with a smirk. "And what do I get in return for this favor?" came the voice of Monkey D. Dragon from the den mushy. "What more do you want? The incident in Tato Land worked out for you, didn't it? I don't know what kind of deal you struck with Kuma, but it's clearly more than just a road poneglyph or a scrap of history text. Plus, Big Mom's locked up in Impel Down now, and her empire is in shambles without leadership. You've got a golden opportunity to expand your influence over there, haven't you? Claudius replied, his tone dripping with mockery. Dragon's reply was vague, skirting the question as if amused. He didn't elaborate on the benefits he'd gained, though Claudius suspected they were substantial. Not that he cared much to find out. Still, Dragon asked, curious, why do you want the road poneglyph? It's not like it's useful to you. Can I collect it? Claudius quipped, grinning. Try again. Give me a reason I might actually believe, Dragon said, exasperated. Fine. Honestly, I've taken an interest in these things. Not just the road poneglyphs, but the historical texts in general. You've seen the library on my ship, haven't you? I want to fill it up with these artifacts. Maybe even make it as significant as the Tree of Knowledge. Enlightening the world, you know? Claudius explained, his voice carrying an air of nonchalance. Dragon was silent for a moment before he responded, sounding incredulous. Only someone like you could say that so casually. Anyone else would have lost their head already for collecting such dangerous things. Exactly. So, little fish in a big pond, send me the poneglyph or risk losing your head, Claudius teased, laughing. All right. I'll have someone deliver it, Dragon finally agreed, his tone half amused, half resigned. After exchanging a few more words, Claudius noticed Stussy approaching. She carried a photo in her hand, her expression playful. Well, if that's all, I'm hanging up. I don't have time to listen to you brag about your spoils, Claudius said into the den mushy. You're as cold as ever, Dragon joked before the call ended. Claudius turned his attention to Stussy, smiling. What's this about? Your Highness, someone managed to take a very clear photo of you during the Tato land operation. Don't worry, our CPX agents intercepted it before it could spread. It's quite the striking picture, Stussy said, handing him the photo. Curious, Claudius took the photo and examined it. He burst into laughter. The image was sharp and dynamic, capturing Claudius mid-battle against Charlotte Linlin. It showed him stepping on Big Mom's fallen form, delivering a devastating punch. Linlin appeared utterly defeated, her face contorted in pain as she was clearly overpowered. As for Claudius, his upper body was bare, his muscular frame glistening with sweat. His expression was wild, his fists blurred as if from the sheer speed of his strikes. He looked untamed, powerful, and dangerous, completely unlike the refined demeanor he usually presented. Ha, this is me, sure, but it doesn't look like me at all, Claudius said, still laughing. Stussy nodded in agreement. True, you look completely different here. The muscles, the intensity, it's not the Claudius I'm used to seeing. Honestly, if I hadn't been there myself, I might not believe it. Stussy smiled and added, by the way, Morgans from the World Economy newspaper offered 1.5 billion berries for this photo. He wants it for a front-page story about the events in Tato land. You turned him down, Claudius asked, amused. Of course, Your Highness. I know how much you hate having your image out there. And besides, we don't exactly need the money, Stussy said matter-of-factly. Claudius glanced at the two mermaids still playing in the water, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Tell him 2 billion. Stussy blinked, confused. What? 2 billion berries, Claudius repeated. Tell that bird-brained Morgans that if he wants this photo, that's the price. Then it's his to do with as he likes. For a moment, Stussy was too stunned to respond. 2 billion berries for a photo? That's outrageous. Is it? Claudius countered, leaning back in his chair. Sure, it's an insane price, but think about it. Morgans might lose money on the initial purchase, but this photo is worth its weight in gold when it comes to selling information. This single picture will elevate the World Economy newspaper's reputation. Everyone will want to know more about me. And when Morgan sells that intelligence, he'll make his money back and then some. By the time he publishes the story, it'll already be old news, and he'll still have profited. 2 billion is a bargain. Stussy still looked skeptical, but before she could protest further, Claudius reached over and flicked her forehead playfully. Stop worrying, just tell him what I said. Stussy sighed, but a smile tugged at her lips. All right, if you say so, Your Highness. Lenny swam over from the lake, her voice chiming in. Your Highness, if this photo gets out, we'll finally be able to hang one of you in our house on Fishman Island. We've wanted to for so long, but we're too scared to ask before. Miro laughed, swimming up beside her. Exactly, it's about time. Your photo deserves to be displayed. Stussy suddenly had an idea. Why don't we take a group photo? I'll call Nia over and we can make it official. Before Claudius could respond, Stussy was already rushing off to find the butler, leaving him scratching his head. Why is everyone so excited about this? He muttered. Meanwhile, at Marineford, Sengoku sat in his office, his face dark as he studied a document in his hand. This is a disgrace to the Marines, Sengoku growled, slamming the paper onto his desk. Tsuru, standing nearby, spoke calmly. I understand your anger, Sengoku, but we need to focus. Once the situation is resolved, we can deal with him. Sengoku took a deep breath, reining in his frustration. Fine. According to this, Barrels has contacted Doflamingo to act as a middleman for the Opope fruit. He's clearly wary of us. What he doesn't realize, Tsuru added with a faint smile, is that Doflamingo is on our side. As the Joker of the underground world, only the top figures know his true identity as a warlord. Barrels clearly isn't in that circle. Chapter 222, Tea Party in Impel Down. The Great Deep-Sea Prison, Impel Down, also known as Impelton. This fortress, hidden beneath the sea, has never seen sunlight. It is one of the 3 gates of justice, alongside naval headquarters, Marineford, and the island that never sleeps, NI's lobby. Today was a significant day for Impel Down. The old warden had retired, and the new warden was officially assuming command of this impregnable prison. The new warden was none other than the Logia Devil Fruit user, Magellan, who had consumed the poison fruit. Despite his limited fame in the wider world, Magellan was highly regarded within the world government's ranks. Previously serving as the vice warden, he had rarely left the confines of Impel Down. However, his name carried weight within the system. Even Sengoku had praised Magellan multiple times, lauding him as capable, responsible, and possessing immense potential. Sengoku had even gone as far as to say that Magellan's strength was on par with the admirals of naval headquarters. And the praise was not unwarranted. Magellan's abilities were terrifyingly powerful. Within the enclosed confines of Impel Down, his poisonous powers could kill everyone in the prison within moments if unleashed at full force. Magellan now sat in the director's office, surrounded by several colleagues. Most wore gas masks, while others had donned full protective suits. The reason for this was simple: Magellan's poison fruit abilities were oppressive. The air he exhaled was toxic, his sweat was poisonous, and even his bodily functions emitted lethal toxins. It was an unavoidable side effect of his powers. Hannibal, starting today, you'll officially be the deputy warden, Magellan announced, seated at his desk. I'm the warden now, Hannibal exclaimed, clearly misinterpreting Magellan's words. Deputy warden, I'm the warden, Magellan snapped, glaring at him in irritation. At that moment, the office's den mushy rang, and a guard's voice came through. Director Magellan, Chief Warden Shuryu has killed 2 more prisoners. Magellan's expression darkened immediately. Shuryu is becoming more and more out of control, he muttered grimly. But just as he was about to address the matter, his stomach churned painfully. His face twisted in discomfort, and he groaned, I'll deal with him after this. Pushing past Hannibal and the others, Magellan dashed out of the office, headed straight for the restroom. I swear, that bastard has diarrhea all day long, Hannibal grumbled, clutching his gas mask. Despite wearing it, he still felt like the toxic gas lingering from Magellan's sudden fart was affecting him. Impel Down was officially said to have only 5 levels. However, very few people knew about its true secret, a hidden 6th floor, known as Eternal Hell. This level housed the most heinous criminals, individuals so dangerous or notorious that the world government had effectively erased their existence. While not all of them were immensely powerful, those who posed a severe threat to the world were invariably locked up here. Within the Eternal Hell, the atmosphere was grim, but even here, some prisoners found ways to pass the time, often by mocking each other. So, has the sea become Whitebeard's playground now? Sneered Shiki, the golden lion, as he leaned casually against the wall of his cell. His gaze was fixed on the massive figure in the cage opposite him. Figures! All you trash got yourselves caught and tossed in here. The enormous figure sitting across from him was none other than Charlotte Linlin. Her already ferocious face twisted into a more sinister snarl. "Shut your mouth, Shiki. You think you're so great? Didn't you end up here before me? Look at you, with that stupid rudder stuck in your head. Trying to play the big rooster now, huh?" Linlin shot back venomously. The cells surrounding Linlin's held other infamous figures as well. To her right was Douglas Bullet, while to her left was the legendary Red Count, Redfield. "Don't compare me to you," Shiki retorted sharply. "I almost took down Roger, but the world government took advantage of the aftermath to lock me up. You got taken out in your own damn territory. What a joke. Don't even try to associate yourself with me or Rox. If I ever get the chance, I'll make sure to turn you into a dead lion," Linlin growled, her voice dripping with malice. Meanwhile, the Red Count sat quietly in his cell, maintaining his noble demeanor. His aristocratic air seemed out of place in the grim surroundings of eternal hell. Ignoring the bickering between Shiki and Linlin, he turned his gaze toward Bullet, who sat silently in his cage. "You're not exercising today?" Redfield asked casually. Douglas Bullet, known for his relentless training even in captivity, smirked. "Listening to these two idiots argue is entertainment enough. Taking a break for once." Redfield chuckled softly. "True, things do get lively whenever someone new ends up here." Their conversation drifted into a mocking camaraderie, each man indulging in his own brand of bitterness toward their situation. At some point, the topic shifted to a certain individual, Donquixote Cladius. "That guy's just a lucky bastard," Shiki sneered dismissively. "I almost killed him myself." Redfield's expression darkened slightly. "He's a cunning one, ruthless too." "I haven't seen much of him," Bullet remarked, frowning slightly, "but he doesn't seem all that impressive." Only Linlin sneered in response. "Who are you to talk about impressive, Bullet?" Shiki spat, irritated. "You think you're still on the sea?" Linlin countered coldly. "Do you want to fight? I could crush you with one hand, you pathetic mutt." The tension between Linlin and Shiki escalated quickly, their voices rising as old grievances from their time in the Rox Pirates resurfaced. It was no secret that the Rox crew was infamous not only for their strength, but also for their constant infighting. Clearly, those rivalries hadn't faded over time. Suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted them. "Meow ha ha ha, you're all quite the characters, aren't you?" The voice came from a distant cell. The figure within laughed derisively before continuing. "What's the point of all this bickering? Do you think you're still out there, free to do as you please? Don't forget, this is Impel Down. No one's ever escaped from here. Maybe you should focus on what kind of dreams you'll have tonight instead." Linlin and Shiki fell silent, their expressions darkening as the weight of reality set in. Indeed, this was Impel Down. Escape was nothing more than a fantasy. "HMPH, that's because I wasn't here before," Bullet muttered coldly. But even he offered no follow-up, and the eternal hell soon returned to its usual, oppressive quiet. Back in Mariewa, Claudius received a call from the 5 elders. "The Opope Fruit," Claudius murmured, holding the den mushy to his ear while stroking his chin thoughtfully. "This fruit is far more important than you realize. If you underestimate it, you'll regret it when you face its wielder again," came the voice of the Nosturo. "Understood. This time, the Opope Fruit will be brokered by Doflamingo, acting as the intermediary through CPX. The buyer is us, world government. Marine forces will handle the transaction. 5 billion berries have been allocated for this acquisition. It is of utmost importance that this deal goes smoothly. You must cooperate fully with Marine and ensure that Doflamingo doesn't mess this up," the bald elder explained firmly. Claudius nodded. "I'll make sure Doflamingo stays in line, but if something else happens, don't expect me to take the blame." "As long as Doflamingo does his part, there won't be any problems," the bald elder assured him confidently. Claudius chuckled but said nothing more. After a few polite exchanges, he ended the call. Setting the receiver down, Claudius smirked faintly and muttered, "Let's hope so. After all, the Rocinante you planted doesn't exactly inspire confidence as a teammate." Chapter 223. Doflamingo who desperately wants immortality. Above a certain area of the North Blue, a massive sailing ship was gliding through the calm waters. This was the Prometheus, Claudius's personal ship. At this moment, Claudius lounged on a sunglasses perched on his face, basking in the sunlight. Nearby, Stussy and Nia were engaged in an intense game of badminton. The two women, both dressed in bikinis, moved with energy and grace, creating a rather delightful scene for Claudius's enjoyment. "I've told you before, don't get so worked up, Daffy," Claudius said casually, speaking into the den mushy in his hand. His gaze, however, remained fixed on the two women as they played. "Cousin, you of all people should understand the significance of the Opope fruit." Doflamingo's voice came through, his tone sharp with frustration. "What's so special about it?" Claudius asked lazily. Doflamingo paused, seemingly at a loss for words, before continuing with a hint of indignation. "Don't tell me you've never heard the rumors." "Ahahaha, so you admit it's just a rumor," Claudius responded, amused. "It may be a rumor, but hasn't it already been proven true?" Doflamingo retorted immediately. "And how exactly was it proven?" Claudius asked, still sounding amused. "If it were just some ordinary devil fruit, would the world government pay a staggering 5 billion berries for it? Would the 5 elders personally assign you to oversee the matter?" Doflamingo snapped back. "Ahahaha, you've got a point there," Claudius replied, still sounding nonchalant. "Cousin, can you take this seriously for once? We're talking about immortality here. Immortality. Even if you don't care, I do," Doflamingo said, his frustration evident. "Immortality, huh? Doesn't that sound boring to you, Doffy?" Claudius said with a chuckle. Doflamingo was silent for a moment before replying. "I wouldn't know, but I'd still like to live a few more years." "You might not live longer if you get involved with the Opope fruit," Claudius said suddenly, his tone serious. "Are you telling me to give it up, hand something this valuable over to the world government, to the same bastards who exiled me from Mariewa and tossed me into the mud?" Doflamingo's voice was filled with bitterness and contempt. "Well, isn't Rocinante already in the mix? If he does his job right, the world government won't get it either," Claudius replied with a light laugh. "Rocinante is marine, cousin," Doflamingo said in a low, grim tone. The mention of Rocinante seemed to spark more anger in Doflamingo. If not for his brother, the situation wouldn't have spiraled to this point. As a broker in the underground world, Doflamingo had initially planned to keep the Opope fruit for himself. The 5 billion berries, he could afford it, but he had no intention of paying. His plan was simple: steal it. But Rocinante, acting as a marine undercover, had gotten wind of the deal before Doflamingo could act. This complicated matters, as Rocinante could easily report everything to Marine, and by extension, the world government. To cover his tracks, Doflamingo had no choice but to come clean to the world government and feign loyalty, which led to the current situation. Without Rocinante in the picture, Doflamingo would have already taken the fruit for himself. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to deal with him then? If Rocinante really gives the Opope fruit to Law, what's the problem? As long as Marine doesn't find out about Law, we can keep ourselves out of it, Claudius said with a knowing smile. "And who's to say Rocinante will actually give the fruit to Law?" Doflamingo asked after a brief silence. "He's your brother, Doffy. You know him better than anyone, don't you?" Claudius said calmly. Doflamingo was quiet again for a moment before saying, "Fine. If Law gets the fruit, he'll belong to me. No problem, right, cousin?" "Ah, that's your business. Don't worry. I'm not interested in the Opope fruit at all," Claudius replied dismissively. "Even if you say that, it's immortality we're talking about. Are you seriously not tempted?" Doflamingo asked skeptically. It was clear that the fruit's rumored ability to grant eternal life had captured Doflamingo's imagination. His suspicion of Claudius was rooted in his own obsession, and yet Claudius didn't seem bothered by it. "Is that the only way to achieve immortality?" Claudius said with a chuckle. Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment before laughing as well. "The Fountain of Youth? That's just a legend. Too vague, too unreal. If you ask me, devil fruits are far more credible." "Perhaps, but don't forget about pure gold," Claudius said, smiling faintly. "That's just another myth, isn't it?" Doflamingo replied, his tone skeptical. Isn't the Opope fruit also a myth? Claudius countered. Doflamingo had no response to that. After a moment he sighed and said, "All right, cousin, Trafalgar Law is mine, I'll leave the rest to you." Doflamingo had come to realize that following Claudius's advice was his best option. As far as he was concerned, they just needed to play their roles, Doflamingo as the dutiful broker, cooperating with Marine and the world government as if nothing were amiss. Of course, Rocinante would inevitably try to disrupt things. When that happened, Doflamingo planned to turn a blind eye, subtly aiding Rocinante in delivering the fruit to Trafalgar Law. Once Law had consumed the fruit, Doflamingo would ensure the blame fell squarely on Marine and Rocinante. If everything went according to plan, Doflamingo could then manipulate Law, gaining control of the Opope fruit indirectly. As for Rocinante, Doflamingo no longer had any illusions about him. His brother's betrayal had destroyed any lingering sense of familial loyalty. Meanwhile, Claudius had his own reasons for being involved. Beyond the Opope fruit, he was interested in Drake, the son of Beryls. Drake had great potential. One day, he would become one of the supernovas and even infiltrate Kaido's crew as an undercover marine. Such a promising individual was worth Claudius's attention. He saw Drake as a potential asset, someone who could either assist Lucci or serve as Claudius's contact within Marine. "Well, Trafalgar Law is yours, but make sure to keep everything under wraps. The world government can't know about this. As far as I'm concerned, my job is just to ensure you don't screw up. If Marine and the world government want to throw fits later, let them deal with it themselves," Claudius said with a carefree laugh. Chapter 224. Doflamingo, I am also an acting master. North Blue, Minion Island. Marine Chief Staff Officer Tsuru's fleet was stationed near the island, but they hadn't taken any further action. They didn't dare enter the island to confront Beryls directly. It wasn't because Beryls himself posed a major threat, he was far from a match for someone like Tsuru, but because the Opope fruit was in his possession. Any reckless move could push him to destroy the fruit, jeopardizing the entire mission. Minion Island was a filthy, lawless place in the North Blue. It served as a hub for pirates, criminals, and other shady figures, a true haven for the worst of society. On the warship docked at the port, Tsuru was sipping tea, her mind carefully analyzing the situation and running through the plan once more. By all accounts, everything seemed in order. The only potential wildcard was Doflamingo. His unique position in the underworld and his knowledge of the Opope fruit's true significance made him unpredictable. The fruit's rumored ability to grant immortality might tempt him to take a dangerous gamble. Fortunately, Marine had reached Minion Island ahead of Doflamingo, reducing the risks. Even if he tried to seize the fruit, Marine would have time to intervene. "Still," Tsuru murmured, touching her chin thoughtfully, "why do I feel uneasy about this?" There was no concrete evidence or sign of anything amiss, but her instincts told her otherwise. Before she could dwell further on her uneasy premonition, the door opened, and Jin stepped inside with a smile. "Doflamingo has arrived." Tsuru set her cup down, her thoughts pushed aside, and walked out to the deck. From there, she could see the Flamingo pirate's ship docked in the harbor. Doflamingo himself, dressed in his signature flamboyant style, descended from the ship with his usual confident swagger. As his eyes met Tsuru's, Doflamingo smiled and made his way up the gangplank to the Marine warship. He first greeted Jin politely, then turned to Tsuru. "Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, I trust I'm not late," Doflamingo asked with his trademark grin. "We've been waiting for some time, Your Highness Doflamingo," Tsuru replied with a faint smile. Thanks to Claudius's intervention, Marine and Doflamingo hadn't had any recent conflicts. While Tsuru remained cautious around him, she didn't harbor any particular animosity. In fact, their cooperation during the operation in Tato Land had established a certain level of trust. Fufu, my apologies. Dressrosa is quite far from here, after all," Doflamingo said with a chuckle. "I didn't mean to blame you," Tsuru replied gently. After a few polite exchanges, Tsuru got down to business. "Beryls is currently on the island. He insists on handing the Opope fruit directly to you, provided the agreed payment of 5 billion berries is made in cash. As she spoke, Jin and a few Marines brought out several large chests from the ship's cabin, each filled with cash, 5 billion berries in total. Doflamingo nodded at the sight. Don't worry. As a broker in the underworld, my credibility is impeccable. Once I receive the Pope fruit, I'll hand it over to Marine immediately. That would be ideal, Tsuru said, her tone neutral. Of course, I did have some thoughts about keeping it, Doflamingo admitted with a grin. But my cousin made it clear that I should behave myself. If Marine still feels uneasy, perhaps you could send someone to accompany me. What do you think, Vice Admiral Jin? Tsuru raised an eyebrow. Doflamingo had brought up the issue himself, which made it harder for her to refuse. Sending someone along would undoubtedly increase the operation's safety, perhaps even ease her lingering unease. Just as she was about to agree, a sudden explosion erupted from the island. Flames lit up the sky, and a powerful shockwave followed. The source of the explosion was the area where Barrels was supposed to be. But strangely, no sound accompanied the blast. There was only the sight of fire and smoke, no roar, no echo. What's going on? Doflamingo asked, his expression one of feigned shock. Tsuru's face hardened as confusion set in, then suspicion crept into her mind. She turned to Doflamingo, her tone sharp. Did you leak information about this operation? How dare you accuse me, Chief Staff Officer Tsuru? Doflamingo shot back, his voice rising with indignation. His face twisted into an unkind scowl, as if deeply offended by the implication. Before Tsuru could press further, Treball stepped forward and whispered something into Doflamingo's ear. The flamingo-clad pirate's expression darkened immediately, his brow furrowing as he absorbed the information. Do you know something? Tsuru demanded, narrowing her eyes. Doflamingo's voice dropped and his tone grew cold. I have a theory, but it's impossible. What's impossible? Tsuru asked urgently. When this commission came to me, I was still on Cake Island. Before I received the document, only my brother Rocinante had access to it. After reading it, he left Dressrosa. But it couldn't be him. Could it? Damn it, he's my own brother. How could he betray me like this? Doflamingo roared, his voice filled with genuine anger. For a moment, his fury wasn't an act. The thought of Rocinante's betrayal stirred real rage within him, reigniting old wounds. Tsuru watched him carefully, observing his reaction. After a moment, she concluded that his outburst wasn't entirely fabricated. Her own heart sank slightly. She had known Rocinante through her connection to Sengoku and was aware of his unique position. But there was no time to dwell on it. Tsuru quickly took control of the situation. Regardless, we need to assess the situation immediately. Jin, take a team and secure the Pope fruit. Don't let it slip through our fingers. Doflamingo didn't waste any more time. Treball, send our men onto the island. That fruit must not fall into the wrong hands. With that, he left the warship alongside his crew. As Tsuru watched him go, she turned to Jin and said softly, "Keep an eye on him." Jin nodded and led her team toward the island. Meanwhile, Tsuru returned to her cabin and picked up the Den Den Mushi, calling Sengoku directly. The call was answered quickly. Tsuru, how's the operation going? Has it started yet? Sengoku asked. Sengoku, let me ask you something. Did you arrange for a hidden hand in this operation? Tsuru asked sharply. Sengoku sounded surprised. What hidden hand? Rocinante, Tsuru said bluntly. Did you send him to steal the Pope fruit or interfere in any way? That's impossible. Rocinante would never, Sengoku began but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Tsuru's frown deepened at his hesitation. There's been an incident on Minion Island. Neither we nor Doflamingo have landed yet, but there was a massive explosion. No sound, only fire and smoke. Doflamingo suspects Rocinante, and frankly, his abilities fit the circumstances perfectly. Sengoku was silent for a long moment before he spoke again, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Rocinante wouldn't, would he? But as the words left his mouth, Sengoku's confidence wavered. Memories of a recent conversation with Rocinante surfaced in his mind, a conversation about Minion Island and the Pope fruit. At the time, Sengoku hadn't thought much of it. Now, though, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been played. Chapter 225, cheating Rocinante. After a brief silence, Sengoku said in a deep voice, "Perhaps he really does have some issues. Damn it, but he's a good boy, I know it." "Now is not the time to get emotional, you idiot." Tsuru scolded the wavering Sengoku before abruptly hanging up the den mushi. She didn't want to listen to Sengoku's excuses or his pleas on behalf of Rocinante. It would just be more pointless justifications. If Sengoku were to act recklessly, it might implicate him even further. Without another word, she hung up, leaving Sengoku speechless on the other end. After cutting off the connection, Tsuru returned to the deck. As she watched the flames engulf Minion Island, her mind raced with thoughts. While Doflamingo seemed unharmed, there was definitely trouble brewing on their side. If the operation to secure the Opope fruit went without any issues, then fine. If not, things could spiral out of control. Supporting Sengoku's decisions might have been her instinct, but here, on this matter, as long as the world government received the Opope fruit, they likely wouldn't dig deeper into the details. But if there was a problem, this time it wouldn't just be marine-facing consequences, it could bring disaster on all of them. While Tsuru mulled over these thoughts, Claudius's ship, Prometheus, slowly docked in the port. Seeing this, Tsuru promptly disembarked from the warship to board the Prometheus. Unlike Doflamingo, who she could treat with a colder attitude, Claudius was a celestial dragon of high standing, far above her rank. She couldn't afford to put up any pretense or airs. There was no way she could let Claudius come aboard the warship to meet her instead. It would be unthinkable. As the flames from Minion Island reflected in Claudius's eyes, he seemed to have a vague idea of the situation, but chose to feign confusion. When Tsuru approached, he turned to her with a questioning expression. "Sister Tsuru, what's going on? The operation only just started, didn't it? Did you change the plan already? Are you resorting to force? Isn't that a bit reckless? If I recall correctly, Marine approved 5 billion berries for this mission. Was there really a need to take such a big risk?" Claudius asked, pretending to be puzzled. Tsuru's expression stiffened slightly. After a brief pause, she said, "Your Highness, some unforeseen circumstances have occurred on the island. Someone acted before us, and we had to adjust our plans accordingly." Claudius's expression froze for a moment before darkening. "Was it Daffy? I warned him repeatedly not to act. Don't tell me he still ignored my orders." No, Your Highness, there's no need to get upset. I don't think this has anything to do with Doflamingo," Tsuru quickly explained. "We haven't figured everything out yet, but we've already started intervening. I'm confident we'll get answers soon." Of course, Tsuru didn't dare to explain everything to Claudius, especially not about Rocinante being Marine's undercover agent. In Tsuru's mind, Doflamingo and Claudius didn't know anything about Rocinante's true identity. If Claudius were to find out, it could become an incredibly awkward situation, and potentially a dangerous one. After all, Claudius had been nothing but cooperative with Marine, even aiding them in several ventures. If he were to learn that Marine had placed an undercover agent within Doflamingo's ranks, it would understandably provoke his anger. Even if the 5 elders had sanctioned Marine's actions, it wouldn't help. The risk was too high. Claudius losing faith in Marine would jeopardize all the lucrative dealings they'd had with him. It would truly be a catastrophic move. Claudius nodded, feigning understanding. His tone softened as he said, "Good. If Daffy isn't the one causing trouble, I can still face him without issue. Yes, Your Highness can rest easy, but for us Marines, we won't have any excuses if things go south." A total loss, Tsuru thought grimly. Claudius hesitated for a moment before adding, "Although I was sent here to observe, if the situation requires it, I can assist on the island." Hearing this, Tsuru quickly waved her hand in dismissal. "There's no need to trouble you, Your Highness. Let us handle it." She was determined to keep Claudius off the island. If Claudius were to go and somehow capture Rocinante, it could spell disaster for Marine if Rocinante's true identity was exposed during interrogation. The best-case scenario now was for Jin to capture Rocinante discreetly and ensure the safety of the Opope fruit. From there, they could downplay the incident as much as possible. Claudius, seeing Tsuru's insistence, nodded after a moment of feigned hesitation. "Very well, I'll defer to you, Sister Tsuru." In truth, Claudius had no desire to step onto the island at all. This whole affair was a mess, and he had no intention of getting caught up in it. If it weren't for the 5 elders ordering his presence here, he wouldn't have bothered coming to Minion Island in the first place. The place was full of trouble. And so, Tsuru and Claudius both stood aboard the ship, quietly watching the events unfold on Minion Island. Neither of them intended to wade into the chaos below. Meanwhile, on the island, Rocinante was frantically leading Law away. In his hands, he held the heart-shaped devil fruit, the opope fruit. "With this, your illness will be cured for sure, Law," Rocinante exclaimed with excitement. "Corazon, your injuries," Law said worriedly, more concerned about Rocinante's condition. Though Rocinante had managed to avoid being caught in the earlier explosion, he had still sustained significant injuries, including 2 gunshot wounds. Blood was seeping through his clothes. "It's nothing. This isn't the time to worry about me. Hurry up and eat this. We need to leave Minion Island as soon as possible," Rocinante said as he grabbed Law. Without waiting for the boy's consent, he forced the opope fruit into his mouth, making him swallow it. Dragging the retching Law along, Rocinante pressed onward until exhaustion finally overcame him. "Mr. Corazon, where are we going now?" Law asked, his voice tinged with concern. "To find my brother," Rocinante said suddenly, a conflicted expression crossing his face. Unlike the original timeline, where Doflamingo's actions were purely evil, this version of Doflamingo wore the guise of a CPX agent. In theory, Rocinante and Doflamingo were technically on the same side, even if they belonged to different factions. Yes, Doflamingo was still as ruthless as ever, but he hadn't yet done anything so heinous that Rocinante couldn't bear it. Most importantly, Doflamingo hadn't killed their father in this version of events. As a result, Rocinante still harbored some remnants of brotherly affection for him. Even though he was an undercover agent sent by Marine, Rocinante had never leaked any information about Doflamingo. There was nothing to leak, really. Doflamingo's actions, brutal as they were, aligned with the world government's interests. Only this time, Rocinante had betrayed Doflamingo by secretly handing the opope fruit to Law. But in Rocinante's mind, his brother was still the best option for ensuring Law's survival. If Law ended up in the hands of the world government, it would be a death sentence. Of course, if there had been a third option, somewhere to take Law to live out his days in obscurity, that would have been ideal. But given the circumstances, there was no choice. Rocinante believed that, through their remaining brotherly bond, he might be able to reason with Doflamingo. As for the world government, he knew he had no leverage there. Not even his godfather, Sengoku, could defy their authority. Being a celestial dragon himself, Rocinante understood all too well the limits of Marine's power against the will of the world government. "Your brother?" Law asked, confused. "Didn't you say we needed to stay away from him? Why are we going to him now?" Before Rocinante could explain, a sharp slash suddenly struck the ground in front of them, blocking their path. Moments later, the figure of Jin emerged from the shadows, her blade glinting in the dim light. "So it really was you, Rocinante," Jin said coldly, her voice laced with anger. "Hand over the opope fruit. Maybe, for Doflamingo's sake, I'll let you go." "Mama Usagi," Rocinante murmured, his expression darkening as he stared at her. This was bad. Only a select few knew of his status as a Marine undercover agent, and Jin wasn't one of them. This made things far more complicated. Chapter 226, Tragedy of Donquixote. "I'll hold them off later, Law. You must run. Don't let Marine catch you," Rocinante whispered urgently to Trafalgar Law. Before Law could respond, Rocinante straightened up and addressed Jin. "Vice Admiral Jin, the opope fruit. It was destroyed in the explosion just now," he said. "You expect me to believe that?" Jin asked coldly, her face darkening. Her sharp eyes moved to Law, narrowing in suspicion. "Is it him? Did this child eat the opope fruit? Are you using him to gain immortality?" "No, Law hasn't eaten the fruit," Rocinante retorted firmly. "You're even more despicable than your brother," Jin spat angrily. She had misunderstood Rocinante's intentions, believing he was using Law for his own selfish ends, perhaps to gain the rumored immortality. The thought disgusted her. She couldn't bear the idea of handing this child over to the world government, knowing what kind of treatment awaited him there. He was just a boy. Law, however, couldn't tolerate anyone insulting Rocinante. "No, Mr. Corazon is trying to save me. I have the amber lead syndrome. Only the Pope fruit can save me." Law shouted defiantly, his voice trembling. "Law," Rocinante quickly covered Law's mouth, but it was already too late. Jin's eyes flickered with understanding. Her anger softened into pity as she looked at the boy. "Amber lead syndrome," she murmured. Was this child a survivor of the tragedy in the white town of Flevence? That was a calamity engineered by the world government itself. To think this child had endured such a fate. Jin's heart ached for Law. Her gentle nature and sense of justice warred with her duty. A part of her wanted to ignore the mission entirely, apprehend Rocinante, and leave the fruit's fate as a failed mission. Sensing Jin's hesitation, Rocinante pressed his advantage. "Mama Usagi, you know what will happen to Law if he's taken by the world government. Can you really bear to see this unfortunate child's tragic life grow even darker?" "This is all your fault," Jin snapped back, glaring at Rocinante. "Without the Pope fruit, Law wouldn't survive the year. This is his only chance to live," Rocinante roared, desperation clear in his voice. "You're just using him," Jin retorted, still unconvinced. "Then kill me," Rocinante yelled, his voice hoarse. "Kill me and let it end here. Say the Pope fruit was destroyed. But please, don't hand Law over to the world government." Rocinante's plea was desperate yet sincere. Killing him would leave no evidence, allowing Marine to cover up the situation and declare the mission a failure. It wasn't ideal, but it was possible. Even if Marine faced repercussions for the failed operation, the world government wouldn't push too hard, especially not after the recent events in Tato land. Jin hesitated, her resolve wavering further. Could she do it? Could she save this child? Seeing her doubt, Rocinante took a drastic step. "If it will make things easier for you, I'll do it myself," he said, raising a pistol and pointing it at his own head. Law's eyes widened in horror as he rushed to stop Rocinante. "Don't, Mr. Corazon." Rocinante pushed him back, his eyes softening. "Live, Law," he said gently before pulling the trigger. But his body froze before the shot could fire. A familiar force immobilized him, and Rocinante's heart sank. He knew this ability all too well. Parasite string. From the shadows, Doflamingo's imposing figure emerged, his face grim. "Rocinante, you've disappointed me," he said, his voice filled with quiet fury. Rocinante's eyes widened as he saw his brother. Doflamingo's gaze shifted between him, Trafalgar Law, and Jin, lingering on each of them. "Brother," Rocinante began, his voice trembling. "Don't call me that," Doflamingo snapped, cutting him off. "Why, Rocinante, why did you betray me? Do you have any idea how serious this is? This isn't just about me, our entire family is involved. Even our cousin is implicated. What were you thinking?" "Law is dying, the Pope fruit is his only chance," Rocinante shouted back without hesitation. "And what about us? What about the Donquixote family? If this operation fails because of you, how do we explain it to the world government? To CPX?" Doflamingo's voice rose, his anger boiling over. Rocinante faltered for a moment. He had always assumed Doflamingo's obsession with the Pope fruit was tied to its rumored ability to grant immortality. But now, it seemed his brother was more concerned with the consequences of failure. Had he misunderstood him all along? Swallowing his guilt, Rocinante said, "Blame everything on me. I acted alone without your knowledge. But please, brother, don't hand Law over to the world government. Let him live. When he grows up, let him live the life he deserves. You're still young. Don't you have time to wait? You betrayed me, and now you expect me to grant your dying wish." Doflamingo snarled, his tone sharp with anger. "This is my first and last selfish request as your brother. For our mother's sake, Doffy, please." Rocinante's voice cracked as tears streamed down his face. Doflamingo's expression tightened at the mention of their mother. Rocinante had inherited her gentleness, her kindness, traits Doflamingo had always dismissed as foolish. But despite his contempt for their father's naivety, he had always loved and missed his mother. Her memory was a sore spot, one that Rocinante's plea had now struck. For a long moment, Doflamingo said nothing. His fists clenched, his jaw tightened, and his body trembled with suppressed emotions. Was it rage, frustration, or something else entirely? Rocinante didn't speak further, his tearful eyes fixed on Doflamingo with a silent plea. At last, Doflamingo turned to Jin. His voice was low but clear. "Vice Admiral, I ask this as a favor for my cousin. Rocinante is his brother. Let me handle this matter." Jin's eyes narrowed. Doflamingo was nothing if not proud. For him to lower himself and make such a request was unusual. She hesitated, thinking of Cladius and the possible implications. In the end, Jin said nothing. She turned and walked away without a word, leaving the scene behind. After Jin's departure, Doflamingo faced Rocinante once more. His voice was cold as he spoke. "You've truly disappointed me, Rocinante. We've lived through the same hell. Why? Why are you still so naive?" "Why do we call ourselves brothers?" Rocinante replied softly, a faint smile on his lips. Doflamingo's orange sunglasses obscured his eyes, but his hands trembled slightly. Before coming here, he had imagined countless scenarios for this confrontation. In all of them, he had killed Rocinante without hesitation. But now, standing face to face with his brother, Doflamingo found himself unable to act. Chapter 227. The Death of Rocinante, the Sadness of Doflamingo. Once Jin disappeared from view, Doflamingo broke the silence. "You're Marine, aren't you?" Rocinante froze, then said softly, "You knew all along." "You idiot, nothing escapes me. How could you possibly think you could hide it from me?" Doflamingo snapped angrily. "Then why did you make me one of your top executives?" Rocinante asked in a surprised tone. "I was naive. I thought you were my brother. What does it matter if you're Marine? After all, I'm CPX. As long as you didn't act against the world government, I could tolerate it. But this is unforgivable. How am I supposed to clean this up now?" Doflamingo shouted, his frustration clear. "Yes, I'm Marine, but I've never leaked a single thing about you," Rocinante said earnestly. "In fact, Marine doesn't trust me enough to give me any real authority. I'm just a pawn in their political games. You should know better than anyone how suspicious the world government has always been of you, even with cousin Claudius protecting you. You trust him more than me. Compared to me, he's more like your real brother." Rocinante smiled sadly. "That's because my cousin has never betrayed me. You've only disappointed me over and over again." Doflamingo's voice was thick with bitterness. Rocinante fell silent. Their bond as brothers had always been strained. Perhaps, in Doflamingo's eyes, Rocinante had only ever let him down. "You're right. Ending this is simple," Rocinante said quietly after a moment. "Just let me die. Pin all the blame on me. The world government won't hold you or cousin Claudius accountable. They'll believe me because of my identity as Marine." "You want me to kill my own brother?" Doflamingo growled through gritted teeth. "You don't have to. Just release your parasite string, and I'll do it myself," Rocinante replied with a faint smile. Doflamingo's anger boiled over. He yanked Rocinante into the air with his strings and slammed him to the ground. "Mr. Corazon," Law cried out in panic. "Shut up. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't," Doflamingo roared, his voice shaking with rage. Law flinched at the outburst, silenced by fear, but tears streamed down his face as he began to grasp the weight of what was happening. "Rocinante, you're my brother. I won't let you take the coward's way out," Doflamingo said coldly. "If you truly want to die, then you'll die by the hands of the brother you've disappointed and betrayed." Gripping Rocinante by the throat, Doflamingo's fingers tightened, cutting off his brother's air. Rocinante struggled to breathe, but his voice remained steady as he murmured, "Please, take care of Law." "Are those your last words?" Doflamingo whispered. In the next moment, a white thread pierced through Rocinante's chest. Crimson blood stained the snow beneath them, the red a sharp contrast against the pure white. Rocinante felt the last of his strength fading. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as his body weakened. Doflamingo released his grip, and Rocinante slumped forward. "I'm sorry, brother," Rocinante whispered, his voice barely audible. "In the end, I made you make this painful choice. I've let you down my whole life. I'm so sorry, but—" "Shut up. Stop talking, you damn fool." Doflamingo's voice trembled as he gently pulled Rocinante into his arms. If only we had been born into an ordinary family. If we could have lived ordinary lives. Rocinante's voice trailed off as the light faded from his eyes. Doflamingo held his brother's lifeless body, his grip tightening as if refusing to let go. His knees buckled under the weight, and he collapsed onto the snow, cradling Rocinante in his arms. Even at the end, our paths were different. I think, if we had never left Mariewa, maybe things would have been better. Doflamingo's voice cracked as he spoke, tears streaming down his face. The infamous pirate, known for his cruelty and cunning, now wept openly, all pretense of composure gone. In that moment, he wasn't a warlord or a criminal. He was just a grieving brother who had lost the only family he had left. Law cried uncontrollably beside them, clutching Rocinante's body as tears poured from his eyes. In the distance, hidden in the snowy woods, Stussy lowered her telescope, her expression complicated. She had been sent by Cladius to ensure Rocinante's death. Cladius had suspected that Doflamingo might hesitate, unable to kill his own brother. If Doflamingo faltered, Stussy was prepared to finish the job. But as she watched Doflamingo make his painful decision, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. Maybe, if Rocinante hadn't chosen to trade his life for that boy's, Doflamingo wouldn't have done it, Stussy thought to herself. Young master, Toripal and the other officers arrived, their faces filled with concern. They froze at the sight of Doflamingo holding Rocinante's body and the sobbing Trafalgar Law beside him. Even Toripal, usually so brash, was at a loss for words. Doflamingo had stopped crying by then. His face was calm, but he still held Rocinante's body tightly. The faint traces of tears on his face were the only evidence of his grief. The world government has one more debt to settle with us, Doflamingo murmured, his tone filled with quiet hatred. He stood slowly, lifting Rocinante's lifeless form in his arms. Trebal, take law and leave. Make sure no one sees him. Yes, young master, Trebal replied, quickly leading Law away. Doflamingo turned and began walking through the snowy landscape, Rocinante's blood-stained body in his arms. Behind him, a trail of red marked the pure white snow. Marine thoroughly searched Mignon Island, but found no trace of the opope fruit. Based on reports from Doflamingo and Jin, they ultimately concluded that the fruit had been destroyed in the explosion. The official account was that Rocinante, acting as an undercover marine, had tried to steal the opope fruit but failed, leading to its destruction. Rocinante had died in the process, and Marine's mission was deemed a failure. As for Doflamingo, he left Mignon Island without a word, returning to Dressrosa to bury Rocinante in the flower fields. On the Prometheus, Claudius listened quietly to Stussy's report. When she finished, he said nothing, his expression unreadable. Maybe I made a mistake, Claudius murmured softly, his tone heavy with emotion. Your Highness, Stussy called out gently, worried. Claudius shook his head and waved her off. Don't worry about me, it's nothing, he said quietly. Chapter 228, Shanks, I Want to be the Pirate Emperor. The incident on North Blue's Mignon Island was a significant matter for the world government. However, to the wider world, it was nothing but a minor blip, an inconsequential event. After all, what did the death of one small-time pirate mean on a global scale? The world's attention was fixated elsewhere. In New World, the downfall of Charlotte Linlin, once a figure on the verge of claiming the title of Pirate Emperor, had sent shockwaves across the seas. Marine, CPX, and the 7 warlords of the sea had banded together to eliminate her, leaving the remnants of her Big Mom pirates scattered. Kaido's Beasts pirates capitalized on the opportunity, annexing a significant portion of Big Mom's territory and resources. With this windfall, Kaido's influence surged. He now stood as a veritable pirate emperor, his strength and reach rivaling even that of the Whitebeard pirates. On the Sabyati archipelago, Rayleigh sat on a sofa inside Shacky's ripoff bar, holding a photograph in his hand. His brow furrowed as he examined it closely. The photograph was of Claudius, the same one Morgans had purchased for 2 billion berries and plastered across newspapers worldwide. It was a hot topic in the intelligence world before its publication, and once released, Morgan's made a fortune from the attention it garnered. It's strange, Rayleigh muttered, comparing the Cladius he remembered with the man in the photo. It doesn't look like him at all. Did that kid hire a body double? The Cladius Rayleigh knew was insufferable, yet carried himself with the refined grace of a noble. He was arrogant but composed, a model of celestial dragon superiority. The man in the photo, however, was a wild berserker, his muscles rippling with ferocity. Even if it doesn't seem like him, you can't deny it's Cladius, Shaki said, holding up the newspaper with a knowing smile. Rayleigh sighed. I never thought he'd pull off something this big. Charlotte Linlin was powerful, wasn't she? Shaki asked curiously. Very, Rayleigh said with a nod. Back in the day, we had to go through a lot of trouble just to steal a copy of the Road Poneglyph from her. At that time, Roger's health was failing, and the crew avoided direct conflict to preserve his strength for their journey to Raftel. Instead of confronting Big Mom, they opted for stealth to secure the Poneglyph. Rayleigh's expression darkened slightly as he recalled his brief clash with Linlin in the Valley of the Gods. Even then, she was a formidable monster. After so many years, she must have grown even stronger. And yet, Cladius had defeated her. The newspaper claims Cladius nearly took down Charlotte Linlin single-handedly. The photograph seems to back that up. If he's truly as strong as an admiral, or stronger, he's a monster in his own right, Shaki said thoughtfully. And he's still young, he could grow even more powerful. Doesn't that just make you sick? Rayleigh chuckled bitterly. What's there to be upset about? He's not our enemy. If anything, he's on friendly terms with us, isn't he? Shaki said, laughing. Maybe, but something about him doesn't sit right with me, Rayleigh said. You think he might become one of the 5 elders someday? Shaki teased. Who's to say he won't? Rayleigh replied with a hint of unease. Meanwhile, in New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard frowned as he read the same newspaper. His massive frame leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed as he digested the implications. For decades, Charlotte Linlin's raw physical power had been unmatched, save for his own. Even he had been slightly envious of her natural durability and monstrous strength. Now, she had been toppled by Cladius, a man shrouded in mystery. The photograph of him dominating Linlin in battle confirmed his strength. Whitebeard recognized Cladius as someone who could potentially stand as his equal. Dad, Kaido sent a messenger, Marco said, walking up to him. What does that brat want? Whitebeard asked without looking up from the paper. Who knows, maybe he's here to declare war on us, Marco joked lightly. Diamond chimed in, Kaido may be reckless, but he's not stupid. He's still consolidating Big Mom's territories. I bet he's here to propose an alliance. Whitebeard finally put down the newspaper, his eyes narrowing. That sounds about right. He's probably worried the world government will come after us next. The fall of the Big Mom pirates has shaken New World. If the world government decides to strike while we're weakened, it could be trouble, said Sachai, captain of the 4th Division. What should we do, Dad? Should we cooperate with Kaido? Cooperate? Ha! Whitebeard laughed disdainfully. Back when we were on Rock's ship, I knew Kaido was no good. Have you ever seen pirates truly work together? Besides, I'm Whitebeard. If the world government thinks they can take me down, let them try. I'll show them the difference between me and that old hag, Charlotte Linlin. What about Kaido's envoy? Marco asked. Kuhahaha, send them packing. Tell Kaido we're not interested and to stay out of my way, Whitebeard said, his laughter echoing across the deck. Even with Linlin's downfall, Whitebeard's confidence remained unshaken. Unlike Kaido or Linlin, his pride was untouchable. In East Blue, the red-haired pirates had settled in Windmill Village of the Goa Kingdom. Inside the tavern, Shank sat with a newspaper in hand, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. So, CPX is real, huh? This Cladius guy is something else, said Lucky Roo, biting into a massive chicken leg. Of course it's real, Shanks replied with a grin. I've never met Cladius myself, but Captain Roger and Rayleigh have both mentioned him. A strange celestial dragon, they said. Really? Lucky Roo said, unimpressed. Shanks nodded. New World is a mess right now. The Big Mom pirates are finished, and Kaido's taken a lot of their spoils. What's that got to do with us? Yasopp asked casually, cleaning his pistol. Shanks smirked, everything. Huh, what are you getting at? Ben Beckman asked, raising an eyebrow. Shanks closed the newspaper and leaned back. I've decided. We're leaving East Blue. At that moment, the tavern door burst open, revealing a self-proclaimed mountain bandit king. He swaggered in, full of bravado, but before he could say a word, Lucky smashed him over the head with his chicken leg. The bandit collapsed instantly, leaving his gang dumbfounded. They quickly scattered, not daring to confront the pirates. Shanks barely acknowledged the commotion, focusing instead on his crew. Our vacation in East Blue is over. It's time to return to New World and take the title of Pirate Emperor. What do you all think? Chapter 229, Two Things. Holy Land, Mariewa. In the office of the Five Elders, Cladius and Sengoku stood before the council. Sengoku, you'd better give us a reasonable explanation, Nosjuro barked furiously. Cladius spoke softly, allow me to explain. Explain? Haven't I given you enough chances already? How do you think you became a fleet admiral in the first place? Nosjuro snapped, oblivious to who had actually spoken. Sengoku, who had been quietly reflecting on his mistakes, looked stunned. I didn't say anything, he thought, his heart heavy. Noticing Sengoku's gaze full of silent frustration, Claudius smiled awkwardly and cleared his throat. Ahem, sir, this matter isn't Sengoku's fault. It's mine. Neither Daffy nor I realized Rocinante's true intentions. We failed to see through him. If there's blame to be assigned, then punish me. Claudius stepped forward and spoke with a solemn tone. Sengoku stared at Claudius's back, a surge of emotion welling up inside him. As expected, my greatest supporter is Claudius. To step forward at such a moment, it's truly touching. Nosjuro's expression shifted as he regarded Claudius. He knew that Claudius wasn't aware of Rocinante's full mission, yet he himself understood the truth. Rocinante had been a marine they had planted close to Doflamingo. And now, this undercover agent had switched sides and betrayed them, leaving the Five Elders with a mess they couldn't even publicly address. Claudius, Nosjuro murmured before shaking his head, you're not to blame for this. Sengoku, desperate to keep this issue from escalating, feared it could strain the already fragile relationship between Marine headquarters and Claudius. Even though he was heartbroken, after all, he had treated Rocinante as his own son. Sengoku swallowed his grief and stepped forward. This is my responsibility. It's a failing on the part of Marine headquarters, Sengoku said sincerely. Hearing this, Nosjuro hesitated before finally sighing. Sengoku, Marine must take accountability for this. When you return, prepare a thorough report and submit it. And next time I see you, you'd better still be worthy of that title of Fleet Admiral. There was no way around it. The matter of the Pope fruit had already been concluded. The outcome couldn't be undone. Furthermore, Marine headquarters was still crucial. The New World was in chaos, and the Five Elders knew they would need Marine's power to stabilize it. As much as he was furious, Nosjuro had to let the matter slide. Yes, Sengoku replied without hesitation. After dealing with Sengoku, Nosjuro turned to Claudius. Regarding the 7 warlords of the sea, proceed as you see fit. Claudius smiled faintly. Considering the recent incident with the Big Mom pirates, Enel's strength is already well established. He has immense potential and is indeed worthy of being one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Your judgment hasn't disappointed us, Nosjuro said with a nod. The 7 warlords of the sea system has already proven its value. Finalize the roster as soon as possible. Once the lineup is complete, we'll resume our push into the New World. Whether it's Kaido or Whitebeard, they must be eliminated. Claudius frowned slightly. The urgency to complete the 7 warlords of the sea didn't align with his plans. It wasn't as if there was a lack of candidates. The seas were full of qualified individuals, but the issue was that many of them weren't trustworthy. In Claudius's long-term vision, it would take another 7 or 8 years to fully establish the 7 warlords of the sea. By then, even someone like Ace would be mature enough to fit into the structure. But now the 5 elders seemed impatient, perhaps emboldened by the success of eliminating Charlotte Linlin. Did they really believe Kaido and Whitebeard could be taken down just as easily? If we rush to complete the 7 warlords of the sea now, it'll weaken the system's integrity, Claudius remarked after a moment of thought. Nesjuro nodded slightly. Currently, the 7 warlords consisted of Doflamingo, Crocodile, Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, and now Enel. That made 5 in total. Among them, Mihawk and Kuma couldn't be fully trusted. The remaining 3, Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Enel, were directly aligned with Cladius, either as CPX operatives or through other connections. Even Doflamingo, despite his notorious reputation, was relatively reliable within their framework. If 2 more outsiders were added, the cohesion of the group would certainly diminish. Managing the 7 warlords of the sea might become far more complicated than it currently was. That's true, but Cladius, the 7 warlords aren't meant to be permanent. There will always be changes, new recruits, replacements. What matters is their immediate value. Do you understand? Nesjuro said in a measured tone. Cladius remained silent. It was clear the 5 elders were determined to finalize the 7 warlords quickly. They had clearly experienced the benefits of this system and wanted to see it fully operational. Once you've cultivated suitable candidates, we can replace the less reliable ones. But for now, we need sufficient deterrence, Nesjuro continued. Finally, Cladius nodded. Understood. I'll begin screening for suitable candidates as soon as I return. Good, work hard, Nesjuro said with satisfaction. With that, the discussion ended. Realizing there was nothing more to discuss, Cladius and Sengoku left the office. As they walked out of the World Government headquarters, Sengoku said, "Thank you for stepping up back there." "It was nothing," Cladius replied lightly. Seeing Sengoku's heavy mood, Cladius refrained from saying much else. The two walked in silence through the streets of Mariewa. After a while, Cladius broke the silence. "A lot of things are moving forward. The Calm Belt Initiative should also be put into action. I've entrusted Tesaro with the preparations, and arrangements have already been made on Amazon Lily. As long as Marine is ready, you can begin whenever you see fit." Sengoku managed a faint smile. "Marine is always ready. Once I return, we'll send personnel into the Calm Belt immediately." "Who will oversee it?" Cladius asked. "The scientific division will be led by Kizaru. Naturally, he'll be in charge. However, as he's still an admiral, we've assigned Captain Nezumi as the field executor," Sengoku explained. After a few more words on the subject, Cladius brought up another matter. "By the way, on Minion Island, I found a promising young talent. I had originally intended to train him for CPX, but he seems to have his heart set on joining Marine. Perhaps you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, could help me groom him." Sengoku raised an eyebrow. It was clear Cladius wanted to place someone within Marine, but Sengoku didn't mind. Marine was a massive organization with a complex internal hierarchy. For someone of Cladius's status to handle the matter so openly and straightforwardly, it was more than acceptable. Besides, Sengoku knew there would likely be many occasions in the future where Marine would need Cladius's support. Having someone loyal to Cladius within Marine could only benefit their collaboration and mutual trust. Nodding, Sengoku said, "If His Highness Cladius sees potential in him, he must be an excellent prospect. Marine always welcomes talented individuals. Leave it to me, I'll make sure he gets the proper training. His name is Drake. Once I've finished arranging things, I'll have him sent to Marine headquarters," Cladius said with a smile. Chapter 230. The Great Changes in the World, the Major Forces Developing Prosperously. The Sea Circle calendar marked the year 1512. Over the past 2 years, while the world hadn't undergone drastic changes, it was far from calm. The turbulence stemmed primarily from the rise of the 7 warlords of the sea. In an effort to utilize the 7 warlords of the sea to counter Kaido and Edward Newgate, the 5 elders recommended Moria to Cladius. Moria, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against Kaido after being defeated in New World, seemed like a viable choice. Cladius, however, had little regard for Moria. After suffering a crushing defeat at Kaido's hands, Moria had fallen into obscurity, retreating to the Devil's Triangle in the first half of the Grand Line. There, he became a recluse, obsessed with his research on zombies. Still, since the 5 elders had suggested him, Cladius reluctantly agreed. For now, he had no suitable replacement to fill the position. He figured Moria could be dealt with or replaced later if necessary. Thus, Moria joined the 7 warlords of the sea as a matter of convenience. Another noteworthy addition to the 7 warlords was Boa Hancock. After her return to Amazon Lily, she became the empress of the island and rose to prominence during her coming-of-age ceremony, known as the Empress's Hunt. On her first voyage as a pirate, Hancock boldly attacked an island under world government control, annihilating the CP agents stationed there. Her bounty soared to 200 million berries in one swift move, which earned her an invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Unbeknownst to the world, Hancock was loyal to Cladius. Her connection to him remained a closely guarded secret, and no one suspected that Amazon Lily and its famed 9 Snakes pirates were aligned with CPX. Unlike most pirate crews, the 9 Snakes pirates were deeply rooted in Amazon Lily's history, with a lineage dating back hundreds of years. Every empress of Amazon Lily also served as the captain of the 9 Snakes pirates, giving the group an air of legitimacy and heritage. This long-standing tradition reassured the world government. They viewed the 9 Snakes pirates as a stable and predictable entity, one unrelated to the chaotic factions of New World. After solidifying the 7 warlords of the sea, the world government launched another assault on Kaido not long ago. However, this campaign failed to achieve significant results. Kaido, having witnessed Charlotte Linland's downfall due to a decapitation strategy, had prepared meticulously to avoid a similar fate. Furthermore, Marine faced significant logistical challenges invading New World on a large scale, needing to guard against potential interference from the Whitebeard pirates and other major pirate groups. Unlike Linlan, Kaido didn't host grand tea parties or gatherings that presented opportunities for ambushes. His so-called Fire Festival celebrations were confined to Wano and carried minimal risk. As a result, the world government's attempts to strike a decisive blow against Kaido ended in stalemate. Moria suffered another defeat during the campaign, further cementing his reputation as a liability. Ultimately, the conflict yielded no substantial gains for either side. The world government, recognizing the difficulty of confronting New World's pirates, shifted its focus to combating the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army, taking advantage of the chaos in New World, had expanded rapidly. With a foothold in New World, they spread disorder across the seas, toppling 3 to 5 kingdoms annually, a number that continued to grow. Meanwhile, New World's pirate landscape experienced significant shifts. Kaido's Beasts pirates, having absorbed much of the Big Mom pirates' legacy, surged in strength and influence. For a time, it seemed Kaido might overshadow Whitebeard as the dominant force in New World. However, Kaido's ambitions didn't stop with his rivalry against the world government. After recovering from their conflict, he turned his attention to Whitebeard, sparking a fierce clash between their crews. Though the battles were brutal, Whitebeard ultimately emerged victorious, reaffirming his status as the most powerful pirate in New World. The Whitebeard pirates once again demonstrated their strength, solidifying their position as the foremost pirate crew. While Kaido and Whitebeard were locked in conflict, another contender quietly rose to prominence: red-haired Shanks. Shanks' red-haired pirates followed an elite model, focusing on quality over quantity. Their crew was small but formidable, and they gained notoriety by defeating several prominent pirate factions. As a former member of the Roger Pirates, Shanks carried significant clout. His connection to the Pirate King, combined with his growing strength and reputation, made him a rising star in New World. Cladius knew it was only a matter of time before Shanks reached the same level as Kaido and Whitebeard, standing as an equal among the pirate emperors. As for whether anyone else would rise to fill Charlotte Linland's vacant position, Cladius wasn't certain. Perhaps someone would emerge, but it wouldn't happen easily or quickly. Kaido and Whitebeard wouldn't allow a rival power to gain traction without resistance. In addition to these major shifts, maritime trade experienced its own transformations. The Fishman Island had become a hub of commerce, with its underwater treasures gaining immense popularity. Nobles and merchants scrambled to acquire these rare goods, driving demand to unprecedented heights. This lucrative trade was controlled almost entirely by CPX Cladius. As its overseer, ensured substantial taxes were paid to the world government, keeping them satisfied. While smaller traders were allowed to participate, they were limited to scraps, leftovers that Claudius deemed unworthy of his attention. Even so, these scraps were enough for them to earn significant profits. Beyond treasures, the seabed surrounding the Fishman Island contained valuable mineral deposits. These resources fueled another burgeoning industry, arms manufacturing. Crocodile and Doflamingo capitalized on these minerals to establish a robust weapons trade. Using Alabasta as a production hub, Crocodile oversaw the creation of high-quality cold weapons, from swords to spears. Through Tesoro's shipping network, these arms were smuggled into Doflamingo's dark world connections. Doflamingo sold them indiscriminately to pirates, revolutionaries, governments, and anyone willing to pay. While the current mineral reserves near the Fishman Island were limited, untapped deposits existed in the vast ocean floor. However, these were difficult and expensive to develop, with only the Fishman Island possessing the means to do so. Claudius, wary of any single faction monopolizing these resources, began leveraging the Calm Belt for further development. By working with Marine and CPX, he ensured that control of the ocean's hidden wealth remained balanced. Chapter 231: The Development of the Calm Belt by the Labor Leader, Fisher Tiger. On an isolated island in the Calm Belt, not far from Amazon Lily, a large crowd of people bustled about on this primitive land where no one had ever set foot. These were mostly strong men from the Fishman tribe, working hard to develop the island. Fisher Tiger, formerly the leader of Fishman Street and a world-class adventurer, who would have been infamous as the arsonist of Mariewa, was now the head of this large labor force. His chest bore the scar of the Celestial Dragon's brand, but it had since been overlaid with the emblem of the Donquixote family. This symbolized that Fisher Tiger had now fully joined Claudius's growing ranks, just like Enel, Crocodile, and others. However, he wasn't aiming to be a pirate, but rather an engineer under Claudius's leadership. The development of undersea minerals on Fishman Island had been spearheaded by him, utilizing idle fishmen to provide raw materials for both Doflamingo and Crocodile. Once the mining business there stabilized, Fisher Tiger led his team into the Calm Belt, ready to embark on the second spring of his career. Holding a Calm Belt chart acquired from Amazon Lily, Fisher Tiger studied the map. It marked dozens of islands around Amazon Lily, highlighting the safer routes for entering and exiting the Calm Belt. 4 islands were marked with the symbol of crossed harpoons. These were the islands Fisher Tiger and his team had previously surveyed. They lacked significant resources, no mineral veins, and only rich flora and fauna, making them potential agricultural hubs for food production. However, for now, the priority was finding islands that could generate immediate profits. The best resource: mineral veins. Gold, copper, or iron mines, anything that could be mined and sold, would enrich the coffers of the Marines and CPX over time. This development could even become a major economic pillar. Arlong, the younger brother of Shiarly from Fishman Island's Mermaid Cave, had also joined this venture. Originally, he was one of the troublemakers of Fishman Street. In the original storyline, he would have become a petty tyrant in East Blue, bullying nearby villages and establishing the so-called Arlong Empire. But under Fisher Tiger's influence, Arlong's path had changed. Now, instead of becoming a villain, he was working hard as a small foreman, helping to build a better future for his people. "Big brother, you're here." Arlong greeted Fisher Tiger enthusiastically as he approached. Fisher Tiger looked at him and laughed. "A few years ago, you were just a troublemaker on Fishman Street. Look at you now, leading your team. Not bad at all." The previously chaotic Fishman Street had undergone a transformation. With stable jobs and incomes, many of its residents had turned over a new leaf. Gone were the days of bullying and infighting among their own kind. Now, everyone worked toward a shared goal. "I heard you found a valuable island here, so I came to take a look. How's it going?" Fisher Tiger asked with a smile. Arlong's face lit up with excitement. He replied eagerly, "Unlike the last few islands, this one is full of resources. Hatch and the others have already found iron ore in the mountains and forests over there. The quality is good, and the deposits seem plentiful. This island is definitely worth developing." He paused before adding, "And we haven't even surveyed the whole island yet. Who knows, we might find a gold mine next, ha ha ha." Fisher Tiger laughed along with him, marking the island on his chart. "Iron ore is good enough for now. As for a gold mine, well, let's not get too greedy just yet. This is already a big win. The Marines have been pressuring us for results. They've poured a lot of resources into the comm belt without much to show for it. Finally, we have something to report." As they spoke, Fisher Tiger pulled out a document bearing Claudius's signature and the emblem of the Donquixote family. His Highness has already laid out the terms. 2/10 of the profits from mining and sales will go to our Fishman Mining Company to cover wages and benefits for the workers, Fisher Tiger explained with a smile. "What about gold mines? Same deal?" Arlong asked in surprise. Fisher Tiger nodded and tossed him the document. "Yes, same deal. His Highness doesn't restrict the types of minerals. Whether it's iron or gold, the profit-sharing agreement stays the same." Arlong skimmed the document, impressed. "That's really generous. His Highness is quite the benefactor." Arlong had briefly entertained thoughts of pocketing some of the resources for himself and his crew, but after some consideration, he realized it was impossible. Without Claudius's backing and the Donquixote family's sales channels, even the most valuable ore would be useless. They couldn't eat rocks, and they certainly couldn't sell them on their own. Besides, with a fair profit-sharing arrangement, everyone stood to gain. Marine and CPX each took 4/10 of the profits, leaving 2/10 for the Fishman Mining Company. It was a mutually beneficial setup. Amazon Lily also stood to benefit. With all comm belt routes passing through their territory, they had transformed a previously uninhabited island near Nine Snake Island into a bustling port town. This transfer station had become a major hub for workers and Marines who spent their earnings freely there. The influx of spending brought prosperity to Amazon Lily, which was gradually becoming wealthier. They used their newfound wealth to import goods, improve living standards, and fund further development. The virtuous cycle was clear. The comm belt's development benefited everyone involved: fishmen, Marines, Amazon Lily, and the Donquixote family. "Since we've confirmed the iron ore veins, let's start building the infrastructure here," Fisher Tiger instructed. "We'll establish a town as our base of operations, organize the workforce, and prepare for large-scale mining. I'll inform the Marines and give them some peace of mind." "It's already underway," Arlong replied with a grin. "The guys are cutting down trees to build shelters. Once that's done, we'll construct roads and start mining." Fisher Tiger nodded in satisfaction. Watching the thousands of fishmen working diligently to secure their future, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. "That's right, Princess Ottoheim, perhaps the dream our people have cherished for 800 years, the dream of living freely on the surface, can finally come true here in the comm belt," Fisher Tiger murmured to himself. Chapter 232. Am I a Marine or a Businessman? On the transfer station island near Amazon Lily, 5 newly constructed warships were moored, their hulls towering over the bustling docks. The comm belt's specialty fruits were being loaded onto the ships, while a short, thin man in a Marine vice admiral's coat stood nearby, holding a small notebook, scribbling calculations. After deducting all expenses, the net profit of this trip is at most 100 million berries, maybe even less, Vice Admiral Mamanga muttered under his breath, his expression sour. As a real power Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, the past 2 years had seen Mamanga stationed in the comm belt, taking on the heavy responsibility of managing transport logistics. However, the profits from this assignment were meager. The 5 warships, loaded to the brim with specialty fruits from the comm belt, would barely net a profit of 100 million berries once expenses were deducted. To put it into perspective, this amount wasn't even enough to cover the cost of one warship. It would take at least 2 round trips to earn enough to build a single vessel, and each round trip took a month. For 5 warships and 10,000 Marines, this was far from efficient. At this rate, Mamanga thought bitterly, it might be more lucrative to become a pirate. With a bit of luck, the spoils from raiding would easily pay for several warships. "When will they find a proper mineral vein?" Mamanga lamented, rubbing his temples. "Even an iron or copper mine would do." He watched the Marines moving back and forth, loading the fruits with practiced efficiency. If these ships were loaded with iron ore instead of fruit, the net profit could easily exceed 1 billion berries per trip. That kind of revenue could quickly fund new warships, and as the scale of operations expanded, profits would snowball. Within a few years, marine headquarters could rake in tens or even hundreds of billions of berries annually from multiple veins, strengthening their financial resources. With such wealth, the Marines could easily bolster their forces, and perhaps even fight the New World pirates head-on without fear. As Mamunga daydreamed about this grand future, he paused, touching his chin thoughtfully. Since when did I become a businessman? Am I not a vice admiral of Marine headquarters? He chuckled at his own self-mockery, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, while fighting pirates was an honorable task, developing the calm belt to strengthen the Marines' power was just as important, if not more so. Sure, it might lack the immediate satisfaction of enforcing justice, but the long-term benefits for the Marines were undeniable. Just as Mamunga was lost in his thoughts, a commotion broke out among the Marines near the warships. Cheers and whistles filled the air, and some Marines waved their caps enthusiastically, their excitement palpable. Mamunga glanced over and immediately understood the cause of the commotion. Amazon Lily's pirate empress, Boa Hancock, had arrived. Even as someone with a strong sense of justice and unyielding willpower, Mamunga had to admit that Boa Hancock was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Her beauty was so striking that it could leave anyone in awe. But as a man of discipline, he knew better than to let his admiration cloud his judgment. Admiration was natural, but it ended at respect and professionalism. Mamunga understood his limits. Boa Hancock's strength, amplified by her powerful devil fruit abilities, meant that she could easily defeat him if she wished. Moreover, she wasn't just any pirate, she was under the protection of Saint Cladius, a powerful and influential figure. Mamunga chuckled internally. He knew better than to overstep his bounds. Even as a vice-admiral, he was nothing more than a minor figure in Claudius's eyes. The idea of pursuing Boa Hancock was laughable. Instead, he viewed her as a key partner in the development of the Calm Belt. Hancock descended from the Nine-Snake Pirates ship with her signature air of arrogance. Her long black hair swayed gently in the sea breeze, and her black-and-white cheongsam clung perfectly to her tall, elegant figure. With the nine-snake earrings dangling from her ears and an air of superiority, she epitomized confidence and disdain. She didn't even spare a glance at the cheering Marines, perfectly embodying what it meant to be haughty. She walked straight to Mamunga, brushing her hair back with a delicate hand. Her tone was full of condescension as she said, "Mamunga, next time you come, bring more warships." Mamunga was momentarily stunned. He quickly composed himself and asked, "Boa Hancock, what do you need more warships for?" Hancock's lips curled into a cold smile, her expression tinged with arrogance. "You don't need to ask so many questions," she replied dismissively. Mamunga felt a wave of frustration rise within him. Her imperious attitude and the immense backing she had made it impossible to argue with her. Swallowing his irritation, he tried again. "Without a valid reason, I have no authority to mobilize additional warships." Hancock remained silent for a moment, then spoke without even glancing at him. "Fisher Tiger has discovered an island rich in iron ore. It's an open-pit mine, making it easy to extract. His team has already started mining. With 30,000 fishmen, they can extract enough ore to fill 10 warships within a month. Do I need to say more?" Mamunga was taken aback. After all this time, they had finally discovered a mineral vein. His heart surged with excitement, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why couldn't she just convey the news straightforwardly, instead of maintaining her tsundere act? Although annoyed, Mamunga couldn't deny his excitement. "Understood," he said, nodding. "I'll handle the arrangements." Hancock didn't acknowledge his response. She simply let out a dismissive HMPH, turned on her heel, and began walking away. Her sole purpose in coming here was to deliver the news. As for why she hadn't used a den mushy, the answer was simple. Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, deemed Mamunga unworthy of having her contact information. Meanwhile, back at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku received the news and was elated. "Finally, progress in the Calm Belt," Sengoku exclaimed, pacing his office with excitement. An island with rich iron ore, this is a game changer. I can already see cannons, bases, and warships taking shape. After confirming the report with Mamanga, Sengoku made an immediate decision to bolster the Calm Belt Development Project. 15 additional warships would be deployed, along with reinforcements, to expedite the operation. From another perspective, this development solidified Mamanga as one of the most powerful vice admirals in Marine headquarters. With 20 massive warships and nearly 30,000 Marine soldiers under his command, his resources far exceeded those of an average vice admiral, who typically had 3 warships at most. This project could potentially elevate his status to unprecedented heights. Chapter 233, Issues. In the first half of the Grand Line, Water 7, an island renowned for its shipbuilding industry, no longer carried the air of decline it once had in the early days of the Great Pirate Era. Thanks to the backing of Cladius, Marine's orders for warships had steadily increased year after year. A medium-sized marine base had even been constructed on the island to protect its shipbuilding industry. This ensured that Water 7 remained stable, providing a constant supply of new warships for Marine, and as a result, the island had developed into a prosperous hub. Due to the strong military presence, Water 7 still built ships for pirates, but the pirates didn't dare act recklessly on the island. Of course, Marine had no intention of completely driving the pirates away. Doing so would be an impossible task. A steady stream of pirates stopped here to replace their ships before continuing their voyages through the first half of the Grand Line and into the New World. If Marine were to take overly aggressive action against the pirates here, it could easily escalate into a prolonged war, one that might last for years. Though Marine wasn't afraid of conflict and could certainly fight for years if needed, such a scenario would disrupt the production of warships in Water 7, an outcome Marine could not afford. Marine was currently in a phase of rapid development, with the demand for warships increasing every year. The losses in battles on the sea had also grown significantly, so ensuring Water 7 could maintain normal operations had become a top priority. Because of this, as long as the pirates didn't cause trouble, Marine turned a blind eye to their presence. In addition to the shipbuilding industry, the introduction of the sea train had connected Water 7 to surrounding islands, creating a non-restricted transportation link in the first half of the Grand Line. Normally, without a permanent log pose, sailors departing from Reverse Mountain would choose a route and have to stick to it, unable to change course midway. The log pose only recorded the magnetic direction of the next island on a specific route, meaning that unless one had a permanent log pose for a different island, they could only follow the path they had initially chosen. But the sea train changed everything. Without needing a log pose, one could now travel between 2 routes. For example, the Spring Island and Water 7 were on 2 separate routes, but the sea train connected them. This meant that, as long as a sailor was willing to abandon their ship, they could take the sea train to Water 7, buy a new ship, and continue along a new route. This brought a new level of freedom to many people. It also allowed travelers from different routes to experience the cultures of other islands. As a result, Water 7 had become an important transit station and a key tourist destination. Every year, before Water 7's Great Tsunami, known as Aqua Laguna, countless tourists would arrive from other islands to witness the spectacle. What had once been a natural disaster had now become a signature tourist attraction, bringing in enormous wealth for the island's residents. As Fishman Island continued to integrate with the world above, the Tom Shipbuilding Company in Water 7 also began to show its unique strengths. Who could have predicted that a race known for swimming across the oceans would also excel at shipbuilding? Perhaps it was a legacy from their ancestors who built the fabled Noah's Ark. At this moment, in the meeting room of Tom Shipbuilding Company, Claudius sat at the head of the table, looking at the large projection screen at the front of the room. Tom was explaining professional knowledge to him, assisted by Iceberg. As for Cutty Flam, better known as Frankie, while his shipbuilding skills were commendable, his real talent lay in creating bizarre weapons, especially his work on large robots and other advanced technology. Frankie was currently struggling with a decision about his future. Crocodile had taken notice of his talents and extended an invitation for him to work in Alabasta as a technical advisor, focusing on artillery and heavy weaponry. If Crocodile could master new advancements in weaponry, his arms business would undoubtedly reach new heights. However, Frankie was hesitant. He had another option. Tom had secured him a spot in the Future Kingdom, where he could study and research cutting-edge technology. It was a difficult choice between pursuing his expertise in weapons development or his passion for shipbuilding. Of course, he could always choose to remain in Water 7 and continue building ships. At this moment, Tom was discussing the feasibility of extending the sea train into the calm belt with Claudius. Tom spoke at length, and while Claudius nodded from time to time, it wasn't clear if he fully understood the technical details. So, you're saying that the current sea train technology can't guarantee safe travel through the calm belt unless we make a breakthrough? Claudius asked, touching his chin thoughtfully. Yes, Your Highness, Tom replied. While the noise generated by the sea train can deter most sea kings, the calm belt is their home. It's far more dangerous, and the current technology can't handle it. What's the solution? Claudius asked. If we increase the frequency and decibel level of the noise, it might be enough to repel the sea kings in the calm belt. However, Tom trailed off, looking a bit embarrassed. Ha, treating the symptoms but not the root cause, right? Claudius said with a smile. Yes, Tom nodded. In the Grand Line, while sea kings were common, they typically wandered from place to place. If disturbed by noise, they could simply swim away. The calm belt, however, was different. It was their nesting ground. Using loud noises, there would be like blasting music outside someone's house all day, with a group of people doing dances in front of their door. Eventually, no one could tolerate it. The sea kings would undoubtedly become aggressive. That's the issue, Claudius said with a slight frown. Relying on ships to import and export goods into the calm belt requires massive manpower and resources. If we could establish a sea train route, it would significantly reduce costs and maximize efficiency. We've already discovered iron ore islands in the calm belt, and we might find more in the future. Relying solely on ships is far too inefficient. Tom was silent for a moment before saying, "There is one possible solution." What is it? Claudius asked, his interest piqued. Marine's sea stone coating technology. It's already being used on warships. If it can be applied to sea trains, it might solve the problem. However, the technology is highly confidential, Tom explained. Claudius fell silent, considering this. After a moment, he said, "Confidentiality is one thing, but it's new technology, and it's tied to Marine's interests. They'll definitely want to be involved in any discussions." Tom nodded and smiled. "I don't have the authority to negotiate something like this. It'll have to fall to you, Your Highness." "You're always giving me trouble," Claudius joked with a smile. "I'll handle it." "Thank you, Your Highness," Tom said happily. Having a powerful backer like Claudius made many things easier, especially when it came to accessing resources like Marine's advanced technology. "The construction of sea train routes on regular islands must continue," Claudius said. "This is a long-term project, something that will take generations to complete. Our ultimate goal is to connect the entire sea." Tom's eyes lit up at the vision of such a future. Smiling, he said, "When that day comes, Tom Shipbuilding will truly become legendary." "Isn't it already?" Claudius replied with a grin. Chapter 234, Punk Hazard Blown Up. Water 7 wasn't Claudius's final destination. It was just a stop along the way. While there, he received news of a mineral discovery in the calm belt. Using the opportunity, he briefly discussed the sea train project connecting the calm belt with Tom. This time, Claudius's ultimate destination was Little Garden. Yes, Little Garden again. Despite several previous attempts, he still hadn't managed to set foot on the prehistoric island. Every time he approached it, some crisis would arise, forcing him to return to Mariewa to manage the situation. This time, Claudius meticulously studied the almanac before setting off, confirming it was an auspicious day for travel. After consulting with his intelligence network, he was confident that no urgent matters would require him to return to Mariewa anytime soon. With everything in order, Claudius embarked on his holiday voyage aboard the Prometheus, accompanied by his friends. Currently, however, Claudius was still in Water 7. He had to coordinate with Sengoku regarding the Combelt Sea Train project. After all, the development of the Combelt was a joint venture between CPX and Marine with a 50-50 partnership. Not only did Claudius plan to leverage Seastone environmental fusion technology, but he also intended to persuade Marine to invest in the Combelt Sea Train project. Sitting in the municipal building on the highest floor, Claudius held a cup of tea in one hand while a den mushy sat on the table in front of him. Through the window, he gazed at the cityscape of Water 7. Coincidentally, his visit overlapped with the impending arrival of Aqua Laguna. This massive tsunami threatened to engulf the entire island, sweeping everything in its path. Claudius had never witnessed such a spectacle and decided to stay an extra 2 days to observe it. After the tsunami subsided, the city would collect high-concentration sea salt, a unique resource harvested from the turbulent waters. Over the years, Water 7 had marketed this salt as a rare and precious product, boasting miraculous properties, claims that Claudius found amusing but effective. The product had become a profitable export, eagerly sought by outsiders. As the sky darkened and steady rain began to fall, Tom explained that this was the precursor to Aqua Laguna's arrival. "Your Highness, the Prometheus has been prepared, but Robin refuses to leave. She says she'll live and die with the Great Library," Stussy said with a teasing smile as she entered the room. Claudius glanced at her and chuckled. "Live and die? As if my ship would sink. Don't worry, Water 7 has weathered Aqua Laguna for years. They've even turned it into a tourist attraction. Where's Nia?" "Nia says she wants to stay on the ship as well," Stussy replied with a grin. "Really?" Claudius shook his head in mock exasperation. "What a stubborn pair." At that moment, the den mushy on the table rang. Seeing the caller, Claudius smirked. It was Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Claudius picked up the receiver and said with a playful tone, "Busy man, Sengoku." Sengoku's voice, though tired, carried a cheerful note. "I can't compare to you, Your Highness. I hear you're enjoying Water 7. "Yes, I'm here for Aqua Laguna. I've never seen it before, so I thought I'd take a look," Claudius replied casually. "Another vacation, huh? I'm jealous," Sengoku said with a chuckle. "If you're that envious, why not resign as Fleet Admiral and join me? 5 insurances, 1 housing fund, and 3 months of paid vacation every year," Claudius joked. "Spare me," Sengoku replied, laughing. After exchanging pleasantries, Sengoku asked, "So, what did you want to discuss earlier? I was in a meeting and couldn't answer." "Well, I wanted to discuss your marine science unit," Claudius began, but before he could finish, Sengoku interrupted, sounding surprised. "You already know about the incident. Is CPX's intelligence network really that fast?" Sengoku asked, astonished. Claudius blinked in confusion. "Incident? What are you talking about? I was referring to the Seastone technology for the Combelt project." Realizing his mistake, Sengoku sighed and explained, I jumped to conclusions. Well, since you'll find out soon enough, I may as well tell you. Something big happened at Punk Hazard." "Punk Hazard?" Claudius asked curiously. Sengoku continued with a mix of frustration and helplessness. "Caesar Clown, the scientist in charge of researching new types of bombs and artillery, was secretly experimenting with chemical weapons. We turned a blind eye to his unauthorized work, but this time, he caused a major accident. There was a gas leak, and now the entire island is covered in toxic gas. The base is a total loss, the research equipment is destroyed, and many personnel were killed. Punk Hazard has become uninhabitable, wiped off the map entirely. Do you know how much we invested in that place? It's a disaster." Claudius couldn't help but laugh inwardly, but kept his tone sympathetic. "I take it you're pretty upset." "Upset? I want to strangle that BD Caesar myself. Years of investment down the drain. Do you know how much cutting-edge equipment we had there?" Sengoku lamented, his voice filled with bitterness. "What about Caesar?" Claudius asked, steering the conversation. "We're planning to send him to Impel Down for a few years. Once he's served some time and cooled off, we'll reinstate him. He's too valuable to simply discard," Sengoku admitted. Claudius nodded thoughtfully. This was the privilege of being a technical talent. Even after causing massive damage, Caesar's expertise made him indispensable. As Sengoku continued to vent, Claudius saw an opportunity. Caesar's skills were indeed exceptional, and if properly guided, he could be an asset. Handing him over to Crocodile or Doflamingo for future projects could yield significant results. Well, Sengoku, if nothing else, this incident proves that Caesar's weapon has potential, Claudius remarked. It has potential, sure, Sengoku replied, but such weapons are banned under world government law. They're too destructive and unethical. Claudius smirked. The law might prohibit them, but that hasn't stopped the world government from bending the rules when it suits their agenda, has it? Chapter 235. Sorry I underestimated you. Yes, it's truly unethical. It feels wrong to use it, it's dangerous. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Yes, we Marines are champions of justice. How could we use such a weapon? Right, Marines can't use it, but pirates can, Claudius said with an evil grin. Sengoku wasn't a fool. He immediately understood Claudius's meaning. The first thing to rule out was selling this poison gas to random pirates. That was impossible. However, if the poison gas was handed to a pirate group aligned with them, like the 7 warlords of the sea. Your Highness, are you referring to the 7 warlords of the sea? Sengoku asked softly. Yes, the 7 warlords of the sea, Claudius replied with a smirk. Think about it. If this weapon were to be used by one of the warlords to deal with Kaido or Whitebeard, wouldn't it be quite effective? Sengoku fell silent for a moment. The thought of a weapon like that being used to strike at Whitebeard's ship sounded tempting. He might even wake up laughing from his dreams. But the reality of pulling off such a plan was far less likely. Even leaving aside its practicality, if someone from the 7 warlords of the sea uses this weapon, it won't reflect well on the reputation of the world government, Sengoku said, after careful thought. That's simple to resolve, Claudius replied with a wicked smile. Whoever uses it, we deal with them afterward. Sengoku froze for a moment before muttering, Your Highness, you're truly ruthless. I don't hold pirates in high regard, Claudius said nonchalantly. Before Sengoku could reply, Claudius continued. Of course, the timing isn't right for now, but we can let Caesar continue to develop and manufacture this weapon. Moria already has a personal grudge against Kaido. If one day the opportunity presents itself and we launch an offensive against Kaido, and Moria happens to have this weapon in his possession, do you think he'd hesitate to use it? Of course, he would use it. Moria isn't exactly a paragon of morals, Sengoku replied without hesitation. Exactly, and once he uses it, it can harm Kaido and simultaneously give us the perfect excuse to clean Moria up. Then, we'll have an open slot in the 7 warlords of the sea, accomplishing several goals at once, Claudius said slyly. Sengoku was momentarily stunned. Your Highness, does Moria have some personal grudge against you? Why would you go out of your way to set him up like this? But upon further thought, Sengoku realized it wasn't a bad plan. After all, the burden of blame would fall on Moria, not Marine. Why should they object? It does make sense, Sengoku murmured thoughtfully. Claudius chuckled. I think Caesar has potential. Why don't you let me train him for a few years? Once I've reformed him, I'll return him to Marine headquarters. Keeping him locked away in Impel Down feels like a waste of his talents. Sengoku immediately understood that Claudius saw more value in Caesar than just this plan. But it wasn't Sengoku's place to question him. Claudius had been a consistent ally to Marine, and there was no reason to dig deeper into his motives. Still, Sengoku had to make one thing clear. Your Highness, the verdict has already been handed down. Caesar has been sentenced to 8 years in Impel Down. If you want to take him, that's fine, but... Sengoku trailed off, hinting at what he needed to hear. Claudius, familiar with these unspoken rules, smiled and said, Don't worry, he won't be free. I'll have him locked up and focused on research. On the surface, it'll look like he's serving his sentence in Impel Down. I'll make sure he doesn't show his face publicly. Seeing that Claudius was handling this properly, Sengoku nodded. Very well, Your Highness. Send someone to Impel Down to fetch him, and I'll inform the relevant authorities. Although both Marine headquarters and Impel Down were part of the world government system, Impel Down was administratively subordinate to Marine headquarters. The director of Impel Down even needed Marine approval to assume the role. So with Sengoku's word, Impel Down would have no choice but to comply. Once the topic of Caesar was resolved, Claudius changed the subject. All right, let's put that matter aside. I actually have something else to discuss with you. Sengoku nodded. Your Highness, please go ahead. You've heard about the developments in the Calm Belt, haven't you? Claudius asked. Yes, it said that a rich iron ore deposit was discovered on an island near Amazon Lily. After such a long survey, we've finally found something of value. 15 warships have already been dispatched, and eventually, 20 warships will be stationed there to oversee operations. Sengoku replied enthusiastically. Although Punk Hazard had resulted in significant scientific equipment losses, the potential in the Calm Belt made up for it. In time, those losses could easily be recovered. Claudius nodded. 20 warships will suffice for now. But Sengoku, our development in the Calm Belt won't stop with just one island. This first site will accommodate 30,000 Fishman workers, which is only about a fifth of the labor force we brought from Fishman Island. In other words, our initial plan involves 5 such islands for operations. With continued development and investment, there may be even more in the future. Eventually, even the workforce of Fishman Island won't be enough. Claudius wasn't exaggerating. Fishman Island's population was barely 150,000, even with annual growth. It couldn't keep up with the scale of development Claudius envisioned. Additional labor would have to come from elsewhere. The first group Claudius had in mind were the workers from the Tequila Wolf Bridge, a place where slaves had toiled for centuries. With the right approach, these workers could transition from building bridges to working in the Calm Belt. Claudius envisioned offering them proper employment conditions, with fair pay, weekends off, and benefits. But the bridge project was a world government undertaking, and Claudius couldn't simply order it to stop. A suitable justification would be needed to reallocate the workforce. For the time being, Claudius planned to use his personal authority to discreetly take some slaves from the project, while ensuring he didn't draw too much attention. Another potential labor source was the Giants. Marine had maintained strong ties with the Giants, and several vice admirals were of Giant heritage. However, not all Giants wanted to join Marine. Claudius believed hiring them as laborers for mining and other heavy work would be a good alternative. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Claudius said. If we calculate for 5 mining islands, with each requiring 20 warships, that's 100 Marine warships in total. Sengoku, can Marine manage that? 100 warships would be enough to launch a major campaign in the New World. Staffing them would require hundreds of thousands of Marines. Could Marine bear such a burden? But before Claudius could elaborate further, Sengoku confidently replied, "What's there to consider? As long as the benefits are proportional, Marine can handle it. Not just 100 warships, if needed, we can provide 200. Don't worry." Claudius, who had been gearing up to deliver an impassioned speech about why Marine should support the Calm Belt Sea Train project, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After considering Marine's global presence and extensive resources, he begrudgingly admitted, "I'm sorry. I underestimated you, Marine." Chapter 236, Sengoku, Under My Command. At this moment, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little proud. While CPX had become increasingly prominent on the seas in recent years, achieving one major feat after another, at the end of the day, they still needed Marine to cooperate. After all, CPX was too specialized and exclusive. Although it boasted many powerful individuals, its foundation was shallow compared to Marine, which had a history stretching back over 800 years. Sengoku had this confidence. He viewed the Calm Belt as a critical development area. As long as the Calm Belt could continue generating benefits, those benefits would inevitably translate into strength for Marine. With time and resources, Sengoku believed even 500 warships could be dispatched if necessary. On the other hand, Claudius felt somewhat at a loss. He had planned to use the supposed pressure Marine faced to push his agenda forward, but Sengoku had so confidently dismissed it, leaving Claudius with no leverage. Fortunately, Sengoku wasn't the type to make things difficult unnecessarily. As a resourceful general and an old acquaintance of Claudius, Sengoku understood the dynamics between them. Smiling, Sengoku said, "Of course, this isn't the smartest approach. Isn't it better to use resources in a way that ensures safety and stability for all sides?" Claudius said, "Yes, although investing more warships and manpower is feasible, it's not the most efficient solution." "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Sengoku asked. "I think we can utilize sea-train technology," Claudius said casually. Sengoku blinked in surprise. Memories of the previous World Summit resurfaced. That time, Claudius had turned the summit into what felt more like a trade expo, showcasing sea-train technology. Though Sengoku tried to recall the exact year that had happened, he eventually gave up. This year, there wasn't much anticipation surrounding the summit. Claudius didn't plan to attend, nor did Sengoku. The most Marine would do was send someone to escort royal families attending the event. "Sea trains," Sengoku muttered, thinking it over. The concept was intriguing. If sea trains could be introduced into the comm belt, it would eliminate the need for dozens or even hundreds of warships, saving massive resources. At present, Marine's activities in the comm belt were labeled as an experiment. Sengoku wasn't sure how long they could sustain that justification. 3 years? 5 years? Eventually, they would need a more sustainable approach. If sea train technology could be adapted for the comm belt, the logistics would become far simpler. Establish transport hubs around the comm belt, move resources efficiently, and sell the products. However, despite the promising idea, Sengoku hesitated. Currently, Marine was able to benefit from the comm belt because they held the necessary technology, something others lacked. Only Marine could operate at such a large scale in and out of the comm belt. If sea trains were introduced, Claudius could theoretically cut Marine out of the equation at any time. While Sengoku wanted to believe in Claudius's character, depending on moral trust for a business worth tens of billions and potentially hundreds of billions was risky. In truth, Sengoku's worries weren't baseless, but Claudius didn't view the situation in the same way. To him, controlling Marine was far more valuable than the money generated from the comm belt. Cutting Marine out would undermine the trust and partnership he had painstakingly built over the years. Without Marine's cooperation, his influence over the world government would be significantly weaker. Claudius understood that gaining control of Marine was critical if he wanted to challenge the world government's authority. His approach wasn't to destroy Marine, which would be nearly impossible. Instead, he aimed to strengthen Marine, making it clear that even under new leadership, their operations and funding would remain secure. The idea was to make Marine understand that their future prosperity depended on cooperation with Claudius. No Marine officer would willingly trade a stable, well-funded organization for one in chaos or poverty. The promise of stability was key. The Revolutionary Army would likely try to exploit this same angle, convincing Marine to remain neutral in the event of a power struggle with the world government. Claudius, however, doubted the Revolutionary Army's ability to sway Marine so easily. Claudius believed that if the Revolutionary Army wanted to succeed, they would need to distract Marine by directing its attention toward the world government. But even that scenario seemed unlikely. The most effective strategy, Claudius concluded, was to convince Marine that aligning with him offered the best prospects for their future. Sengoku wasn't foolish. Claudius knew he needed to address Sengoku's concerns directly. Without waiting for Sengoku to speak, Claudius continued, "The comm belt is a unique region. It's the nesting ground of the Sea Kings, and laying sea train tracks there comes with significant risks. That's why I believe Marine's involvement is essential to this project." Claudius's words shifted the conversation. What could have been interpreted as a demand now felt like a natural request for collaboration. Sengoku let out a quiet breath of relief. "Your Highness, what exactly are you suggesting?" "It's like this," Claudius began. "In Water 7, we've been discussing countermeasures. We believe that successfully laying sea train tracks in the comm belt will require Marine's expertise in seastone technology. Combining sea train technology with Marine's seastone advancements could lead to significant breakthroughs." Of course, our primary intention is scientific research. We believe collaboration will yield the best results. What do you think, Marshal Sengoku? Claudius explained, smiling as he presented a seemingly noble rationale. Scientific research, Sengoku thought. Would you really be interested in this if there weren't a mine in the calm belt? Despite his internal complaints, Sengoku replied with a righteous tone, Your Highness makes an excellent point. Scientific progress often comes from collaboration and innovation. Combining sea train and sea stone technology for the greater good is a worthy endeavor. Yes, exactly. I think Marine should take the lead in laying the calm belt sea train tracks. After all, this experimental project is being spearheaded by Marine. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to overshadow your efforts, Claudius said, with a smile subtly pushing responsibility onto Sengoku. Sengoku considered the suggestion. If Marine were responsible for building the sea train system, it would prevent Claudius from sidelining them in the future. Although it would require significant investment, the long-term benefits, both financial and strategic, made it worth the effort. Without hesitation, Sengoku said, No problem. I believe Marine can take on this responsibility. Chapter 237, Tangled Claudius. After confirming the plan, Sengoku stated that he would dispatch personnel to Water 7 as soon as possible to deliver the Seastone environmental fusion technology to Tom. Tom would then collaborate with members of the Marine Science Division to develop a new generation of sea trains. The goal was to implement this project in the calm belt as quickly as possible. The Aqua Laguna arrived 2 days earlier than usual this year. The heavy rain hadn't stopped, and the tsunami was already roaring. Standing in the tallest building in Water 7, Claudius marveled at the massive waves generated by the Aqua Laguna. What surprised him even more was the tsunami's peculiar behavior. Instead of a single wave crashing head-on, it created a panoramic scene where huge waves rose all around the city, eventually converging in the heart of Water 7. This is incredible, Claudius muttered in amazement. For a city like Water 7 to withstand this year after year without sinking into the ocean, it's as if it's truly protected by the gods. At first, Claudius thought the massive tsunamis would collide violently within Water 7, but to his surprise, the city's intricate waterway system dramatically reduced the impact. By the time the waves reached the lower 3 levels of the city, most of their force had been dispersed. Instead of a catastrophic collision, the lower levels were merely submerged, with no significant destruction. Claudius didn't understand the science behind it, but he couldn't help but feel impressed. This is on another level. A city of water that has stood strong for centuries, it's unbelievable. The tsunami flooded the lower 3 levels of Water 7, and due to the rising sea levels during this period, the tides wouldn't recede until Aqua Laguna subsided completely in a few days. Aside from the breathtaking view of the initial tsunami, there wasn't much to see afterward. Smaller waves would continue rolling in, but they posed no real danger. From his vantage point, Claudius could even spot thrill-seekers surfing amidst the choppy waters. This sea really is full of strange people, Claudius murmured to himself. After lingering in Water 7 for a few more days, the Prometheus, a massive sailing warship, finally departed the city. Its next destination was the prehistoric island, Little Garden. For some reason, the sailors couldn't shake off a strange feeling of familiarity about the route they were taking. Sitting in the ship's spacious library, Claudius held an atlas filled with detailed information about ancient creatures, most notably dinosaurs. The book featured descriptions and stunning illustrations of various dinosaurs, even including photos taken on the prehistoric island. However, Claudius seemed distracted. Though his eyes were fixed on the pages, he didn't flip to the next one for nearly half an hour. His thoughts clearly weren't on the book in front of him. Robin, who had grown into a young woman by this time, was also in the library. She wore a lavender knit sweater, her figure already fully developed. She had added a pair of black-rimmed glasses to her usual attire, a simple combination of jeans and sneakers, perhaps to match her scholarly demeanor. Her jet-black hair was tied into a neat ponytail, giving her a youthful yet composed appearance. There was a quiet elegance about her, enhanced by her faintly bookish aura. Every time Robin visited a new island, she would buy as many books as she could find. Over the years, she had even enlisted the help of figures like Crocodile, Doflamingo, Enel, and Spandine to procure rare books from across the world. While Robin didn't frequently appear in Claudius's inner circle, everyone on the Prometheus knew that she was one of his trusted confidants. She had a permanent residence aboard the ship, and Claudius never hid anything from her. It was clear to everyone that Robin, despite her quiet and introverted nature, was an indispensable part of Claudius's world. Even Enel, known for his idiosyncratic nature, occasionally sent her journals and other writings he had acquired during his adventures. Of course, Enel didn't write them himself, he simply took them from others. Claudius's wandering mind had dulled his senses to the point that he didn't notice an arm suddenly sprouting from his shoulder. The hand at the end of the arm opened to reveal an eye, peering intently at him. The sight was eerie, to say the least. Robin had used her devil fruit power to create the eye, which now stared at the page Claudius had been stuck on, a picture of a triceratops. Still puzzled by his lack of focus, Robin finally spoke from her perch on the library's third-floor balcony. "If you're this distracted, maybe you should take a walk and enjoy the sea view instead of wasting your time here." Her voice startled Claudius back to reality. When he turned to look, his eyes fell on the extra hand and eye on his shoulder. Startled, his hand twitched, and the book nearly fell onto his lap in an unfortunate position. Thankfully, his reflexes saved him in the nick of time. Annoyed, he complained, "Can you not do that without warning? Growing an extra hand out of nowhere is freaky." Robin's response was calm, as always. "You used to notice immediately. This time, you didn't even react for ages." "I was just a little lost in thought," Claudius replied with a wry smile. Closing the book, Robin looked at him curiously. "What's on your mind?" Claudius paused before chuckling. "It's rare for you to take an interest in my thoughts." Robin's expression stiffened slightly. Over the past few years, she had rarely left the Prometheus, preferring the quiet company of books to social interaction. Claudius's observation made her feel a little self-conscious. Before Robin could figure out how to respond, Claudius stood and set the book aside. "I've been thinking about how to talk to my cousin." "Doflamingo?" Robin asked, her brow furrowing. "Don't you two get along well? Did something happen?" Claudius let out a soft laugh and shook his head. "No, nothing like that. I just feel a little guilty." Robin tilted her head slightly, clearly intrigued, but before her curiosity could deepen, Claudius made up his mind. "Hesitating isn't like me. I'll just call him." Though she was still curious about his cryptic words, Robin decided not to press further. Her momentary interest in his mood had already faded. She nodded and picked up the book Claudius had set down, retreating back to her reading. Claudius, meanwhile, picked up his transponder snail and called Doflamingo. Since the events on Minion Island, he had avoided contacting his younger cousin. Deep down, he didn't know how to face him. Even though Claudius hadn't directly plotted against Doflamingo, he couldn't deny his role in Rocinante's death. He could have intervened and changed the outcome, but he had chosen not to. The memory of Stussy telling him about how Doflamingo had cradled Rocinante's body and wept still lingered in his mind, filling him with an unshakable sense of guilt. Though Doflamingo likely had no idea about Claudius's involvement, the weight of it was something Claudius couldn't ignore. When the call connected, Doflamingo's surprised voice came through. "Cousin." "It's me," Claudius said softly before forcing a more cheerful tone. "How have you been?" Doflamingo chuckled. "Business is good, the crew is strong, and our influence in the underworld is growing steadily. Even the pirate business is booming." "Good, good," Claudius said with a faint smile. He already knew all of this, having kept tabs on Doflamingo despite their lack of contact. After a brief pause, Doflamingo added, "Cousin, were you worried about me?" "Yes," Claudius admitted after a moment's hesitation. Doflamingo sighed, then let out a soft laugh. "It was hard at first, but I've moved on now." Chapter 238. Is the aesthetic of a shut-in girl really this strange? Listening to Doflamingo's words, Claudius fell silent for a moment. From his tone, he could sense that Doflamingo's usual energy and arrogance had faded. Instead of the brash and confident persona of the past, there was now a sense of calmness and restraint. It felt as if something was brewing within him, perhaps hatred and anger. "I didn't know how to talk to you, which is why I haven't reached out for so long," Claudius sighed and said. Doflamingo paused briefly before replying in a quiet tone, "Honestly, I just wanted some time to myself. I'm much better now." "What about Rocinante?" Claudius hesitated for a moment before asking. "He's resting in a flower field. Father is there with him, and they're together every day. Maybe this is the life he wanted," Doflamingo said, standing by the window. From where he stood, he could see the flower field behind the king's plateau. A small hut and a solitary gravestone had been added there. "Is that so?" Claudius murmured softly. After a moment of thought, Claudius suddenly asked, "Are you thinking of retiring?" Doflamingo froze for a second before chuckling. "Phew, cousin, you're underestimating me, aren't you?" "Ha ha ha, I thought you might want to step back and live a quiet life in Dressrosa," Claudius said with a laugh. Doflamingo briefly entertained the thought. He imagined himself as a peaceful king in Dressrosa, raising a child, watching them grow, abdicating the throne, and then retreating to the flower field to live quietly, away from all the chaos. It seemed like a pleasant life. But the memory of Minion Island and the hatred he held for the celestial dragons on Mariewa reignited his rage. His eyes flashed with a dangerous gleam, and he smirked. Maybe someday, but definitely not now. After exchanging pleasantries and catching up, Doflamingo found himself in a lighter mood. There were things he couldn't share with his subordinates and could only keep bottled up, but he could speak openly with Claudius without reservation. Letting out all those suppressed feelings and thoughts helped alleviate some of the weight on his heart. He felt more relaxed and less burdened after the conversation. "Cousin, you didn't just call to check on me, did you? That would be too sentimental, even for you," Doflamingo suddenly teased with a smile. "Is there something wrong with caring about my little brother?" Claudius asked, amused. "There's nothing wrong with it, but that's not really your style," Doflamingo replied with a laugh. "Well, you're not wrong. There is something I wanted to discuss," Claudius admitted. "Oh, what's the matter? Don't tell me you've got another plan brewing?" Doflamingo asked, stroking his chin. Claudius chuckled. "Not quite that dramatic, but I do have someone to recommend to you. Caesar Clown, do you know of him? The guy who caused the Punk Hazard disaster. I heard Vegapunk took the fall for him," Doflamingo said after a moment of thought. The incident at Punk Hazard wasn't much of a secret, at least not within the world government or the Marines. Doflamingo had even received a report about it from Virgo, his informant within the Marines. However, in his recent state of mind, he hadn't paid it much attention. Since he had no reason to provoke the Marines, he left it as just another story he'd heard. "Exactly. I've already spoken to Sengoku. That guy will be serving his sentence under CPX. I thought you might find him useful," Claudius said. "Of course. I've heard he's talented, and I happen to have a few projects that could use someone like him. This will also give me a chance to collaborate more deeply with Crocodile," Doflamingo mused. "All right then. If you're interested, arrange to pick him up from Impel Down, but be discreet. We can't let the Marines lose too much face over this. And another thing, Caesar's a bit of a wild card. Make sure to keep him in line. If he causes any trouble, I won't hesitate to send him straight back to Impel Down," Claudius warned with a sneer. "Understood, I'll handle it," Doflamingo replied with a smile, agreeing to the arrangement. The two continued chatting for a while longer. Claudius felt noticeably lighter after the conversation, even laughing occasionally with Doflamingo before hanging up the transponder snail. Afterward, the guilt and inner conflict Claudius had been carrying seemed to dissipate. He couldn't explain why, but the heaviness in his heart was gone. Picking up the book he'd set aside earlier, Claudius turned a few pages and muttered to himself, "What kind of dinosaur should I get as a pet? A Tyrannosaurus? A Triceratops?" "Your mood seems better," Robin remarked from her spot on the stairs, her voice tinged with curiosity. She had overheard the entire phone call. Claudius rarely hid anything from her, whether it was out of trust or because he assumed she, as a shut-in bookworm, wouldn't be interested. Robin wasn't entirely sure. Still, she couldn't help but feel baffled. A simple phone call had improved Claudius's mood. It didn't seem like anything important was discussed. Huh, ha ha ha, didn't I say there was nothing wrong to begin with? By the way, Robin, what kind of dinosaur do you like? How about we catch one to keep on the ship? Claudius asked, clearly in high spirits. Robin paused, frowning slightly as she considered the question. After a moment, she said, a pachycephalosaurus. As the ship's de facto librarian, Robin had read all the books Claudius had gone through and was well versed in ancient creatures. Claudius blinked in surprise before flipping through the book to find the entry on Pachycephalosaurus. He had to admit it was one ugly dinosaur. The book described it as a species that the author considered to be among the least visually appealing. Its bald head was covered in tumors and keratin, giving it a grotesque appearance. Don't girls usually like cute things? Claudius asked, raising an eyebrow after studying the picture. Huh? Robin seemed genuinely puzzled by his question. Isn't it cute? Look at its bald head and those blank eyes. Claudius started, but he didn't know how to respond. Finally, he pointed to his own face and asked, what about me? Do you think I'm handsome? Claudius considered himself a good-looking man, handsome by conventional standards. Robin stiffened at the unexpected question. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she replied in a slightly impatient tone, You're all right, not bad, not great. You're not ugly. At that moment, Claudius reached a conclusion. Robin had a strange sense of aesthetics. What did she mean by not ugly? He was supposed to be one of the most handsome men in Mariewa. After a brief silence, Claudius asked, What do you think of Spandine? Robin's expression darkened slightly. She didn't have a good opinion of Spandine. After all, he had been the one responsible for capturing her mother. Although Claudius had ordered him to ensure Alvia's well-being in Impeldown, where she lived in relative comfort with plenty of books and newspapers, Robin still disliked him. Still, out of courtesy to Claudius, she pretended to think for a moment before replying, He's also handsome. It looks like I need to find a psychiatrist for you, Claudius muttered with a heavy sigh. Chapter 239. Crocodile, I didn't have a choice before, now I want to. The prehistoric island of Little Garden had no official port. After all, no one lived on the island except for the ancient creatures roaming its expanse. Aside from two bored giants engaged in a centuries-long duel, there weren't any intelligent beings calling this place home. Claudius had no interest in the two giants, so he didn't pay them any mind. It wasn't as if the island was completely untouched by humans either. In fact, many ships would dock near the island every year to replenish their supply of fresh water and food. The giants often came across these tiny visitors, but paid them no attention, seeing them as inconsequential. After the Prometheus anchored in a natural deepwater harbor, Claudius and the others disembarked. How do you plan to catch a Tyrannosaurus? Claudius muttered to himself as he stepped onto Little Garden, stroking his chin in thought. Despite his casual demeanor, he felt a small surge of excitement. Finally, after so many years of imagining this place, he had set foot on the legendary island. It was a bit like checking off a long-standing item on his bucket list. The Pachycephalosaurus is cuter, Robin said, stepping off the ship as well. Hearing Claudius talk to himself, she immediately voiced her disagreement. Claudius shot her a blank look and retorted, Just wait until we're back at Mariewa. I'll find the best psychologist in the world to fix your questionable sense of aesthetics. I'll make sure they help you recognize the tall, majestic brilliance of your highness. Robin frowned slightly, feeling a little insulted. Did he think she was sick? She didn't need a psychologist, she had read enough psychology books herself to qualify as one. Sister Stussy, which do you think is cuter, the Pachycephalosaurus or the Tyrannosaurus? Robin turned to Stussy, attempting to gain an ally. Stussy hesitated, looking slightly embarrassed. To her, neither the Pachycephalosaurus nor the Tyrannosaurus could really be called cute. If anything, she found the Microraptor appealing. It was small, beautifully feathered, and no bigger than a bird. I think the Microraptor is cuter, Nia chimed in, while flipping through the dinosaur atlas Claudius had been reading earlier. He spoke in his usual composed manner. Stussy immediately latched onto his response, her eyes lighting up. Yes, I agree. What kind of taste is that? If you want a bird-like creature, why not just catch an actual bird? Robin replied, visibly dissatisfied. The group quickly devolved into a debate. Claudius firmly believed that the Tyrannosaurus was the only acceptable choice for a man. Stussy and Nia argued that a Microraptor was a much more practical option. It could fit in a golden bird cage, didn't take up space, and wouldn't pose the risk of eating someone on board. Robin, on the other hand, remained steadfast in her desire to catch a Pachycephalosaurus and prove its cuteness to the others. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, Claudius finally decided, "We'll just catch them all." Despite his declaration, Claudius didn't join the hunting party. He simply wandered around Little Garden for a while, leaving Stussy, Nia, and Robin to lead a group of guards deeper into the prehistoric island. Ace and Koala also ventured into the jungle, though their goal was simply to observe the dinosaurs and other ancient creatures. They had no interest in keeping any of them. After spending 2 days exploring the island, Claudius had seen a wide variety of prehistoric creatures, including several types of dinosaurs. However, the Tyrannosaurus remained elusive. Logically, the Tyrannosaurus should have been the island's apex predator, so where was it? Had the giants eaten it? Initially thrilled to set foot on Little Garden, Claudius quickly lost interest. He'd seen what there was to see, and nothing else on the island particularly captivated him. Robin, Stussy, Nia, and the others, however, seemed to enjoy their adventure thoroughly. They'd been exploring for days and hadn't returned to the ship yet. Meanwhile, Claudius sat by the natural deepwater harbor, quietly fishing with a rod in hand. A group of armed guards stood 50 meters away, keeping a vigilant watch to ensure no wild creatures disturbed him. It's fine for people to own swords or other weapons, but artillery, guns, and ammunition are obviously contraband. You're encouraging a crime, don't you know that? Crocodile's voice came through the den mushy on the table next to Claudius. Claudius, his focus still on his fishing line, remained unbothered. He responded with a relaxed smile, "You're talking like you're some kind of upright citizen. Who are you trying to fool? You're a pirate, Crocodile. Can't you act the part? Stop pretending to be Alabasta's national hero and do something more fitting for your identity." There was a brief silence from the den mushy before Crocodile replied, "I didn't have a choice before. Now I want to be one." "Wait, did you sneak a look at my notebook?" Claudius asked, suddenly flustered. In his spare time, Claudius had jotted down various impactful phrases he remembered from his past life, intending to use them at the right moment for dramatic effect. He hadn't expected Crocodile to catch him off guard with one of those lines. "Why would I need to sneak a look? Do you think Nia and the others don't already know about your notebook? You're the only one who thinks it's a secret," Crocodile replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Damn it," Claudius cursed under his breath. While the notebook didn't contain anything sensitive, it represented a part of his slightly embarrassing, second-rate persona. The fact that Nia and the others had seen it only deepened his humiliation. Crocodile, however, didn't dwell on mocking Claudius and shifted the topic back to their discussion. Swords and simple weapons are one thing, but crafting artillery and guns is no easy feat. "Are you saying there's a problem?" Claudius asked, smiling faintly. "Ordinary artillery and guns are simple enough, but what you're asking for, top-of-the-line weaponry, that's not something just anyone can make," Crocodile said. "Well, obviously, I'm not interested in the cheap stuff. I want the best," Claudius replied calmly. "Then there's your answer. The best technology isn't floating around in the market, it's in the hands of the royal families or, more often, the world government. If you can secure it, then sure, we can make it," Crocodile explained. Regular guns and cannons were ubiquitous, practically littering the streets. But Claudius wasn't looking for that. He wanted advanced weaponry, the kind used to arm marine forces. As a celestial dragon, Claudius had the influence to obtain such technology from the world government, though it required a certain level of discretion. Still, he wasn't overly concerned. Caesar, with his expertise, could reverse engineer the technology and produce results. Caesar should have it sorted soon. I already spoke to Doflamingo. I've set up a fully functional arsenal assembly line in Alabasta. We'll use it to start building a reserve of weapons, Claudius said matter-of-factly. Crocodile was silent for a moment before responding, "You're the boss. As long as you provide the resources, I can deliver. But curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "What do you plan to do with all these weapons?" "Poaching," Claudius replied with a wicked smile. Chapter 240, Crocodile, Stop Talking, I'm Going to Catch Pirates. The world government exercises tight control over the Marines, monitoring everything from annual military budgets to equipment. While warships can be built independently, all artillery and other weapons must be purchased from the world government. Marine artillery is distinct from standard artillery, designed specifically for their warships. Even if it were obtained by other factions, it couldn't easily be mounted on ordinary vessels. What Claudius wanted to study was precisely this top-tier artillery technology, state-of-the-art equipment that allowed the Marines to dominate the seas with their firepower. Sengoku had been trying to expand Marine strength quietly, away from the prying eyes of the world government. He feared that overt actions would result in budget cuts, so he couldn't simply buy large quantities of arms. Without proper firepower, warships would amount to nothing more than glorified transport ships. They'd be useless. After much deliberation, Sengoku and Claudius secretly agreed to bypass the system. With the cooperation of Kong, they decided to establish their own covert arsenal. Instead of buying weapons, they'd manufacture them. With Kong's support, alongside Sengoku and Claudius's influence, it became almost impossible for the world government to detect these clandestine developments within the Marines. The five elders rarely visited Marineford, relying instead on reports to assess the situation. To them, keeping too close an eye on the Marines might come across as distrustful, something they wanted to avoid. As long as annual budgets were monitored and funding remained under control, they assumed all was well. Within the vast Marine organization, information on armaments and resources was kept strictly confidential. Only a handful of high-ranking officers, like Sengoku and Claudius, knew the true extent of their capabilities. For the rest, the specifics of Marine equipment remained a mystery. The comm belt provided the perfect cover for these operations. As long as they acted discreetly, there was no risk of leaks. Marine strength was growing steadily, and while it might seem difficult to keep this hidden, the reality was quite the opposite. It was surprisingly easy. For Claudius, controlling Marine spending was just the first step in gaining influence. Establishing their own arms production was the second step. Once these two hurdles were cleared, the world government's grip on the Marines would weaken significantly. In the future, once relations with the Marines had been cultivated further, it would even be possible to persuade them to shift their loyalties. If Claudius managed to stockpile enough munitions to support Marine operations, external dependencies could be eliminated. After that, he would only need to work on internal loyalty. This wasn't as difficult as it seemed. Key figures like Zephyr, Tsuru, Sengoku, and Garp all held favorable opinions of Claudius. Among them, Garp was the most disillusioned with Mariewa. If rebellion were on the table, he might even be the first to join. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru, on the other hand, had ideological barriers that needed time and careful guidance to overcome. As for Sakazuki, Kyuzen, and Kizaru, each posed unique challenges. Sakazuki would be the easiest to sway. His unwavering dedication to absolute justice made him predictable. If Claudius provided the means for him to eliminate pirates and eradicate evil, he'd likely offer his full support. The world government, on the other hand, was more of a hindrance to Sakazuki's ideals, so winning him over wouldn't be too difficult. Kyuzen was more complicated. His personal philosophy and lingering doubts could pose problems. Still, Claudius was confident. After all, he'd managed to manipulate even Dragon, the revolutionary army leader. Compared to Dragon, convincing Kyuzen would be easy. The only real wildcard was Kizaru. Thankfully, Kizaru's neutral stance meant he wasn't likely to oppose Claudius, even if he didn't fully align with him. In addition to influencing high-ranking officers, Claudius was also working to strengthen his position by planting loyalists within the Marine ranks. Individuals like Virgo, though nominally loyal to Doflamingo, ultimately served Claudius's interests. Training powerful vice admirals like Virgo would increase his influence further. Other individuals, like X Drake, had already been embedded within marine forces by Claudius. And while planting loyalists was one strategy, recruiting others was just as effective. Jin, for example, was someone Claudius believed would choose him over the world government without hesitation. Overall, Claudius estimated that he had already secured 50 to 60% of marine loyalty. The remaining obstacles were manageable. This long-term strategy had been Claudius's primary focus ever since he formulated his plans upon arriving in this world. So far, he was satisfied with his progress. Of course, Claudius wasn't putting all his eggs in one basket. If the Marines couldn't be fully swayed, he needed an independent power under his direct control. This was where Crocodile came in. Through Alabasta, Claudius was cultivating a second line of strength. "How's your setup going?" Claudius asked. Crocodile's voice, calm and slightly amused, came through the den mushy. An internal rebellion is about to kick off. Over the years, Crocodile had built up a heroic reputation in Alabasta. He developed his own territory, improved the economy, and gained immense public support, earning the title of a national hero. But behind the scenes, Crocodile had been systematically undermining Alabasta. His first target was the reputation of the Nefertari royal family. In recent years, rainfall around the capital of Alubarna had increased dramatically, creating new oases and river valleys. However, rainfall in surrounding regions had decreased, leading to whispers of foul play. Many suspected the capital was using dance powder to manipulate the weather, though no concrete evidence had surfaced. Crocodile's agents had been fanning these suspicions, sowing distrust among the populace. While Crocodile's wealth allowed him to fund tax exemptions and public projects in his territories, the Nefertari royal family had no such luxuries. Faced with increased world government taxes and a chaotic global situation, they had been forced to raise taxes further, eroding their public support. Crocodile's network also cultivated and supported bandits, orchestrating attacks on towns throughout Alabasta. When the royal army failed to repel these attacks, Crocodile would swoop in and save the day, further tarnishing the army's reputation. The once stable nation was now rife with unrest. Dissatisfied citizens had begun forming guerrilla groups, which Crocodile planned to escalate into a full-blown rebellion. When the time came, Crocodile would exploit the chaos to seize complete control. After exchanging a few more words, Crocodile seemed distracted by something on his end. "I'll handle everything on my side. I need to go, I'm off to catch some pirates," he said, cutting the conversation short and hanging up the den mushy. Claudius stared at the now silent snail, momentarily speechless. "Was I just talking to Sengoku? Seriously, Crocodile, you're taking this job way too seriously. If I get the chance, I'll have Alabasta rank you among their top 10 citizens and build you a statue." Leaning back, Claudius muttered to himself, "Maybe I should have put him in the Marines from the start. With that level of dedication, he'd probably be a vice admiral or even an admiral candidate by now." Chapter 241, Gambler Fugitora. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Prometheus sailed steadily across a calm stretch of water. On the deck, a golden birdcage with a diameter of more than 3 meters sat prominently. Inside, a small dinosaur, about 1 meter in length, paced around. This was the microraptor that Nia and Stussy had captured during their time on the prehistoric island of Little Garden. At first glance, without prior knowledge, one might mistake the creature for an exotic bird. Its body was covered in vibrant, multicolored feathers, giving it a striking and beautiful appearance. It didn't look particularly threatening. On the contrary, it was quite elegant. Claudius, Nia, and Stussy gathered around the cage. Nia held a small box in her hand, which contained freshly caught fish from the sea. "That's right, microraptors eat fish," Claudius commented, amused. "They've got pretty unique tastes, don't they?" "Let me try feeding it," Stussy said enthusiastically as Nia tossed a fish into the cage. Claudius chimed in, "I want to try feeding it too." Stussy gave him a playful look and said, "Your Highness, why don't you go feed the Tyrannosaurus? This little guy isn't really your style." She snatched another fish and tossed it into the birdcage without hesitation. "Tyrannosaurus," Claudius muttered softly. The group had indeed encountered Tyrannosauruses on Little Garden, but these creatures were far too wild and aggressive to tame. Claudius had tried several times, but eventually gave up. In the end, the Tyrannosaurus became a barbecue. Claudius had to admit, the meat was excellent, tender yet chewy, and surprisingly flavorful. Of course, this also marked the end of Claudius's dream of raising a dinosaur. "I'll figure something out next time," Claudius grumbled. "Maybe I'll catch Kaido and keep him as a pet instead. Let's see if anyone dares to complain about feeding him." "Don't worry, none of us would be interested in feeding that guy," Stussy replied without missing a beat. Not far away, Robin spoke up. "You can come and feed my Pachycephalosaurus. It eats fruit and leaves, and it has such a gentle personality." Claudius glanced over and saw Robin holding an iron chain. At the other end of the chain was a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, about 2 meters in length. When fully grown, Pachycephalosauruses could reach up to 5 meters. This particular one was still a juvenile and was relatively docile, at least compared to other dinosaurs. Being a herbivore, it seemed much easier to care for. But as Claudius looked at its bald head and the tumors covering its scalp, he quickly lost interest. He waved dismissively. "You feed it, I'm not interested." Robin, who had been excitedly showing off her pet, immediately bristled at his response. "Hey, are you discriminating against it?" Claudius didn't hold back. "You're absolutely right, I am discriminating against it." "A tumor is cute. How can you discriminate against something so adorable?" Robin exclaimed indignantly. "With all due respect," Claudius retorted, "I don't see how it's cute at all. A tumor is a tumor. HMPH, just look at its smooth, bald head and those little bumps. Isn't that adorable?" Robin argued, pointing at the Pachycephalosaurus. Claudius crossed his arms and scrutinized the dinosaur for a moment. Then he said, "You know what?" Robin's eyes lit up in anticipation. "What, you think it's cute now?" Claudius shook his head with a grin. "Nope, it's even uglier than I thought." Robin let out an angry huff. "You're hopeless," she snapped, turning her back on him. "You need help," Claudius said, shaking his head in mock pity. "Once we get back to Mariewa, I'm taking you to see a therapist." Robin shot him a glare. "You're the one who needs help. Come on, Swollen, let's go." With that, she climbed onto the back of the Pachycephalosaurus in one swift motion, gripping the iron chain tightly as she rode away. Claudius blinked in surprise. Wait, is this seriously happening? Did she just become a dragon knight? At that moment, Ace, who had been perched atop the ship's mast, called out, "I see it. It's Tesoro." Ace, now a young man, had grown considerably stronger since eating the Mira Mira fruit. His abilities had developed rapidly, and he had even awakened Conqueror's Haki at an early age. Claudius couldn't deny the strength of Roger's bloodline. Life, however, wasn't always fair. Ace, through sheer luck of birth, had inherited Roger's lineage. Now, with Claudius as his guardian, Ace's backing only seemed to grow stronger. Compared to Ace, Doflamingo was truly unfortunate in the father lottery, having been betrayed by his own family and left to fend for himself. The Grand Tesoro came into view. A massive ship, it rivaled the Prometheus in size. In fact, it appeared to be even larger. Claudius took a telescope from Nia and examined the ship. Clicking his tongue, he said, "Still a bit small, but it's just getting started. I can't complain." The Prometheus was roughly the size of a small island, about a third of Water 7. While the Grand Tesoro appeared larger, it was still far from the enormous casino ship it would later become, one capable of housing 3 or 4 Water 7s. As Claudius said, though, the ship was still in its early stages. Tesoro was already working on building an even larger vessel, which would surely make waves once completed. The Grand Tesoro currently served as a grand gambling ship and cruise liner, attracting high rollers from across the world. However, Claudius's visit had nothing to do with gambling. Unlike Crocodile, he wasn't addicted to games of chance. If not for business, he wouldn't have come at all. Tesoro had contacted him about a peculiar guest aboard the ship, someone Claudius had been seeking for some time. That guest was Fujitora. Fujitora was a folk master, a wandering swordsman and a notorious gambler. The world was vast, filled with hidden masters and powerful individuals, particularly in the New World. Some rivaled even the strength of marine vice admirals. Many of these masters worked as bounty hunters, assassins, or freelancers in the shadows. Others, like Fujitora, remained relatively unknown despite their extraordinary strength. Fujitora had no hometown to speak of. Born on a ship in the New World, he had lived as a ronin, wandering aimlessly. Orphaned at a young age, he grew up enduring the harsh realities of life at sea. Over the years, he worked odd jobs to survive: dockhand, laborer, shipwright, barely scraping by. Along the way, he developed a strong gambling habit, which eventually led him to the Grand Tesoro. Tesoro, noticing Fujitora's immense potential, had alerted Claudius. It was this discovery that brought Claudius to the ship. Chapter 242. A smile is a like-minded person. When two massive ships like the Prometheus and the Grand Tesoro come close together, it can easily draw unnecessary attention, especially with the flamboyant flag flying on the Prometheus. To avoid complications, Claudius and his group used a smaller boat to make their way over to the Tesoro, accompanied by Stussy and others. Though Claudius's face was somewhat known across the seas, there was a significant difference between the way he looked in photographs and his natural appearance. Unless someone was paying close attention, it was unlikely he'd be recognized. Inside the Grand Tesoro surveillance room, Claudius was watching one of the screens intently. The monitor displayed a middle-aged man in his 40s with a somewhat bloated build. The man stood out among the gamblers around him. His clothes were plain and shabby, resembling a ronin's attire, but he carried himself with an air of confidence. He was betting extravagantly, tossing chips onto the table in large handfuls like a seasoned gambler. But something about him seemed off to Claudius, who rubbed his chin and murmured, "No way, isn't he supposed to be blind?" Tesoro, who stood beside Claudius, had been incredibly busy lately. He was managing the resale of minerals from the Com Belt, a business venture that even Doflamingo and Crocodile couldn't handle entirely on their own. In addition to overseeing operations on Fishman Island, Tesoro also had to manage his gambling ship and the maritime shipping business he'd inherited from Umit. Fortunately, Tesoro had built a capable team to help him manage these ventures, allowing him to focus on the bigger picture. Among his plans was a grand project called Golden City, intended to legitimize some of the more elusive aspects of his business empire. Claudius fully supported the project, though it was still missing a critical component: the gold fruit. Claudius had yet to hear any news about its whereabouts. "Your Highness, we've been looking for this so-called blind man for ages, but we couldn't find him anywhere," Tesoro said softly, a hint of complaint in his tone. "And now, by sheer coincidence, he shows up here. Who gave you such bad intel and said he was blind in the first place?" Claudius felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his memories, Fujitora had blinded himself as an act of penance, and Claudius had assumed he had always been that way. This led him to order his men to search for a blind swordsman, which might have caused them to overlook him before. To hide his mistake, Claudius cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, "Ahem, whoever provided that misinformation is long gone. Let's not dwell on the details, it's good that we found him." Tesoro silently cursed the so-called informant in his heart. Good riddance, he thought. Anyone who dared mislead His Highness deserved to be dealt with harshly. Then, shifting his tone, Tesoro added, "Though I haven't tested him personally, I can tell just by looking, this guy is definitely a master." "Yes, he is indeed a master," Claudius confirmed with a faint smile. Tesoro raised an eyebrow. "How strong do you think he is, Your Highness?" After some thought, Claudius replied, "He shouldn't be any weaker than Kyuzan or Sakazuki." This declaration stunned Tesoro, Stussy, and the others present. For a moment, they were speechless. Someone comparable to a marine admiral. Tesoro quickly composed himself. Considering Claudius's high standards, it wasn't entirely surprising. However, he couldn't help but feel uneasy about the source of this information. Was Claudius being misled again? "Are you sure about this, Your Highness?" Tesoro asked cautiously. "If we recruit him, we'll find out soon enough," Claudius replied with a chuckle. Tesoro nodded, realizing that the man's strength would be evident soon enough. Even if he wasn't as powerful as Claudius claimed, he was clearly no ordinary individual, and any investment in him would likely pay off. Claudius had a favorable impression of Fujitora. The man reminded him of Cusin in some ways, though with key differences. Cusin was a veteran Marine, deeply embedded in the institution and its values. While he harbored doubts, his loyalty to the Marines often outweighed his personal misgivings. Fujitora, on the other hand, was entirely different. He had no ties to Marine tradition or its political constraints. This lack of institutional baggage allowed him to act on his convictions without concern for preserving Marine face. As a result, Fujitora's actions sometimes seemed abrupt or even reckless. Yet, his sense of justice was undeniable. He openly opposed corrupt systems and advocated for reform, aligning closely with Claudius's own vision for change. One of Fujitora's most notable accomplishments in the future would be his successful abolition of the 7 warlords of the sea system. Using his position as a Marine admiral, he gained the support of several royal families at the World Summit, effectively dismantling the institution. This combination of idealism and decisive action made Fujitora a valuable ally in Claudius's eyes. If recruited, Fujitora could eventually be integrated into CPX and later positioned within the Marines. Should he one day rise to the rank of admiral, it would give Claudius yet another strong ally within the Marine hierarchy. As Claudius continued to observe Fujitora on the surveillance monitor, he couldn't help but smile. The man seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself at the gambling table, but his dwindling pile of chips suggested his luck was abysmal. With a light-hearted chuckle, Claudius said, "We're not going to learn much just by watching. I'll go talk to him myself." He stood up, stretched his shoulders, and began walking toward the door. Tesoro turned to one of his subordinates and said, "Go with His Highness. Prepare some chips for him and make sure he has a good time." Chapter 243. Then what? The croupier deals cards online. In the casino, Fujitora was smiling broadly as he tossed his chips onto the table with excitement. Despite his streak of losses, he felt as though he was dominating the game. Having heard about the Grand Tesoro's reputation as one of the best casinos in the world, he had been eager to visit. As a Ronin with no ties or obligations, he figured there was no reason not to come here and gamble. And to his surprise, the casino was as good as people said. As a seasoned gambler, Fujitora had visited countless casinos of varying reputations. He knew most casinos used underhanded tactics. Black box operations were practically standard in the industry. The Grand Tesoro was no exception. He was certain it had its tricks. After all, no casino could make money without stacking the odds in its favor. But in the week he'd spent here, he hadn't felt cheated once. If there were any rigged games, they were rare enough to go unnoticed. That level of fairness was rare in the industry. Of course, Fujitora never considered that his gambling skills were so poor that he didn't need to be cheated. His bad luck ensured he lost everything on his own, making him the casino's favorite type of customer. Why bother cheating someone who was bound to lose anyway? In truth, Tesoro had deliberately made the Grand Tesoro's operations as fair as possible. For him, the casino wasn't just about profit, it was a tool to clean money and legitimize his business empire. There was no need for excessive tricks, at least not yet. "Big," Fujitora shouted enthusiastically, slapping the table. He preferred straightforward betting games, finding the simplicity of big or small wagers exhilarating. When the croupier revealed the dice and called out the result, "Big," Fujitora grinned triumphantly. "Ha ha ha ha, pay me back." He bet big every time, without hesitation. Winning was thrilling, but losing didn't bother him. As a Ronin with no responsibilities, he had no reason to save money. His parents were gone, and he had no elders to support. As a wanderer, he didn't need to buy a house or a ship. He had no girlfriend to buy gifts for and no children to raise. At 40 years old, Fujitora still felt young and carefree, uninterested in settling down. Why spend money on responsibilities when he could gamble? "If I'm destined for anything, it's the casino," he thought. For Fujitora, gambling wasn't about the money, it was about the thrill of the game. Winning was a bonus because it allowed him to keep playing. At the moment, Fujitora was thoroughly enjoying himself. But just as he gathered his chips for another round, a croupier approached him from behind and said politely, "Excuse me, sir." Fujitora frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Here it comes. He assumed the casino had noticed his winnings and was about to pull some kind of trick to stop him. What is it? He asked cautiously. There's a guest who would like to gamble with you. Would you be interested in moving to a VIP room? The croupier said respectfully. Fujitora was momentarily stunned. A guest wants to bet against me. He wasn't sure what to make of the invitation. It felt suspicious, but at the same time, he was intrigued. Moving to a private room felt like an upgrade, an opportunity he couldn't pass up. As a seasoned gambler, Fujitora was confident in his ability to handle himself. Whether it was against the casino or other gamblers, he had never lost in a confrontation. With a grin, he scooped his chips into a small box, stood up, and said, "Of course I'm interested." The croupier led him to the third floor of the ship, far from the noisy and bustling main casino floor. The quieter atmosphere lacked the chaotic energy Fujitora enjoyed, leaving him feeling slightly disappointed. Gambling's more fun with a crowd, he thought to himself. When they reached a door, the croupier knocked twice before stepping aside and gesturing for Fujitora to enter. Fujitora didn't hesitate. With his characteristic boldness, he nodded and walked in. Inside, a young man sat at a table, casually pouring tea. He looked to be in his early 20s, but his demeanor and aura suggested otherwise. The man exuded an air of nobility that Fujitora had rarely encountered, even among the celestial dragons he had seen in the past. Indeed, Claudius's youthful appearance belied his actual age. Despite being in his 30s, he looked as though he had stopped aging in his early 20s. His noble bearing, however, made it clear he was no ordinary young man. Fujitora, standing just over 3 meters tall, immediately noticed that the man sitting before him was of similar height, a rarity. As he studied Claudius, he couldn't help but notice the contradictions in his appearance. The man seemed both youthful and mature, calm yet commanding. For his part, Claudius was equally intrigued. Fujitora had the rugged look of a seasoned wanderer, though his current attire, a mix of rough fabrics, hinted at a life of hardship. There was a certain elegance to him, tempered by a gambler's carefree spirit. Fujitora felt a hint of familiarity as he looked at Claudius, though he couldn't place where he had seen him before. "Please have a seat," Claudius said, gesturing naturally as he poured a second cup of tea. Fujitora instinctively obeyed, sitting across from Claudius. It wasn't until he was seated that he realized how easily he had followed the man's instructions. Claudius slid the teacup toward Fujitora and smiled. "Thank you for accepting the invitation. I hope I wasn't too presumptuous." Fujitora picked up the teacup and smiled in return. "Not at all. I've been wanting to see what the VIP section looks like. Thanks to you, I've got my chance." "Ha ha ha, I'm glad to hear that," Claudius said, nodding. After a brief pause, Claudius asked, "May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Setting his teacup down, Fujitora introduced himself. "Fujitora, just a lone ronin wandering the seas." Claudius nodded politely before introducing himself. "Cladius, Donquixote Cladius, just one of the celestial dragons." At that moment, Fujitora froze. Though both of them had ended their introductions with the word human, the difference between a celestial dragon and a ronin couldn't have been more pronounced. Before he could process the irony, another realization struck him. His eyes widened as he blurted out, "CPX." Chapter 244, Looking Forward to Soaring into the Sky. Fujitora smiled in surprise, exclaiming aloud as recognition dawned on him. Meanwhile, Claudius remained calm, smiling as he nodded and said, "It seems you've heard of me." CPX, an infamous and mysterious organization. The organization's enigmatic reputation had grown significantly over the past decade since its creation by the world government. Under the leadership of Donquixote Cladius, CPX had carried out numerous high-profile operations. Yet, much of their work remained shrouded in secrecy, leaving the world guessing about their true scope and objectives. Although the exact membership of CPX was unknown, several peripheral agents had been apprehended over the years. However, interrogations rarely yielded useful information. Many of those captured weren't even aware they were part of CPX, which only added to the organization's mystique. One individual commonly associated with CPX, though, was Doflamingo. There was good reason for this assumption. Doflamingo had worked with CPX on multiple occasions and shared the Donquixote surname with Cladius. While it wasn't unusual for people in the world to share surnames, the connection seemed too coincidental to ignore. Some speculated that Cladius had personally granted the Donquixote name to Doflamingo, reinforcing his legitimacy. After all, the Donquixote name belonged to the celestial dragons. In a world where Doflamingo wasn't aligned with Cladius, no one would ever have suspected that he was once a celestial dragon. Who could imagine that a member of the gods had been betrayed by his father, thrown out of Mariewa, and eventually turned to piracy? But with Doflamingo's close ties to Cladius, the majority of the world believed there was an 80% chance that he was a core member of CPX. Still, neither Cladius nor Doflamingo had ever confirmed or denied the rumors, leaving the world uncertain. Some even speculated that the connection was a deliberate misdirection. After all, would such a secretive organization make such an obvious mistake? In the past 2 years, following the events surrounding Tato Land and Cake Island, Claudius's identity had become more prominent. As a result, hearing his name immediately triggered Fujitora's thoughts, prompting his exclamation. Though a powerful warrior in his own right, Fujitora couldn't help but feel small in comparison to Cladius. Cladius wasn't just a celestial dragon, he was also one of the strongest individuals in the world. The image of Cladius overpowering Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, was still fresh in the minds of many. Strength aside, their statuses couldn't be more different. Fujitora was a wandering ronin, likely dismissed from his last fishing job, while Cladius was a world-renowned powerhouse. Fujitora adjusted his posture and composed himself, saying, "CPX is very well known, and your strength is unparalleled. Of course, I've heard of you." Cladius smiled faintly. "Is that so?" He took a sip of tea, his demeanor relaxed and unaffected. Setting down the cup, Cladius asked, "So what's your game? What do you like to play?" Fujitora's shoulders relaxed at the mention of gambling, and he chuckled. "I enjoy simple games, betting big or small, nothing complicated." Claudius's smile widened. "What a coincidence. I also enjoy straightforward games like that." He tapped the bell on the table lightly, and the door opened moments later. Nia stepped inside with a calm demeanor. Claudius raised an eyebrow. "What's this? Are you moonlighting as a croupier now?" "Nia, why aren't you with Stussy and the others?" Claudius asked curiously. Nia smiled and replied, "I figured you might want to have a private conversation with this gentleman. It's better to avoid having an outsider in the room, don't you think?" Claudius nodded, realizing her reasoning. "That's a good point. I didn't think of that. You're as reliable as ever, always covering for me." "That's my job," Nia said with a light smile. In truth, Nia had a valid concern. If a regular croupier had been present, they might overhear something sensitive. Even if they worked for Tesaro, it wasn't worth risking a potential leak. Claudius wasn't the type to recklessly endanger innocent lives, so Nia's decision to step in was both practical and considerate. Nia took charge of the dice clock as Fujitora and Claudius placed their bets. The game began, interspersed with casual conversation. Despite his sharp senses, Claudius lacked any real gambling skills. Listening for dice rolls or other tricks wasn't his forte. Fujitora, on the other hand, had terrible luck but refused to cheat, believing that the thrill of gambling lay in the unpredictability of winning and losing. As a result, the two traded wins and losses, making for an even match. After a few rounds, Claudius suddenly asked, "From one strong man to another, I can tell you're very powerful. Where did you learn your skills?" Fujitora hesitated for a moment, then smiled. "I'm just a drifter with no real home. I've done odd jobs here and there, worked at a fishery recently, though I'm probably fired by now." Claudius raised an eyebrow and called out, "Big." Fujitora grinned, "Small." Nia opened the dice clock to reveal the result. Claudius laughed. "It seems luck isn't on your side this time. You've got great strength, but if you have no place to go, why not consider joining CPX?" Fujitora paused, his smile faltering slightly as he mulled over the proposition. The idea was undeniably tempting. CPX was a mysterious and powerful organization, offering opportunities he wouldn't find elsewhere. As a strong fighter, Fujitora had many options. He could join the Marines, ally with the Revolutionary Army, or even become a pirate. His strength alone would earn him respect and a high rank anywhere he went. Even if he boarded Whitebeard's ship, he could likely become a division commander. And when Whitebeard inevitably passed, he could compete for the position of captain. This was the privilege of strength, endless possibilities. Still, Fujitora leaned toward the world government's side. Though he had his grievances with their policies, his extensive travels had shown him the necessity of order. While the world government was flawed, its presence maintained stability. Without it, the world would descend into true chaos, a hellish landscape far worse than the current state of affairs. Fujitora had also observed that many of the world government's failures stemmed from poor execution rather than malicious intent. Corruption among lower-ranking officials and nobles often exacerbated the public's suffering. The core policies themselves weren't entirely irredeemable. His thoughts turned to Cladius. Even among the celestial dragons, there are people like him, Fujitora mused. It seems I've been too quick to judge. Fujitora believed that reform was possible within the world government. However, he recognized that starting from the bottom would be an uphill battle. For now, he had been waiting for an opportunity, a moment to rise to a position where he could truly make a difference. Unbeknownst to him, that moment was still a decade away. In 10 years, Fujitora would soar to the heights of Marine Admiral and play a pivotal role in abolishing the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 245, Rayleigh, Who's the One Badmouthing Me All the Time? Fujitora smiled as he pondered Claudius's offer. His heart leaned toward working for the world government, but his strength and self-awareness made him reluctant to start from the bottom. It wasn't just arrogance, though that played a part, but also the pragmatic realization that he simply didn't have the time to waste climbing the ranks. After all, if he had to spend years building a reputation and earning trust, wouldn't that time be better spent gambling? But now an opportunity had presented itself. Claudius, of all people, had personally approached him. This was no ordinary offer, it was a golden ticket to a higher position. Claudius was a figure shrouded in mystery, with countless rumors surrounding him. As the leader of CPX and a celestial dragon, his presence carried immense weight. And though much about CPX was unknown, one thing was certain: it was an organization of extraordinary power. Even naval headquarters, the so-called overlords of the sea, were often described in the press as cooperating with CPX, though the truth of those collaborations was usually the opposite. This was largely due to the world government's hierarchical structure, where CPX was officially considered a higher-level agency than Marine forces. Publicly, this elevated CPX's prestige. After all, if even the mighty naval headquarters could only assist CPX, it emphasized the latter's significance. Fujitora knew that joining CPX would catapult him straight into the upper echelons of the government, no endless waiting, no starting from the bottom. Still, there was hesitation in his heart. CPX was heavily tied to the celestial dragons, and Fujitora held deep disdain for their corrupt ways. While Claudius himself seemed different from the typical celestial dragon, he was still part of that privileged class. Moreover, CPX's true purpose was shrouded in secrecy. Fujitora had concerns about what kind of organization it really was. Was it merely a violent arm of the celestial dragons, created to protect their dominance? If so, that was a far cry from the justice Marine claimed to stand for. Take the 7 warlords of the sea as an example. Fujitora had heard that this institution, dominated by CPX, was established as a means to control pirates. While it seemed pragmatic, the idea of granting privileges to criminals never sat well with him. Could CPX, the mastermind behind such an institution, truly be a force for good? His doubts lingered as he spoke. I have thought about serving the world government to contribute to this turbulent era, but to be honest, I'd prefer to join the Marines. Claudius frowned slightly at Fujitora's response, but wasn't entirely surprised. He asked, "If that's the case, why haven't you joined them yet? Naval headquarters has been expanding in recent years. With your strength, they would have welcomed you." Fujitora smiled awkwardly, unsure how to explain his reluctance. Could he admit that he had no interest in starting as an ordinary soldier, that he was only eyeing the position of Marine Admiral? Saying such a thing out loud might come across as arrogant and absurd. Before Fujitora could respond, Claudius continued, "With your abilities, it would be no problem to join the Marines and quickly achieve the rank of Rear Admiral or even Vice Admiral. But there's a catch: qualifications. Naval Headquarters is a massive, mature institution. Rising through the ranks requires more than just strength. It demands merit, time, trust, and above all, experience. Without these, advancing too quickly would destabilize the system." Hearing this, Fujitora nodded in agreement. "That's true, and to be honest, this is one of the reasons I've hesitated." Claudius nodded, a knowing smile on his face. "Exactly. As the leader of CPX, I've encountered many people like you, folk masters, skilled individuals who remain hidden from the world. Those with real talent often live like this for one of two reasons. Either they lack ambition and prefer a life of freedom, or they're biding their time, waiting for the right moment to showcase their talents." He paused, then added, "Take a retired pirate friend of mine, for example. He fits the first category. These days, he lives like a salted fish, spending his time coating ships and mooching off a wealthy woman." Meanwhile, on Sabyati Archipelago, Silver's Rayleigh sneezed as he coated a ship. He frowned, rubbing his nose, and muttered, "Who's badmouthing me again?" As he continued working, Rayleigh found himself bored. Coating ships brought in steady income, but it was far from exciting. "Maybe I should sell myself to a rich woman again," he thought with a grin. "Steal some treasure, disappear for a few months, and live the high life." Back in the cabin, Fujitora smiled skeptically at Claudius. "A retired pirate friend? Your Highness sure has interesting connections. Aren't you a celestial dragon? Shouldn't your relationship with pirates be more adversarial?" Fujitora's thoughts raced. A celestial dragon with pirate friends? That's almost as strange as me being a gambler with ambitions to join the government. However, seeing Claudius speak so candidly, Fujitora chose not to voice his doubts. Instead, he found himself warming to Claudius's unconventional approach. "The second type," Claudius continued, "are those with ambition. They have grand ideas but lack the opportunity to act on them. Outwardly, they may seem aimless, but in truth, they're honing their skills, waiting for the right moment to rise." Hearing this, Fujitora's eyes lit up. Claudius's words struck a chord, as if he had seen through him entirely. "I'd say you belong to the second group," Claudius said, his voice calm and measured. "Given your strength and your interest in joining the Marines, it's clear you're not someone who's content with mediocrity. You're waiting for the right opportunity to prove yourself." Fujitora couldn't help but admire Claudius's insight. He felt as though the man before him had unraveled his very soul. At that moment, he no longer doubted Claudius's competence. With a respectful nod, Fujitora responded, "Your Highness, you've hit the nail on the head." Chapter 246, I Found My Organization. Claudius nodded and continued, "Since you agree with what I've said, let me take a guess. The reason you didn't enlist in the military or join the Marines is because the Marine system is far too large, right? As I mentioned earlier, it's not the kind of environment where your talents or ambitions can be realized." Fujitora smiled faintly. While he found this statement a bit presumptuous, he eventually nodded and replied, "Yes, I've thought along those lines." At this moment, the butler, Nia, who had previously been managing the gambling table, transitioned seamlessly into his role as a servant, skillfully refilling Claudius and Fujitora's teacups with a polite smile. Claudius picked up his teacup and took a sip, appearing deep in thought as he mulled over his next words. Fujitora, maintaining his calm demeanor, quietly waited for Claudius to speak, showing a rare patience. After a while, Claudius finally set his teacup down and said, "I apologize." "Your Highness, please go ahead," Fujitora said softly, his tone filled with respect and sincerity. Claudius nodded slightly before he spoke in a hushed tone. "Don't you think your mindset might be a little fanciful?" Hearing this, Fujitora couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. Why was it always so uncomfortable to have his thoughts analyzed by others? Perhaps it was because his dreams, though noble, often seemed overly idealistic. Claudius continued, "In my opinion, Achieving great things requires a solid foundation. Opportunities to rise quickly will always exist, especially in chaotic times like these. But pinning all your hopes on such opportunities is an unwise gamble. Fujitora considered these words carefully. If not for the massive losses the Marines suffered during the war with Whitebeard, coupled with the retirement of Sengoku, and the subsequent clash between Kyuzin and Sakazuki for the position of Fleet Admiral, which led to Kyuzin leaving the Marines entirely, there would never have been a world conscription to replenish Marine forces on such a massive scale. This global draft filled the ranks in record time and strengthened Marine operations, allowing Sakazuki to implement his aggressive new policies and fortify Marine presence in the New World. However, it also introduced unforeseen issues, such as Fujitora, a man with unorthodox ideals, becoming an admiral. His later actions, like openly kneeling to apologize on behalf of the Marines, caused the organization significant embarrassment. Sakazuki himself had nearly been apoplectic with rage at the time. These developments were ultimately circumstantial. Under normal conditions, the Marines would never have initiated such a desperate global draft. Without these coincidences, Fujitora's current status would have been unattainable, and he might have remained a wandering Ronin for life, unless he later experienced a profound change of heart. In short, Cladius wasn't optimistic about Fujitora's strategy of betting everything on a fleeting opportunity. It was risky, akin to gambling one's ambitions and future on a single throw of the dice. If successful, it could bring glory and power. If it failed, it would waste an entire lifetime. From this perspective, Fujitora wasn't too different from Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. The only real difference was the path each man pursued. Teach sought power as a pirate, while Fujitora placed his hopes on the Marines. In the end, both gambled on a slim chance, and fortunately for them, both succeeded. Fujitora smiled faintly and said, "It's true my ideas are somewhat idealistic, but gold always shines, doesn't it?" Claudius interjected with a smile. Idealistic or not, such people were often the most capable, and their self-assurance stemmed from a deep well of confidence in their own abilities. This kind of conviction allowed them to remain steadfast, waiting for their moment to seize opportunity. But for those without real ability, even when given a chance, they would fail to make the most of it. Fujitora nodded again, but found himself momentarily speechless. "You always steal my lines," Fujitora thought with amusement. "It's a bit unfair, isn't it?" At that moment, Claudius shifted the conversation. Whether it's CPX or the Marines in the end, they both serve the world government. He paused briefly, as though choosing his words carefully before continuing. "To be honest, even as a celestial dragon, I've spent years traveling across the world, meeting countless people and witnessing innumerable events. From that vantage point, I must admit that the world government has its share of failures." Fujitora wasn't entirely sure why Claudius was sharing this, but he agreed with the sentiment. "That's true," he replied. "Especially you celestial dragons," Fujitora thought, though he kept this part to himself. Claudius sighed lightly. "From where I stand, this might be hard to believe, but I still want to say it. At its core, the leadership of the world government genuinely strives to govern the world responsibly and to promote prosperity for all." Fujitora remained silent, but listened intently. He could sense that Claudius wasn't simply spouting empty platitudes, there was genuine conviction behind his words. Claudius added, "This isn't just something I'm saying to persuade you. From my personal interactions with high-ranking individuals, whether it's Sengoku, Garp, or even the Five Elders, their goals are clear. Sengoku and others may be purer in their intentions, while the Five Elders have their own selfish motivations, but even their actions are ultimately tied to maintaining stability." He paused, then continued, "This kind of balance is necessary. If the world prospers, so does their power. If chaos reigns, what good is their authority? Even the fight against pirates and revolutionaries ultimately serves the purpose of safeguarding order." Claudius smiled faintly. "The truth is, the world government system is immense and unwieldy. With an organization of this size, the lower ranks inevitably become bloated, and corruption seeps in. Even in the Marines, there are rotten apples like Axehand Morgan or Nezumi the Mouse. They give justice a bad name and are often worse than the pirates they fight against. He took a sip of tea and added, "But as you move higher in the ranks, the ideals of justice and integrity grow purer. The same is true of the world government." Fujitora nodded. He could relate to these observations, having traveled extensively and witnessed firsthand both the flaws and merits of the system. It wasn't Claudius's words alone that convinced him, his own experiences reinforced this perspective. And it was for this reason that Fujitora wanted to work within the system to enact change. True reform, he believed, had to come from the top. Otherwise, wouldn't it be simpler to just join the revolutionary army? Finally, Claudius got to the heart of the matter. He smiled at Fujitora and said, "The world government is using the chaos of the Great Pirate Era as a catalyst for change. CPX is one of the results of that resolve." Fujitora raised his brow, intrigued but cautious. "Is that so?" Claudius elaborated. Projects like the sea train system, the movement to liberate slaves in Mariewa, and the cultural integration of Fishman Island. All of these are examples of how CPX is more than just a tool of violence for hunting pirates. It's a multifaceted organization with broader objectives. Hearing this, Fujitora was genuinely surprised. He had observed these changes himself, but hadn't realized that CPX was behind many of them. He had assumed they were part of the world government's broader policies. Claudius sighed. "We can't act too aggressively. Overturning the system too quickly risks total collapse, and that would only invite disaster. That's why we must move carefully, implementing change step by step." Fujitora, deeply moved by these words, felt as though he had finally found his place, an organization that aligned with his ideals. Chapter 247, Welcome to CPX. Fujitora smiled to himself. At this moment, he found himself genuinely intrigued by CPX, or at least by the version of CPX that Claudius had described. It didn't sound like a purely violent organization, but rather one that worked quietly behind the scenes to benefit the people. The idea that a faction of the Celestial Dragons could represent the will of the world government for reform, that was something remarkable, almost destined. The only thing holding him back was the thought of the Marines. If he joined CPX, wouldn't that mean he was giving up any future with the Marines? For years, Fujitora had dreamed of joining the Marines, upholding justice, and protecting the innocent. That aspiration had been a driving force in his life. The idea of abandoning it entirely stirred a faint sense of reluctance. But the thought of CPX kindled an unfamiliar enthusiasm within him. After all, joining CPX would still be a way of serving justice, wouldn't it? It wasn't that he doubted Claudius. How could someone of such high status need to trick him? Fujitora was confident in his own abilities, but he wasn't so conceited as to think he was the most important person in the world. A celestial dragon had no reason to spin an elaborate tale just to deceive him. Besides, he could always approach this cautiously. He could join CPX, observe its operations firsthand, and make a decision from there. If CPX turned out to be a morally bankrupt organization focused only on maintaining the world government's authority, then he could always walk away. And if it came to that, well, joining the Revolutionary Army might still be an option. Yes, that was the plan. What Fujitora couldn't have known, however, was that Claudius already had certain ties to Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. If Fujitora had stopped to consider Claudius's words more deeply, he might have realized that Claudius, a celestial dragon who kept pirate allies, might also have connections to revolutionaries. But that possibility was too far-fetched to be believed. It never even crossed his mind. Having made up his mind, Fujitora prepared to express his willingness to join CPX. However, before he could speak, Claudius beat him to it, sighing regretfully. "Everything I just said was simply for the sake of conversation. I hope you don't take it the wrong way. If you're not interested in CPX, I won't pressure you to join. After all, a forced outcome rarely yields sweet results." Fujitora froze, dumbfounded. Was this some kind of joke? After all that talk, Claudius was going to act indifferent now. Where was his persistence, his integrity? A forced outcome might not be sweet, but it certainly quenches thirst. The truth was, Claudius didn't feel the need to force Fujitora to join CPX. he saw the blind swordsman as a man of lofty ideals, someone who shared similar aspirations for justice. Even if Fujitora didn't join, Claudius still regarded him as a potential ally. Simply introducing CPX and its principles had been enough. Claudius believed his influence would leave a lasting impression on Fujitora. What Claudius didn't realize, however, was that he'd left much more than just an impression. He'd nearly convinced Fujitora to bow and swear allegiance on the spot. As Claudius finished speaking, he noticed Fujitora's expression, a mixture of surprise, confusion, and even disbelief. Claudius hesitated. Did I say something wrong? Everything I said felt perfectly reasonable. I even went out of my way to leave room for mutual respect. Why does he look so stunned? Does he really think all celestial dragons are arrogant, manipulative scoundrels who only resort to coercion? Wait, is that how we actually come across? Claudius's thoughts paused. Or could it be that this guy was moved by what I said? Is he really this straightforward? Fujitora's reputation preceded him. He was known as a man of strong will, someone who had once risked everything on the slim chance of becoming a marine admiral. It was that same strong will that had led to his ongoing conflict with Sakazuki. Claudius found this kind of determination admirable, but had underestimated how well it aligned with his own ideals. Still, Claudius wasn't entirely sure how to proceed. He felt as though backtracking might compromise his own dignity, but he couldn't just leave things hanging awkwardly. Fortunately, Nia, who had served Claudius for years, immediately picked up on the situation. As an experienced and perceptive attendant, she spoke up in a soft tone. "Your Highness, you seem to admire Lord Fujitora greatly. Meeting such a talented individual amidst the vastness of the seas is no small opportunity. Wouldn't it be worth helping him, perhaps by recommending him to the Marines?" Nia's suggestion provided a graceful way forward. Claudius gave her a subtle look of approval before turning his attention back to Fujitora. Fujitora, meanwhile, was momentarily stunned. Was he really this sought after? Claudius nodded and said, "Nia makes a fair point. Whether you join CPX or the Marines, you'd still be working for the world government and striving to make the world a better place. I do have some influence within the Marines. If you're interested, I could recommend you for a position, though I'm afraid the best I could manage is getting you appointed as a rear admiral. Beyond that," Claudius trailed off, shaking his head slightly. Rear admiral? Fujitora's heart stirred. Claudius's words carried a casual tone, but they revealed just how much power and influence he wielded. After a brief pause, Claudius's eyes lit up. "You know, CPX and the Marines frequently work together. If you're hesitant, you don't need to rush. Join CPX for now, and when the time is right, I'll help you build the trust and qualifications you need to transfer to the Marines. Who knows, you might even become an admiral one day." Claudius chuckled, clearly joking, but Fujitora found his words oddly compelling. This was the best of both worlds, wasn't it? Joining CPX would allow him to test the waters, and if it didn't align with his ideals, he could still leave. On the other hand, if CPX turned out to be the organization he hoped it was, then he'd have no reason to go anywhere else. Having thought it through, Fujitora smiled and said, "Your Highness Claudius, after all you've said, how could I refuse? To do so would make me seem ungrateful." "Ha ha ha, that's excellent to hear," Claudius replied with a grin. He extended his hand. "Welcome to CPX." Fujitora clasped Claudius's hand with a firm grip, sealing their agreement. In that moment, a new superior-subordinate relationship was born. Chapter 248, The Final Push for Marine Headquarters. In the lounge of the Grand Tesoro, Tesoro was discussing something with Claudius. Not far away, Stella and Nia were happily chatting. Meanwhile, Stussy was still wandering around the casino, clearly skilled and thoroughly enjoying herself. "Your Highness, isn't this a bit too rushed? While Fujitora is strong and the investigation shows no concerning background connections, this still feels a bit uncertain," Tesoro said hesitantly. He rarely questioned Claudius's decisions, but this time he couldn't help expressing his concerns. Claudius, however, smiled confidently. When it came to Fujitora, it wasn't so much about trusting his strength or loyalty, that wasn't the point. What Claudius trusted was Fujitora's ideals and ambitions. In Claudius's opinion, Fujitora was undoubtedly a man of lofty principles. From certain angles, the two of them were kindred spirits, as long as nothing went astray. Fujitora's integrity and moral code wouldn't allow him to betray others, making that possibility extremely unlikely. As for the role Fujitora would play, Claudius already had a plan. His subordinates already included capable figures like Crocodile, Doflamingo, and Enel. Counting Tesoro, there were already enough people to handle the operational side of things. There was no need to integrate Fujitora into that structure. At the same time, Claudius couldn't just leave him in a peripheral position or assign him to work under someone like Spandine. Instead, Claudius's plan was to assign Fujitora to CPX, where he could operate with relative freedom. Fujitora had a penchant for gambling, and the CPX organization would be set up under Tesoro's financial system. This structure was essential. Claudius's entire network of forces was interconnected through a robust financial system built on Tesoro's Golden Bank. This setup ensured that these otherwise disparate factions remained tightly bound together. Given its importance, Tesoro needed protection. His personal strength wasn't particularly impressive, not weak, but far from extraordinary. In the absence of the Golden Fruit, he was merely average in combat. Assigning Fujitora to act as a bodyguard was both logical and strategic. Fujitora accepted the arrangement without protest. Although Claudius had personally invited him and appeared to place great trust in him, Fujitora understood that some level of testing was inevitable. True trust always took time to develop. Claudius's ultimate plan for Fujitora was far more ambitious. Once Fujitora had built a foundation of trust within CPX, Claudius intended to position him as a key player in his long-term strategy for Marine headquarters. That's right, Claudius wanted Fujitora to become a Marine admiral. Only by placing someone he trusted in such a high-ranking position could Claudius solidify his control over the Marines. This plan hinged on timing. It required the Marine headquarters to undergo a significant upheaval. Claudius anticipated such a change, especially since Fleet Admiral Sengoku would eventually step down. When that time came, the power struggle between Sakazuki and Kyuzen would inevitably surface. The two men had fundamentally opposing ideals, and Claudius believed the outcome of their conflict was predictable. If Kyuzen became the new fleet admiral, Sakazuki would likely remain as an admiral but harbor resentment. On the other hand, if Sakazuki ascended to fleet admiral, Kyuzen would almost certainly resign as an admiral. Either scenario would leave a vacancy among the admirals, creating the perfect opportunity for Claudius to push Fujitora into the position. World government conscription would not even be necessary. Fujitora, with his record in CPX and the network Claudius was building, would already be a trusted candidate. Compared to unknown recruits brought in through conscription, someone like Fujitora, who had worked with CPX and proven his reliability, would seem like the safer choice. However, for all this to happen, Marine headquarters needed to undergo a drastic transformation. And if such a transformation didn't happen naturally, Claudius was prepared to engineer it himself. When the Marines go through their inevitable changes, that will be the moment I fully take control. By then, there will be no need to conceal my intentions anymore. First, we'll clean up the world government. Then, we'll clean up the seas, Claudius thought to himself with determination. Returning to the present, Claudius waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, "Don't overthink it. Just treat him as a bodyguard for now. Share what he needs to know, but don't burden him with unnecessary details." Seeing Claudius's confidence, Tesoro no longer felt any concerns and nodded in agreement. Then, as if recalling something, Tesoro added, "Oh, Your Highness, we might be getting news about the gold fruit soon." "Oh," Claudius's interest was piqued. "What do you mean?" "I've got a treasure hunter named Mad working on it," Tesoro said with a grin. "Mad?" Claudius froze for a moment, then laughed. "What a name." The name sounded oddly familiar, but Claudius couldn't immediately recall where he'd heard it before. Treasure hunter? Tesoro's contact? Could it be the guy who discovered pure gold? "Is he a devil fruit user? Does he have a chain-related ability?" Claudius asked after a moment's thought. Tesoro was surprised. "You know him, Your Highness? What an honor for him." So it was him. Claudius felt a surge of nostalgia. Tesoro continued. He's excellent at locating treasures. He claims to have found a lead on the gold fruit. I've arranged for him to collaborate with Doflamingo. With Doflamingo's resources and Damit's knack for treasure hunting, we might locate the golden fruit soon. Claudius nodded thoughtfully. Although the fruit hadn't been found yet, the pieces were falling into place. He was confident that no one would be able to take it from him. However, this treasure hunter mad. After thinking it over, Claudius said, if he actually finds the gold fruit, make sure to cultivate his loyalty. Someone like that could prove useful in the future. Tesoro smiled. If he earns your favor, Your Highness, it will be the greatest fortune of his life. Could it be that Your Highness is also interested in other treasures? Claudius laughed and said, why not? The Fountain of Youth, the Emerald Capital, the Sea of Jewels, pure gold. There are countless legendary treasures in the world. Who's to say some of them aren't destined for me? Tesoro took note of Claudius's interest and made a mental note to relay this to Mad. If the treasure hunter could deliver more surprises, it would undoubtedly please Claudius, strengthening Tesoro's own position in the process. With that, their conversation wound down. Seeing that Stussy was still enjoying herself on board the ship, Claudius decided to extend their stay for a few more days, allowing everyone to relax and enjoy their vacation to the fullest. Chapter 249, Just. While Claudius was enjoying a relaxing vacation with his companions, Spandine was aboard a sea train, sitting in a luxurious VIP private room, frowning as he reviewed the documents in his hands. Every sea train had such exclusive private rooms, designed for nobles and high-ranking officials. As the foremost loyal subordinate of Claudius, and since the sea train network was built by CPX, Spandine naturally had the privilege to enjoy such accommodations. Dressed in a sharp black suit, Spandine exuded an air of authority and reliability. When he wasn't around Claudius, he actually looked quite respectable, far from the sycophantic image he portrayed in front of his master. Across from him sat Rob Lucci, his expression as cold as ever. With his sharp, godlike features, he wore a spotless black suit, complete with a neat tie and a top hat. On his shoulder perched a little pigeon, also dressed in a tiny suit. Spandine carefully read through the report that Lucci had handed him before asking seriously, "Lucci, are you certain about this?" Lucci remained still, not uttering a word, but the pigeon on his shoulder spoke instead. Khalifa and the others handled this matter. The intelligence is reliable, and there's been no leak. I made sure to deliver it to you as soon as possible. Spandine was well aware that the pigeon wasn't alive, but was just an outlet for Lucci's odd hobby, his ventriloquism. He didn't particularly care, though. Instead, he mulled over the situation before ordering, classify this as top secret. Destroy all operational data. Inform your team that this investigation never happened. Understood. The pigeon responded once again, "No need to tell me, I've already made those arrangements." Spandine didn't mind Lucci's dismissive tone. He was long accustomed to it. Satisfied with Lucci's response, Spandine glanced back at the document. It contained startling information. Tom, the legendary shipwright of Water 7, was highly likely to possess the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. CPX, Spandine's unit, often operated on behalf of the world government. Their missions came directly from the higher-ups, including the 5 elders themselves. Claudius rarely needed to intervene in such matters, as Spandine handled these assignments independently. The world government had been searching for the ancient weapons for a long time. As tensions at sea escalated and the balance of power became increasingly precarious, there had been a growing push within the government to shift from suppressing and hiding the ancient weapons to actively locating and utilizing them. Of the 3 ancient weapons, Uranus was the world government's ultimate trump card, seldom deployed. Poseidon was tied to the royal lineage of Fishman Island, and due to recent lack of contact, the world government had no clear information on its status. That left Pluton, the ancient warship whose destructive capabilities were well documented in world government records. They had long desired to locate and control it. The task of finding these weapons was shared across Marine forces, the Cypher Pol organizations, and CPX, yet, despite their efforts, there had been little progress until now. Spandine was stunned by this discovery. If the blueprints for Pluton were indeed in Tom's hands, this was no small matter. Under normal circumstances, Spandine would immediately report this to the 5 elders and begin efforts to seize the blueprints. But now, things were different. Spandine was no ordinary government operative. He was deeply tied to Cladius. And who was Tom? Cladius had personally saved him years ago, in a mission where Spandine himself had been involved as an executive officer of CP9. That success had earned him his position in CPX. Spandine wasn't sure if Cladius knew about the blueprints, but one thing was clear: he couldn't act without Cladius's permission. If Cladius had some larger plan involving Tom, any reckless action on Spandine's part could disrupt it. As for the interests of the world government or even the 5 elders, Spandine didn't care. His loyalty was to Cladius. The world government might fund CPX with 1 billion berries annually, but that was inconsequential compared to his allegiance to Cladius. Without hesitation, Spandine decided to suppress this information. After making up his mind, Spandine took out his den mushy and dialed Cladius. At this time, Cladius was back on the Prometheus after spending a few leisurely days aboard the Grand Tesoro. Relaxing on the deck with a fishing rod in hand, he was enjoying a peaceful moment. As he started to feel drowsy, Nier approached with a den mushy in hand. "Your Highness, Spandine has contacted us. He says he has an important matter to report directly to you," the butler informed him respectfully. Cladius, a little surprised, straightened up and took the den mushy. Though Spandine was his most loyal subordinate, he rarely disturbed Cladius unless absolutely necessary. After taking the call, Cladius said, "Spandine." "Your Highness, are you safe and well?" Spandine's tone was obsequious as always. Cladius chuckled, satisfied. "I'm fine. What's going on, Spandine?" Spandine wasted no time, relaying the details about Master Tom and the Pluton blueprints. There was silence on the other end, and Spandine began to feel nervous. Was Cladius angry? Had Tom been keeping this from him? Just as Spandine started to panic, Cladius laughed, easing his fears. "Ha ha ha, ancient weapons, huh? Have you reported this?" Cladius asked. Spandine seized the opportunity to prove his loyalty. "Your Highness, how could I act without your approval? I've already instructed Lucci to erase all traces of our investigation. Only a few trusted members of CPX know about this. I've been waiting for your instructions." Cladius was pleased. "Very good, Spandine. Do you know what I like most about you?" "Your Highness likes my obedience," Spandine guessed. "No, I like that you're smart. You know how to balance things and act appropriately. By the way, how old is your son now?" Cladius asked, suddenly changing the topic. Spandine was delighted. "He's 20 this year. His name is Spandam. Your Highness even remembers his name." Cladius chuckled. 20, huh? Not too young. Do you think he's ready for a position?" Spandine hesitated, reluctant to sound overly self-serving. "Your Highness, to be honest, he's not very capable." "Heh, at least you're honest," Cladius said, amused. "How could I dare lie to your Highness?" Spandine replied humbly. "Fine, when I return to Mariewa, send him over. He can start with some basic duties, serving tea and running errands." "Thank you, your Highness. Thank you for your kindness," Spandine said, overjoyed. Cladius shifted back to the original topic. "As for Tom and Water 7, if you've uncovered this, it means others might too. Tie up all loose ends and ensure no other organizations get wind of this. Understood?" "Yes, your Highness," Spandine replied immediately. "Report to the world government that the whereabouts of Pluton might be in Alabasta," Cladius instructed. "Yes, your Highness," Spandine acknowledged without hesitation. "Good, and Spandine, tone down your arrogance. The CP agencies have complained about you several times. Watch your attitude." "Yes, your Highness, I'll improve," Spandine promised quickly. Chapter 250, Loose Ends. If there's ever been a villain who embraced his ambition, Spandine certainly fit the bill. Ever since aligning himself with Cladius, his confidence in his position had grown immensely. It wasn't uncommon for him to clash with other members of the Cypherpol organization. Conflicts were practically routine. However, with Cladius backing him, Spandine was untouchable. The Cypherpol agencies had tried complaining to Claudius several times, only to receive nothing more than a laugh in response. Punishment? Out of the question. This was his loyal dog, someone with sharp instincts and an excellent ability to execute tasks. As long as Spandine didn't cross an irreparable line, Claudius would clean up any mess he made. Spandine, as Claudius's first and most devoted subordinate, was a master at reading his superior's preferences. For instance, since the Marines tended to play by the rules and had cooperative relationships with Claudius, Spandine often directed credit for achievements their way. This habit won him favor within the Marines, who frequently reported to Claudius how competent and dependable Spandine was. As for the Cypherpol agencies, Spandine had long understood that Claudius held a certain disdain and suspicion toward them, especially the older factions. Knowing this, Spandine showed no mercy to the old guard within Cypherpol, often treating them harshly and keeping them on edge. He had learned that as long as he didn't overstep and avoided disrupting Claudius's plans, the Cypherpol agencies could complain all they wanted. Claudius wouldn't bat an eye, and Spandine would remain untouchable. With a satisfied smile, Spandine put away the den mushy and glanced at Lucci. "You heard His Highness's orders, didn't you?" This time, Lucci responded directly, his cold voice devoid of emotion. "Of course." "Good, just follow the instructions. This never happened. Make sure Tom is protected and eliminate any loose ends or potential leaks. Got it?" Spandine's tone was sharp and commanding. Lucci remained composed. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they'd handled such delicate tasks. "Understood. But, what are you so happy about?" Lucci asked, his cold demeanor giving way to a hint of curiosity as he observed Spandine's unusually cheerful mood. Though Lucci typically maintained a detached and stoic personality, he had a fairly close relationship with Spandine, who had mentored him and treated him as a protege. Spandine's plan to groom Lucci as a potential successor had fostered a level of camaraderie between them. Spandine's grin widened. "Didn't you hear? His Highness said he'll have my son serve him. Isn't that incredible?" Lucci raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "That's what you're so excited about. You call that a high-end profession? Can't you have a little more ambition?" "You don't get it," Spandine said with a smug expression. "Haven't you heard the saying, a servant of a duke is greater than a viscount? Now imagine being a servant to His Highness. Sure, serving tea may seem trivial, but it's all about who you're serving. Take butler Nia, for example. She's just a maid, right? But even Fleet Admiral Sengoku greets her with a smile and respect." Lucci thought about it for a moment and begrudgingly acknowledged the point. When he saw Nia, he always nodded politely out of respect, even if it felt odd. After a moment of reflection, Lucci said with a sharp tone, "If you want your son to be like Nia, you'd better start by making him a woman." Spandine was taken aback, momentarily speechless. He quickly recovered and retorted, "What does that even have to do with anything? I think you're just jealous." After a brief pause, Spandine looked at Lucci with an uncharacteristically sentimental gaze. "Sometimes, I think, if only you were my son, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Lucci shivered and replied in disgust, "Don't look at me like that. It's revolting." Spandine blinked, stunned by Lucci's bluntness. Quickly brushing off the awkward moment, he waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this nonsense. Back to business. His Highness wants us to shift the ancient weapon narrative toward Alabasta. That's your job." Spandine understood that Alabasta was part of Claudius's plans. Crocodile had recently gained a foothold there, becoming a noble, and the nation's internal situation had grown increasingly unstable ever since. While Spandine didn't know the full details, he trusted that Claudius had his reasons. His only responsibility was to execute the task flawlessly. Claudius had mentioned the possibility of ancient weapon-related rumors in Alabasta, so Spandine knew they needed plausible evidence to back it up. If no evidence existed, they'd simply manufacture it. That part he left to Lucci. Lucci nodded, fully grasping the objective. The task was to frame the Nefertari royal family by spreading false rumors. A simple enough job. "Consider it done," he said. Having settled the matter, Spandine wasted no time calling his son. He instructed him to start learning proper etiquette and even suggested he take lessons in tea preparation. If that boy can't even serve tea properly, I'll skin him alive, Spandine muttered to himself. Meanwhile, aboard the Prometheus, Claudius sat deep in thought about the ancient weapons. It hadn't been long since he'd left Water 7, where he'd built a close relationship with Tom. On several occasions, Claudius had noticed that Tom seemed to have something important to say, but always hesitated to bring it up. Claudius guessed that Tom likely possessed the blueprints for Pluton, the ancient weapon. However, Tom's kind-hearted nature would make him reluctant to reveal them, as he understood the devastating potential of such a weapon. Claudius respected that sentiment and wasn't in a hurry to force the issue. Besides, even if he acquired the blueprints now, it wasn't the right time to act. If he tried to construct Pluton in secret, the world government would almost certainly find out. At best, they'd confiscate the plans. At worst, it could jeopardize the fragile trust between Claudius and the 5 elders. For now, Claudius needed to maintain that trust. He was still assessing whether the 5 elders were worthy of his continued alliance, or if they were better off discarded in the future. As for Pluton, Claudius knew he'd need to solidify his control over the Marines first before even considering any action. There was no need to rush. Tom still had an important role to play in the meantime, specifically, building the Sea Train project in the Calm Belt. Pluton, Claudius murmured under his breath. Your Highness, do you plan to return to Water 7? Nia asked, having overheard Claudius's earlier conversation with Spandine. Claudius raised an eyebrow at her question. Why would I do that? For the ancient weapon, Nia said hesitantly. Claudius chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. What's the big deal? It's just a ship after all. Chapter 251, Shanks, it's you, Garp's son. On the Sabyati archipelago, in the illegal port zone, the ship of the Red Hair Pirates was docked. Somehow, Shanks and his crew had ended up on the archipelago. They'll never see this coming, Shanks said with a grin as he stepped off the ship. This place isn't exactly safe, it's way too close to Marine headquarters, Beckman said calmly, his tone cautious. Doesn't matter, let's get the ship coded now. If Garp shows up, we'll just dive straight to Fishman Island and head into the New World. Let him chase his own tail for a while, Yasopp said with a laugh. Munching on a drumstick, Lucky chimed in. What's up with that guy anyway? We haven't attacked any Marines in the New World. Why's he always on our tails? Yasopp adjusted his gun and smirked. Maybe it's because you were on Roger's crew, Shanks. Garp might be after you because of that. Indeed, after Shanks and his crew had entered the New World, they'd made quite a name for themselves, causing enough trouble to earn widespread recognition. But for some reason, Garp, Marine Headquarters' infamous Mad Dog, had taken a particular interest in them. Wherever Shanks and his crew appeared, Garp would soon follow, relentlessly hunting them down. The major players in the New World knew of Garp's reputation for wreaking havoc, but none dared cross him. Instead, they secretly supplied Garp with information about Shanks's movements. The New World was already rife with internal conflicts, and no one wanted to openly antagonize Shanks, who was rising fast as a powerful force. But with Garp chasing him, they saw an opportunity to weaken the Red Hair Pirates without getting their hands dirty. No one knew why Garp had made it his mission to hound Shanks, and frankly, they didn't care. It wasn't their problem to figure out. As a result, Shanks's crew had been cornered several times in the New World. Only their exceptional strength and a good dose of luck had allowed them to escape each time. Still, the constant betrayals and ambushes had left them frustrated and wary. In response, Shanks devised a clever ploy. He faked a move deeper into the New World while secretly buying supplies and slipping out. Their real destination? The Sabyati archipelago. Surely, Garp was still prowling the New World, searching for them in vain. For now, they'd lay low and wait for the heat to die down. Garp was an unstoppable force, and while Shanks and his crew could hold their own in a fight, defeating him outright wasn't an option. Taking him down could provoke the Marines into a full-blown retaliation, something they couldn't afford. Originally, I planned to claim the title of Pirate Emperor in the New World, Shanks said with a wry smile. But now look at us, being chased around like dogs. What the hell's wrong with Garp? Did we somehow offend him without knowing it? Despite his complaints, Shanks laughed and added, Still, it's pretty exciting. Feels like the old days aboard the Oro Jackson, living life on the edge, full of adventure. Beckman, chewing on a cigarette, touched his nose thoughtfully. I've got a theory, though it's just a guess. What is it? Shanks and the rest of the crew turned to him, their curiosity piqued. The Red Hair Pirates were a crew of elites, with every member a capable fighter. While Shanks was the captain in name, he rarely acted like one. The group operated with a relaxed atmosphere, and it was Beckman known as the smartest among them, who often handled the logistics and planning. I think this might have something to do with what we did in East Blue, Beckman said. East Blue, Yassop blinked, surprised. Yassop, an East Blue native, recalled their time in that region. The Red Hair Pirates had spent the past 2 years wandering East Blue, using it as a sort of vacation spot. Even when they briefly returned to the New World for business, they always found their way back to East Blue afterward. But they hadn't caused any significant trouble there. They mostly kept to themselves, treating it as a place to unwind. The only thing of note was Shanks's insistence on looking for someone, a special individual he believed could inherit the will of his former captain, Roger. East Blue was Roger's home, and that's why Shanks had spent so much time there, searching for a worthy successor. In the end, he had found one. Come to think of it, isn't Garp's hometown also in East Blue? The Kingdom of Goa, if I remember correctly, Beckman said after a moment. Specifically, a place called Fuchsia Village. Really? Shanks and the others were surprised. This was news to them. Shanks frowned. If we'd done something like destroy Fuchsia Village, I'd understand why Garp would be after us. But we didn't touch the place. If anything, we were pretty well liked there. Beckman nodded. True, but it might have something to do with Luffy. Luffy? Shanks's expression softened into a nostalgic smile. It had been 2 years since they'd left East Blue, where he had met a young boy named Luffy, the seed he believed could grow into someone great. Shanks had even entrusted him with Roger's straw hat. Due to certain circumstances, Luffy had avoided significant trouble. The infamous Bandit King, who had once threatened the village, had been dealt with by Lucky before anything escalated. As a result, Luffy never faced the sea monster, and Shanks had no reason to sacrifice his arm in a dramatic rescue. Because of this, Shanks remained physically whole, much to the annoyance of Mihawk, who still frequently challenged him to duels. Their clashes had stirred up plenty of waves in the New World, further solidifying Mihawk's reputation as the world's strongest swordsman. What does any of this have to do with Luffy? Shanks asked, puzzled. Do you even know Luffy's full name? Beckman asked pointedly. The question caught everyone off guard. Shanks and the rest of the crew exchanged blank looks, none of them seeming to have the answer. Beckman sighed in exasperation. You gave your precious hat to the kid, and you don't even know his full name. Does it matter? Shanks asked, genuinely confused. Well, it does now. The kid's full name is Monkey D. Luffy, Beckman revealed with a hint of resignation. Monkey D. Luffy? Shanks repeated, frowning as the name stirred something in his memory. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Then suddenly, it hit him. His eyes widened in shock as realization dawned. Wait a minute, Monkey, you mean Luffy is Garp's son? Beckman nearly choked on his cigarette. What the hell are you talking about? Son? He's obviously his grandson, given the age difference. Chapter 252, I Won't Rest. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, he noticed that all his crewmates were looking at him as if he were an idiot. Their expressions left him slightly embarrassed. Beckman let out a puff of smoke and sighed helplessly. It's just Garp's grandson. How does your brain even work? If I remember correctly, doesn't Garp have a son? Yassop asked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, he was a Marine once, but then he disappeared. Supposedly retired, Shanks replied with a nod. The truth about Dragon was a well-kept secret. The world government had intentionally suppressed any information about him. After all, it was embarrassing enough that the son of the Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, had not only left the Marines, but also founded the Revolutionary Army to openly oppose the world government. If that got out, it would be a complete humiliation. Anyway, Luffy shouldn't be Garp's son. He's his grandson, Beckman explained, stroking his chin as he worked through the logic. I mean, sure, there are lots of people with similar names in this world, but when they're from the same kingdom, the same village, and share the same surname, That's not just a coincidence. With that clarification, Shanks and the others pieced it together. So that's what had happened. They'd stirred up trouble in East Blue, messing around with Garp's grandson and even encouraging him to become a pirate. Shanks had personally entrusted Luffy with the straw hat. He knew the kid well enough to be certain that, no matter what anyone said, Luffy wouldn't change his mind about becoming a pirate. If Garp had found out that his grandson was determined to become a pirate, and that Shanks had played a major role in encouraging him, it was no surprise that the marine hero was furious. Now, it made perfect sense why Garp wanted to capture him so badly every time they crossed paths in the New World. Meanwhile, in the New World, a dog-headed marine warship was docked at a port on an island. Garp himself stood aboard the ship, his expression grim. Report, Vice Admiral Garp. There's no sign of the red hair pirates and no trace of them in the surrounding area. It's possible the intelligence was wrong, a marine major reported. Garp's scowl deepened and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I lost that BD again. Where the hell did they go? At this point, Garp's hatred for Shanks was practically boiling over. As Marine Vice Admiral, Garp's responsibilities kept him extremely busy. The last 2 years had been particularly chaotic, with the seas in turmoil. After the Big Mom pirates were defeated, New World had been rife with upheaval, and the Marines had seized the opportunity to infiltrate and establish their presence. Now that Marine influence had grown, Garp had more freedom to move around New World without being discreet. Because of his busy schedule, Garp hadn't been able to return to East Blue to visit Luffy for quite some time. When he finally managed to take some time off and return to East Blue, he'd been looking forward to seeing his grandson. But things had taken a turn for the worse. To his shock, the kid had declared that he wanted to become a pirate. Garp couldn't believe his ears. He was a marine hero. How could his grandson choose piracy over the Marines? It felt like a slap in the face. Years ago, Garp had reluctantly let his son Dragon go his own way. But with Luffy, he had been determined to start over and mold him into an exemplary Marine. And now this. Adding insult to injury, Luffy was wearing that straw hat. Garp knew exactly what it meant. It had belonged to Roger, his old rival. And who had given it to Luffy? None other than Shanks, the former cabin boy on Roger's ship. Shanks had waltzed into East Blue, charmed his grandson, handed over the straw hat, and encouraged him to become a pirate. In Garp's eyes, this wasn't a coincidence, it was a calculated move to humiliate him. Did Shanks think this was funny? That it was revenge for Roger? Did he want to see the legendary marine hero disgraced by his own family? Garp was furious. He could barely contain his anger. After his vacation in East Blue, he'd returned to Marineford and mobilized every resource available to hunt down the red hair pirates. He wouldn't rest until he caught that BD Shanks and put an end to this nonsense. Unfortunately, Shanks had managed to evade him again, leaving Garp irritated and frustrated. As Garp stewed in his thoughts, cursing Shanks under his breath, a Marine Rear Admiral approached him urgently. Vice Admiral Garp, we've just received a distress call. Zephyr-sensei from the officer training camp is in trouble. He was leading recruits in a live combat exercise when they were ambushed by pirates. They're stranded on a nearby island, and the situation is critical due to the number of recruits. Garp's brow furrowed at the news. Without hesitation, he barked, "Set course immediately, we're going to help." Zephyr, an old comrade of Garp's, was in danger. And with no leads on the red hair pirates, Garp decided to focus on this urgent matter instead. Back on the Sabyati archipelago, Shanks and his crew had finally pieced together why Garp was so determined to catch them. It turned out they had accidentally crossed a line by messing with Garp's grandson. While Shanks found the situation a bit too coincidental, he had no regrets. He still believed in Luffy's potential and wouldn't have done anything differently. In fact, knowing that Luffy was Garp's grandson made things even more exciting. The sheer absurdity of it all was something only a pirate could truly appreciate. After evading Garp's relentless pursuit in the New World, Shanks and his crew were mentally and physically exhausted. Now, on the Sabyati archipelago, they saw an opportunity to rest, resupply, and regroup. As they strolled through the illegal zone, Shanks observed their surroundings and remarked, "Things are getting chaotic again. Last time we were here, it was starting to stabilize, but now it's obvious the place is sliding back into chaos. Even the slave trade is rearing its ugly head again. Claudius's earlier rampage on the Sabyati archipelago had temporarily cleaned up the area, improving public safety and driving away many of the criminal factions. But the island's position as a gateway to the New World made it a breeding ground for trouble. Over time, chaos had crept back in. Though slave-hunting teams had returned, they still operated cautiously. No one dared to touch the red line or do business involving Fishman Island. The fear of Marine and CPX intervention was enough to keep them in check. As the crew walked, a slave-hunting team passed by, parading a line of shackled captives. Shanks glanced at the scene with distaste. Although he was a pirate, he despised the slave trade. To him, it was the lowest and most despicable form of evil. Despite his disgust, Shanks decided not to intervene. Causing trouble here could attract Garp's attention, and they couldn't afford that. So, after a brief glance, he turned away. But after a few steps, Shanks suddenly froze. His expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. Turning back, he stared intently at the slave-hunting team. As his eyes locked onto one of the captives, realization hit him like a thunderbolt. "Wait a second," Shanks muttered, his voice filled with confusion and disbelief. "What the hell? Why is my deputy captain working as a slave?" Shanks was stunned, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. "What the hell is this?" he murmured, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 253, Rayleigh, A Colorful Retirement Life. Many years ago, Rayleigh was a heroic and dashing pirate. Of course, even now, he remained charming, though he had transformed into a charismatic older gentleman who aged like fine wine. In Shanks's memory, however, Rayleigh had always been a serious and responsible senior. Back on the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh essentially ran the ship, ensuring everything operated smoothly. Roger's carefree and unpredictable personality meant Rayleigh had to act as the ship's mature and stable housekeeper. He was strong, dependable, and always capable of finding the best solutions during crises. This left a lasting impression on Shanks, who deeply admired Rayleigh and viewed him as an excellent role model. Now, after so many years, Shanks hadn't seen Rayleigh in quite some time. When they finally crossed paths, the once mature and stable Rayleigh had apparently fallen. The man before Shanks was no longer the wise senior he remembered, but looked like a carefree scoundrel. Shanks couldn't process it. The Rayleigh he had idolized was gone. Instead, here was his former deputy captain, bound in slave collars and cuffs, looking disheveled and drunken. It broke Shanks's heart. "What happened to you, Vice Captain? What kind of hardships did you endure all these years to end up like this? How could such a calm, composed, and mature man fall to this level? I failed you. I should have found you earlier. I should have helped you." Shanks thought, his heart heavy with guilt and sorrow. In his mind, he had already imagined a tragic backstory. After the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, the once mighty Silvers Rayleigh had been hunted by the Marines. Injured and unable to heal properly, his strength waned over time. Eventually, he was captured, sold as a slave, and tortured endlessly. The thought brought tears to Shanks's eyes. Of course, if Claudius were present, he would have simply patted Shanks on the shoulder and told him the truth. It was all because of love. Ever since Rayleigh arrived at the Sabyati archipelago and fell in love with Shaki, his life had taken a dramatic turn. Spoiled by Shaki's overindulgence, Rayleigh became the carefree man he was now. His current, fallen state had nothing to do with hardship. In fact, he was living quite a happy life. But Shanks didn't know any of this. He was consumed with anger and guilt. At this moment, nothing else mattered, not even the potential risk of exposing himself. "Marine, let them come. Nothing will stop me from saving my deputy captain," Shanks thought with determination. "What the hell, Shanks? What are you doing?" Yassop asked in surprise. But before anyone could process the situation, Shanks bolted forward at lightning speed. Wearing his signature flip-flops, he charged ahead with such momentum that his legs blurred. The slave merchant was startled by the shout. His fat body trembled as he turned around, only to see the sole of a sandal flying toward his face. In the next instant, pain exploded across the bridge of his nose, and his hefty body was sent flying. He crashed into a nearby mound and passed out, his head spinning from the impact. Everyone froze in shock. The slaves stared at Shanks, their eyes wide with disbelief. The guards of the slave merchant stood motionless, too scared to act. Shanks didn't stop. With cold determination, he moved like a whirlwind. The blade in his hand gleamed as he cut down the guards like vegetables, finishing them off in mere seconds. In less than 10 seconds, the entire slave team was incapacitated. The slaves, still stunned, screamed in surprise. One quick-witted individual grabbed a key from a fallen guard and began unlocking the collars. Soon, the group scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Amid all the chaos, Rayleigh stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Still somewhat drunk, he had been on his way back to the slave merchant's headquarters. Having spent all the money he'd recently earned from ship-coding work, Rayleigh, in a drunken haze, had sold himself to the slave merchant as a scheme to pocket some quick cash. He hadn't even made it to the slave market when this red-haired stranger appeared out of nowhere and kicked his benefactor unconscious. "What the hell is going on? Are people just interfering in everything these days?" Rayleigh muttered, still not recognizing Shanks due to his drunken state and the long years since they'd last seen each other. His focus remained on the slave merchant rather than the man who had caused the commotion. Meanwhile, Shanks approached Rayleigh, his heart aching. With a mix of guilt and emotion, he began apologizing, expressing his regret for not rescuing his deputy captain sooner. But just as Shanks took another step, Rayleigh let out a dramatic wail. His drunken voice echoed through the air as he suddenly broke free of the chains on his wrists, snapping the thick iron cuffs as if they were paper. Without hesitation, Rayleigh rushed to the unconscious slave merchant. Gathering the man in his arms, Rayleigh checked for signs of life. "Dead," he muttered. It wasn't surprising. Shanks's furious kick had landed directly on the man's forehead, and the subsequent fall had sealed his fate. Rayleigh, however, was devastated. "You owe me money. Give me my money," he shouted, shaking the lifeless body as blood splattered everywhere. His expression was one of sheer grief, as if he had just lost a lifelong friend. To an outsider, it might have seemed like Rayleigh was mourning Roger all over again. Shanks was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Was the slave merchant somehow connected to the deputy captain? Could he have been a close friend? Did I just kill someone important to him? The thoughts raced through Shanks's mind as his emotions spiraled. "Who are you? How dare you, Shanks?" Rayleigh shouted in sudden recognition. "It's me, Deputy Captain," Shanks replied awkwardly. Realizing that he'd been caught in such an embarrassing scheme by his junior, Rayleigh felt mortified. He scratched his head, trying to figure out how to explain himself without losing face. "I didn't mean it. I just thought you were in trouble. I've got a doctor on board, maybe he can help." Shanks stammered, his words stumbling over themselves as he struggled to explain his actions. Rayleigh sighed and tossed the lifeless slave merchant aside. He casually removed the slave collar from his neck and threw it into the distance, where it exploded spectacularly. "Did I mess up your plans, Deputy Captain?" Shanks asked nervously. Rayleigh paused. Realizing Shanks had completely misunderstood the situation, he quickly decided to roll with it. Adopting a melancholy expression, he said, "Oh, forget it. It doesn't matter." His demeanor made it seem like he was reluctantly forgiving Shanks for disrupting some important plan. Shanks felt even guiltier. Before Shanks could say anything else, however, a sharp voice rang out nearby. "Rayleigh, did you sell yourself to a slave merchant to scam money again? Have you no shame?" It was Shacky, holding a bag of groceries. She had clearly just been shopping and was now glaring at Rayleigh in fury. Rayleigh froze, his embarrassment reaching new heights. Meanwhile, Shanks and his crew exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, is this the kind of retirement life Rayleigh is living now? Shanks thought, his mind spinning. Chapter 254, Zephyr's Disaster. In Shacky's ripoff bar, Rayleigh and Shanks sat across from each other while Yassop and the others gathered around Shacky, peppering her with questions about Rayleigh's life over the years. After all, Rayleigh was a living legend. Although their initial reunion had been awkward and embarrassing, it didn't diminish Rayleigh's legendary status. Shanks had always talked him up, constantly bragging about how incredible Rayleigh was and comparing everyone to him. Now, With the opportunity to meet the man himself, how could they not seize the chance to ask all their burning questions? Rayleigh had been worried at first that Shacky might spill all his embarrassing secrets. However, since Shacky hadn't initially realized that Shanks and Rayleigh knew each other, she hadn't said anything incriminating. Now that she understood their connection, she naturally protected his dignity, much to Rayleigh's relief. Shanks, meanwhile, pulled out his wallet, placed it on the table, and slid it over to Rayleigh. Looking a bit embarrassed, he said, "Deputy Captain, this is my compensation." Rayleigh's expression darkened as he replied, "Shanks, who do you take me for? That was just me fooling around, having some fun. Do you really think I did it for the money?" Shanks watched as Rayleigh casually pocketed the wallet and felt helpless. "When you say it like that, you're not convincing at all." Rayleigh cleared his throat, clearly trying to mask his slight embarrassment. "Ahem, anyway, it's been years since we last saw each other. Where's Buggy? He's not with you." Before the crew reached Laughtail, Buggy had fallen seriously ill and couldn't handle the rough journey any longer. For his safety, he stayed behind on an island, and Shanks, as Buggy's good friend, had stayed with him to take care of him. That was the last time either of them had seen Rayleigh and the others. Later, both Shanks and Buggy were present for Roger's execution in Logtown. Because of Buggy's illness, neither he nor Shanks had reached Laughtail. Even so, they'd learned enough about the final island that finding it again someday didn't seem impossible. At Rayleigh's question, Shanks shook his head nostalgically. "We were in Logtown, giving Captain Roger his send-off. Afterward, I invited Buggy to join me in forming a pirate crew, but he refused, said he wanted to go his own way." "Really, when I see you, I always think of him. I miss him," Rayleigh said with a smile. "I heard he started a pirate crew in East Blue," Shanks said. "I spent a long time wandering around East Blue but never ran into him. I don't know if he was avoiding me or what. Honestly, I feel like Buggy has some kind of grudge against me. Do you think I'm imagining things?" Rayleigh rolled his eyes. "An illusion? You're seriously asking that?" They didn't dwell too much on Buggy, and the conversation shifted. Curious, Rayleigh asked, "So why are you here in the Sabyati archipelago? I heard you were causing a lot of trouble in the New World not long ago. What did you do to make Garp chase you?" Rayleigh assumed Shanks had been stirring up trouble for the Marines or the world government. Shanks grinned and said, "It's a big misunderstanding. Here's what happened." After explaining everything, Rayleigh was stunned. Shanks had really stepped in it this time. Convincing Garp's grandson to become a pirate? No wonder Garp was after him. It was enough to drive anyone crazy. Seeing Rayleigh's surprised expression, Shanks laughed awkwardly and said, "It was honestly a misunderstanding. I didn't know Luffy was Garp's son at the time." "It's his grandson," Beckman corrected suddenly. Rayleigh chuckled, shaking his head at the absurdity of it all. The world truly worked in strange ways. Roger's son, Ace, had been taken in by Cladius and would likely grow up to serve the world government. Meanwhile, Garp's grandson, Luffy, was dead set on becoming a pirate. The children of these two old rivals had essentially swapped allegiances. It was a poetic twist of fate. "So you're here on Sabyati to lay low for a while?" Rayleigh asked. Shanks nodded. "Yeah, Garp probably thinks I fled deeper into the New World, but I did the opposite and came here instead. Once things cool down, I'll head back." Rayleigh nodded in agreement, and Shanks took a sip of his drink before speaking again. "I've been through Sabyati plenty of times, but I never imagined you'd be living here, Deputy Captain. It's surprising, honestly. You're living so close to the world government's base, aren't you worried? This is Mariewa's backyard, after all. You've got guts, I'll give you that," Shanks said with admiration. Rayleigh looked a bit embarrassed but explained, "Well, I haven't exactly been hiding from the world government. I've helped them out a bit here and there, so I've got some cover. As long as I don't stir up trouble, they leave me alone." Shanks froze. "Wait a second, you actually helped the world government? What the hell?" Rayleigh quickly clarified, "Don't get the wrong idea. I don't work for them or anything. I just have a personal connection with someone high up." "Someone high up?" Shanks asked, intrigued. Rayleigh smiled and said, "Yeah. It's someone we crossed paths with a long time ago, a celestial dragon Roger nearly invited to join our crew." "Donquixote Cladius?" Shanks asked in surprise. Exactly, that's him, Rayleigh confirmed. That guy's no joke. He's captured some of the biggest pirates out there. I'm surprised you're friends with someone like him, Deputy Captain, Shanks said, clearly surprised. Well, when I first saw him here, I thought he'd come to capture me, but it turned out he wasn't here for that. He's actually a pretty interesting person, Rayleigh said with a chuckle. He considered mentioning Ace, but decided it wasn't necessary to bring it up. Having a friend like Rayleigh on the Sabyati archipelago made it feel like a safe haven for Shanks and his crew. They weren't in any rush to leave. The Red Hair Pirates weren't known for strict schedules or elaborate plans, they thrived on freedom and spontaneity. For now, they were happy to relax and enjoy their time with Rayleigh. Meanwhile, aboard the Prometheus, Claudius received a call from Spandine. Holding the den mushy in his hand, Claudius looked surprised, though anger simmered just beneath the surface. The news hasn't leaked, has it? Claudius asked in a low voice. Spandine, sensing Claudius's displeasure, quickly replied, "We've already detained all the reporters from the World Economy newspaper. Nothing has leaked, Your Highness. You can rest assured." "Good," Claudius said, his tone softening slightly. "How is Zephyr?" Spandine hesitated before answering. "The situation isn't good. It looks like he's lost an arm." Claudius frowned deeply. Zephyr, a former admiral, had been attacked by pirates while protecting marine recruits during a training exercise. Losing to pirates, even while protecting others, was a serious blow to his reputation. Claudius valued Zephyr and was determined to safeguard his honor. "What about the recruits?" Claudius asked. Garp arrived in time to rescue them. Zephyr put his life on the line to protect the recruits. Thanks to his efforts, the casualties were minimal. They were incredibly lucky, Spandine reported. "I see. Track down any information you can on Whitebeard Jr. That BD must pay for this," Claudius said, his voice cold and full of fury. Chapter 255, Zephyr, Am I a Cyborg Now? When Spandine heard Claudius's command, he was startled. He wanted to dissuade him, but didn't dare to be too direct about it. Fortunately, his mind worked quickly, and he immediately said, "Yes, Your Highness. We'll do everything possible to locate Edward Weevil as quickly as possible, but—" Claudius frowned, his tone sharp as he asked, "But what?" "But, Your Highness, this matter shouldn't be rushed. Why don't you return to Mariewa first? In the meantime, we'll liaise with Marine to smooth things over," Spandine said, his voice hesitant but careful. Claudius took a deep breath, reining in his emotions. After a moment, he replied, "Something like this has happened to Zephyr, so I must visit him. But you're right, we should let Marine handle things on their end first. I'll return to Mariewa for now and wait." Spandine let out an internal sigh of relief. "It seems I still have some influence on His Highness. Good news." "Understood, Your Highness. I will return to Mariewa and await your arrival," Spandine said quickly. After hanging up the den mushy, Nia noticed that Claudius was in a foul mood. Without prying, she simply reminded him to drink more hot water before leaving to instruct the Prometheus crew to return to Mariewa at full speed. Zephyr's situation was both significant and delicate. While no longer active on the front lines, Zephyr had once been an admiral, a symbol of Marine's power. Though his influence on the seas had waned over time, he still carried considerable weight within the Marine ranks, especially as the leader of the Marine officer training camp. Zephyr wasn't just a former admiral, he was a mentor to many of Marine's current powerhouses. Virtually, all of Marine's top officers had once been his students. Now, however, the teacher had suffered a devastating setback. While leading a group of recruits on a live combat exercise, Zephyr had been ambushed and lost an arm in the attack. The incident shook Marine to its core. No one could accept such a tragedy. The situation highlighted Zephyr's declining strength. Years of being away from the front lines had dulled his combat instincts, and his body wasn't what it used to be. He suffered from asthma, which limited his ability to endure prolonged battles. Despite these setbacks, Zephyr had been a formidable fighter. According to Spandine's report, he had managed to hold his ground against Edward Weevil, also known as Whitebeard Jr., using his experience and skill. However, his strict no-kill philosophy had allowed Weevil to exploit an opening, resulting in Zephyr's arm being severed during a sneak attack. If Garp hadn't arrived in time, the outcome could have been even worse. Edward Weevil was a monster of a man, physically powerful but mentally lacking. Claudius had once considered recruiting him as an enforcer due to his incredible strength, but ultimately decided against it. Weevil's parentage, as the supposed son of Edward Newgate, made things too complicated. If Claudius were a pirate, it wouldn't have mattered. But as a celestial dragon allied with the world government, associating with someone like Weevil risked inviting Whitebeard's wrath. Besides, Weevil was a wanderer with no fixed location. Even if Claudius wanted to recruit him, the sheer difficulty of tracking him down across the vast seas made it impractical. Still, the fact that Weevil had now targeted Zephyr enraged Claudius. The Prometheus wasn't far from Mariewa when Claudius received the news. He ordered the ship to speed up, and within days they arrived. Without pausing, Claudius picked up Spandine and immediately set course for Marine headquarters, Marineford. Spandine, tell that birdman Morgans that if he dares publish anything that tarnishes Zephyr's reputation, I'll pluck every feather off him and roast him into a chicken, Claudius said coldly. Spandine, well aware of Claudius's respect for Zephyr, quickly replied, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Morgans wouldn't dare. I've already warned him, and our infiltration of the World Economy newspaper is solid. If anything happens, CPX will know immediately." "Good," Claudius said with a curt nod. Spandine hesitated before adding, "Your Highness, we still don't know if Edward Weevil has any real connection to Whitebeard. Many claim he's Whitebeard's illegitimate son. If we act against him, we should be cautious of provoking the Whitebeard pirates." This was part of the reason Spandine had tried to dissuade Claudius earlier. "That old fool better have nothing to do with Weevil. Otherwise, I'll deal with him too," Claudius said icily. Upon arriving at the Marineford Hospital, Claudius found a large crowd gathered around Zephyr's ward. As it happened, Zephyr's injury had coincided with the development of a groundbreaking reconstruction technology by the Marine Science Division, led by Dr. Vegapunk. This technology, a byproduct of the research conducted on Bartholomew Kuma, allowed for advanced cybernetic enhancements. A prototype robotic arm had been developed, and Vegapunk had suggested using it to replace Zephyr's lost limb. Zephyr, ever practical, agreed without hesitation, eager to test its capabilities. Now, everyone was gathered to witness the results of Zephyr's transformation. Inside the ward, Zephyr flexed his new robotic arm, which gleamed under the lights. "Not bad," he said with raised brows, his tone tinged with curiosity. A scientist in a white coat stepped forward to explain. "This arm is equipped with significant upgrades. It's reinforced with sea stone for durability, and its internal mechanisms greatly enhance its attack power. However," the scientist added, "its weight is substantial, about 300 kilograms. It's only thanks to Zephyr-sensei's exceptional strength that he can wield it. For an ordinary person, lifting this would be impossible." Zephyr nodded thoughtfully. "It's a bit heavy, but it's better than having no arm at all. I'll just need some time to adjust." At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the corridor. "Move aside. His Highness Claudius is here, don't block the way." Spandine's sycophantic shout carried through the halls as Claudius entered the hospital,